You are a descendant of the Navy, aspiring to become the Pirate King. I originally intended to accompany Luffy on his voyage and ultimately become the strongest man upon the seas. As the time to set sail approached, you found yourself swayed by the allure of the Navy, abandoning Luffy to embrace the ranks of the naval forces. Even as Luffy persistently urged him to reconsider. You wish to alter your perception of joining the Navy through the glory of One Piece. The mere thought of forming a female naval brigade leaves you with no choice but to regretfully decline the proposition. At this moment, having been successfully persuaded by your grandfather Garp to join the Navy, you commence your declaration during the induction ceremony of the new Navy. Ahem. Greetings to all. I am Monkey D. Luffy. My grandfather is a hero of the Navy. The reason I joined the Navy was due to my grandfather's words, as he once informed me that he could leverage the privileges of a naval hero, granting me the freedom to act as I wished. Everyone on the deck gazed in disbelief at Vice Admiral Karp, their eyes wide with astonishment. It was utterly incredible that Vice Admiral Karp had learned to take the back door. Beside him, Karp's expression had begun to shift uneasily. How could this brat utter such demoralizing words? Fortunately, you swiftly changed your tone. However, I assure everyone that I am no longer in a state of confusion. Instead, I have discovered my aspiration to join the Navy. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd softened, and Karp's demeanor also became significantly more serene. Undoubtedly, he is indeed my grandson. I trust he has been inspired by the Navy and aspires to become a formidable naval warrior, upholding justice and safeguarding the vulnerable. Excellent. So be it. Become a formidable naval warrior. My aspiration to join the Navy is quite simple. I have heard tales of the many formidable and beautiful women who serve therein. My aspiration is to assemble a formidable and enchanting naval legion of women, dedicated solely to my service. To this end, I shall strive relentlessly, bravely endeavor, and vow not to rest until my goals are achieved. After you articulated your aspirations, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Task accomplished. Meanwhile, the system's notification echoed in your mind, congratulating the host on successfully acquiring the innate abilities of the Lunaria race. Soon, the system's alert echoed. You felt a tremendous force surge into your being in an instant. Every cell, every blood vessel seems to have been cleansed, as if imbued with an indescribable sensation. It feels as though one is destined to ascend. Soon, you realize that you have been completely rejuvenated. Strength. Speed. Muscles have undergone a remarkable enhancement and elevation by several multiples. At this moment, you feel as though a single punch could send a giant sprawling to the ground. Even when bullets and cannon fire strike one's own body, one remains unscathed. I can't shake the feeling that I am about to sprout wings. There is a peculiar itch on my back, and my heart skips a beat. If I were to actually grow wings, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Rest assured, dear host. This racial talent will not manifest externally, yet it can be utilized at will. Fortunately, the system is exceedingly considerate. In ordinary circumstances, you need not burn with an unquenchable flame like CH, and even your wings are concealed. Yet, these abilities have always been inherent within you. After all, if one were to possess a pair of grand black wings, soaring amidst flames, they would inevitably attract the scrutiny of the world's calculations. One might even speculate that you could be abducted for the purposes of human experimentation. Meanwhile, your grand proclamation rendered the entire warship utterly silent. Moments later, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted upon the deck. Ha ha! No wonder he is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. What an absurd ideal! It's simply hilarious. I'm on the verge of bursting into laughter. What a wild and audacious claim! It is astonishing that anyone could harbor such ideals. The numerous naval officers are laughing uproariously, and even Bogart, who has been a steadfast companion of Admiral Karp for many years and has witnessed the Battle of God Valley, could hardly suppress a chuckle. This ideal truly stands as a singular existence among all navies. I never anticipated that Admiral Karp's grandson would be such an extraordinary talent. Beside you, Karp's face, once pale, had now taken on a hue akin to that of liver. He glared at you with palpable fury, uttering, "You scoundrel! What sort of ideals do you even possess? Finding so many beautiful female sailors, all serving you alone, what exactly do you intend to do, you little rascal?" Karp exclaimed in exasperation. This ideal is utterly embarrassing, isn't it? Moreover, you publicly declared it. At this moment, Karp truly wishes to feign ignorance of your existence. However, upon reflection, I realized that I had proclaimed to everyone on board that you are my grandson. To have raised such a grandson has utterly tarnished my own dignity. Karp was both furious and anxious, simultaneously feeling a profound embarrassment that left him at a loss for where to hide his aging visage. It was as if an army of ants was crawling all over him. Is this ideal unattainable? You gazed at Karp, your expression imbued with innocence as you spoke. Certainly not. You little rascal. It seems that a lesson in affection is necessary for you. As Karp spoke, he raised his fist to impart a lesson of love. Are you incapable of even fulfilling such a modest request? Then I shall embrace the life of a pirate, for being a naval officer is far too mundane. You waved your hand dismissively as you spoke. Oh dear. You mischievous little rascal. You drive me to the brink of exasperation. Upon hearing your desire to become a pirate once more, Garp is filled with urgency and ire, his graying hair seemingly igniting with flames. Witness how I shall impart a lesson upon you. The iron fist of love, imbued with affection, is poised to descend upon your crown. This strike, when delivered, may not inflict physical harm upon you, as you possess the innate abilities of the Lunaria tribe. However, it will indeed cause pain and excruciating, penetrating ache. In a moment of desperation, you vanished from your spot, only to reappear on the opposite side of the warship's deck, at least several dozen meters away from Karp. To have evaded the fist of Admiral Karp, is his speed truly that remarkable? Witnessing this scene, the assembled Navy members ceased their laughter and uttered gasps of astonishment. Not everyone can easily evade it. At the very least, aboard this canine-headed warship, there exists no individual who can evade the wrath of Vice Admiral Karp. This is the Navy's sixth style of shaving. Realizing that his fist had struck nothing but air, Kapu not only felt no anger, but was instead somewhat taken aback with surprise. To evade one's own fist signifies a remarkable mastery of one's skills. Based on the proficiency and swiftness you have just demonstrated, one must possess the prowess of a naval officer or a formidable figure to execute such a feat. To recognize oneself as a naval hero, one finds oneself perpetually engulfed in relentless toil throughout the year, leaving no time to impart such knowledge. When, I wonder, did this little fellow acquire such skills, and with such proficiency? Have you mastered the Navy's sixth style? Karp inquired with great delight. Have you never tasted pork or witnessed a pig run? I have seen individuals learn after only a few attempts. You said this with an air of nonchalance. What? After just a few encounters, I have mastered it. Kapu shivered all over. A genius indeed. Undoubtedly the beloved grandson, with the blood of the monkey D lineage coursing through his veins. Indeed, it is not merely about shaving. I have mastered the other techniques of the Navy's sixth style as well. I have learned the moonwalk and the thrusting techniques too. You spoke nonchalantly, as if acquiring such knowledge were an effortless endeavor. What is it? Have you truly mastered everything? Is that so? Kapu was once again astonished. What a remarkable prodigy my precious grandson is. Without any instruction, he has mastered the entire Navy Type 6. Of course, I will. These matters are exceedingly simple. However, I will not require them in the future, as I have no desire to pursue a career in the Navy. It is far more appealing to embrace the life of a pirate. You remarked with an air of indifference. I harbor a touch of skepticism, unless you can demonstrate it to me, dear grandfather. Karp found himself engulfed in doubt, questioning whether his eldest grandson was merely jesting with him. After all, mastering the six styles of the Navy is not something one can easily acquire at will. Apart from innate talent, mastering the Navy's six styles necessitates undergoing rigorous and systematic training at a naval training camp. Ordinary individuals seeking to learn the Navy's sixth style find themselves with little opportunity. At most, they may grasp the techniques of the shave or the moonwalk within this martial art. It is important to note that, aside from the CP Navy, no other individual in the original work is capable of demonstrating the complete mastery of the six styles of the Navy. As long as one has not participated in a formal training camp, mastering the Navy's sixth style remains unattainable, thereby highlighting its inherent difficulty. Will showcasing it enable me to achieve my aspirations? You smile knowingly. I have intentionally revealed my proficiency in the Navy's sixth style. The aim is to persuade grandfather to relent, allowing oneself to remain in the Navy and fulfill one's aspirations. Although Cap is a hero of the Navy, he is undeniably a person of great integrity. His desire to act freely within the Navy will undoubtedly meet with his grandfather's disapproval. Yet one must showcase their formidable talents, prompting grandfather to ponder deeply. After all, we are currently in the era of great pirates. The Navy faces considerable challenges, relying on the assistance of the 7 warlords to maintain a balance against the multitude of pirates. If you have truly mastered everything, then I shall grant my consent. However, should you choose to deceive, you must earnestly adhere to my instructions and become a formidable naval warrior, devoid of any cunning schemes. Karp nodded resolutely. He harbors suspicions that you are being dishonest. Ordinary individuals, without the rigorous training provided by the naval forces, cannot possibly master the Navy's 6th style, unless they are exceptionally gifted, a prodigy among prodigies. It's settled then. Let all the naval brothers bear witness. As you chuckle, do not forget to have the naval officers present serve as your witnesses. Soon, you began to exhibit the Navy's 6 styles, showcasing the iron block, paper drawing, gale foot, and finger gun, all with remarkable proficiency. You have even demonstrated some intricate combinations, such as employing the razor while simultaneously utilizing the iron block. This is not something taught by the system, but rather a realization you have cultivated on your own. How shall I put it? Perhaps it is the extraordinary talent of the monkey family. After all, one's father is a leader of the Revolutionary Army, and one's grandfather is a naval hero. It is only fitting to possess such remarkable talents. Nani? You truly have mastered it all, haven't you? Upon witnessing your complete display of the Navy's 6 styles, Kapu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Without undergoing formal scientific training, I have independently mastered all the capabilities of the Navy's 6th style, and I am also able to execute combination techniques. Undoubtedly, you are a genius among geniuses, a rare and extraordinary talent seldom encountered over many years. His talent is likely even more formidable than that of the legendary Rob Lucci, a genius of the CP9 who appeared once in 800 years. Is this truly the grandson of Admiral Garp? Though it may appear as unreliable as Admiral Karp, it seems to possess remarkable capabilities. Not only Captain Karp, but also his aide-de-camp Bogart and numerous naval officers were equally unsettled. Initially, I presumed he was merely the privileged offspring of an official, yet I was pleasantly surprised to discover he possesses considerable talent. When one is endowed with such gifts, it seems they can act with impunity. Many of the naval personnel here have undergone rigorous training at naval camps, yet they still struggle to master the 6 styles of the Navy. Astonishingly, you have managed to grasp the entirety of the 6 styles on your own. Such proficiency still in use. Is this what one calls talent? Comparing individuals. It is utterly infuriating. As you behold the admiring gazes of the surrounding Navy, your proud head rises even higher. As the grandson of a naval hero, is it not entirely natural to possess such a remarkable talent? These sailors experienced a fleeting pang of envy in their hearts, which soon transformed into profound admiration. If the disparity between both parties is minimal, the lagging side may harbor feelings of jealousy. However, when the gap is significantly vast, jealousy will utterly dissipate. If your neighbor's child scores 50 points higher than your own, you might feel a twinge of irritation. However, if that child surpasses your son by a staggering 500 points, all you can do is admire their achievement. Such is the nature of humanity. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, he is truly the grandson of this old man, possessing quite the remarkable prowess. In an instant, the worries that plagued me have dissipated into thin air. At this moment, Karp's hearty laughter resonates with exuberance, as if the very heavens themselves might shatter under its exuberance. Observe the gaze of the other naval personnel on the warship, filled with admiration. This fellow has truly brought honor to himself. Possessing such a talent, you may very well evolve into an even more formidable naval warrior than yourself in the future. The Monkey D lineage has found its successor. Garp is laughing uncontrollably. Grandfather, please cease your laughter. What you just uttered still holds weight, does it not? You addressed Garp. However, Karp feigned ignorance and continued to laugh heartily. Very well. Grandfather wishes to linger, does he? In that case, I shall embrace the life of a pirate. As I speak, I will utilize the moonwalk to depart from the warship. No. Grandson, what I just said is, of course, valid. You shall join me in serving the Navy. And go nowhere else. Seeing this, Karp hurriedly intervened. This grandson is truly a treasure. With proper nurturing, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the future of the Navy. Such an extraordinary genius, it is a rare opportunity for him to willingly serve in the Navy. One cannot let him slip away. Ahem. You may assemble your own army. But such authority is bestowed upon you only after you ascend to a certain height in your position. Moreover, your team must not consist solely of attractive women. For otherwise, one might perceive you as a lecherous wolf, which could adversely affect your reputation. Then, Karp contemplated for a moment, before leaning down to your ear and whispering softly. Did you not teach us to disregard the opinions of others and instead follow the whispers of our own hearts? Yet here you are, proclaiming your indifference with great volume. Kapu felt as if his CPU were about to overheat upon being asked such a question. Where did this little imp acquire so many perplexing inquiries? Though he longed to unleash his frustration, he restrained himself, stifling his ire. Observing your grandfather's exasperated yet helpless demeanor, you cannot help but stifle a chuckle. Regardless of the circumstances, one has showcased their innate talent. As long as future actions are not excessively outrageous, grandfather will likely turn a blind eye. In this manner, your objective has been achieved. This brief interlude swiftly passed. The Doghead warship resumed its voyage at full speed, sailing for approximately 4 to 5 hours before passing by a small island. Admiral Karp has a bustling town on this island. Let us venture there to replenish our supplies. Captain Karp's aide, Bogart, inquired of him. Karp nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the Doghead warship docked at the harbor. Everyone is free to explore for a while. The naval vessels will convene at the port in 1 hour. At the sound of a command, the sailors aboard the warship began to disperse like birds and beasts. Some sailors ventured into a souvenir shop to explore the possibility of acquiring small gifts for their wives or daughters. You wander about, seeking to perhaps trigger the system's selection. Soon, your eyes were captivated by the sight of a familiar figure. With a graceful and slender figure, adorned with delightful and sweet long limbs, complemented by a playful mane of short, orange hair, and accentuated by a fierce dragon tattoo upon her right shoulder. Indeed, she is the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original work, Nami. At this moment, Nami is clandestinely pilfering the wallet of an elegantly attired woman. Nami's skills are remarkably refined. With merely a gentle brush against that woman, she effortlessly acquired a wallet in her hand. Truly, she is a masterful little thief. Task announcement. Task description. Forcefully lift Nami and threaten her with theft to compel her to become your assistant. Task reward. Experience and dominance. Indeed, you truly excel, dear system. You have perfectly aligned with my desires. You are instantly captivated. The system's task is remarkably powerful. Indeed, it is simply delightful to you. Subsequently, you find yourself standing beside Nami. What do you wish to do? Startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, Nami cast a wary glance in your direction, only to be momentarily taken aback. This fellow is truly handsome. Throughout my life, I have never encountered such an attractive man. Consequently, Nami's face flushed with an unnatural crimson. Had it not been for her desire to save money to redeem the village of Cocoa West from the clutches of the malevolent dragon, Nami would have truly been inclined to inquire about the other person's name and place of residence. However, there is no alternative. One must diligently save money to rescue the villagers, leaving no time for other pursuits. Unbeknownst to him, a myriad of thoughts flitted through Nami's mind in that fleeting moment, yet he swiftly scooped her up, effortlessly hoisting her onto his shoulder. What are you trying to do? Nami was taken aback by this sudden scene, and she immediately let out a scream. Miss, your active thievery has not escaped my notice. As a newly enlisted sailor with a strong sense of justice, I cannot condone such criminal behavior. As you speak, you effortlessly embrace Nami's slender waist, lifting her onto your shoulder. He then broke into a swift run, quickly reaching a place far removed from the crowd. As all of this transpired with astonishing rapidity, Nami was utterly unprepared and found herself swept away in your embrace. After a while, Nami finally came to her senses. Please set me down at once. What is it that you desire? The great, mischievous wolf. Nami's long legs swayed incessantly, yearning to break free from the large hand resting upon them. Yet, as a fragile woman, she was no match for you. Surrender to the inevitable. You are no match for me, you remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. However, if you wish for me to release you, it is indeed possible. You must serve as my assistant and articulate your reasoning. I am unwilling. I have matters of great significance to attend to. Nami hesitated for a moment. That is a gesture of respect towards your charm. However, upon contemplating the plight of the villagers in Kokaxia, who remain in a state of constant fear under the tyrannical grip of the dragon, she promptly declined. Then do not hold it against me, Mississippi. Please accompany me back for questioning. Based on your actions, I fear you may face a sentence of no less than 3 years and no more than 10 years of imprisonment, you stated with righteous conviction. However, Nami is no novice. She has navigated the tumultuous waters of the East Blue for many years. Such challenges are hardly insurmountable for her. That naval gentleman's act of theft was a desperate gesture born out of necessity. Given the adorableness of this individual, why not let them go? Nami pouted as she spoke, and indeed, she appeared quite charming. However, this approach will prove ineffective for you. There are matters of great significance within my household. It is imperative that I avoid incarceration at all costs. Young man, with such striking handsomeness, please show some leniency. My family is eagerly awaiting my return. Their hearts will be heavy with sorrow if I do not come back to them. Nami racked her brains and concocted over 100 excuses. Yet, you remained unmoved, striding purposefully towards the harbor, where the striking dog-headed warship soon came into view for both of them. Have you heard of the naval hero, Admiral Karp? Have you seen that ship shaped like a dog's head? That is indeed the vessel of the esteemed naval hero, Admiral Karp. Admiral Karp is a man who cannot tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. Once I take you to meet him, your fate will be sealed. You might as well prepare for a few years in prison. Yet, I shall offer you another chance. With a smile, you pointed at the dog-headed warship and spoke to Nami. The naval hero Karp. Upon hearing his name, Nami truly felt a sense of dread. Nami, the moniker of the illustrious Cap, is indeed a name that has reached my ears. He is indeed a naval hero, undoubtedly the most upright and principled man within the Navy. In Nami's mind emerged the image of a steadfast and incorruptible naval hero, characterized by unwavering integrity and courage, whose eyes could not tolerate even the slightest grain of sand. If I were to find myself imprisoned, what would become of the villagers of Caucasia? Upon reaching this thought, Nami instinctively recoiled her neck, genuinely gripped by fear. Let us embark on a journey to introduce you to the valiant naval heroes. As you spoke, you guided Nami towards the canine-headed warship. I cannot bear the thought of imprisonment, dear young man. Please, have mercy on me. I truly have matters of great significance that demand my attention. Upon witnessing this, Nami felt a surge of emotion, her eyes welling with tears. This is not a performance, it is indeed real. One must certainly avoid incarceration at all costs. Upon encountering Nami, I was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. You too sensed that it was about time. Thus, you gently lowered Nami from your shoulder. It appears that you indeed have some significant matters to attend to. Pray, share with me your thoughts, and I may consider extending a gracious concession. However, it is advisable for you to refrain from deceit, for if you do, I shall indeed have no choice but to ensure you face the consequences of your actions. You are indeed treading a perilous path. Very well. My hometown has been occupied by a band of fishmen pirates. I must gather enough money to redeem my hometown from their grasp. Upon witnessing this, Nami dared not to fabricate any lies. Instead, she laid bare her experiences before you, her emotions overwhelming her to the point of tears. It can be said that Nami has indeed endured a most tragic existence over the years. Moreover, Colonel Mouse of the East Sea has been corrupted by the malevolent dragon. The Navy will not take action against the dragon at all, which emboldens its reckless behavior. Nami spoke with tears glistening in her eyes. Since you truly have your own difficulties, allow me to lend you a hand. You reveal a radiant smile. Are you saying that you have decided to let me go? Nami exclaimed with delight. Let you go? How could that be? You have already become my assistant. As your boss. How could I remain indifferent when my assistant faces difficulties? Let us go. I shall assist you in dealing with those fishmen, you said, gently patting Nami's shoulder. However, that is indeed a dragon with a bounty of 20 million. Nami does not believe you can defeat Arlong. In the East Blue, a bounty of 20 million is essentially at the level of an emperor. It seems I have been underestimated. A mere 20 million bounty pirate, I could stand still and allow him to strike, and he would tire himself out. You chuckled softly. I now possess the innate abilities of the Lunaria tribe. In the entire pirate world, apart from the few most elite individuals, who could possibly harm me? Do not speak of 20 million. Even if it were 200 million pirates, what difference would it make? Standing firm and allowing the opponent to strike could exhaust them entirely. Nami gazed at your unwavering confidence with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Observing your demeanor, reminiscent of an aristocratic young master, it seemed implausible that you could be a match for the formidable dragon. All right. I shall assist you in resolving matters with Eren. From now on, you shall dutifully serve as my aide. As you spoke, you did not wait for Nami to recover. With one hand, you embraced her slender waist and effortlessly soared into the air, employing the technique of moonwalk. There remains an hour until the gathering. Resolving the matter concerning Eren is more than sufficient. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the formidable aura of insight. Soon, you sense a unique energy flowing into your being. Subsequently, all of my sensory perceptions, including hearing and sight, were amplified several-fold. As long as one desires, even insects several hundred or thousands of meters away can be detected. To her astonishment, Nami exclaimed, "How can one run in midair?" Such an ability was beyond anything she had ever witnessed. Those who possess the ability to soar through the skies may indeed have the potential to vanquish alone. Quickly, show the way. Your hometown shall soon be rescued, you commanded. The direction of Kokaxia village lies to the west. Nami began to lead the way, prompting you to quicken your pace. As she soared through the sky for the first time, Nami was gripped by a profound fear of plummeting. She clung tightly to your chest, her hands embracing you with unwavering intensity. What a solid chest it is! This sensation brings a profound sense of reassurance. It has been many years since I have experienced such tranquility. I truly wish to remain here indefinitely. However, you soon arrived at the enchanting village of Coco West, where the realm of the wicked dragon awaited. What is this? Am I seeing things? A human is boldly striding towards us. The malevolent dragon pirates, led by Eren and the octopus Little 8, swiftly discerned your presence. Upon catching sight of your figure, the members of the evil dragon pirate crew momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. After all, they had never witnessed a human daring to approach the lair of the malevolent dragon so boldly. At this moment, you swagger confidently towards Eren's amusement park, pinching your nose. Swiftly, you extract a clump of nasal mucus. With a flick of your fingers, it falls into the swimming pool of the amusement park. Is this Caucasian individual lacking in common sense? To witness us without a trace of fear is astonishing. Your arrogant demeanor has immediately sparked discontent among the members of the Fishman pirate crew. It appears to be a mind that has yet to fully develop. Let him understand the consequences of provoking the lowly human race against the fishmen. Bring him over here. I want him to experience the true meaning of suffering beyond death. As you boldly stride towards the dragon's paradise, an intriguing thought suddenly blossoms within Along's heart. Having once been a slave in the Holy Land, he is acutely aware of the cruel methods employed by the celestial dragons in their treatment of slaves. Eren prepared to seize the man before him, contemplating the methods employed by the celestial dragons to treat their slaves. Such a wail may perhaps evoke a sense of exhilaration within oneself. As commanded, I nod gently, advancing towards you with purposeful and resolute strides. Just as you are about to enter the realm of the malevolent dragon, a resounding boom echoes through the air. In a swift and graceful motion, Yaina darted from behind you to the forefront, firmly shutting the gates of the dragon amusement park, thereby barring your entry. Depart, for this is my destiny.
Thank you for allowing me to experience the most exquisite moments of my life, Nami spoke to the door. The few minutes spent tightly embracing Rollo were indeed the pinnacle of her existence. Yet, she resolved to confront Arlong alone. After all, she could scarcely believe that someone who appeared as carefree as Rollo could defeat Arlong. There was a genuine concern that Rollo might meet his demise at Arlong's hands, and Nami wished to spare him such a fate. Nami? Are you defending that person? The crew members, taken aback by Nami's sudden display of concern, questioned her with irritation. Boss Arlong, that individual is a fool. Spare his life, and in return, I shall offer all the savings I have amassed. Nami lifted her gaze, forcing a smile as she addressed Arlong. You would willingly part with your hard-earned money for that fool? You seem to be just 10 million berries short of your goal of 100 million berries. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed with this? Arlong expressed disbelief, questioning the reality of her words. It was indeed astonishing that the money-loving Nami would offer her painstakingly saved fortune for a complete stranger. Chapter 6. Has Nami already taken on Roro's form? How do you know how much money I have saved? Nami inquired, a sense of wariness creeping into her voice. She had concealed her funds in the orange grove, buried in a place known only to her. How could Arlong be aware that she was merely 10 million short? Was it possible that this man had been secretly investigating her, waiting until she was close to accumulating 100 million berries to turn the tables? After all, Nami had experienced such moments before. Ha ha ha. As the captain, it is only natural to care for my subordinates, Arlong bellowed, his laughter echoing with arrogance. As if to say that even if she despised him, there was nothing she could do. He indeed planned to seize Nami's little treasury when she was on the verge of saving 100 million berries. Nami would never be able to accumulate that amount, which meant she would remain forever in his service. Watching Arlong's brazen demeanor, Nami trembled with rage, yet felt powerless to act, forced to endure in silence. Are you certain you want to sacrifice your years of savings to save that fool? Arlong asked once more. Yes, Captain Arlong, Nami affirmed with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing her resolute response, Arlong's body shook with fury. Jill, capture that pretty boy immediately. I intend to torment him severely. At that moment, Arlong not only refused to relent, but became even more infuriated. He could not fathom that Nami was willing to spend her precious money for that imbecile. Money was, after all, what she valued most. Moreover, considering that Nami had just claimed to have experienced the best few minutes of her life, Roro, who does she look down upon? It was conceivable that she had already taken on the form of that foolish boy. How infuriating! A woman he had nurtured for so many years was now entangled with a newcomer. Was there no justice left in this world? Arlong was beside himself with rage. He yearned to capture Roro, to first mutilate him, and then subject him to relentless humiliation as a slave. Captain Arlong? Nami stood frozen, unable to comprehend why Arlong was suddenly so enraged. Understood. Leave it to me, Captain Arlong. At that moment, Gio received the command and forcefully pushed open the door. Roro stood at the threshold, arms crossed, wearing a mocking expression. As Gio swung the door open, the system's task announcement resonated. Task issued. Task content. Allow your opponent to beat you mercilessly. Exhaust them before delivering a fatal blow. Reward, armament hockey. Ha ha ha. Is armament hockey arriving so soon? Roro laughed heartily upon reading the task details. In the later stages, armament hockey became an essential skill for everyone. Most importantly, with armament hockey, one could contend against users of natural-type devil fruits. Moreover, the renowned pirate Mentor Kaido had stated that hockey surpasses all. Perfectly. Roro also wanted to test the formidable talents of the Lunarians against these fishmen. The options provided by the system were undoubtedly in perfect alignment with his desires. Foolish humans. That expression is truly infuriating. I shall break both your legs to prevent you from running amok. Zhu stood at the doorway, arms crossed, and a mocking grin upon his face, seething with rage. The audacity of this human's expression is utterly provoking. Fishman karate. Zhu unleashed a devastating technique aimed directly at Rollo's legs. Ha ha ha, Zhu, do refrain from killing him. Captain Arlong requires him alive. To dispatch this wretch so easily would be a disservice. He must be captured and thoroughly tormented. Caution the officers of the Arlong pirates. Zhu ranked among the strongest within the Fishman pirates, capable of nearly obliterating a human with a single slap. However, employing Fishman karate could very well result in Rollo's demise. Rollo, flee. You stand no chance against him, Nami shouted, tears streaming down her face. The strength of these fishmen was formidable, tenfold that of an ordinary human. A single blow could leave Rollo either dead or permanently incapacitated. Boom! With tremendous force, Zhu's fist crashed down upon Rollo's legs. In an instant, all present gaped in disbelief, their mouths forming an A shape, eyes wide as if they had witnessed a ghost. To their astonishment, Rollo stood in scathe, even taking the moment to clear his nose. Yet, despite this casual act, his charm remained undiminished. What? That little brat isn't scathed? Am I seeing things? The entire crew of the Arlong pirates was left dumbfounded. Nami, too, stood frozen in disbelief. Ju, a high-ranking officer of the Arlong pirates, possessed considerable strength. How could Rollo emerge from such an assault unscathed? With such meager force, he aspires to be a pirate? Are fishmen truly such fools? Rollo, still clearing his nose, carelessly flicked a piece of mucus onto Ju. You despicable human! How dare you insult the noble fishmen? At these words, Ju erupted in fury. The Arlong pirates had reigned as tyrants in Kokoyashi village for years, and had not encountered a human bold enough to mock them. To be ridiculed by a mere human was a profound humiliation. Iron water gun, fishman karate, boom, boom, boom. In a fit of rage, Ju unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Rollo, a tempest of fury. Each strike was infused with his full might. Yet, these assaults merely brushed against Rollo as if he were swatting away mosquitoes, not even wrinkling his attire. What on earth is happening? Why can Ju not subdue this human? The astonishment among the crew of the Arlong pirates was palpable. Nami, covering her mouth in shock, had never anticipated Rollo's resilience. This was no ordinary human body. After enduring a relentless beating for several minutes, Ju's stamina began to wane drastically. Before long, he was panting heavily, utterly devoid of strength to launch any further attacks against Rollo. Oh, is that it? It seems it is now my turn to strike. Observing the gasping Chu before him, Rollo surmised that the latter must be thoroughly exhausted. Thus, he raised his hand, aiming precisely at the heart of his opponent, and unleashed a deadly finger thrust. Whoosh! His fingertip, akin to a bullet, accurately pierced Chu's heart. With a splatter, blood gushed forth at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, Chu's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed onto the ground, breathless. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the armament hockey. The instant the system's notification resonated, Rollo felt a monumental transformation within his body. An immense surge of power flooded into him, leading Rollo to perceive that he had become significantly stronger. Chapter 7. A Swift and Effortless Victory. The armament hockey is an indispensable skill in the world of pirates. As the story progresses, even the abilities derived from devil fruits must take a back seat, for only hockey can rise above all. Upon acquiring armament hockey, Rollo felt a transformation in his demeanor. The noble aura he once possessed now bore an undertone of menace. A commendable reward indeed. You have found a worthy end. Rollo glanced at the fallen Gio on the ground and chuckled softly. How dare he slay our comrade? Is Gio truly dead? This wretched human must not be spared. Witnessing Gio's demise before their eyes, the crew of the evil dragon pirates erupted in fury. Their captain, the evil dragon, was visibly enraged, veins bulging. His eyes bloodshot with rage. Kill this human, by the cruelest means possible. The evil dragon brandished his weapon, a large saw-like blade, pointing it menacingly at Rollo. Even if the captain hadn't commanded it, we would still act. We must avenge Gio. In the next moment, another officer from the evil dragon pirates, Krobyu, led the fishmen, armed and charging toward Rollo. Be careful, Rollo, Nami warned anxiously. Though she yearned to assist, the battlefield felt too perilous for her at this time. Fear not. I can handle these filthy fishmen in a mere minute. Freed from the constraints of system options, Rollo had no intentions of wasting time. After all, having acquired such abilities, he felt compelled to test them. 800 what Fishman Karate, Straight Punch, Fishman Great Cutlass, Fishman Charge. As the fishmen surged from both sides, Rollo utilized the shave technique, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear behind the swarm of fishmen. Finger Pistol, Yellow Lotus, Gale Foot, Wind Cut, Armament Hockey, Hardening. Rollo unleashed all his capabilities in a single breath. Each strike felled a fishman, resembling a reaping machine harvesting wheat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than a minute, over 20 fishmen lay defeated upon the ground. Even Krobyu, one of the top 3 officers of the evil dragon pirates, was instantaneously dispatched by Rollo. His proficiency was remarkable. Rollo had not anticipated such mastery, as though he had executed these techniques thousands of times, forming a muscle memory. These individuals had wrought havoc in Cocoa Sea and were pirates. Thus, Rollo felt no burden in engaging them. Huh? This fellow is incredibly formidable. We stand no chance. Quick. Run. Scatter. Don't let him catch us all. Despite their previous arrogance, the fishmen realized that the human before them was an insurmountable force. This human-esque body was as resilient as steel, impervious to blades and axes. Before him, the fishmen fell like wheat, none able to impede his advance. The casualties would only worsen if they continued to fight. As the fishmen began to scatter in all directions, some plunged into the water, others concealed themselves in the underbrush, while a few dashed straight towards the shore, intent on fleeing into the ocean. Truly, they were a pack of bullies who preyed on the weak. Witnessing their flight, Rollo could not help but chuckle. However, a sense of dread washed over him. If they escaped now, they would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. At that moment, Nami appeared to be lost in thought, as if frozen in place. If these fishmen were to evade capture, the village of Kokoyashi would surely face an unprecedented massacre. Worry not, Nami, for did I not assure you of my presence? Not a single one of these fishmen shall escape. Rollo whistled, activating his observation haki. It was his first experience using this ability, and, the moment it was engaged, he felt an extraordinary awakening, as if all his senses had been heightened. The auras of everyone present fell within his perceptive grasp. Observation haki proved to be remarkably effective. In an instant, Rollo detected the hidden fishman's presence. As if he had gained a heightened sense of foresight, anticipating not only their hiding places and postures, but also their next moves. Moonwalk, shave, finger pistol, gale foot, armament haki, hardening. With swift precision, Rollo's figure flickered in and out of visibility, appearing momentarily in the thicket, then diving into the water, and soon afterward returning from the Dragon Park, shoulders burdened with the bodies of the fishmen. Within mere minutes, he had dealt with the panicked fishmen, leaving no stragglers behind. All done, Rollo remarked, brushing off his hands as if he had accomplished a trivial task. His gaze then shifted to the dragon, who was now trembling uncontrollably, utterly paralyzed by fear. In less than 10 minutes, all his longtime companions had been eradicated. This realization filled the dragon with fury and rage. Yet he was too terrified to retaliate against Rollo. The brazen dragon finally recognized that he was no match for Rollo. So, this fellow is the mastermind behind the troubles plaguing Kokoyashi village, is he? Nami, what do you propose we do with him? Rollo inquired, addressing the nowadays dragon. Nami remained in a state of disbelief. She had never anticipated Rollo's prowess. The nightmare that had long overshadowed Kokoyashi village, the dragon pirate crew, had been so effortlessly vanquished by him. He had single-handedly defeated the dragon pirate crew. He was truly our savior. With only the dragon left, what were we waiting for? As Nami was still grappling with the situation, the villagers of Kokoyashi surged into Dragon Park, armed with hoes, sickles, and other implements, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the dragon. In reality, the battle had commenced with the villagers quietly assembling, weapons in hand, cautiously observing the unfolding chaos. However, they never anticipated that this seemingly dashing young man, reminiscent of a wealthy heir, could single-handedly vanquish the entire dragon pirate crew. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Now that the dragon was isolated, the oppressed villagers, long burdened by their grievances, could no longer restrain their fury and seize their weapons to assault the dragon. In no time, the dragon found himself battered and bloodied, presenting a most pitiful sight. "Thank you, Rollo," Nami said, awakening from her stupor as she beheld the villagers. She had finally liberated herself from the clutches of the dragon. The emotions that had been pent up for so long surged forth, and a wave of relief washed over her, bringing forth tears of joy. At that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps erupted. It was revealed that Colonel Mouse had arrived with a contingent of Navy officers. After all, the dragon was obliged to pay tribute to Colonel Mouse monthly. And today marked the day of such tribute, which explained how the dragon had attained the title of Emperor of the East Sea. Chapter 8. Money over life, what? What is happening? The fearsome dragon has been subdued by the villagers? Colonel Mouse, witnessing the astonishing scene before him, felt an overwhelming surprise, swiftly followed by a surge of fury. After all, the dragon was his golden goose. Severing one source of income is akin to murdering one's parents. Thus, seeing his precious asset being vanquished by a horde of villagers ignited his wrath. Colonel Mouse, you have finally arrived. Quickly deal with these individuals, and that despicable human must be eliminated. The dragon, upon spotting Colonel Mouse, appeared as if it had found a savior. Previously hesitant to retaliate, it now transformed into a fierce creature, reminiscent of a dramatic face-changing performance. Ahem, is that the wretched little brat? Colonel Mouse's gaze fixated on Rollo, captivated by his striking presence, akin to a firefly illuminating the dark. Indeed, that scoundrel. He has slain my crew, and if you can bring him down, I shall reward you with 50 million berries. The dragon was indeed willing to part with a substantial sum. 50 million berries? Splendid. At the mention of such a fortune, Colonel Mouse's eyes sparkled with greed, gazing at Rollo as if he were a pile of gleaming berries. Naval officers, eliminate this scoundrel. With a commanding shout, Colonel Mouse directed his subordinates, who promptly formed an orderly line and aimed their rifles at Rollo. These sailors were loyal to Colonel Mouse, adhering strictly to his command. Bang, bang, bang. The naval officers commenced firing simultaneously. Ha! Colonel Mouse, you truly are a rat, Rollo retorted, swiftly evading the hail of bullets. In less than a minute, the dozens of sailors that Colonel Mouse had brought were all felled to the ground, blood staining the earth. These naval officers, complicit with Colonel Mouse in their malfeasance against the villagers, exhibited behavior no different from that of pirates, and Rollo showed no mercy in his retaliation. Well, what? I never anticipated Rollo to be this formidable. Colonel Mouse was paralyzed with fear. Yet, as he contemplated fleeing, he realized that the 50 million berries would slip through his fingers. For the sake of that fortune, he suppressed his instinct to escape and resolved to confront Rollo himself. His motto was simple: prioritize wealth over life. At that moment, a new task from the system was announced. Host, task has been issued. Task content: have Colonel Mouse ingest the life and death talisman, ensuring he exists in perpetual agony. Task reward: Conqueror's Haki. The life and death talisman has been acquired. This task appeared remarkably straightforward. Rollo was pleasantly surprised that the coveted Conqueror's Haki had arrived so swiftly. It was indeed splendid. The life and death talisman was a concealed weapon. Once struck, it would induce an unbearable sensation, akin to being bitten by 1,000 ants, or pricked by a myriad of needles, a torturous state of existence where one cannot live nor die, hence its name. However, the version provided by the system could be administered directly into the opponent's body. Colonel Mouse Rollo gazed at the imposing figure of Colonel Mouse before him, his formidable Conqueror's Haki at the ready. He intended to implant the life and death symbol within the colonel's body using his finger gun technique. At that pivotal moment, a towering man suddenly appeared before Colonel Mouse, blocking Rollo's attack. Rollo, you rascal, what brings you here all of a sudden? You've made it quite difficult for me. A gruff voice echoed, causing Rollo to pause in astonishment. How had his grandfather arrived here unexpectedly? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Vice Admiral Garp. Young Rollo, what on earth are you doing in such a place? Not only had Vice Admiral Garp arrived, but his aide, Bogart, was also present. It turned out that Garp had been uneasy about Rollo's freedom and had used his observation Haki to keep an eye on him, only to discover that Rollo had vanished from the island. This sent Garp into a panic, fearing that his precious, talented grandson had run off to become a pirate once more. Thus, he mobilized everyone to search for Rollo, ultimately leading them to the village of Kokoshia. See, Captain Garp? You are the legendary hero of the Navy. Upon seeing the esteemed figure, Colonel Mouse let out a sigh of relief. The title of Navy hero was known to all within the ranks. Even the nefarious Colonel Mouse was aware of Garp's illustrious name. He had believed he was facing his demise, only to find the renowned hero of the Navy appearing on this very island. Surely, his fate was not yet sealed. You are indeed the hero of the Navy. Your arrival is most fortuitous. This man has tormented the villagers for years, and today, I led the Navy here to eradicate the bandits. Little did I know, this pirate was exceptionally formidable. He has defeated all my subordinates, and I am grateful for your timely arrival. Vice Admiral Garp, you must act on behalf of the villagers and eliminate this vicious brigand. Colonel Mouse commenced his shameless performance. The onlookers, including Nami and the villagers of Kokoshia, were left astonished by the colonel's audacity. It was as if he were turning black into white and fabricating truth from falsehood, displaying an astonishing lack of shame. To lie before such a multitude without a hint of embarrassment was remarkable. Is what you say true? Garp inquired, casting a glance at Colonel Mouse and confirming that he was indeed an officer of the Navy. This naturally instilled a degree of trust within him. However, Garp was well aware of the unreliability of his grandson. Rollo had a tendency to be somewhat capricious, full of crafty schemes. But to assert that he had colluded with pirates to harm villagers for years was far too exaggerated. Even someone as straightforward as Garp could sense that Colonel Mouse was spinning a tale. It is absolutely true, Vice Admiral Garp. I have served here as a Navy colonel for many years. You must believe me. Colonel Mouse insisted fervently, adopting the guise of a loyal officer. Were it not for Rollo, Nami, and the others knowing the truth, they might have been deceived by his confident demeanor. Ha ha ha, Colonel Mouse, you are truly shameless. To turn black into white. In terms of shamelessness, I am but a fraction of your measure. Do you know who I am? Upon hearing Colonel Mouse's words, Rollo burst into laughter. I care not for your identity. Today, Admiral Karp is here, and there is no way you can escape. Colonel Mouse, too, assumed an air of authority. Once he captured the man before him, he vowed to inflict severe torment to vent his deep-seated resentment. Ahem, you are Colonel Mouse, are you not? Allow me to introduce this young man. His name is Rollo, the beloved grandson of Admiral Karp and a newly inducted member of the Navy. You just accused him of colluding with pirates to harm villagers. Do you have any evidence to support such claims? Bogart interjected, addressing Colonel Mouse. Chapter 9. The Navy also understands human relationships. What? The grandson of Admiral Karp? Upon hearing this revelation, Colonel Mouse's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The young man before him was indeed the direct descendant of Admiral Karp. Nami, standing nearby, could not help but cover her cherry-red lips in astonishment. The villagers of Kokoshia were equally taken aback. The very individual who had aided them in vanquishing the dragon pirates was, astonishingly, the grandson of the naval hero Karp. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. With a loud thud, Colonel Mouse, overwhelmed by shock, found his legs giving way beneath him, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise. It appeared that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Observing the colonel's excessive fright, Bogart, ever perceptive, sensed that something was amiss. After all, having served as Karp's aide for many years, Bogart possessed a keen intellect, compensating for any deficiencies in Karp's own. Moreover, he had participated in the legendary Battle of God Valley alongside Karp, showcasing formidable strength. Witnessing Colonel Mouse's reaction, Bogart understood that there must be some underlying treachery. Since you mentioned that pirates had oppressed the villagers here for years, let us simply have the villagers identify them, for they must surely know who has colluded with the pirates to wreak havoc upon them. An idea sparked in Bogart's mind as he rallied the villagers of Kokoshia. However, the villagers hesitated. Having endured so much, they harbored a natural distrust of the Navy. Who could guarantee that speaking out today would not lead to retaliation? I shall testify, one villager declared. It was Colonel Mouse who colluded with the dragon pirates to oppress us for years. Otherwise, how could mere pirates tyrannize the East Blue, the region known for its peace? At that moment, Nami stepped forward resolutely. After all, Luffy was her great benefactor. If she did not stand up now, when would she? Seeing Nami's courageous stance seemed to embolden the villagers of Kokoshia, who began to voice their grievances against Colonel Mouse. Each month, Colonel Mouse extorted protection fees from them on behalf of the dragon pirates. Not only Kokoshia, but other villages had also suffered under the pirates' tyranny, all paying their dues to Colonel Mouse. Just last week, Colonel Mouse had cast elderly women into the sea as fish bait. Last month, he had harmed the daughter of another village chief. The villagers erupted into a chorus of accusations, exposing the colonel's misdeeds over the years. Hearing them, Colonel Mouse turned pale. realizing his doom was imminent. Seize this villain who tarnishes the Navy's reputation and deliver him to the military tribunal for judgment. Karp, incensed by the revelations, immediately commanded the arrest of Colonel Mouse. Grandfather, is it not too lenient to send him to a military court? He has indirectly caused the deaths of many villagers. Luffy remarked, tapping his nose, expressing his dissatisfaction with Karp's approach. Beside them, Nami and the villagers of Cocoa Island shared a sense of discontent. Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere, along with the loved ones of the Cocoa villagers, had fallen at the hands of the malevolent dragon. Colonel Rat turned a blind eye and acted as a shield for the dragon. He was undoubtedly embroiled in this affair. Letting him off the hook would be far too lenient. My dear grandson, this is the procedure of the Navy. There is little I can do. Karp, however, patiently began to explain the situation to Rollo. After all, Karp sensed that Rollo was starting to develop an interest in justice. His actions were, after all, aimed at avenging the villagers who had lost their kin. Such scum deserved more than a mere prison sentence. That simply would not suffice. Rollo grew resolute. His mission remained unfinished, and the conqueror's haki awaited him. My dear grandson, I understand your feelings, but this is a necessary procedure. Trust that the military court will deliver justice for the villagers. A crime like Colonel Rat's warrants at least 20 years of imprisonment, Karp said earnestly. What? Only 20 years? Would he not simply emerge to roam freely again? What are the deceased villagers? Who will grant them justice? Is this what you refer to as the righteous army, grandfather? Justice seems rather mundane. I would prefer to be a pirate instead, where freedom reigns and I can do as I please, Rollo expressed with dissatisfaction. You little rascal, can you not come up with a fresh approach? Karp, upon hearing Rollo's desire to become a pirate, was instantly filled with ire, raising his fist as if to deliver a loving blow to Rollo. It matters not whether the method is novel, only that it is effective. Rest assured, grandfather, I have no intention of killing Colonel Rat. I merely wish to make his life a living hell. If you deny me even this small privilege, I shall return to Windmill Village and join Luffy in piracy, Rollo declared, preparing to depart. I truly cannot do anything with you. It was agreed that you would not kill him, merely show him a lesson. Karp sighed, feeling helpless. His exceptional grandson was a prodigy not to be let loose as a pirate. To ensure he remained in the Navy, Karp would have to exercise some privileges of a Navy vice admiral. That's my grandfather. Rollo grinned widely at this, declaring, the conqueror's haki shall be mine. He then approached Colonel Rat with an ominous expression. What do you intend to do? Your abuse of power is against Navy regulations. I will file a complaint against you in court. Colonel Rat retreated nervously, not forgetting to threaten Rollo. Suit yourself. You, a mere colonel, dare to complain about a legendary hero of the Navy? Who would heed your words? Rollo replied dismissively. The Navy is also rife with interpersonal dynamics. Karp's reputation both within the Navy and the world at large ensures that even the current admirals would regard Karp's face with respect. Have you not seen how Aokiji refrained from striking the Straw Hat Pirates? The Sabaody archipelago bore witness to the Yellow Monkey's nearly overt display, with his feet aching from the anticipation of Rayleigh's appearance. During the Marineford War, the Yellow Monkey repeatedly sent Luffy tumbling into the grasp of Whitebeard. Were it not for the heroic reputation of Karp, Luffy's feeble attempts would have cost him his life hundreds of times over in both the Sabaody archipelago and the Marineford War. Moreover, the current fleet Admiral Sengoku and the Chief of Staff Tsuru are longtime comrades in arms of Karp, ensuring that the upper echelons of the Navy afford him a modicum of respect. Even the fact that Karp's own son leads the Revolutionary Army does not incur any repercussions for him. This underscores the weight of the title hero of the Navy. How audacious for a mere lieutenant, akin to a rat in a sewer, to seek to lodge a complaint against such a hero. How many faces do you possess? Chapter 10. Surely, Big Suinzi won't actually come? Fear not, Mouse. I assure you, I will not take your life. With that, Rollo approached Colonel Mouse. A swift jab struck the colonel's abdomen, creating a small wound. There, he has received his due punishment. Rollo departed, satisfied. Is that it? Is this the end? He has done nothing significant. What does Brother Rollo mean by this? The expressions of Karp, Bogart, and the villagers of Kokoshia were filled with confusion. uncertain of Rollo's true intentions. Just moments ago, he had resolutely declared that Colonel Mouse would pay the appropriate price, even going so far as to request special privileges from the naval hero Karp. And now this? A mere jab, creating a wound in the abdomen, and it is over. Such an injury would heal completely within a week, considering the resilience of humanity in the world of One Piece. However, before the onlookers could dwell too long on their puzzlement, the anguished cries of Colonel Mouse pierced the heavens. It hurts, it itches, both pain and itchiness. I feel so miserable. The colonel, in a frenzied state, clawed at his body. With each scratch, ghastly crimson lines marred his flesh. In no time, his naval uniform was tattered, and his body was left in a gruesome state. Even as he continued to lament his unbearable suffering, Rollo looked on with satisfaction, nodding. From this day forth, your body shall endure the torment of 1,000 needles and the gnawing of 1,000 ants, an incessant agony. You shall relish this suffering for the remainder of your life, Colonel Mouse. Rollo regarded the colonel with a sense of fulfillment. Is this the legendary death mark? How terrifying. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the price Rollo spoke of. It is utterly brutal. His own body ravaged by his own hands. How dreadful. At that moment, Karp, Bogart, Nami, and the villagers of Kokoshia finally understood. This was indeed the true price Rollo had mentioned, a price steeped in blood. Witnessing the colonel, who had indirectly caused the demise of their kin, in such a state of despair, brought an exhilarating satisfaction to Nami and the villagers. It was simply delightful. Such villains deserve this form of punishment. Meanwhile, the system rewards began to materialize. The host has marked Colonel Mouse with the death mark. Congratulations on completing the task. Successful reward. Conqueror's Haki. The system's notifications echoed, and a profound energy surged into Rollo's being. He felt the incredible power contained within this force. Once unleashed, an ordinary person would surely faint from the overwhelming presence. This is Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, Rollo sensed that he could now adeptly control the release of this formidable power. At this moment, he felt a seismic shift in his aura. If Rollo's demeanor previously resembled that of a nobleman akin to Cavendish, his current aura embodies that of royalty. Beyond the elegance and striking visage of a dashing young noble, there now exists an undeniable air of sovereign authority. The amalgamation of these two qualities indeed conveys a regal presence, does it not? Rollo, you rascal, from whence did you acquire such unorthodox methods? At this moment, Karp, filled with curiosity, thundered his inquiry. His grandson's capacity for torment rivaled that of the celestial dragons. Karp harbored concerns that Rollo might succumb to the allure of nefarious practices, becoming addicted to the suffering of others. Rest assured, Grandpa, I am a just Navy officer. Such tactics will only be employed against pirates, Rollo declared with righteous conviction. Excellent. My dear grandson, you are treading the path of a formidable naval warrior. I have not misjudged you. Karp nodded in satisfaction. His grandson was truly remarkable, and he must be nurtured to evolve into a powerful naval fighter. At this juncture, Karp remained oblivious to the changes emanating from Rollo. Meanwhile, the astute Bogart noted a distinct shift in Rollo's demeanor. He seemed somewhat transformed. An aura of royal authority appeared to have manifested. Could it be that Rollo had already mastered the Conqueror's Haki? Bogart shook his head, dismissing this somewhat fantastical notion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He recalled vividly that he had encountered Rollo just a few hours prior, and at that time, the young man certainly lacked this commanding presence. To awaken such power in such a short span of time, that was utterly implausible. Despite his firm conviction, Bogart found himself scrutinizing Rollo anew. To his astonishment, he discovered that Rollo indeed exuded an air of royal authority. Although not overwhelmingly potent, it bore a striking resemblance to the aura of sovereignty that surrounded Vice Admiral Karp. Could it be that he had truly awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Even though he could distinctly sense the faint traces of this powerful aura emanating from Rollo, Bogart remained uncertain. To awaken the Conqueror's Haki within mere hours? If that were true, such talent would be utterly terrifying. Thank you, kind sir. You are indeed our great benefactor. Indeed, we have suffered under the oppression of the dragon pirates for a decade, and at last, we can hold our heads high. Your performance just now was nothing short of heroic. At that moment, after the resolution of the Mouse Colonel, the villagers of Kokoshia expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Rollo. The dragon pirates had preyed upon the citizens here for nearly 10 years, and many villagers had fallen victim to their merciless rampage. The villagers harbored deep-seated hatred for the dragon. Now, with justice descending from the heavens, a dashing young man effortlessly vanquished the dragon pirates, leaving the villagers nearly prostrating themselves before Rollo in gratitude. Huh? What is happening? Rollo? Karp scratched his nose, still trying to comprehend the unfolding situation. As a result, the villagers excitedly recounted how Rollo had triumphed over the dragon pirates, embellishing the tale and depicting him as a divine figure. After all, they had witnessed the entire battle. In their eyes, the seemingly invincible fishmen were no match for Rollo. Not a single hair on him was harmed, which could only mean he was indeed a celestial being. This implied that he had come to assist the villagers in dealing with the pirates. Upon hearing the villagers' words, Karp was filled with immense joy. His grandson had single-handedly defeated the dragon pirates and aided the villagers, with regard to strength, talent, and an unwavering sense of justice. There was no doubt that his grandson was a natural-born candidate for the Navy. Well then, the matter is satisfactorily resolved. Let us depart. After Rollo spoke, he intended to take Nami back to the warship. What is the situation with this girl? Observing Nami behind Rollo, Karp inquired. Why had a woman suddenly appeared behind his grandson? This made Karp immediately cautious. Grandson, you cannot be serious, can you? Chapter 11. Firmly securing the naval hero. Who is this young lady? Karp suddenly became alert. Ah, indeed. Her name is Nami. She will henceforth serve as my aide and personal assistant. She is also destined to be a navigator in my future female navy. Is there a problem, grandfather? Rollo proclaimed with confidence. Nami, standing behind Rollo, felt her cheeks flush at his words. She and T expected Rollo would truly take her along. Nevertheless, she was quite pleased. For after vanquishing the dragon pirate crew and saving the village of Kokoshia, Nami had no lingering worries. It was now time for her to live for herself. An aide? You, a mere rookie, wish to have an aide? Karp remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction while pinching his nose. His primary concern was the fear of Rollo establishing a so-called female navy. If that were to happen, where'd he hide his old face? Having raised such a grandson, wouldn't he be the subject of ridicule from Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr? Grandfather has an aide. Why can't I have one? Rollo glanced at Bogart. If memory serves, Bogart has followed Karp for at least 30, nearly 40 years. He even participated in the Battle of Goddess Valley. To merit an aide, one must at least hold a rank of officer. You're still far from that. Surely, you'll need to toil for at least another decade. Karp continued to pinch his nose, his fingers swirling about as if they might draw blood. 10 more years of toil? In that case, I might as well become a pirate. Rollo casually remarked, also pinching his nose. You brat. Karp intended to scold him, but the words caught in his throat. After all, his talented grandson was too exceptional to provoke. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. Karp pondered for a moment and glanced at Nami standing behind Rollo, suddenly struck with an idea. That girl's name is Nami, correct? Nami, tell me honestly, did Rollo force you into this? I know my grandson well. He must have coerced you. But rest assured, as members of the Navy, we would never compel the populace to serve as personal assistants. Nami, if he has indeed forced you, I will advocate on your behalf. Karp directly bypassed Rollo and addressed Nami. After speaking, Karp nudged his aide Bogart, signaling him to add a few words. Yes, indeed, Miss Nami, you needn't worry. We shall never allow the Navy to engage in coercive actions against the citizens. Young Lady Nami, should you harbor any grievances, please voice them. Admiral Karp will stand up for you. Bogart swiftly chimed in. Well, I actually was not coerced. Moreover, I am very grateful to Rollo. He eliminated the dragon and rescued Kokoshia village and its people, becoming my benefactor. In gratitude, I am willing to serve as Rollo's personal assistant. Nami discerned the implications in Karp's words, yet she chose not to align with him, for she genuinely wished to remain by Rollo's side as his personal aide. Though there was initially a sense of compulsion, The formidable challenges have now been resolved, and I find myself unburdened. As I embark on this next chapter of my life, it is time to live for myself. Ahem, are you truly certain you wish to serve as my esteemed grandson's aide? Young lady, given your tender age and inexperience, do you comprehend the arduous nature of being an aide? My grandson, notorious for his aversion to bathing, requires constant assistance in this regard. Are you truly prepared for that? Moreover, he is quite finicky with his meals. Merely catering to his dietary whims could leave you utterly exhausted. He even snores during slumber, producing quite a cacophony. After this, Karp nudged his companion, Bogart. Ah, yes, indeed. What Vice Admiral Karp says holds true. Being an aide is genuinely taxing. You must ponder this thoroughly, young lady. You see, you're responsible for attending to the officers' every need and devising strategies on their behalf. Should you encounter a carefree and unruly officer, you must always be ready to clean up the messes they create and attend to their shortcomings. Yes, and you must maintain unwavering vigilance, ever aware of the officers' movements, lest they find themselves embroiled in a significant predicament. Furthermore, you must remain attentive. Bogart, initially intending to add a few more words, became increasingly absorbed in his narrative, speaking with fervor and even glistening eyes. Having served as Karp's aide for decades, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved, especially with a superior as daunting as Karp, an experience that could be utterly exhausting. Karp, initially nodding in satisfaction, gradually shifted his expression, sensing that Bogart's words bore an underlying critique of him. Meanwhile, Rorinoa could hardly contain his laughter, realizing that Bogart was unwittingly airing his grievances. Indeed, serving as an aide to one's grandfather is akin to being a crew member for Luffy, an undeniably troublesome endeavor. One moment of inattention could lead to monumental troubles. Nami, on the other hand, listened in rapt attention, bewildered by the emotional undertones in the naval officer's voice, noticing the tears welling in his eyes. Could it be that he was recounting his own experiences? Enough. That's enough, Bogart. Silence. Karp finally interjected, recognizing that Bogart was subtly mocking him. Nami, have you thought this through? These are the blood, sweat, and tears of serving as an aide. Is this truly the life you envision? Karp spoke with utmost gravity, as though serving as an aide were akin to facing a death sentence. Well, after Bogart's vivid description, Nami felt a twinge of fear. Surely, it couldn't be as dire as Bogart portrayed it, given his pitiful demeanor just moments ago. Nami, rest assured, Bogart is speaking of my grandfather. Being his aide is indeed quite dreadful. But I'm not like my grandfather. I possess my wits, Rorinoa chimed in with a radiant smile. Rorinoa possesses a profound understanding of Karp's character, which mirrors that of Luffy almost perfectly. Bogart has endured considerable hardships over the years. You little rascal, are you insinuating that I lack intellect? Karp exclaimed, raising his fist as if to strike Rorinoa. Grandfather, are you really going to hit me again? I merely performed a good deed, and yet you respond with violence. I see now that I must refrain from good acts henceforth, and instead embrace mischief daily. Rorinoa's words startled Karp, causing him to retract his fist promptly. Huh, did you witness that, Nami? Even grandfather must heed my words, so rest assured. Rorinoa beamed triumphantly at Nami. You little scamp. Karp realized he had once again been playfully outwitted by his grandson. Ah, I see. Nami, being astute, grasped the situation immediately. Although Rorinoa is but a novice, he definitely has the legendary marine hero Karp under his thumb. Truly, he is a man worthy of admiration. Rather, he is a man fortunate enough to have caught my attention. Chapter 12. I do not desire special treatment. My abilities do not allow it. The turmoil in Kokushia village soon came to an end. That afternoon, Karp, Bogart, Rollo, and Nami prepared to depart for the Doghead worship. Just as they were about to leave, Rollo felt a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something important. As he lifted one foot to step out of Kokushia village, he smacked his thigh, realizing that he had overlooked a matter of great significance. Nami has an elder sister named Nojiko, does she not? Speaking of Nojiko, she is also a stunning beauty and shares a sisterly bond with Nami. Although they are not related by blood, their relationship is even closer than that of biological sisters. It would be such a delight for these sisters to serve. Ahem, assist each other in life, wouldn't he it? Thus, a light bulb went off in Rollo's mind as he inquired of Nami. Nami, as you are about to leave your hometown, do you not wish to bid farewell to those who are dear to you? Perhaps family? Nami, unaware of the underlying meaning behind Rollo's words, responded, I have a sister named Nojiko, but she is not in Kokoshiya village at the moment. She is likely out and about. Is that so? What a pity. With your departure, who knows when you two sisters will reunite? Rollo feigned a look of sorrow. Indeed, but such is life. I believe we shall meet again someday. Nami replied with an optimistic outlook. Ha! Well then, Rollo laughed lightly, realizing there was little he could do. Sisters, oh sisters, such a pity indeed. Noticing that Rollo appeared even more regretful than herself, Nami curiously asked, What is it, Officer Rollo? You seem to be more regretful than I am. Ahem. It's nothing. Let us depart. Rollo quickly regained his composure. Shortly thereafter, Bogart announced that the Doghead warship had arrived at Kokoshiya village, and the group boarded the vessel, setting sail once again towards the Navy headquarters. Who is that beautiful lady? She is stunning. Is she a new recruit? Will she fight alongside us in the future? Upon seeing Nami board the ship, the soldiers aboard the Doghead warship stirred with excitement. After all, Nami's appearance was indeed remarkable, though it fell slightly short compared to the likes of the Empress and Shirahoshi. Nevertheless, in the predominantly single male crew of the Doghead warship, her presence was bound to create quite a commotion. Ahem, allow me to introduce this young lady. This is Nami, and from now on, she will be my grandson's assistant. Karp announced to the crew. Oh, Rollo's assistant? But isn't Rollo a new recruit? Where did he acquire such an assistant? And such a beautiful one at that? What is Rollo trying to do? This hardly seems fair, Admiral Karp. Indeed, though Rollo is your grandson, he is merely a new recruit. How can he have an assistant? To have an assistant, one must at least hold a rank of officer. The soldiers voiced their discontent, finding Karp's statement quite unreasonable. As a vice admiral, Garp typically exudes an approachable demeanor, resulting in an atmosphere aboard his dog-headed warship akin to that of Luffy's pirate vessel. Despite his esteemed status as a naval hero, he is not exempt from engaging in seemingly reckless antics, which allows his subordinates to express their grievances freely. Hey, grandson, did you see that? Everyone is quite dissatisfied with this situation. As a rookie, it is certainly inappropriate for you to have an assistant. I suggest you return this girl. Observing this, Garp displayed no signs of anger, instead wearing a radiant smile. It was evident that the soldiers' discontent regarding Roronoa's assistant stemmed from Garp's subtle encouragement. Grandfather, as the grandson of a naval hero, am I not entitled to such privileges? It seems that being in the Navy is rather dull. Roronoa contemplated resorting to his previous tactics. Of course, such privileges exist. However, despite my status as a naval hero, I cannot silence everyone, Garp replied, chuckling warmly. Brother Roronoa, you are being rather excessive. Indeed, it is rather unsuitable for a rookie like you to have an assistant. Even the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp cannot act with impunity. Upon hearing this, the other sailors immediately grasped Garp's implication and added fuel to the fire. Just then, a voice echoed in Roronoa's mind. Ding mission issued. Mission details. Demonstrate Conqueror's haki and silence all dissenters. Mission reward. 5 billion berries. The timing was impeccable, he thought. Glancing at the mission brought him immense joy. Truly, the Hearts Connected system was adept at issuing tasks aligned with his desires and providing rewards. Roronoa couldn't have wished for 180 likes more. 5 billion berries would afford him considerable indulgence. Clearing his throat, he continued, Well, I initially intended to interact with you all as a commoner, but it seems that has resulted in estrangement. Thus, I shall lay my cards on the table. I do not wish to be treated as special, as my abilities do not permit it. For I am not an ordinary person. I am a genius among geniuses. My prowess has long surpassed that of typical naval commanders, colonels, and even rear admirals. Henceforth, I shall at least be a naval admiral or even a fleet admiral, and having an assistant is entirely warranted. Roronoa proclaimed boldly. What? Brother Roronoa, you are rather audacious. While you may have self-taught the Navy's 6 styles, claiming you will at least become a naval admiral is quite an exaggeration. Do you comprehend the significance of a naval admiral or a fleet admiral? They represent the pinnacle of the world's military strength, a rarity across the vast seas. Roronoa's words sparked further indignation among the assembled Navy personnel. He could insult them, but to belittle a naval admiral was utterly unacceptable. Very well, since that is the case, I shall demonstrate for you, Roronoa replied with a serene smile. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the sea began to churn violently, culminating in a resounding crash. A colossal sea monster, towering over 10 meters, suddenly emerged from the depths, surfacing with a dramatic flourish. Upon sighting the canine-headed battleship, the colossal sea creature's eyes brightened instantaneously. Starved for several days, it was astounded to behold such a bounty of food, and with a gaping maw, it lunged towards the battleship. What an enormous sea monster! Quick, prepare the cannons. Some naval personnel hurriedly began to load the ammunition. However, given their speed in setting up the artillery, by the time the cannons were ready, the creature would have likely devoured several sailors. At that opportune moment, a charming smile graced Rollo's lips. Suddenly, a low hum resonated through the air. With a piercing gaze, an invisible force surged forth from within Rollo. Centered around him, the oppressive aura known as Conqueror's Haki radiated outward. In an instant, the creature, with its mouth agape, appeared to behold something profoundly terrifying, its eyes filled with sheer panic. Its massive form began to thrash wildly, desperately seeking to escape. Yet its speed was too sluggish, and in the next moment, with a resounding thud, the colossal beast collapsed onto the surface of the sea. Its eyes glazed over, foam escaping its mouth. It succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 13. The Conqueror's Haki. What on earth is happening? Just now, I felt an overwhelming aura. Am I mistaken? Is that the Conqueror's Haki? Could it be that young Rollo has awakened the Conqueror's Haki? The numerous naval officers gazing at the colossal sea creature, now collapsed on the water-esque surface, frothing at the mouth and its eyes glazed over, instantly understood that this was the result of the Conqueror's Haki's intimidation. After all, these soldiers have served under the legendary marine hero Garp and are familiar with the essence of Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki is a rare gift, awakened in merely one among a million. Those who possess this power inherently bear the qualities of a ruler. Unlike the armament and observation Haki, which can be developed through rigorous training, the Conqueror's Haki is typically innate. One cannot cultivate it if it is absent from birth. It stands as a testament to one's natural talent. Was that just now truly Rollo unleashing his Conqueror's Haki? It must be real. I witnessed it. Indeed, with just a single glare, that monstrous creature succumbed. This is undeniably the Conqueror's Haki. Rollo has actually awakened it. At this moment, all the naval personnel on the deck stood frozen in awe, their eyes fixed on Rollo. This rookie has somehow awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Does this not signify that he possesses the qualities of a king? It is known that among pirates, the Conqueror's Haki is not an uncommon phenomenon. However, within the Navy, individuals endowed with such power are exceedingly rare. As it stands, only Admiral Sengoku and the marine hero Garp are known to possess the Conqueror's Haki. Even the admirals have not been seen with this ability. Rollo has indeed awakened the Conqueror's Haki. It is not merely a figment of my imagination. Bogart is equally astounded. Just how exceptional is Rollo? Merely a day ago, there was not a hint of this power in him, and yet after a brief visit to Cocoa Village, he has awakened the Conqueror's Haki? What an astonishing talent! It is no wonder he is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, having inherited his extraordinary prowess. Without lifting a finger, he has managed to incapacitate such a creature with just a glare. Nami, too, covered her mouth in shock. While she did not fully grasp the essence of the Conqueror's Haki, the mere fact that a stare could render a monster unconscious was enough to shatter her perception of reality. What? Grandson, was that you unleashing the Conqueror's Haki just now? Garp exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment as he looked at Rollo. Indeed, it was I, Rollo replied, a look of humble pride adorning his face. Ha ha ha. Grandson, you truly are a natural. You are remarkable indeed. Just as I expected from my grandson. Garp laughed heartily, his large hands repeatedly patting Rollo's shoulder, his voice overflowing with pride. His grandson has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. The talents of this young man seem to far exceed all expectations. He is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. The legacy of my naval hero is assuredly in capable hands. May I now claim an assistant? Rollo scanned the multitude of naval officers, noticing a significant transformation in the way they regarded him. Previously, their gazes were laced with skepticism, questioning his merits as merely the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, a product of privilege. Despite his remarkable aptitude, it was not sufficient to earn their unwavering respect. Now, however, their expressions were devoid of doubt, replaced instead by anticipation, or perhaps admiration. They had seemingly begun to view him as the rising star of the Navy. Of course, Rollo, I was merely jesting with you. The officers quickly reassured him. Please do not take offense. It was all Vice Admiral Garp's idea. We were merely following orders. The naval personnel endeavored to ingratiate themselves with Rollo. After all, his talents indicated that even should he squander his time, he would inevitably ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral at the very least, with the potential to become an admiral in due course. Establishing a favorable impression now could pave the way for a meteoric rise in the future. You lot, enough of this nonsense. Silence. Vice Admiral Garp's aged visage was now flushed with frustration, and with a commanding shout, the deck fell into silence. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. 5 billion berries have been credited to your account. In the next moment, a notification from the system echoed, and Rollo found himself enriched by 5 billion berries in his system space. Moreover, placing berries within the system would accrue interest. An annual interest rate of 5 far surpassed that of the banks in the pirate world. With 5 billion berries, the yearly interest amounted to a staggering 250 million berries. Rollo had now become a man with a monthly salary of 20 million berries. What a thrill! Suddenly endowed with such wealth, Rollo felt immensely prosperous. Once this tempest had subsided, the Doghead warship resumed its voyage across the sea. The soldiers returned to their respective duties, while Rollo reclined comfortably on a deck chair, basking in the sun. What? You inquire as to why Rollo has a deck chair? As the grandson of a naval hero and a future admiral, surely he is entitled to such privileges. With such a considerable sum of money, how should he spend it? Lost in contemplation, Rollo pondered this dilemma, experiencing the burdens of newfound wealth. With such vast resources at his disposal, where should he allocate his funds? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Nami, you are now my assistant, and I have decided to grant you a monthly salary of 1 million berries. At that moment, Rollo realized how to utilize this wealth. He promptly produced 1 million gleaming berries and placed them before Nami. Wait, does being an assistant come with a salary? 1 million berries each month? This is simply marvelous. Upon seeing the abundance of money, Nami's eyes transformed into the shape of coins. Indeed, not only that, but this is merely the base salary. Should you successfully execute the tasks I assign, there will be additional bonuses and overtime pay. In essence, if you follow my lead, you shall undoubtedly be well compensated. Rollo began to win hearts. What? Such generous benefits? How wonderful! Nami exclaimed, her joy lifting her almost to the heavens. Rollo looked upon her with satisfaction. The modest salary paid to Nami, a mere 12 million berries annually, barely equated to a month's interest for himself. Is this the delight of the capitalist? What? Being an assistant comes with such splendid perks? I had no idea. Bogart, nearby, could hardly believe his ears, his eyes nearly bulging. After years of serving as an assistant, he had never heard of bonuses or overtime pay. It seemed he was born in the wrong era. How fortunate it would be to serve as Rollo's aide in this time. Chapter 14. The Black Stockings. At this moment, the weather was splendid, with clear skies stretching endlessly. A gentle sea breeze caressed the deck of the dog-headed battleship, bringing a sense of comfort to Rollo. Nami, my shoulders are quite sore. Would you be so kind as to massage them for me? Rollo requested. At your command, Captain. Upon receiving the order, Nami instantly transformed into an expert masseuse, employing just the right techniques and pressure. Her delicate hands pressed rhythmically against Rollo's shoulders, inducing a blissful state of relaxation. Your technique is commendable, Nami. Here, as a reward of 50,000 berries. Rollo generously produced the money. Captain Rollo, Do you have any other requests? Nami inquired, eagerly accepting the payment, wishing for Rollo to continue making demands, as the earnings came too easily. Could you also massage my legs? Rollo pondered briefly before placing his legs before her. At your command, Captain. Nami wasted no time, resting Rollo's legs upon her lap, and proceeded to apply vigorous pressure. Delightful. Rollo reveled in the royal treatment, his spirits lifting. Yet, he sensed that something was amiss. What could it be? Never mind, he thought. He would enjoy the moment first. Half an hour later, the massage concluded, leaving Rollo's legs feeling as light as air. Your technique is impressive, Nami. Here, as a reward for you. He produced another 50,000 berries. Thank you, Captain. Nami beamed with joy, unable to contain her delight. How fortunate she felt to serve as Rollo's aide. Ha! Keep up the good work, and there will be plenty more rewards to come. Rollo encouraged her at the right moment. Rest assured, Captain Rollo, I am your devoted assistant. Feel free to give any orders. Nami smiled broadly. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is lacking. What could it be? Rollo scrutinized Nami, sensing an inconsistency. After a moment of contemplation, he identified the oversight. Black stockings. He exclaimed, how could a massage be complete without them? And what about those straps? Without black stockings and straps, there's a distinct lack of visual impact and ambience. No wonder I felt something was off. Moreover, Nami had just set sail and was still somewhat modest in her attire, wearing a classic t-shirt and long pants that did little to showcase her figure. It was a shame that such a stunning physique was not accentuated. It felt like a waste of beauty. Nami, here has 500,000 berries. Once we reach the next town, you must acquire some proper uniforms. Rollo declared generously. As my deputy, you cannot dress too plainly. May I inquire, Captain Rollo, what kind of uniforms do you have in mind? Nami's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money. Well, it's not about the type of uniform, but must definitely include black stockings and straps. Furthermore, it should highlight your physical attributes. Do you understand? In summary, do as you see fit. As my aide, you must not appear too shabby. You must be appropriately attired to uphold my dignity. With my dignity intact, my spirits will soar, and perhaps I might even reward you with a bonus or a raise. Rollo has considerable faith in Nami's sense of fashion. She will undoubtedly select exquisite garments. The original story has already attested to this. Very well. I shall certainly heed the commander's counsel. Upon hearing about the potential for a bonus or a raise, Nami could not suppress her enthusiasm, eagerly wishing to hasten to the next town. She was determined to purchase several elegant uniforms. Oh no, rather, exquisite garments, to elevate Commander Rollo's spirits. Only then could she expect a salary increase or bonus. After a week at sea, the naval ship arrived at Lowtown. Lowtown, you say? Upon seeing it, Garp was filled with nostalgia. His old rival, the pirate king Joel D. Roger, was born and met his end here. Thus, Lowtown is renowned as the town of beginnings and endings. Following their arrival, the dog-headed warship docked, and Garp intended to explore the town. Of course, a more pressing reason was that the ship's supplies were running low and needed replenishing. After all, Garp's appetite is quite formidable, as one can see from Luffy. Naturally, Rollo, being Garp's grandson, shares this hearty appetite. The two of them could easily consume the equivalent of 100 people's worth of food, leading to rapid depletion of provisions. Upon receiving news of the arrival of the naval hero Garp, Colonel Smoker, who was stationed in Lowtown, extended a warm welcome. Meanwhile, Rollo seized an opportunity to sneak out with Nami. Lowtown is quite a prosperous place, and of course, they needed to procure some elegant black silk camisoles. The two made their way to the town's largest women's clothing store and began to shop extravagantly. It must be said that Nami's figure is simply stunning. She can effortlessly carry any outfit. Donning the silk camisole accentuated her voluptuous and curvaceous form, providing a feast for the eyes. Rollo found himself thirsting at the sight. Imagine the delight of having Nami in uniform give him a massage. At that moment, a notification chimed. A new task has been issued. Task details. Check in at the square of Lowtown, the site of the Pirate King's public execution. Task reward. The famed sword Shining Maru. The famed sword Shining Maru? Rollo paused at the mention of this reward, as it seemed this name had not appeared in the original narrative of One Piece. Moreover, compared to legendary swords like Enma, Yama, and Onituru, it paled in comparison. Could it possibly be the Shining Maru from Doryman? After inquiring with the system, he received a positive confirmation. Could it truly be the Shining Maru from Doryman? Rollo was suddenly filled with excitement. If his memory served him right, the Shining Maru was an exceptionally powerful weapon, ensuring victory in any sword duel. Regardless, the task was simple. He merely needed to check in at the square of Lodetown. After Nami procured her uniform, Rollo eagerly led her to the square of Lodetown. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: Renowned Sword, Shining Maru. The description read, Renowned Sword, Shining Maru, applicable in close combat, theoretically capable of countering any technique, granting the wielder victory in swordsmanship battles. Indeed, it was the famed Shining Maru from Doryman. Upon reading the item description, Rollo was overwhelmed with excitement. Soon, a sword materialized in Rollo's grasp. At first glance, the blade appeared unremarkable, resembling a typical Japanese katana. Yet Rollo was acutely aware of the formidable power it possessed. Holding the sword in hand, Rollo instantly felt invincible. Chapter 15. Nami massages shoulders, Daisuke needs legs. Gripping the famed sword, Shining Maru, Rorono felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility envelop him. Moreover, as per the system's elucidation, this legendary blade could only be wielded by him. Should anyone else attempt to grasp it, it would transform into a nondescript katana, devoid of any significance, unless authorized by Rorono himself. This sword was indeed a loyal companion, with Rorono as its rightful master. What a magnificent weapon it was! Rorono caressed the blade's surface before commencing a series of enthusiastic swings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, his swordsmanship left much to be desired, resembling nothing more than a chaotic flailing. Commander Rorono, please don't stab me, Nami exclaimed, startled by his reckless movements. Hastily stepping aside, it must be noted that Nami's frightened demeanor was rather endearing. Beads of sweat adorned her rosy cheeks, and her flushed visage was quite charming. In another direction, certain proud attributes quivered in a most delightful manner, much to Rorono's visual delight. Ha ha! Is it really that bad, Nami? Is my swordsmanship truly so lamentable? Rorono chuckled heartily at Nami's panicked expression. Yet, this scene caught the attention of a nearby lady. Excuse me, sir. May I have a look at your sword? A melodious voice chimed from behind Rorono. Turning around, he beheld a statuesque woman adorned in a purple floral top, donning red-framed glasses and wielding a naval cutlass. Most notably, her figure rivaled that of Nami. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Daisuke, a radiant flower within the naval ranks. As a naval swordswoman, Daisuke possessed a profound sense of justice and an insatiable passion for swords. Her aspiration was to collect the legendary blades from the hands of evildoers across the globe. What is it, miss? Have you been captivated by my dashing swordplay? Rorono inquired, casting a charming smile towards Daisuke. How could his newly established female naval crew be complete without Daisuke? His compelling grin instinctively prompted Daisuke to take a step back, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. That was close. I almost swooned from his charm. A few moments later, Daisuke regained her composure. Ahem, sir. You certainly have a knack for jesting. However, truth be told, your swordsmanship leaves much to be desired. Daisuke delicately covered her lips, her refined upbringing preventing her from openly mocking Rorono's lack of skill. After all, his earlier attempts with the sword were shockingly amateurish. What truly piqued Daisuke's interest was the famed sword, Shining Maru, in Rorono's possession. Although it appeared to be an ordinary katana, it emanated an inexplicable allure. This intrigued Daisuke, a sword enthusiast, prompting her to approach Rorono and express her desire to observe his technique. Just because you ask, does that mean I must comply? This is my cherished sword. It cannot be freely given away, Rorono retorted with a touch of pride, devising a plan to persuade Daisuke to join his crew. I apologize, sir, for my abruptness, Daisuke said, expressing remorse for her impudence. It matters not. You are intrigued by this sword, are you not? I can show it to you, but you must agree to one condition. How about becoming my assistant? Rollo, with an open demeanor, unabashedly cast his gaze over Dasky. I wonder what the black silk camisole on Dasky's ship looks like. The anticipation is palpable. Imagine her and Nami, one kneading shoulders while the other massages legs. What bliss! However, Dasky felt no discomfort. After all, when an unattractive man stares, it is merely harassment, while a handsome lad like Rollo's gaze is of no consequence. I apologiza, but I'm already a Navy officer. After a moment's reflection, Dasky instinctively adjusted her glasses, firmly turning down Rollo's proposition. Although she was genuinely fascinated by the sword, her duty as a Navy officer prevented her from carelessly accepting such an offer. Yet, her desire to see that sword remained strong. Never mind, I was merely jesting. Feel free to examine it, but do not damage it. Rollo, being reasonable, promptly handed the famed sword, Electric Flash, to Dasky. To her surprise, he relinquished the weapon with such ease. Without a moment to express her gratitude, Dasky eagerly scrutinized the sword. She examined it from all angles, only to find herself bewildered. This was nothing more than an ordinary katana. Yet, why did it exude such an enchanting allure in the hands of that young man, even evoking a sensation akin to the legendary Supreme Blade? What could be the explanation? Could this young man truly be an extraordinary master swordsman? Only a top-tier swordsman could evoke such an impression from a mere katana. However, she had just witnessed his swordplay. The level of skill, Ahem, Dasky honestly considered herself considerably more proficient. Could it be that she was mistaken? Dasky grasped the famed sword, Electric Flash, once more, feeling its ordinary nature reaffirmed. I am sorry, perhaps I misjudged, and I apologize for any confusion. With a hint of disappointment, she returned the sword to Rollo, adjusting her glasses and offering a polite apology. It is of no consequence, Rollo graciously accepted the sword. Then, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. Dasky observed that the moment the sword was in Rollo's hands, it radiated an aura of sharpness that was nothing short of formidable. Its essence could rival even the Supreme Blade. Surely, I must be hallucinating. Dasky rubbed her eyes vigorously and scrutinized once more. Indeed, she was not mistaken. The sword, in Rollo's grasp, had transformed into something truly fierce. What could possibly explain this? Could this young man truly be an unparalleled master swordsman? No, that cannot be. She had just seen his swordsmanship moments ago. What is happening? Dasky found herself in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Rollo pondered how he might entice Dasky to join him aboard his ship. She is not driven by a love for wealth like Nami, nor does she harbor any lingering concerns. Her sole passion lies in the art of the sword. If circumstances demand, she may have to resort to forceful means. In such a case, she would inevitably rely on her grandfather to clean up the mess. However, given that her grandfather is a naval hero, this minor issue should be easily resolved by him. Just then, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Hey, who is that? Could it truly be? To encounter such a formidable pirate as one of the 7 warlords of the sea in this place is utterly unexpected. What could be his purpose here? It is indisputable. There is no mistaking it. He is indeed one of the 7 warlords. How could he possibly be here? It is none other than Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 16. I have only heard of Hawkeye Mihawk. A stir swept through the crowd in the square, drawing the attention of Rollo and Dasky. The commotion was incited by the arrival of an individual whose presence unsettled the gathered masses. Indeed, this figure was none other than Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, his more illustrious title, the world's greatest swordsman, eclipsed the former. The designation of 7 warlords of the sea pales in comparison to that of the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk's prowess is nearly commensurate with that of a singular emperor-level powerhouse, undoubtedly the mightiest among the warlords. One could argue that the prestige of the 7 warlords rests heavily upon the shoulders of Mihawk alone. Once a solitary figure, Mihawk found himself with ample time on his hands, tending to his fields, savoring fine wine, and seeking out challengers for sparring. However, since the incident involving the red-haired Shanks, the sole swordsman capable of matching Mihawk in skill was no longer available, leaving him with even more time to spare. His appearance in the square today was merely a consequence of his idle wanderings, inadvertently leading him to the town of Rogue. Given his presence in Rogue, it was only natural for him to visit the square, where, 22 years prior, the pirate King Joel Roger had made his public appearance, a moment Mihawk had witnessed. Initially, Mihawk intended to find a secluded vantage point to observe the square. Yet, his years of honed swordsman instincts alerted him to the presence of an extraordinary swordsman amidst the crowd. This was the very reason for his appearance. After all, in his state of ennui, the discovery of a swordsman of note was a welcome diversion. At that moment, Dasky's expression grew serious upon catching sight of Mihawk. After all, any swordsman worth their salt would have heard of his name, especially considering that he wielded the supreme blade, the Black Sword Yuru. As Mihawk scanned the crowd in search of the swordsman, everyone hurriedly averted their gaze, unwilling to meet his piercing eyes. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, combined with an imposing aura, rendered mere eye contact a daunting challenge. Ultimately, Mihawk's gaze settled upon Rollo, and he stood momentarily transfixed. He had not anticipated encountering such a man in this place. Mihawk mused to himself, his voice laced with astonishment. Upon his first glance at Rollo, he immediately discerned an extraordinary swordsmanship aura emanating from him. This was an insight born of years of diligent training, one that could not be mistaken. The fact that such an exceptional swordsman resided in Rogue Town and was so remarkably young was truly unexpected. Hey, what's going on? Does that handsome young man know Hawkeye? Why is Mihawk so astonished? The crowd, following Mihawk's gaze, turned to Rollo with keen curiosity. The expression on Mihawk's face was unmistakably one of delight. Wow, this guy looks formidable. He is actually looking our way. As Nami felt the intense gaze of Mihawk fixed upon her, she instinctively pressed closer to Rollo, nearly melding into his side. Her fear was entirely understandable. The imposing aura of Mihawk could instill trepidation not only in Nami, but even in pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, Mihawk strode forward with a commanding presence, his eyes unwaveringly locked onto Rollo as he advanced with purposeful strides. The crowd, sensing the tension, parted to create a pathway for him. What is happening? Why is he approaching us? We haven't done anything wrong, have we? Nami was on the verge of tears, gripping Rollo's shoulder tightly. The world's greatest swordsman, a pirate of his caliber. What could he possibly want? Dasky, too, wore a grave expression, her hand instinctively tightening around her sword, she Shigur. Should Mihawk make any unlawful move, she, as a Navy officer, would risk her life to intervene. Mihawk's keen eyes caught Dasky's subtle movements, regarding her with an air of disdain. In his view, there was no distinction between genders, only that of swordsman and non-swordsman. Although Dasky appeared to be a swordsman, her sword intent was feeble, hardly worthy of recognition. Such weakness held no interest for Mihawk. His focus was solely on Rollo, who had recently acquired the renowned blade, Shining Maru. Soon, Mihawk halted just a few meters away from Rollo, a distance wherein they could hear each other clearly without causing offense by encroaching too closely. May I inquire your esteemed name? Mihawk's tone was unexpectedly respectful, a testament to his belief that there were no distinctions of age or gender, only the divide between swordsmen and non-swordsmen. The sword intent emanating from Rollo was unlike anything Mihawk had ever encountered, even after years of sparring with red-haired Shanks, from whom he had never sensed such formidable sword intent. Mihawk held great respect for the strong, and this deference stemmed from his desire for Rollo's companionship in honing their skills. May I ask, sir? Mihawk continued, the sight of the world's foremost swordsman showing such reverence to a mere youth astonished everyone present. Who was this young man to elicit such respect from the greatest swordsman alive? Dasky, too, was taken aback by Mihawk's demeanor. As a fellow swordsman, she understood that swordsmen possessed their own dignity. For Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, to show such respect to anyone less than his equal was remarkable. It seemed that her earlier doubts were unfounded. This young man truly was a master swordsman. You frightened my assistant to tears, Rollo remarked, his tone laced with a knowing curiosity. Before others can announce their names, one must first provide theirs. There is no way around it. The crowd is overwhelming, and the addiction is palpable. It is unbearable to pretend otherwise. Moreover, Rollo currently wields the illustrious sword Shining Maru. As a swordsman, he harbors no fear. How could he exhibit such audacity towards the renowned Mihawk? This young man possesses an audacity that is truly remarkable, for he stands before the world's greatest swordsman. The onlookers are equally struck with astonishment. Oh, you have not heard of me? Mihawk appears somewhat surprised. After all, any swordsman, to some extent, must have heard of his own name. Nonetheless, Mihawk remains unperturbed, calmly introducing himself. I am Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeyes. In response, Rollo, maintaining his composure, retorts, Hawkeyes Mihawk? Were you not referred to as Dog-Eyes Mihawk? What did you change your name to Hawkeyes? Chapter 17. Indeed, you are a great swordsman. Aren't you known as Dog-Eyed Mihawk? The moniker of Dog-Eyed Mihawk was something Rollo had stumbled upon while perusing a short video application called Douyin before his transmigration. The image it conjured was so vivid that Rollo found himself momentarily bewildered, exclaiming, Dog-Eyed Mihawk? Isn't that an insult? Indeed. When has Eagle I ever been referred to as Dog-Eyed Mihawk? Ha ha ha, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel an urge to laugh. I feel the same. Dog-Eyed Mihawk? How utterly ludicrous. Ha ha ha, my stomach ached from laughter. Upon hearing Rollo's words, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves and burst into hearty laughter. Even the usually serious Dasky couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling her chuckles, tears nearly streaming down her face. Dog-Eyed Mihawk? Who wouldn't be perplexed by that? Isn't it possible? Rollo, observing the uproarious crowd, remarked earnestly, could it be that Eagle I was once called Dog-Eyed Mihawk? Given the seriousness of this young man's demeanor, one might entertain such a notion. Ha ha, that sounds utterly dreadful. As the crowd witnessed Rollo's solemn expression, doubts began to creep in about whether Eagle I had indeed changed his name. After all, Dog-Eyed Mihawk is quite an unappealing title. It is no wonder he would opt for Eagle Eye. You must be mistaken. I have never been called Dog-Eyed Mihawk. I have always been known as Eagle Eye Mihawk. The character, usually portrayed with utmost seriousness, now exhibited a fractured expression, his tone tinged with irritation. Although he did not particularly care for such a so-called nickname, Dog-Eyed Mihawk was simply too unpleasant. Anyone daring to adopt such a title would surely find themselves on the receiving end of his black blade, Yuru, adorned with skulls. Oh, so your name is Eagle Eye, not Dog-Eyed? It was only then that Rollo realized the original name was indeed Eagle Eye, not the derogatory Dog-Eyed, but rather his own mix-up. What do you mean I was always called Eagle Eye? I have never changed my name, and it has nothing to do with Dog-Eyed. Eagle Eye corrected him with utmost seriousness. Seeing Eagle Eye so earnestly upset was a rare sight, indicating that Rollo had truly ruffled his feathers. Nevertheless, Rollo casually picked his nose and remarked, all right, I get it. What do you want from me? Gazing at Rollo's infuriating demeanor, Eagle Eye felt a surge of impulse to strike him down. Were it not for the fact that this young man was a great swordsman, he would have certainly dispatched him with a single blow. My dear, I have sensed an unprecedented sword intent emanating from you. Therefore, would you care to engage in a spar as true swordsman? With that, Eagle Eye drew forth his formidable black blade. Swish! The moment the black blade was unsheathed, a potent aura enveloped every individual present. The previously jovial crowd fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Each person's heart began to race inexplicably, as if someone were clutching their very heart, and even their breaths grew rapid. This is the palpable aura of the world's greatest swordsman. To think that Hawkeye would seek a sparring match with this young lad. It seems this young man is indeed a formidable swordsman. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. I initially assumed he was a prince incognito. Little did I know he is a concealed master of the blade. Upon hearing Hawkeye's initiative to challenge Rollo, drawing forth the black blade, the onlookers began to understand why the esteemed world's top swordsman graced this place. It turns out he has discovered a swordsman of exceptional skill and is eager to test his mettle. Do you wield a sword as well, Captain Rollo? Nami asked, equally astonished. She had not perceived Rollo's swordsmanship during his battle with the dragon. Indeed, you are a grand swordsman. A look of incredulity graced Dasky's flawless, jade-like visage. Clearly, her instincts were correct. This young man is a top-tier swordsman. His swordsmanship is so remarkable that even the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, has expressed a desire to spar. Surely, she wasn't hallucinating. Yet, what was that peculiar sword technique? The erratic thrusts were utterly chaotic, lacking any semblance of form, resembling that of a novice. Could it be that this is the legendary top expert, who has transcended to the ultimate understanding of the sword, grasping the truth that formlessness surpasses form? Dasky's imagination ran wild, envisioning Rollo as a hidden master of swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to Rollo, he was intrigued by Hawkeye's proposition for a spar. A spar? How fascinating. A charming smile graced Rollo's lips. After all, he had just acquired the famed sword, sparkling maru, and had yet to test its edge. Who would have thought a worthy opponent would appear so soon? He wondered if this renowned blade was indeed as formidable as the legends claimed, capable of besting any swordsman, even the world's greatest Hawkeye. Euding quest initiated. Quest details. Engage in a spar with Hawkeye Myhawk. Reward. Advanced Armament Hockey. Flowing Cherry Blossom. Advanced Navy 6 Styles. Ah, this is fortuitous. Rollo glanced at the quest reward, pleased. The Advanced Armament Hockey. Flowing Cherry Blossom is quite impressive. Mastering Flowing Cherry Blossom means grasping the essence of armament hockey. As the name suggests, Flowing Cherry Blossom embodies the fluidity of cherry blossoms. Those who master it can wield armament hockey with greater finesse, allowing the hockey to flow freely. This flowing hockey can penetrate the enemy's body, causing internal devastation. Its power exponentially greater than ordinary armament hockey. Flowing Cherry Blossom hockey can even breach Kaido's defenses. Swish! In that moment, Rollo unsheathed his famed sword, Sparkling Maru. Zzz. In an instant, the blade of Sparkling Maru erupted in a brilliant radiance. Such intense sword intent. The moment Rollo drew Sparkling Maru, Hawkeye was momentarily taken aback. The sword intent emanating from the man before me is utterly terrifying. Throughout the years, I have encountered numerous formidable swordsmen, yet none possess the overwhelming sword intent that this young man exudes. Even my own sword intent may not surpass that of this youthful adversary. Ha! How delightful it is to encounter you here. As Hawkeye grasped the black blade, his right hand began to perspire slightly, and he found himself in a state of profound excitement. To encounter such a formidable opponent in this place is truly unexpected and exhilarating. I must relish the forthcoming battle to the fullest. Thus, I shall begin. With a firm grip on the black blade, Hawkeye leaped forward, charging towards Rollo. Chapter 18. Effortlessly resolving the world's greatest strike. Whoosh! Hawkeye's figure surged into action first. His aura began to ascend madly, the air around him flowing with increasing velocity, accelerating further and further. Whoosh, whoosh, suddenly, an invisible whirlwind swept up around Hawkeye, evoking a sense of impending storm. This was not the Conqueror's hockey, but rather a forceful presence, or perhaps an indomitable spirit. It was the culmination of decades of self-discipline and devoted cultivation of his sword intent that allowed him to forge such formidable vigor. How powerful this spirit is! Is this the sword intent of the world's greatest swordsman? Even though Nami's understanding of swordsmanship was quite superficial, she could still perceive the magnificent sword intent emanating from the world's foremost swordsman. Donji. The onlookers, sensing the intense pressure, retreated hundreds of meters, clearing a vast space for the two combatants. At this moment, Hawkeye's gaze was not fixed on Rollo. Instead, he closed his eyes. He attuned his body and sword to feel and sense everything around him. The number of people in the square, the breaths and murmurs of the crowd, the distance between himself and his opponent, the distant calls of birds, and the flight of avians above. Everything was within Hawkeye's perception. Whoosh! Moments later, Hawkeye opened his eyes. Those sharp, falcon-like eyes locked onto Rollo with unwavering intensity, still within striking range. It was as if Hawkeye spoke to himself, then raised his right hand high, pointing the black blade, toward the heavens. Clang, clang, clang. The already formidable pressure intensified several-fold. The airwaves around him grew more tumultuous. The sword intent, coalescing on the blade of night, seemed ready to overflow, poised for action. Night slash. Hawkeye swung his blade. Whoosh. The black blade traced a perfect arc through the air. Immediately, a wave of sword energy burst forth. Within that sword energy lay the essence of an ancient beast, instilling a sense of despair that threatened to envelop all. The piercing sword energy appeared to possess its own consciousness. That consciousness seemed to stem from a frenzied, ravenous beast, intent on devouring and obliterating everything in its path until it was satiated. Hawkeye's sword energy evoked such a sense of despair. The world's greatest strike. Hawkeye slash. If this sword energy were to descend unimpeded, the entire square would likely be obliterated in an instant. The spectators were horrified by this sword energy. If that were to occur, would they not all suffer the same fate? Rollo. Nami, at this moment, was more concerned for Rollo's safety than her own. Even someone as inexperienced in battle as she could discern that the speed of this attack surpassed that of countless ferocious dragons. This was no trivial matter. At this very moment, only Rollo remained unfazed, standing still as if he were an elegant swordsman, exuding confidence and composure. How could he maintain such tranquility in the face of such formidable sword energy? Dasky had already turned pale, yet upon witnessing Rollo's expression, she inexplicably found herself calming down as well. Rollo's demeanor was simply too serene, too graceful, too self-assured. On his face, there was not a trace of panic or tension to be found. On the contrary, Rollo seemed to be at the pinnacle of calmness, as if the sword energy before him did not even exist. Was this the confidence of a top-tier swordsman? Whoosh! In that instant, Rollo began to act. To everyone's astonishment, Rollo did not unleash a sword strike to counter the sword energy emitted by Eagle Eye. Instead, to the surprise of all, including Eagle Eye himself, Rollo charged directly towards the oncoming sword energy with his bare body, holding a shining orb. Was he truly charging in with just his flesh? Even Eagle Eye found this unexpected. In all his battles with skilled swordsmen, he had never encountered such a combat style. Whoosh! The next moment, facing the colossal sword energy towering several meters high, Rollo's stature of around 2 meters appeared insignificantly small. Yet despite this, Rollo showed no hesitation and charged straight towards the rapidly approaching sword energy. After all, the shining orb could only unleash its maximum potential in close-quarters combat. As long as it was a melee encounter, the shining orb would undoubtedly excel. This was the foundation of Rollo's audacity to charge into the sword energy. Just as Rollo was about to make contact with the sword energy unleashed by Eagle Eye, he finally swung his sword, gripping the shining orb in his right hand. He made a simple yet decisive cut. Whoosh! The motion was remarkably straightforward, akin to slicing vegetables in one's kitchen. So simple that it even fell to touch unadorned. Yet, this seemingly mundane action conveyed an indescribable sensation, as if every strike paled in comparison to Rollo's unembellished swing. At the moment the shining orb in Rollo's hand made contact with the sword energy, it effortlessly cleaved through the once mighty sword strike. The previously imposing sword energy lost all its momentum the instant it was severed. Thus, that tremendous sword energy, capable of toppling the entire plaza, was reduced to mere mist with a weightless flick. Nanny, what? He actually blocked the world's #1 strike so effortlessly. My heavens, what on earth have I just witnessed? Everyone present was utterly stunned. Dasky stood with her mouth agape, dumbfounded by the scene before her. That was the world's foremost strike, and it had been so easily thwarted. Nami, too, could hardly believe it, covering her mouth in disbelief, her body trembling slightly. She nearly thought Rollo was doomed. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought? You exceed my expectations and are truly worthy of a battle. At this moment, Hawkeye erupted into a hearty laugh, his amusement palpable. The swordsmanship of the young man before him surpassed even his wildest expectations. To withstand his sword energy in such a manner was an achievement that even the red-haired swordsman might struggle to replicate. The adept standing before him was truly worthy of a challenge. At this juncture, Hawkeye refrained from unleashing a second wave of sword energy, for he understood that once a technique is deciphered, it loses its significance. Any further display of sword energy would undoubtedly be countered. Moreover, encountering a swordsman of this caliber, what merit was there in engaging in a distant battle? Thus, Hawkeye resolved to alter his approach to combat, opting for the most primal and exhilarating form of warfare, close-quarters blade combat. With a swift motion, he closed the distance and stood before Rollo, his black blade, knight, shimmering with a chilling brilliance. Chapter 19, the warm-up, is nearly concluded. It is time to get serious. Allow me to express my respect with this black blade, Hawkeye exclaimed with immense excitement, transitioning from a one-handed grip to a two-handed stance. In an instant, he appeared before Rollo, unleashing an onslaught of unparalleled ferocity. The swift slashes echoed, a blur of motion so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible. Within the span of a mere second, Hawkeye executed dozens of strikes. Yet, these attacks were not haphazard. Each blow was meticulously aimed at his opponent's vulnerabilities and vital points: the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, head, neck, legs, and groin. Even a single hit would incapacitate the adversary. This was not cruelty on Hawkeye's part. In battle, there is no room for such notions. The paramount objective is to subdue the enemy with minimal cost. However, even with Hawkeye's astutely calculated strikes, Rollo effortlessly countered them, thanks to the enhancement of the famed blade. Shining Maru, his motions lift, block, cut, appeared deceptively simple, embodying the essence of fundamental swordsmanship. In stark contrast to Hawkeye's dazzling array of techniques, Rollo's skills seemed rudimentary. Yet, these three basic movements effectively dismantled Hawkeye's seemingly ferocious assault. It even imparted a sense of beauty reminiscent of the principle that less is more. In this light, Hawkeye's swordplay appeared somewhat clumsy and disjointed. Remarkably, he managed to deflect every attack. He stood toe-to-toe with the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. What an impressive young man. Moreover, he seemed to handle the encounter with such grace and ease. The spectators were utterly captivated, for this close-quarters combat was the epitome of thrilling confrontation. Even if they could not fully comprehend the intricacies, the expressions on the fighters' faces conveyed the intensity of the battle. At present, Hawkeye was on the offensive, while Rollo adeptly maintained his defense. Hawkeye's relentless onslaught surged like a tidal wave, yet Rollo effortlessly neutralized each strike. His demeanor and motions exuded an elegance that transcended even Hawkeye's noble presence. What an extraordinary swordsman! A mere ordinary blade held its ground against the renowned Black Blade Knight. Dasky was equally entranced. The mastery displayed by these two far surpassed her own understanding. Yet, this did not hinder her ability to follow their exchanges, especially since she had personally handled Rollo's sword, a weapon so ordinary it was almost unremarkable. Yet, even with such a basic katana, he stood his ground against the world's foremost swordsman-s Black Blade Knight. Rollo's refined and fluid swordplay left Dasky in awe, a faint blush gracing her lovely visage. Ha ha! What a thrilling spectacle! It has been quite some time since I experienced such exhilarating combat. During the fierce exchange, Hawkeye could not help but express his excitement with fervent shouts. The young swordsman before him displayed swordsmanship that surpassed his wildest expectations. So, what about this strike? As he spoke, Hawkeye realized he was unable to discern any weaknesses in Rollo. It appeared that such attacks were futile, even if they fought for 3 days and nights. There would be no resolution. Thus, Hawkeye altered his offensive rhythm. He transitioned from rapid strikes to a more deliberate pace. The once lightning-fast swings of his blade now slowed. Yet, despite this deceleration, each strike bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. The force behind his blows had increased tenfold. Moreover, the length of Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight was evidently longer than Rollo's flash round. Therefore, even though he had slowed his tempo, Hawkeye skillfully created a distance that allowed his black blade to reach Rollo, while Rollo's flash round could not threaten him in return. Thus, even with a slower swing, Rollo could not seize the opportunity to launch a fierce attack during the momentary openings. Due to the distance, Hawkeye's reflexes enabled him to evade with perfect precision. This exemplifies the strength of the world's greatest swordsman. His mastery of the sword was nearly instinctive. The black blade, Knight, seemed to be an extension of Hawkeye's very being, wielded with unparalleled finesse. In the brief encounter, Hawkeye quickly discerned the length of Rollo's sword, allowing him to adeptly adjust his combat style. To know oneself and one's opponent is to achieve victory in 100 battles. After all, Hawkeye had faced numerous swordsmen. He could not rely on a single technique to conquer them all. He aimed to absorb the strengths of various sword arts, achieving a synthesis that enabled him to adapt his approach against different adversaries, such as the prowess of the world's foremost swordsman. Indeed, he is the world's greatest swordsman. Rollo, too, sensed Hawkeye's intentions. Maintaining this distance rendered him incapable of launching an effective offensive against Hawkeye. However, this was under the condition that he remained on the defensive. After all, Rollo had only just acquired the renowned sword, Flash Round, and was still becoming acquainted with its handling. Fortunately, after their recent fierce battle, he had nearly mastered its intricacies. Suddenly, Rollo came to a halt. Why has he stopped? The audience, captivated by the spectacle, wondered curiously if the fight was over. Such a shame. They were enchanted by the duel and felt a pang of disappointment at Rollo's pause. Darsky also displayed a look of regret, realizing that an opportunity to witness the close-quarters clash between two of the world's top swordsmen might never come again. What is it, my lord? Are we not continuing? The excitement is just beginning. Hawkeye, too, refrained from taking advantage of the situation, pausing to inquire. The outcome has yet to be determined. Of course, we shall continue. I merely wish to inform you that the warm-up has concluded. I am about to get serious, Rollo declared with an air of bravado. Indeed, Rollo's pause was merely an attempt to flaunt, devoid of any ulterior motives. He was fully aware of the prowess of the renowned blade, the shining Maru. With this weapon in hand, he believed he could not be bested by any swordsman, given that he was resolute in his pursuit of victory. How could he resist the urge to show off? This fellow is rather ostentatious. To think that what transpired moments ago was merely a warm-up. Such audacity is simply shameless. The onlookers shared the sentiment that Rollo was indeed overestimating his own flair. After all, his opponent was the world's foremost swordsman. With such bravado, one can only wonder how he would face defeat should it come. It was evident to any observer that during the previous bout, it was the Eagle Eye who had consistently taken the initiative, relentlessly pressing the attack, while Rollo's swordplay exuded an air of elegance. Characterized by the heavy blade's unrefined grace, he remained on the defensive, clearly at a disadvantage. How intriguing. If that is the case, then do unveil something even more formidable to broaden my horizons. Surprisingly, Eagle Eye was not incensed. Rather, he was even more exhilarated. Chapter 20. A New Master of the Sword. Upon hearing Rollo's audacious proclamation, Hawkeye felt not anger, but rather an exhilarating thrill. He had just unleashed nearly all his strength. Yet to his opponent, it appeared merely as a warm-up. If this were indeed the case, he was on the verge of witnessing an even more extraordinary display of swordsmanship. How utterly fascinating. As for the outcome of this duel, Hawkeye had never contemplated such a notion. His journey as a swordsman had always been driven by the pursuit of ultimate strength. If someone could surpass him in the art of the sword, it would be a coveted achievement he had long sought. After all, he had occupied the throne of supremacy for far too long, to the point where it felt as though his seat was rusting. He yearned for a challenger to rise above him, though he had not anticipated such an encounter would occur so abruptly. Here, in the quaint town of Rogue, he had encountered a peerless master. Indeed, the ability to perfectly counter his most fervent strikes had already elevated Rollo in Hawkeye's eyes to the status of a top-tier swordsman. "Hawkeye, I trust you noticed that I have remained on the defensive," Rollo stated, raising his famed blade, the shining Maru, high above his head. Under the sun's radiant glow, the blade shone even more brilliantly than before. Are you implying that you were intentionally on the defensive?" Hawkeye gripped his black blade, Yuru, tightly and crouched low, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that this fellow had yet to unleash his full potential? "Next, it is surely my turn to attack," Rollo remarked with serene composure. The once elevated, shining maru was now held vertically with both hands. Its tip aligned perfectly with Rollo's eyes. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, lifting Rollo's hair and causing his garments to flutter. At the same moment, Hawkeye's hat was caught by the breeze, its brim dancing in the air. Hawkeye slowed his breath, focusing intently, his keen eyes radiating a sharp glint akin to that of a majestic eagle. Come forth, channel all my attention, he thought fervently. Let me behold something truly captivating. Then it happened. In an instant, Hawkeye's pupils dilated. The next moment, Rollo's figure shifted, vanishing from sight. Clang! A second later, the sound of clashing steel echoed through the air. Hawkeye had been forced back. What was happening? Could it be that he had genuinely only been warming up? The onlookers were utterly astonished. With that single strike, Hawkeye had been compelled to retreat several steps just to withstand Rollo's attack. Not only that, but the ground beneath his feet was strewn with shards of stone, a testament to the immense pressure exerted by that blow. What a swift and powerful attack. Excitement surged within Hawkeye's voice. He had barely escaped that last strike. It had been ages since anyone had managed to push him to such a degree. Truly, he was facing the world's premier swordsman. Rollo also praised, initially believing that this strike would undoubtedly hit its mark, only to be surprised by its evasion. Crack! Crack! As he spoke, Rollo launched an onslaught of ferocious attacks reminiscent of a flood unleashed upon the land. The rapid clash of metal echoed continuously across the vast square, each sound seemingly causing hearts to race in unison. Unlike Eagle Eye, whose swordplay oscillated between rapid and slow tempos, Rollo's strikes maintained a balanced pace, neither too fast nor too slow, characterized by expansive movements that were a delight to behold. Moreover, every strike he executed proved to be a source of considerable discomfort for Eagle Eye. In essence, each of Rollo's blows was a harmonious blend of offense and defense, leaving Eagle Eye with no discernible openings to counterattack. He could only retreat and deflect Rollo's relentless barrage. Eagle Eye's keen observation allowed him to discern that any attempt at retaliation would result in Rollo's blade reaching him before his own black blade, Knight, could land a hit. The meticulous and flaw-free swordplay left Eagle Eye with a sense of astonishment, akin to experiencing the world anew, such a state of unwavering concentration, where even the slightest distraction could lead to dire consequences, had not graced him in quite some time. He realized that his only recourse was to defend with all his might to avoid being struck. Only through such unwavering defense could he slowly seek out weaknesses in his opponent's technique. How astonishing that he was being pressed so closely by the world's foremost swordsman. Indeed, several strikes had come perilously close to landing. What a pity. This young man was evidently not jesting. Was this truly his full commitment? In contrast, Eagle Eye appeared somewhat beleaguered. The clash continued, with both combatants engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, leaving the onlookers awestruck. Unlike the elegant manner in which Rollo had previously parried all of Eagle Eye's strikes, Eagle Eye now found himself increasingly forced to retreat under Rollo's counteroffensive. Although he had not been struck, it was evident that he could not respond with the same grace as Rollo. The stark contrast in their performances was immediately apparent. Could it be that Eagle Eye was genuinely at risk of being bested by this young man? Was the title of the world's greatest swordsman about to change hands here? Just as such a heavy thought crossed the minds of the spectators, the tide of the battle suddenly shifted. A flaw, Eagle Eye calmly shouted, seizing upon a weakness in Rollo's technique. It was time to counterattack. The outcome hinged on this moment. Whoosh! With a nimble flick of his wrist, Eagle Eye's black blade, Knight traced a perfect arc through the air, targeting Rollo's vital points. But wait! In the next instant, as he had already committed to the half-swing of his strike, Eagle Eye's pupils dilated sharply, and he was seized by a sudden realization. This flaw had been deliberately offered by Rollo. This trickster was enticing him to counterattack. The moment he executed this strike, he would fall into the trap. Yet, it was too late. As expected, a smile crept across Rollo's lips. Victory was his. Whoosh! In the next moment, Hawkeye's response was remarkably swift. The slicing motion he had initiated was abruptly halted. In an instant, he retreated, his leg muscles nearly bursting with force as he propelled himself off the ground. Within a mere breath, he had materialized several dozen meters away. Drip, drip, blood cascaded from his right hand, which gripped the sword. Following the trail of crimson, the onlookers were astonished to discover a shallow gash marring Hawkeye's right hand. The world's foremost swordsman had sustained an injury. This scene left everyone present utterly astounded. Chapter 21. Has the world's greatest become a cabbage? What on earth? Hawkeye is bleeding. My goodness, what has transpired? It is utterly incomprehensible. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The exchange between the two was so swift that an ordinary observer could barely discern the movements. All that was evident was that Hawkeye had suddenly distanced himself, and blood dripped from his right hand. The world's foremost swordsman had been struck. Dazuki covered her cherry lips in disbelief, her pretty face flushed with astonishment. How is this possible? The world's greatest swordsman has been wounded by another swordsman. Does this not imply that the world's greatest has been defeated? Ha ha! You are the first man to leave a scar on me. Gazing at the faint wound on his hand, Hawkeye laughed heartily, as if he were the victor. Truly remarkable. Hawkeye. Rollo's gaze faltered slightly. He had narrowly avoided the blow. His original aim had not been the hand, but rather the chest. Are you complimenting me? Hawkeye chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with playful sarcasm. It has been quite some time since I engaged in such a vigorous swordplay. However, you must have intentionally allowed me to wound you. Rollo remarked, somewhat perplexed by Hawkeye's demeanor. Although he did not fear Hawkeye in terms of swordsmanship, he knew he could not compete with a formidable figure like him in sheer presence. Even if the flash round truly managed to strike Hawkeye, it would hardly penetrate his haki, let alone draw blood. It is worth noting that Hawkeye bore not a single scratch on him, even after an extended duel with red-haired Shanks. This clearly demonstrated that his haki was of an exceptional caliber. Thus, Rollo speculated that Hawkeye had undoubtedly allowed himself to be wounded. How should I put this? Having occupied this position for too long, I have grown somewhat complacent, losing the drive to pursue greater strength. Your battle has reminded me that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. I become rather arrogant in my previous state. Hence, I require a wound to remind myself that the path of swordsmanship is an endless journey, even as the world's greatest. It is not a reason for me to halt my progress. Hawkeye smiled softly. This battle with Rollo had imparted profound insights to him. To think that such a young man possesses such exceptional swordsmanship. Given time, he will undoubtedly surpass me at my age. If someone can surpass me, why should I not strive to surpass myself? Therefore, in that fleeting moment, Hawkeye resolved to embrace a scar as a reminder not to remain stagnant any longer. You are truly relentless, Rollo teased. I would never recklessly bear a scar on my body. That would be rather unsightly. In any case, I have lost this battle. The title of the world's greatest swordsman now rightfully belongs to you. With that, Hawkeye sheathed his black blade, knight, and readily conceded defeat. In a single utterance, all present inhaled sharply, taken aback. Who could have anticipated that their visit to Rog Town, merely to witness the sight of the Pirate King's execution, would culminate in witnessing an extraordinary duel that would see the title of the world's foremost swordsman change hands? It felt like a dream. Yet to me, such a title holds no significance. Rollo waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Mihawk's offer. The title of the world's greatest swordsman carries far too much burden. Rollo's aspirations lie elsewhere. After all, to bear the mantle of the world's best would inevitably invite countless challengers, and Rollo had no desire for a life of incessant conflict. He aimed to become the king of the Navy, to establish a women's navy. How could he allow himself to be shackled by the triviality of a mere title? To refuse the title of the world's greatest swordsman? This young man is remarkable. Though there may be a hint of pretentiousness, his resolve is indeed admirable. The onlookers couldn't help but applaud Rollo's broad vision. How many had yearned for such a coveted title? At that moment, Mihawk was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had come to a realization. Ah, I see. You wish not to be constrained by the title of the world's greatest swordsman, instead aspiring to pursue an even greater mastery of the sword. No wonder you possess such skill at your age. When it comes to the pursuit of swordsmanship, I am far inferior to you. Mihawk felt he had gleaned much from this interaction. Realizing that he had allowed the title of the world's greatest swordsman to confine him over the years, a pang of regret washed over him. If only he had encountered such an opponent sooner. Well, say what you will, Rollo shrugged, an expression of helplessness on his face. This fellow certainly had a knack for overthinking. Yet Rollo couldn't be bothered to clarify. Let him think as he wished. However, such a title is not so easily renounced. The tale of our duel will soon spread across the globe. In any case, I am no longer the world's greatest swordsman. With Rollo's refusal, Mihawk naturally followed suit. Free from the shackles of this title, he could continue to pursue transcendent mastery in swordsmanship. What? Why are these two gentlemen so humble? Are they truly refusing such a prestigious title? This is a coveted honor that many great swordsmen dream of. The crowd was left utterly bewildered by the actions of these two. They were displaying an overwhelming sense of bravado. Nearby, Dasky wore a look of astonishment. Her childhood dream had been to become the world's greatest swordsman. However, as she matured, that dream faded, for she realized her own limitations and knew she could never attain that status. Yet undoubtedly, countless gifted swordsmen across these seas strive tirelessly for the title of the world's greatest. Who would have imagined that a title so fervently sought would be tossed about like a common vegetable between these two? If those aspiring to be the best were to learn of this, they would surely be left speechless in disbelief. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name. It was only when Hawkeye prepared to depart that he realized he did not even know his opponent's name. You may call me Rollo, he proclaimed, revealing his own name. Rollo, you say? That name shall remain etched in my memory. When I have grasped a more profound mastery of the sword, I shall seek you out again. Hawkeye nodded, and in an instant, he vanished from the square. He was particularly eager to share this news with one person, red-haired. In this world, a truly remarkable swordsman has emerged. So this young man is named Rollo? Beside him, Dasky silently repeated the name several times, committing it to memory. Rollo. Indeed, a most melodious name. Chapter 22. The World's Enigma. Who defeated Hawkeye? The day following the duel with Hawkeye marked the onset of rampant speculation surrounding this extraordinary event. Morgan, the notorious provocateur of the news world, astutely recognized the immense value of this story. He urged the staff of the World News Agency to toil throughout the night to prepare the newspapers. By the next day, the headlines were rife with sensationalism. Shocking. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, sustains his first injury and faces defeat. The title of the world's greatest swordsman changes hands. Stunning. Hawkeye injured in his right hand. A new champion emerges. Unbelievable. Hawkeye nearly loses his right hand. The mysterious victor turns out to be a young swordsman. Utterly astounding. Former world champion Hawkeye almost perishes in Logtown. Rumors suggest the Pirate King Roger has returned. One captivating headline after another swept across the globe. Notably, due to the spontaneous nature of the confrontation between Hawkeye and Rollo, no footage or photographs were captured at the scene. Only a few terrified onlookers managed to snap a single, exceedingly blurry image from a distance. While Rollo's face remains obscured, his striking presence shines through like a firefly in the dark, leaving a lasting impression. In a certain maritime region of the New World, a colossal pirate ship resembling a whale sailed the seas, its mast adorned with a flag featuring a conspicuous white crescent moon mustache. This vessel belonged to the infamous pirate crew, known throughout the ocean, and was helmed by the formidable Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. "Old man, did you hear? Hawkeye was actually defeated, and he nearly lost his life," exclaimed Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, as he excitedly approached Whitebeard, clutching a newspaper. "To defeat that man, I'm eager to discover the identity of this young swordsman." Unfortunately, the article doesn't reveal his name. Bista swallowed hard. Although he had yet to meet Hawkeye, the instinct of every swordsman is to aspire to spar with him. However, to his astonishment, he learned that even before he could encounter the legendary swordsman, Hawkeye had already been vanquished. Is that so? I never would have imagined that Hawkeye could be defeated. Whitebeard mused, recalling the duel between Hawkeye and Shanks as if it were yesterday. His curiosity piqued. He yearned to uncover the identity of Hawkeye as conqueror. This news had even captured Whitebeard's attention, as he had witnessed the intense battle between Hawkeye and Shanks firsthand, a memory that lingered in his mind. Let me see. At that moment, a young man with a muscular physique and a bare torso, adorned with a Whitebeard tattoo on his back, approached. He was Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division. Ace snatched the newspaper from Bista's hands, fixating on the blurry photograph for an extended period. This guy, why does he look so familiar? Ace pondered, feeling an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Ace, do you recognize this person? Bista asked, brimming with excitement. I am acquainted with a man who bears a striking resemblance to the individual in the photograph, and that would be my younger brother, Rollo. Ace speculated that the person in the picture resembled Rollo, though he could not be entirely certain. After all, his younger brother was likely just coming of age. How could he possibly defeat Mihawk? Rollo, isn't that your brother's name? Marcotis. The names Luffy and Rollo were frequently mentioned by Ace, to the point that Marco's ears were nearly calloused from hearing them. Indeed, but I suspect he has only just set sail. Ace chuckled. If he has only just set out, it cannot be him. It seems this great swordsman is someone else entirely. I truly wish to witness his prowess. Bista murmured while gazing at the sky. Meanwhile, in the New World, there sailed a pirate ship adorned with a crimson dragon head. This was the Dreyfus, the vessel of another of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. At that moment, red-haired Shanks stood at the edge of the deck, observing a diminutive boat that resembled a coffin upon the waves. In that tiny vessel sat a solitary figure. Mihawk. Ha 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 ha. Mihawk, I hear you nearly met your demise. Upon seeing his old friend Mihawk, Shanks erupted into his signature hearty laughter. These newspapers truly spare no effort in sensationalism. Mihawk let out a disdainful grunt, then shifted his tone. However, I did indeed lose in a duel. Upon hearing this, the crew of the red-haired pirates aboard the Dreyfus gasped in astonishment. I thought that news was fabricated. It's unfathomable who could best a man of your caliber. Indeed, Mihawk, do share with us the identity of that individual. The news had merely stated that it was a young swordsman. Led by First Mate Ben Beckman, the crew, including Jesus Burgess and Lucky Roo, grew intensely curious. They were eager to discover who could rival their captain, Mihawk. That individual is indeed quite young. His name is... Mihawk intended to casually mention Rollo's name, but abruptly paused. He suddenly recalled that Rollo seemed indifferent to the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Such a designation only leads to complacency and squanders time. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for him to elaborate further. Why must you tease us so? Shanks expressed his dissatisfaction. All I can say is that he does not concern himself with the title of the world's greatest swordsman, for that would only hinder his pursuit of the sword-esque path. Thus, I cannot disclose his name. To not care for the title of the world's greatest swordsman? Who could this individual be? My interest only deepens. Mihawk's words ignited a fervent curiosity among the red-haired pirates once again. It is difficult to fathom such enlightenment in a youth. However, I can assure you that another remarkable swordsman has emerged upon the seas. Moreover, he is still remarkably young. By the time he matures to our age, he may well become a swordsman beyond our reach. Mihawk remarked with a smile, gazing at the sky as though reminiscing about yesterday's spectacular duel. My encounter with him has yielded profound insights. I have now discovered a new pursuit. I intend to seclude myself for training, to further delve into the art of the sword. Shanks, you must intensify your efforts, or else I shall leave you behind in the not-so-distant future. Mihawk declared with determination before maneuvering the Black Pearl away. Observing Mihawk's retreating figure, Shanks instinctively tightened his grip on the renowned sword, Griffin. This fellow Mihawk seems to have undergone a transformation. I cannot fathom the battles he has endured. Shanks murmured, "What is the matter, Captain? Are you feeling a sense of urgency?" Ben Beckman teased from the side. Indeed, it feels as though Mihawk is not the same as before. I must also intensify my sword practice. If he truly surpasses me, how can I face you all as your captain? Shanks laughed heartily. This hardly sounds like you, Captain, Jesus Burgess quipped. Ha ha, before that. Let us indulge in a drink. As expected, Shanks immediately fulfilled Jesus Burgess's expectation with his next words. I knew it, the crew silently commented. Chapter 23. Who is the young great swordsman? The news of Hawkeye's defeat reverberated throughout the world, inevitably reaching the naval headquarters as well. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, the 7 warlords were in disarray. Hawkeye had been vanquished, losing his title as the world's greatest swordsman. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to the prestige of the 7 warlords. The then Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, cradled his head in his hands, visibly troubled. It was reported that Hawkeye had been defeated in Lowtown, where Garp happened to be. We must urgently inquire with him. Who is this young swordsman who has bested Hawkeye? Sengoku seemed to recall something and spoke to his subordinates. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We are unable to reach Vice Admiral Garp by phone. Given Vice Admiral Garp's habits, he is likely still asleep, a soldier reported, trembling. That fool Garp. How can he sleep at a time like this? This is news that could shake the world. We must acquire information about the man who defeated Hawkeye at the earliest opportunity. If we miss this chance, I shall not spare him. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the desk, leaving a dent in it. Meanwhile, in the General Staff Office of the Naval Headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru clasped her hands on the table, gazing at the woman seated before her. Opposite Tsuru sat a stunning beauty, voluptuous and alluring, adorned in a pink V-neck dress. Her long legs, complemented by tasteful tattoos, would leave any man breathless. Notably, she wore a delicate touch of makeup, with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth that added an extra allure to her already enchanting features. This woman was none other than the renowned swordswoman and Vice Admiral of the Navy, known by the codename Peach Rabbit, who was also a candidate for promotion to Admiral. Upon hearing the news of Hawkeye's defeat early in the morning, Peach Rabbit promptly made her way to Vice Admiral Tsuru's office. Sister Tsuru, what kind of swordsman do you think could defeat Hawkeye? Peach Rabbit inquired, their relationship akin to that of sisters. The newspapers proclaim him a young great swordsman. If he is indeed quite young, his future is limitless, Tsuru replied, her tone tinged with admiration. It is well known that in the pirate world, individuals typically reach their peak around the age of 40 or even 50. The report stated that this young great swordsman appeared to be under 20. To achieve such a feat at such a tender age, who knows what heights he may reach in the future? Yet, the question remains, what is the identity of this prodigious youth? Is he a pirate, a bounty hunter, or perhaps a solitary wanderer? One can only hope he does not oppose the Navy. Tsuru too harbored concerns regarding the identity of the one who had defeated Hawkeye. After all, the title of the world's greatest swordsman carries immense prestige, rivaling that of any top-tier powerhouse. Should this individual be a pirate, the Navy would once again face a formidable adversary. If given the opportunity, I truly wish to meet this young swordsman. Peach Rabbit gently bit her crimson lip, then picked up the newspaper featuring a blurred photograph once more. In the image, one could faintly discern the silhouette of a young swordsman, exuding an elegant demeanor akin to that of nobility, even more so than the illustrious Hawkeye. Meanwhile, in Rogue Town, the day following the fierce battle with Hawkeye, Rollo and Nami returned to the naval base where Smoker was stationed. After a night's rest, early the next morning, Rollo and Nami made their way to the cafeteria for breakfast. At the same time, Dasky was also dining in the cafeteria, and upon spotting Rollo, she was momentarily taken aback. Shaking her head vigorously to confirm her sight, the typically shy Dasky summoned her courage to approach Rollo and spoke. Mr. Rollo, are you also a member of the Navy? Indeed, Rollo replied affirmatively, causing Dasky to be overwhelmed with excitement. She had never anticipated that a man capable of defeating the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye, would be a Navy officer. The exhilaration within her was indescribable. How about it, Dasky? Would you consider becoming my assistant? I can teach you the art of swordsmanship, Rollo said, devouring 5 large buns while flashing a charming smile. Dasky, upon receiving Rollo's invitation once more, exhibited a transformation from her previous demeanor. A rosy blush crept onto her smooth, porcelain-like face, and her bashful expression was utterly endearing. Having witnessed Rollo's battle against Hawkeye firsthand, Dasky had unknowingly become infatuated with him, particularly mesmerized by his extraordinary swordsmanship, which had elevated him to the status of an idol in her subconscious. Now, with her idol personally inviting her to be his assistant, There was no reason for her to decline. Seeing Dasky's bashful demeanor, Rollo felt confident that the matter was nearly settled. I would very much like to accompany you, Mr. Rollo, but I must consult my superior, Mr. Smoker. However, given his temperament, he may not consent. Dasky's tone shifted, reflecting her apprehension. She was well aware of Smoker's character. Such an abrupt transfer might not meet with his approval. Fear not, I shall persuade him. My grandfather is a naval hero, Rollo assured her without a hint of concern. The name of Garp still held significant weight among the Navy. As long as his grandfather was willing to speak on her behalf, there would be no issue. Your grandfather is the naval hero Garp? Dasky exclaimed in astonishment. Smoker held great respect for naval heroes, and if Vice Admiral Garp were to intercede, it could very well sway Smoker's decision. At that moment, Garp arrived at the cafeteria accompanied by Bogart. Rollo, where have you been gallivanting? I haven't seen you all day, Garp said as he approached Rollo, promptly consuming 10 buns in one mouthful. Nothing much, grandfather. There is something I need to discuss with you. Have you noticed the lovely young lady beside me? I wish for her to become my assistant, and I rely on you for this matter. Rollo introduced Dasky to Karp. You want another assistant? Don't you already have Nami? What do you need so many assistants for, especially when they're all women? Karp remarked, fully aware that Rollo could never be content with a quiet life. Grandfather, didn't we agree on this initially? Are you changing your mind now? If so, I might as well become a pirate. Rollo innocently waved his hand. You little rascal. Karp was about to scold Rollo, but suddenly remembered that Rollo had awakened the Conqueror's hockey. Forcing him into a life of piracy would be a significant loss. Yet, he couldn't always assist him like this. Thus, Karp said, All right, grandson, this is the final time. There will be no next. Rollo promptly nodded, a broad grin on his face, and replied, Rest assured, grandfather, this will absolutely be the last time. Chapter 24. You are merely tantalizing me. Upon hearing Rollo's assurance that this would be the last time, Karp nodded in satisfaction. Very well. After I finish my breakfast, I shall assist you. With that, Karp began to devour his meal with fervor. In no time, the remaining 100 dumplings and 50 buns in the cafeteria were entirely consumed by Karp. The sheer volume of food that Vice Admiral Karp could ingest was, indeed, astonishing. The personnel of the Navy branch were left in utter disbelief. Let us proceed to find the commander of Rotown. After finishing his meal, Karp patted his round belly, preparing to seek out Smoker. Just then, Smoker happened to arrive at the cafeteria. Smoker, you've come at an opportune moment. I have something to discuss with you, Karp began to greet Smoker. But before he could finish, Smoker hurriedly approached and spoke directly. Vice Admiral Karp, I have been searching for you everywhere. A significant incident occurred in Rotown yesterday, and Marshal Sengoku is nearly beside himself. Sengoku is nearly frantic? What calamity could possibly have him so agitated? Upon hearing that Sengoku was on the verge of losing his composure, Karp chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Indeed, Vice Admiral Karp, it has been reported in the newspapers that the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk, has been defeated right here in Rotown. The title of the world's greatest swordsman has changed hands. Smoker presented a newspaper before Karp. What? Upon receiving this news, Karp too lost his composure and hastily unfolded the newspaper to read. The title of the world's greatest swordsman is no trivial matter. The fact that he has been vanquished is certainly a noteworthy event. It transpired just yesterday and right here in Rotown. That's correct. Marshal Sengoku has insisted that we investigate this sudden emergence of a young swordsman to discern his identity and whether he may pose a threat to the Navy in the future. Smoker stated with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Nami and Dasky hurriedly lowered their heads. They had witnessed Rollo's triumph over Mihawk firsthand, but Rollo had made them promise to keep it a secret. Very well, I understand. Smoker, please gather your team and investigate this matter promptly. Karp waved his hand dismissively, momentarily forgetting Rollo's request. Observing this, Rollo quickly interjected, Grandfather, have you forgotten something? All right. Smoker, please wait a moment. I have something else to discuss with you. Karp hastily called out to Smoker once more. What is it, Vice Admiral Karp? Smoker inquired, curiously regarding Karp. What could possibly be more pressing than finding the swordsman who defeated Mihawk? It's just, You have an assistant named Dasky, correct? Would it be possible for you to transfer her to my side? Karp stammered, as this was indeed the first time he had ever made such a request. Vice Admiral Karp, do you have a fondness for Dasky? Smoker was taken aback by Karp's sudden request. How unexpectedly surprising. Ah, that is not the case. To speak candidly, my esteemed grandson has taken a fancy to Dasky, believing her to be exceptionally capable. With her assistance, I am certain my grandson would wholeheartedly devote himself to the Navy. To be frank, his remarkable talent is rare, and should he flourish, he could indeed contribute significantly to the naval cause. Vice Admiral Garp, a man of integrity, straightforwardly conveyed this truth to Smoker. After all, it is unrealistic to expect someone like Garp to resort to deceit. Your grandson has taken a liking to Dasky? Smoker immediately spotted Rollo and scrutinized him from head to toe. This young lad appeared delicate and overly polished, strikingly handsome in a manner that was almost absurd. Moreover, he was accompanied by a woman clad in black stockings, further reinforcing Smoker's impression that Rollo was not a man of upright character. Smoker had an intuition. Rollo's interest in Dasky likely stemmed not from her professional abilities, but rather from her physical allure. Vice Admiral Garp, I must decline your request. Your grandson is clearly not a respectable individual, and I cannot allow my subordinates to follow such a person. Furthermore, it is evident that your grandson is not enamored with Dasky's professional capabilities, but rather with her physique. Smoker resolutely rejected Garp's proposition, leaving no room for pleasantries. Mr. Smoker, Dasky wore an expression of resignation. She was well aware of Smoker's disposition. He often clashed with superiors, leading an independent life, which had hampered his career advancement. Among the Navy, he was known by the moniker Mad Dog, implying he would bite anyone without regard for their standing. However, Dasky was taken aback that Smoker would actually refuse his idol, Vice Admiral Garp. Garp himself was equally surprised by Smoker's rejection and found himself at a loss for words. After all, leveraging privilege was not Garp's forte. Vice Admiral Garp, you are a hero of the Navy and revered by countless sailors. I believe you are certainly not the sort to abuse your privilege for unscrupulous purposes. Smoker continued, pressing his advantage and placing an unwarranted label upon Garp. Indeed, you are correct, Smoker. As expected, Garp chuckled awkwardly in response, quickly averting his gaze. Recognizing Garp's silence as a sign of victory, Smoker began to backtrack. After all, this was a naval hero and his idol. Antagonizing him could jeopardize his own future. Vice Admiral Garp, if you wish for Dasky to serve as an assistant, I would agree without hesitation. However, your grandson is merely a novice. In terms of experience and capability, he is unqualified to have an assistant, as per Navy regulations. My refusal is also in your best interest, for your illustrious reputation should not be tarnished by such matters, should it not? Mr. Karp, I understand your deep affection for your beloved grandson, given your long years of service. However, one cannot heed every whim of a mere child. This child shows no regard for your dignity. Smoker began to exonerate Karp, directing all the conflict towards Roronoa. He perceived that Mr. Karp was not particularly adept in such matters. The decision to reassign to Shiji was likely a manipulation by Roronoa, exploiting familial ties to coerce Mr. Karp. Smoker harbored a profound disdain for such individuals. Consequently, he confronted Roronoa without mercy. Mr. Smoker, Roronoa is not the person you presume him to be. At that moment, Dashiji could no longer remain silent, mustering her courage to defend Roronoa. What gives you the right to speak of my superior in such a manner, you old chain smoker? Nami also retorted without hesitation. Ha, very well, Dashiji, I see you defy me for the sake of a mere child. Smoker chuckled coldly. He had not anticipated that Dashiji, who had been by his side for years, would stand up for a complete stranger. Mr. Smoker, the situation is not as you envision. Roronoa is. Dashiji yearned to reveal Roronoa's victory over Hawkeye. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. After all, she had made a pact with Roronoa to keep it a secret. Just then, Roronoa's system notification chimed appropriately. Ding, mission issued. Mission content. Announce to everyone that you are the man who defeated Hawkeye, and take Dashiji away from Smoker. Reward. Advanced Observation Haki, Special Effect, foresee the future. Chapter 25. The mask is off. The confrontation begins. How fortuitous. Rollo gazed at the task before him, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. It seemed that some matters unfolded just as Hawkeye had predicted. Certain things could not simply be refused. Although he was reluctant to assume the mantle of the world's foremost swordsman, the circumstances had escalated to a point beyond his control. The time for pretense was over. Especially with someone as obstinate as Smoker, he needed to demonstrate his genuine capabilities to earn the latter's respect. Smoker, did you just claim that I lack the credentials and am merely a rookie, unworthy of an assistant? At this moment, Rollo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke with a measured tone. Smoker, currently agitated and particularly irked by Tashiji's rebuttal, felt akin to a father whose beloved daughter had suddenly taken a fancy to a man, defiantly challenging him in the process. Indeed, you're nothing more than a rookie. You haven't even participated in the Navy headquarters enlistment ceremony. What gives you the right to have an assistant? Is it merely because you are the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Smoker retorted vehemently. Well, let me clarify what grants me this right. It's not solely due to my grandfather's legacy as a naval hero, but because of my own strength. I could do as I please. Rollo's tone was calm yet resolute, exuding confidence. In stark contrast, Smoker's face reddened with frustration, revealing his embarrassment. Humph. I have heard of your exploits. You merely defeated a small-time pirate in the East Blue with a bounty of 20 million berries. Mastering the Marine Six Styles is hardly an extraordinary feat. As for your conqueror's hockey, having a grandfather like a naval hero makes it hardly surprising. To put it bluntly, without the bloodline of a naval hero, you are nothing. Smoker had thrown caution to the wind, primarily due to the impact of Tashiji's defiance, which had clouded his judgment. Heck, what if I told you that I am the man who defeated Hawkeye? Rollo said with a calm smile, his demeanor unruffled. You are the one who defeated Hawkeye, the young swordsman? The revelation stunned everyone present. They exchanged glances at a loss for words. A wave of laughter threatened to erupt, but they hesitated, mindful of the presence of Vice Admiral Garp. After all, one must show some respect to him, right? Yet, Garp's grandson was indeed a master of boastful claims. Defeating Hawkeye? Why not claim you killed him instead? You defeated Hawkeye? Ha ha, what a preposterous joke. A pampered young man like you surely knows nothing but bluster. Oh, wait. You can't even boast properly. Upon hearing Rollo's assertion, Smoker felt much of his anger dissipate, as he deemed Rollo's mind rather unhinged, incapable of even delivering a proper boast. If one were to brag, it should at least sound plausible. A mere novice setting sail could defeat Hawkeye? Who would believe such a tale, aside from a fool? Grandson, take it easy. Don't go overboard with your exaggerations. Kapu was taken aback by Rollo's audacity, so he slightly bent forward and whispered into Rollo's ear. Even he, as a grandfather, felt that Rollo was boasting far too much this time. Grandson, I have never seen you wield a sword. How could you possibly defeat my hawk? Meanwhile, Bogart was momentarily stunned. He couldn't deny that he sensed a remarkable change in Rollo, a sudden emergence of an extraordinary sword intent. This aura was so potent that even Bogart felt a sense of pressure. It is worth noting that Bogart had survived the God Valley War 36 years ago while following Kapu and was a formidable swordsman in his own right. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that Rollo could defeat Mihawk. After all, Rollo had only just set sail with Admiral Kapu, no matter how exceptional his talent. It was inconceivable that he could triumph over Mihawk, although Rollo had previously showcased his unparalleled talent. Bogart firmly believed that there was no genius in the world capable of defeating Mihawk immediately after embarking on a voyage. I can attest that, mister. Rollo indeed defeated Mihawk yesterday, Dasky interjected, adjusting her glasses with a serious demeanor. Although she had made prior arrangements with Rollo, now that he himself had stepped forward to acknowledge it, she felt justified in revealing the truth. I was present as well. I can confirm that Commander Rollo truly did defeat Mihawk. Nami quickly chimed in, asserting herself as one of the witnesses. Dasky, don't jest. How could this young lord possibly defeat Mihawk? Smoker scoffed, incredulous. Dasky, you have fallen. You've learned to lie. Mr. Smoker, I speak the truth. You may inquire with the townsfolk of Roadtown. Many witnessed the duel in the public square yesterday. How could I possibly lie? Dasky retorted earnestly, her regard for Smoker diminishing. How could one rashly jump to conclusions about matters they did not understand? Smoker had not always been this way. Indeed, so many people in the square witnessed it yesterday. We are not lying. Nami argued passionately, unable to bear the thought of Commander Rollo being questioned. Bogart, you must immediately send someone to investigate. Regardless of whether that person is Rollo or not, we must ascertain their identity and stance. Kapu's tone turned unusually grave as he instructed Bogart. Regardless of whether Rollo was the one who defeated Mihawk, the presence of so many witnesses necessitated a thorough investigation into the identity of the victor. The crucial matter was to determine whether this young swordsman would become an adversary of the Navy in the future. Understood. I will have a team accompany me at once. Bogart replied, nodding as he gathered a contingent of dozens of Navy personnel and departed from the Navy cafeteria. As a swordsman of notable caliber, he too was eager to uncover the identity of the one who could defeat the world-renowned swordsman. After all, having defeated Hawkeye, this enigmatic swordsman is now recognized as the foremost swordsman. The investigation results have emerged. Within less than an hour, Bogart returned. Given that numerous witnesses observed the duel yesterday, it was effortless to locate them. Notably, as soon as Bogart entered the cafeteria, he cast a glance at Rollo, momentarily taken aback. So, Bogart, who exactly is that person? Karp inquired with a serious tone. Ahem. According to various eyewitness accounts, the young swordsman who vanquished Hawkeye wielded a classic katana, stood approximately 2-3 meters tall, and was clad in white attire with black trousers. His strikingly handsome visage was unforgettable, exuding an air reminiscent of a noble scion. As Bogart spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Rollo. It's uncanny. The resemblance is striking. Whether in height or attire, Rollo matched the description of the eyewitnesses to a T. Could it be that there exists a twin in this world? Bogart could hardly believe that Rollo possessed the prowess to defeat Hawkeye. After all, he had only just come of age and embarked on his maritime journey. Report, officer. Report, Colonel Smoker. Report, Vice Admiral Karp. The investigation results are in. At that moment, the other naval officers involved in the investigation returned. Their first reaction upon entering the cafeteria mirrored Bogart's precisely. They instinctively glanced at Rollo, then paused in astonishment. Indeed, the reports they brought back were nearly identical to Bogart's. Based on multiple testimonies, we also learned from witnesses of yesterday's duel that the man who defeated Hawkeye was accompanied by a woman. The lady was adorned in a black lace camisole. As they spoke, the group couldn't help but steal a glance at Nami. It's remarkable. The resemblance is uncanny. Even the companion is identical. Moreover, Hawkeye had inquired about that individual's name. That person stated, "I'm called Rollo." Upon hearing this, everyone present was left utterly speechless. Chapter 26. It is him, indeed. Upon hearing the numerous investigative reports from the Navy, everyone present stood utterly stunned, as if frozen in place. The resemblance was uncanny, from his height to his appearance. Even his attire and demeanor, everything was identical to Rollo. If these were merely coincidences, then the woman beside him, clad in black silk and a camisole, was a perfect match as well. Even a name was revealed, Rollo. All of this served to affirm that Rollo had not been lying. Where in this world could one find an individual who looked identical, shared the same name, and had a woman by his side who was also the same? A famous person once stated, "When you have eliminated all possibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Perhaps Rollo truly defeated Hawkeye, becoming the current world's foremost swordsman. Yet this notion was somewhat difficult to accept, as it was so sudden and bizarre. A young man, barely of age and newly set to sea, possessing the strength to vanquish Hawkeye. Who could possibly comprehend such bewilderment? It is essential to remember that Hawkeye is the world's greatest swordsman, a man on par with the four emperors, Shanks. Defeating Hawkeye is tantamount to indirectly defeating Shanks, a feat of terrifying talent. What are the conqueror's haki, the defeat of formidable foes, or the self-learning of the Marine 6 styles? In comparison to the ability to conquer Hawkeye at the tender age of 18, none of these legendary exploits hold any weight. Simply achieving victory over Hawkeye would grant Rollo enough prowess to serve as a candidate for the rank of admiral in the Navy. It is even conceivable that, should there be a vacancy among the admirals, Rollo might ascend to that esteemed position. The title of the world's greatest swordsman signifies an indomitable level of strength. My goodness, this must be true. According to eyewitness accounts, that individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Rollo. Indeed, even the woman beside him and her name were identical. That person must surely be Rollo. The Navy personnel who had just mocked Rollo now wore expressions of disbelief. He truly defeated the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Does that not imply that Rollo's strength is nearing the pinnacle of the Navy's capabilities? This, just moments ago, was a mocking an admiral? These individuals suddenly transformed their demeanor, becoming obsequious and ingratiating. After all, if Rollo had indeed bested Hawkeye, and this information reached the higher echelons of the Navy, Rollo would undoubtedly be favored in the future. He could potentially rise from a mere recruit to a commissioned officer. In a few years, should there be vacancies among the admirals, he might ascend directly to the rank of admiral. If I were to offend an admiral, how could I ever navigate my future? Gee, grandson, did you truly defeat Mihawk? At this moment, Garp's eyes bulged and even tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed with astonishment. The man who vanquished Hawkeye was none other than his newly adult grandson. This felt as if he were dreaming. Of course, grandfather, when have I ever told a lie? Rollo waved his hand dismissively, as if defeating Mihawk were a mere trifle. Then where did your swordsmanship come from? I have never seen you wield a sword. Karp inquired with great curiosity. Grandfather, you were so busy with your affairs that you could never have witnessed my sword practice, Rollo replied with a hint of reproach. That is indeed my fault. Nevertheless, this is truly remarkable. Ha! My grandson has actually become the great swordsman who defeated Mihawk, something I never dared to dream of. Ha! Sengoku will surely be astounded. And so will Tsuru and Zifa. My grandson has achieved great things. Ho! Karp exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, pounding his chest with his fist. Resembling a silverback gorilla. What a wondrous world. I never anticipated such a prodigy existed. Bogart gazed at Rollo, his face a mask of astonishment. Initially, he thought Rollo's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki was shocking enough, but he never expected him to have defeated Mihawk. This utterly shattered Bogart's worldview. If awakening the Conqueror's Haki could be seen as a blessing from the bloodline of Vice Admiral Karp, then the rigorous training in swordsmanship and the triumph over the world's greatest swordsman was undoubtedly Rollo's own achievement. After all, Vice Admiral Karp and his son Dragon possessed no aptitude for swordplay whatsoever. In other words, this family has no inherent talent for wielding a sword. Yet Rollo has diligently forged his skills, even managing to defeat Mihawk in one breath. At such a young age, his future holds limitless potential. Smoker stood frozen, awkwardly unsure of where to place his hands. He understood all too well that defeating Mihawk was not due to any bloodline advantage. After all, Mihawk would not care whether you were Karp's grandson. He would never go easy on anyone. Defeating Mihawk was solely a testament to Rollo's own strength and talent. So, Smoker, do I now qualify to have an assistant? Rollo calmly asked, looking toward Smoker. If all of this is true, then certainly you qualify. Smoker admitted, recognizing his earlier misjudgment. The sea is truly wondrous. I hope, mister. Rollo will not take offense. If you must blame someone, let it be me alone. Please do not hold a grudge against the Navy of Rogue Town. Smoker, a man of integrity, openly acknowledged his previous mistake before everyone and respectfully referred to Rollo as Mr. Furthermore. He took full responsibility for the situation. After all, many in the Rogue Town Navy had earlier dismissed Rollo as merely boasting, some even mocking him. Given Rollo's potential and talent, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future. It would be disastrous if they were to hold a grudge against the Navy of Rogue Town then. It is quite all right. I can understand your feelings. In that case, Dasky shall be my assistant from now on. Rollo did not hold excessive resentment toward Smoker. After all, Rollo was well aware of his own unpleasant and obstinate nature, and upon witnessing the seemingly candid admission of his wrongdoing, his anger had nearly dissipated. He was not a mad dog, ready to retaliate ferociously at the slightest mockery. Dasky, you shall follow Mr. Rollo from now on. Smog understood why Dasky had dared to confront him earlier. He had indeed misjudged Rollo. He was not an unprincipled individual, but rather a prodigious swordsman at the tender age of 18, capable of defeating the legendary Mihawk. The enlistment of such a talent into the Navy would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. Moreover, as a swordsman, Dasky would have the opportunity to learn a great deal under his tutelage. Then congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received the reward, Advanced Observation Haki. Special Effect, Foreseeing the Future. Chapter 27. Young Master, show us what you've got. Datsuki, from this moment forth, you shall diligently follow Mr. Rollo, Smoker declared, taking a deep draw from his cigar and slowly exhaling the smoke only after it reached his lungs. Yes, Mr. Smoker, Datsuki exclaimed, nearly leaping for joy like a playful kitten. To be in the company of her idol, Rollo, felt like a dream come true. After all, he was the current world's foremost swordsman. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring observation haki, foresight of the future. Simultaneously, the moment Smoker consented to Datsuki assisting Rollo, the task was accomplished. Rollo seamlessly obtained the foresight ability of observation haki. In an instant, he felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his body, his senses sharpening dramatically. He could even glimpse fleeting visions of the future. This was an entirely different realm compared to merely anticipating an opponent's movements. The ability to predict actions is a passive choice based solely on the opponent's actions, whereas foresight allows one to perceive brief glimpses of the future, enabling proactive strategizing to alter that future. One wields control, while the other is confined to mere defense. The superiority is evident. Now, Rollo had mastered advanced armament haki, high-level observation haki foresight, the elite 6 powers of the Navy, complemented by the illustrious blade, Shining Maru, and the terrifying innate talents of the Lunaria tribe. In terms of physical prowess, Rollo had undoubtedly ascended to an elite echelon of strength. He could even contend with the highest-ranking officials of the Marine Corps. Even against formidable adversaries, Rollo could hold his own for several exchanges. Should it come to a sword duel, he chuckled, akin to Mihawk, those challengers would find themselves at his mercy, defeated. Brother Rollo, I have a request. Bogart approached Rollo, taking the initiative to speak. Oh, what is it? Rollo responded, surprised that Bogart would seek his favor. I have never had the opportunity to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Now that you have vanquished him, you rightfully hold that title. With the world's greatest swordsman before me, how can I not seek a challenge? Bogart withdrew his sword, his intentions unmistakable. He wished to engage in a friendly duel, to spar with Rollo. Here we go again. Rollo sighed, rubbing his forehead, exuding a sense of exasperation. The most troublesome aspect of being the world's greatest swordsman is the incessant stream of challengers. Young master, in consideration of my old self, grant Bogart this wish. Show us a glimpse of your skills. Karp interjected, noticing Rollo's reluctance. Do not underestimate Bogart. Despite his rank, his swordsmanship is top-notch within the Navy. You might find him more challenging than anticipated, as Bogart, my loyal assistant, has long harbored a desire to spar with the world's foremost swordsman. The time has finally come to fulfill this wish. His years of dedication, though lacking in accolades, deserve recognition. Now that my eldest grandson has ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, it is only fitting that I grant Bogart this opportunity. Moreover, there exists within Karp a sense of vanity. With my grandson's remarkable prowess, showcasing his abilities will reflect favorably upon me. After all, I have yet to witness the legendary clash between Mihawk and Roranoa. Bogart's swordsmanship ranks among the finest in the Navy, with perhaps no more than 3 individuals capable of surpassing him. He is a man who once fought alongside me in the Battle of God Valley and emerged alive. Should Roranoa manage to best Bogart before a gathering of naval officers, my reputation would be greatly enhanced. I can already envision the delightful expressions on the faces of Sengoku, Tsuru, and my other old comrades. Just imagine the pride in proclaiming my grandson, an extraordinary talent, has joined our ranks as a naval officer. The mere thought of their astonishment brings me joy, for who does not cherish their reputation? Since my grandfather has spoken thusly, I find myself compelled to comply. After all, offending him could jeopardize my future in the Navy. Rollo subtly reminds Karp that this encounter with Dasky is not a mere occurrence, but rather a pivotal moment. Smoker, this locale is ill-suited for a duel. Might you recommend a more appropriate venue? Karp inquires, turning to Smoker for suggestions. I know of a place that would be perfect. Allow me to lead the way, Smoker responds, his eyes lighting up with a thought. He guides the group to the Navy's training base in Lowtown, a vast expanse of land equivalent to 4 football fields, ideally suited for one-on-one combat. News of the impending duel between Rollo and Bogart swiftly spreads, drawing nearly every naval officer in the Lowtown base, eager to witness this extraordinary confrontation. After all, this is a battle between the world's #1 swordsman and the top 3 swordsmen of the Navy. Who would not wish to see such an event? Soon, the arena is filled, leaving only Rollo and Bogart facing each other. I shall take the first strike. Rollo, Bogart exclaims, his excitement palpable as he unsheathes his sword, his breath quickening. With a deep breath, Bogart channels his energy, his legs bursting with power as he vanishes from his original position. In the next instant, he reappears at Rollo's side, delivering a swift slash. Swish! Rollo slowly draws his shining blade, remaining perfectly still, with a deft twist of his wrist. He angles the blade just so, flawlessly countering Bogart's cunning strike without so much as shifting his body. Has he truly anticipated all of Mr. Bogart's movements? It is simply exquisite. The Navy officers stand in awe. Indeed, exquisite. It is undeniably elegant. Even those of us unversed in swordsmanship can appreciate the beauty inherent in Rollo's actions. Mr. Rollo, Dashki once again bore witness to Rollo's unparalleled swordsmanship, her hands delicately covering her face, her expression one of bashful admiration. Truly, he is the man who has bested Hawkeye. Bogart did not anticipate that a strike would be so effortlessly countered, yet he remained undeterred, launching into a fervent offensive. Slash, slash, slash. Although Bogart's swordplay may not quite measure up to that of Hawkeye, it nonetheless resides within the realm of great swordsmen. However, this encounter differed from the battle with Hawkeye. Rollo had just acquired the ability of observation hockey, granting him foresight into the future. Every move Bogart made was within Rollo's grasp, allowing him to respond with remarkable ease and grace. Chapter 28. Has his observation hockey reached the level of foreseeing the future? Not only is his swordsmanship impressive, but young Rollo's observation hockey and armament hockey also surpass my expectations. The longer Bogart battles with Rollo, the deeper his astonishment grows. It is not merely his swordsmanship. Rollo's mastery of observation hockey is nearly at the pinnacle. Bogart can distinctly sense that his every move seems to be under Rollo's control. Could it be that his observation hockey has indeed reached the level of foreseeing the future? If this is true, then the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp is truly formidable. Rollo, facing Bogart, appears even more at ease than I had anticipated. In the stands, Vice Admiral Garp's expression is one of sheer delight. After all, he is well aware of Bogart's capabilities. If Bogart were not his aide, he would undoubtedly rise to the rank of elite rear admiral within the Navy solely based on his swordsmanship. Garp initially believed that, given Bogart's strength, he might not defeat Rollo, but at the very least, he would pose some challenges. Yet, after just a few minutes of engagement, it is clear that Rollo handles Bogart with remarkable ease, exuding an effortless demeanor. His simple parries, blocks, and thrusts are executed with the finesse of a master. Such elegant swordplay leaves the onlookers utterly mesmerized. Goodness, this seems far too effortless. Mr. Bogart's assaults fail to breach Mr. Rollo's defenses. Conversely, Mr. Bogart appears quite flustered when confronted with Mr. Rollo's attacks. Is this the caliber of a swordsman capable of defeating Mihawk? In terms of swordsmanship, Mr. Bogart must rank among the top 5, if not the top 3, in the Navy. Yet it appears he has no real chance against Mr. Rollo. This scenario is evident even to the most uninitiated observer. Rollo exhibits an almost overwhelming superiority over Bogart. Smoker, an outsider, finds himself nodding in agreement from the sidelines. Reflecting on his earlier description of Rollo as lacking seriousness, Smoker realizes his perspective was woefully narrow. I concede, Rollo is indeed the man who could vanquish the great Mihawk. My admiration for his swordsmanship leaves me utterly humbled. There is no need to continue this duel. After merely 10 minutes of combat, Bogart, arms raised in surrender, candidly concedes defeat. In terms of swordsmanship, Rollo has reached a nearly transcendent level. Bogart can find no flaw in Rollo's technique. Conversely, every attack from Rollo forces Bogart to exert all his strength just to counter, making the disparity painfully clear. Bogart deeply realizes that he is still far from the position of the world's greatest swordsman. Ha ha ha. Bogart, what do you think? My grandson is impressive, isn't he? Upon witnessing Bogart's surrender, Vice Admiral Garp bursts into proud laughter. His grandson has brought him countless surprises along this journey. Is this really how it ends? In less than 10 minutes? How astonishingly swift. The naval officers spectating from the sidelines displayed expressions of regret, yearning to witness Roronoa's masterful swordsmanship for a while longer. However, in the next moment, a remark from Bogart once again upended their perceptions. By the way, Roronoa, not only do you possess formidable swordsmanship, but I presume your mastery of Kinbunchika Haki has also reached an extraordinary level. If I am not mistaken, you must have attained the ability to foresee the future with it. Bogart sheathed his sword and glanced at Roronoa, eager for confirmation. Nanny, Roronoa, your Kinbunchika Haki has reached the level of future foresight? The first to react was Karp, whose eyes bulged in disbelief, tears streaming from his nose. Why was Admiral Karp so agitated? Future foresight Kinbunchika Haki? What on earth is that? The naval officers present wore puzzled expressions. Many had heard of Kinbunchika Haki, yet the notion of future foresight was utterly foreign to the majority. After all, those who possess such advanced Kinbunchika Haki are invariably notorious pirates. It is inconceivable that one could emerge in this humble East Blue town of Lowtown. Even Roronoa, who has mastered the ability to foresee the future. Smoker had heard of such a thing, and his reaction mirrored Karp's, as if he had been struck with shock. Smoker, what is future foresight Kinbunchiku? Is it truly formidable? Inquired a curious naval officer nearby. In response, cold sweat trickled down Smoker's forehead, his voice trembling slightly. How should I put it? There are 3 types of haki in this world: Busashoku, Kinbunchiku, and Haoshiku. Aside from Haoshiku, anyone can train in Busashoku and Kinbunchiku. The primary function of Kinbunchiku is to read an opponent's location, numbers, and anticipate their movements, foreseeing danger. However, that is the ordinary Kinbunchika Haki. There exists a select group of individuals who devote themselves to intensive training, channeling all their energy and time into refining their Kinbunchika Haki. Through years of rigorous practice, these individuals achieve a form of Kinbunchika Haki that is exponentially superior to the ordinary kind. Future Foresight Kinbunchika Haki. Unlike the regular version, Future Foresight Kinbunchika Haki allows one to accurately predict forthcoming events, enabling one to make decisions that alter the course of the future. Legends speak of certain notorious pirates, such as Katakuri, the foremost of Big Mom Charlotte Lean-Lean's sweet commanders, who possess such abilities. Smoker earnestly educated his fellow naval officers. Nanny, Katakuri from the sweet commanders. Isn't he the second in command of the Emperor Charlotte Lean-Lean, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion? The eyes of numerous naval officers widened in astonishment. They turned to Roronoa, their expressions filled with incredulity. Could it be that at such a young age, he possesses Kinbunchika Haki akin to that of the notorious pirate Katakuri? How is one to live with such overwhelming implications? To everyone's astonishment, Mr. Rollo not only possesses formidable swordsmanship, but also excels in various other domains. Dasky, with unwavering seriousness, attentively absorbed Smoker's enlightening discourse. Her admiration for Rollo intensified, evident in her starry-eyed expression. A bounty of 1 billion? One astonishing sum. As for Nami, the little money enthusiast, her focus was entirely fixated on the staggering bounty. In response to the crowd's curiosity, Rollo swiftly provided an answer. It is no wonder he... having served as the aide to his grandfather for so many years, could discern such matters. With the truth unveiled, Rollo felt no need for concealment. Thus, he offered a subtle smile and engaged in mutual flattery with Bogart. Chapter 29. The warring states must be jealous of me, having witnessed the swiftness of a pig. I have never seen one run. After years alongside Vice Admiral Garp and participating in numerous battles, I have indeed encountered the foresight of observation hockey. I never anticipated that Mr. Rollo had truly cultivated such extraordinary observation hockey. It is undeniably impressive. Following a reassuring affirmation, Bogart's admiration for Rollo surged anew. Such unparalleled talent is exceedingly remarkable. Vice Admiral Garp, at his age, likely pales in comparison to even half of Mr. Rollo's capabilities. Grandson, has your observation hockey truly reached the level of predicting the future? Garp inquired, hastening from the stands to the center of the arena beside Rollo, his expression one of incredulity. Next, my grandfather will surely burst into laughter and praise my talent as more fearsome than my father dragon, Rollo said with a twinkle in his eye, having already foreseen Garp's forthcoming words. Ha 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 ha. My grandson, your talent, is simply more terrifying than your father dragon. Garp echoed Rollo's words with precision. Subsequently, the two shared a hearty laugh. This capability is undoubtedly the foresight of observation hockey. Hey, what did I just hear? Dragon? Isn't that the name of the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Known as the world's most dangerous criminal. So, Dragon is Mr. Rollo's father? That means Vice Admiral Garp is the father of the world's most notorious criminal? My heavens, what on earth is this family situation? The expressions of those present crumbled upon hearing the name Dragon. Nami and Das Bones were equally shocked. Garp is a hero of the Navy, and Rollo's father is the Revolutionary Dragon. Rollo's lineage is indeed formidable. Oh dear, it seems I may have said too much. Let us pretend I never mentioned it. Realizing the atmosphere had turned a tad awkward, Garp sheepishly scratched his head and activated the powers of the withdraw fruit. And the crowd collectively fell apart once more. With the sparring concluded, the group returned to the Navy cafeteria to partake in lunch. Bring. Just then, a call came through. Report. Vice Admiral Garp. It's a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A young soldier hurriedly approached, his face contorted with anxiety. The phone snail with an exaggerated mustache handed to Garp. Just from the expression of the phone snail, it was evident that Sengoku had an urgent matter to discuss with Garp. Hello, Sengoku, what is it now? Garp replied nonchalantly as he accepted the call. Garp, you rascal, have you finally awakened? Something monumental has transpired in Roadtown, and you are completely oblivious. Mihawk has been defeated. You must immediately investigate who it was that vanquished Mihawk. What is this person's identity, their name? Most importantly, what is their allegiance? Are they a pirate or affiliated with the world government? This is of utmost importance. If this matter remains unresolved, I will not spare you. Even if it is you. On the other end of the phone, Sengoku grumbled. Of course, the threat of not sparing Karp was merely a jest between old friends. Only the closest comrades can indulge in such unrestrained banter. Ha, Sengoku, I have already taken care of this matter. Oh, who is it? Upon hearing Karp's declaration of resolution, Sengoku perked up, his furrowed brow easing. Ha, allow me to broaden your horizons. The one who defeated Mihawk is none other than my grandson, Rorinoa. Karp laughed heartily, adopting a tone of feigned superiority. As one ages, the greatest pride lies in the accomplishments of one's descendants. With Rorinoa bringing him such honor, Karp naturally relished the moment. Your grandson Rorinoa defeated Mihawk. On hearing this, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly shifting to one of furious disbelief. You fool! I am not jesting with you, Karp. Forget it. You remain as unreliable as ever. I shall handle this myself. With that, Sengoku angrily hung up the phone. What a joke. He knows Karp's grandsons well enough. One named Rorinoa, the other named Luffy. One is 18 this year, the other 17. These two are barely out of their adolescence. How could they possibly defeat Mihawk? That scoundrel Karp is surely making a mockery of him again. Why did Sengoku hang up? He must be envious of my extraordinarily gifted grandson. Such pettiness, Sengoku. Karp, too, was bewildered. He had anticipated praise from Sengoku. Yet this old fellow was so arrogant. Indeed, it must be jealousy over his remarkably talented grandson. After lingering in Lowtown for a few days, the Doghead warship set sail once more. Rub my shoulders, massage my legs. On the deck of the warship, Dasky and Nami donned alluring black silk uniforms. One rubbed Roronoa's shoulders while the other massaged his legs. The two stunning beauties attending to Roronoa brought envy to the other sailors. Yet, everyone understood that this treatment was warranted for the young prodigy who had bested my hawk. A week swiftly passed, and the warship soon arrived at Arabasta. "Grandfather, aren't we going to land in Arabasta?" From a distance, Roronoa spotted the desert kingdom of Arabasta, but noticed that the Doghead warship had no intention of docking. Roronoa held little particular interest in this country, save for two enchanting ladies, Nico Robin and Princess Vivi. He certainly did not wish to miss out. Sengoku wants us to return to Marine headquarters promptly. That old fellow is quite arrogant. Karp recalled Sengoku's tone, a displeased expression crossing his face. Ding, mission issued. Task: land in Alabasta. Reward: rainfall item set. Oh, this is quite timely. Rollo gazed at the system task, a flicker of joy igniting within him. However, it appeared that Garp had no intention of wasting time in Alabasta, preferring not to land. Nevertheless, Rollo was determined to employ a clever tactic to sway the legendary marine hero. "Grandfather, I have heard that Alabasta has recently been experiencing unusual circumstances, years without rain, and numerous pirates wreaking havoc. Shouldn't we take a look?" Rollo expressed his concern earnestly. "Perhaps it is unnecessary. I wish to return to the Marine headquarters as soon as possible," Garp replied, shaking his head. Even without Sengoku's orders, Garp was resolute in his decision not to set foot in Alabasta. After all, with a grandson as remarkable as Rollo, he longed to return and boast about him. "Are we not the Marines? Alabasta is also a member nation. Is it truly just for us to stand idly by while its citizens suffer?" Rollo retorted, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing Rollo's words, Garp took a moment to ponder. His grandson had a valid point. He had also heard rumors of Alabasta's prolonged drought and the discontent brewing among its populace, hinting at a potential rebellion against the king. Most importantly, he could not allow Rollo to harbor doubts about justice. If he were to question the Marines' righteousness like Dragon and abandon them, where would Garp turn for solace? "Change course. We shall land in Alabasta." With that, Garp issued the command, and a charming smile graced Rollo's lips. Chapter 30. Are you still a devil fruit user? Soon, the naval contingent landed in Alabasta. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a reward, the rain item set. This set comprises the weather observation device and the sunny rain pin, both of which are inspired by the gadgets from Doraemon. The weather observation device allows one to draw any map on a board, and by using the sunny rain pin to delineate specific areas, one can directly alter climate and weather. The sunny rain pin comes in various colors. The blue pin signifies rain, the golden pin denotes sunny weather, and there is even a black pin capable of summoning a tornado. With this toolkit, one can modify the climate of any location. In moments of displeasure, one could even conjure extreme weather, wielding tremendous power. This set of tools, much like the renowned blade Shining Maru, can only be utilized by Rollo. Should anyone else wish to use them, they must receive direct authorization from Rollo, which can be revoked at any moment. What an intriguing reward indeed. Rollo nodded to himself, realizing that with this, he would have a better chance of persuading Princess Vivi and Robin to join him. Before long, the news of Vice Admiral Garp's arrival in Alabasta reached the ears of King Cobra of the Nefertari royal family, giving Garp's esteemed title as the hero of the Navy. Cobra warmly welcomed Garp and his entourage, even preparing a banquet of national significance to honor the naval hero's long journey. During the feast, Garp and Cobra exchanged toasts, reveling in the merriment. After indulging in fine food and drink, Garp took the initiative to steer the conversation. "King Cobra, I've heard that Alabasta has not seen rain for quite some time, leading to great hardship among the people. Rumors suggest the emergence of rebel forces. Is there any truth to this?" Upon Garp's inquiry, the previously jovial atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Cobra and the ministers of Alabasta fell silent for a moment. Eventually, Cobra spoke slowly. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last experienced rain. I have dispatched individuals to investigate. The situation is becoming clearer, so there is no need for Vice Admiral Garp to concern himself. Cobra's daughter, Princess Vivi, had infiltrated Baroque Works as a spy over a year ago. Cobra had even begun to suspect that all of this was orchestrated by the warlord Crocodile. Yet, despite his suspicions, Cobra dared not voice them publicly. After all, Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords, a pirate legally recognized by the world government. In a sense, the Navy and the warlords could be viewed as allies. What good would it do to inform the Navy? It could very well lead to a backlash, provoking Crocodile's wrath. Since that is the case, I shall rest easy. Garp, typically boisterous and carefree, was oblivious to the myriad of thoughts swirling in Cobra's mind. Seeing that Cobra had assured him there was no issue, Garp felt reassured. Cobra was clearly intimidated by Crocodile's reputation. Unbeknownst to Garp, Rollo, as a time traveler, was acutely aware of Cobra's apprehensions. However, if I were to let this matter slide, how could I possibly persuade Princess Vivi and Robin to board the ship? It is imperative that I do not let this go unresolved. Yet, revealing Kabura's true nature in front of so many would undoubtedly expose my intentions. A flicker of inspiration ignited in Rollo's mind, and he devised a clever plan. After all, I possess the ability to summon rain. If I can conjure a downpour, that would suffice. King Kabura, given the warm hospitality we have received, it would be only right for us to lend a hand. Although you claim that Alabasta has not faced any troubles, it has, after all, been several years since the last rain fell. I happen to have a method to bring rain to this land, Rollo announced, snapping his fingers. Is this young man truly serious? Kabura exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement. If he could indeed bring rain to Alabasta, it would be a tremendous boon, especially with the rebels stirring restlessly. What? My grandson possesses such abilities? Karp was equally astonished, having never heard of his grandson's remarkable talents. Of course, Grandpa. Did you not know? Like Luffy, I too am a user of a devil fruit. Rollo casually fabricated an excuse. The devil fruit was indeed the most convenient explanation, as its myriad forms could easily account for any peculiar feats he might perform. What? You have consumed a devil fruit as well? Karp's face was a mask of surprise, realizing that both his grandsons had become users of such powers. Indeed, King Kabura, allow me to assist you, but should I do so, you will owe me a significant favor that I expect to be repaid. Rollo began to weave his web of influence. Not a problem. If this young man can truly bring rain to Alabasta, then I, on behalf of the people, extend my heartfelt gratitude. Feel free to request any terms you wish. Kabura readily agreed, his enthusiasm palpable. Excellent. Let us begin. Rollo nodded with satisfaction, retrieving the reward he had just received. The usage of the item was straightforward. All he needed to do was draw a map of Alabasta on the meteorological observation device. I would appreciate it if King Kabura could provide me with a map of Alabasta. Though uncertain of Rollo's intentions, Kabura complied without hesitation. Soon, Rollo meticulously sketched the terrain of Alabasta on the board. He then produced the blue rain pen, symbolizing precipitation, and circled the areas on the map where he intended to invoke change in the weather. With a flourish, Rollo completed his drawing, and in the next moment, a cacophony erupted outside the palace. Report to King Kabura. It is raining. Alabasta's soldiers rushed in, breathless with excitement as they delivered the news to Kabura. Is it really raining? Kabura could hardly believe it, turning in disbelief to gaze at Rollo. Report to the king. The citizens of the capital are rejoicing in the rain. Report. News from Yoba. A tempest has arrived there. Report to the king. Aluma has also delivered tidings. A torrential downpour is occurring there as well. In an instant, the principal cities of Alabasta sent word to the palace announcing the rain. Simultaneously, people across the land rushed into the streets to revel in the downpour. The entire Alabasta was engulfed in jubilation. Is it truly possible that rain has fallen over the entirety of Alabasta? Cobra gazed incredulously at Rollo, his eyes reflecting a reverence akin to that reserved for a deity. "Grandson, your power is so formidable that you can instantaneously control the weather of an entire nation?" Cap looked at Rollo with a face full of astonishment. To alter the climate of a whole country in an instant. Such a feat is not something an ordinary ability user can achieve. At the very least, it requires the pinnacle of power development, even bordering on awakening. Currently, only 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, possess the capability to instantaneously transform vast terrains. Chapter 31. The fish has taken the bait. The ability to instantly alter the weather of an entire nation is a feat that can only be accomplished by those of admiral rank within the Navy. Karp gazed at his grandson, Rollo, feeling an odd sense of unfamiliarity with the boy. He was perpetually full of surprises. One moment defeating Mihawk with his swordsmanship, the next summoning rain to drench the entire country. Karp yearned to return to naval headquarters swiftly, eager for Sengoku and his old comrades to witness the remarkable accomplishments of his grandson. "Thank you, Mr. Rollo. I, Cobra, shall forever be indebted to your immense kindness." In that moment, Cobra bowed deeply before Rollo. The nobles and ministers surrounding them followed suit, each offering a profound 90-degree bow. After all, Alabasta had endured a prolonged drought. The sudden downpour could only be described as a complete salvation for the nation. "There is no need for gratitude. Just remember, you still owe me a favor," Rollo replied nonchalantly. Such trivial matters did not concern him. However, with the rain falling so heavily, it was inevitable that some in Alabasta would grow anxious. He would simply wait patiently for them to take the bait. As Rollo anticipated, at the same moment in Alabasta City, known as Rain Base, home to the Shichibukai, crocodile, this place was referred to by the people of Alabasta as the City of Dreams. The reason being that Rain Base was the only city in Alabasta untouched by drought or internal strife. The cause of this anomaly? Undoubtedly, it was Crocodile himself. I hear that the entire Alabasta is experiencing a torrential downpour. A tall, striking woman with luminous eyes, straight black hair, and pronounced features entered the office of Baroque Works. She was the second in command of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss Sunday. The whole of Alabasta, a man with slicked back hair, puffing on a cigar, his hands adorned with golden rings, and a pure gold hook for a left hand, spoke in a deep voice. This was the Shichibukai, crocodile. Indeed, the entirety of Alabasta is being drenched at this very moment. The precise cause remains a mystery, but it all commenced after Vice Admiral Karp's landing. Nico Robin remarked with a hint of indifference. "Vice Admiral Karp, a master of hand-to-hand combat, he should not possess such power. Immediately investigate who could achieve such a feat," Crocodile said, his expression darkening. He had specifically utilized the powers of the Sansan fruit, combined with the side effects of dancing powder, to ensure that Alabasta had not seen rain for years. The populace of Alabasta was in a state of unrest, and the royal family was on the verge of being overthrown by rebel forces. At that moment, he could ascend to the throne, leveraging Alabasta as hero status. With Nico Robin's ability to decipher the true history, he could uncover the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Ultimately, with the power of this ancient weapon, he could defeat Whitebeard and claim the title of Pirate King. Yet, all of this hinged upon the enduring drought that Alabasta had suffered. If the rain persists, the rebels would have no need to overthrow the royal family, for their plans would be completely thwarted. Therefore, it is imperative to ascertain the cause of this sudden downpour. This is of utmost importance. Indeed, I shall dispatch individuals to investigate. Nico Robin nodded. What I mean is, you must personally conduct the investigation immediately without delay. It is essential. Crocodile emphasized his words, displaying a hint of impatience. Faced with Crocodile's authoritative tone, Nico Robin felt a flicker of displeasure. After all, although they held a superior-subordinate relationship, they fundamentally relied on each other. However, Robin's delicate features soon regained their composure. Understood. With that, Nico Robin departed from the office to summon the members of the Baroque Works for the investigation. The Baroque Works boasted numerous members, with the Million Elder numbering in the thousands. With a single call from Nico Robin, all of Alabasta was under the watchful eye of the Baroque Works. The primary focus was to monitor the royal palace. After all, The reign commenced only upon Captain Karp's arrival. Even if he could not act alone, he had many subordinates at his disposal. In summary, the royal palace was the focal point of surveillance. The direction was undoubtedly correct. It seemed the fish had already taken the bait. Meanwhile, within the palace, Rollo continuously activated his observation haki. Rollo sensed an influx of unfamiliar presences outside the palace. Clearly, someone was beginning to grow anxious. Nami, Dasky, let us take a stroll. Alabasta is a superpower truly prosperous. It would be a shame not to explore. Since the fish had caught a whiff of the bait, Rollo's next step was to bring the bait tantalizingly close. Excellent. I have longed to wander around. I am particularly interested in finding a fine blade. Nami and Dasky eagerly agreed, for the love of shopping is indeed one of a woman's innate qualities. Soon, the three departed from the palace. As anticipated, once they left, Rollo's observation haki immediately detected numerous individuals shadowing them from the shadows. By the way, Nami, you are quite knowledgeable about climatic changes. Do you have any insight as to why Alabasta has not seen rain for such an extended period? With that, Rollo skillfully steered the conversation toward a sensitive topic. I'm not sure, but Commander Rollo, you are truly impressive. You managed to make all of Alabasta rain in an instant. Nami began to lavish praise upon Rollo, as it was always wise to elevate one's superior, especially since she was still drawing a salary. Indeed, this torrential rain has plunged the citizens of Alabasta into a frenzy of celebration. Dasky's eyes sparkled with admiration, possessing a strong sense of justice. She was profoundly moved by the people's revelry. Her admiration for Rollo swelled like an unending torrent. We have identified the source of the rain. Report this to the higher-ups immediately. Upon overhearing Rollo's conversation, the million elders responsible for surveillance were filled with excitement and promptly relayed the information upward. After all, acquiring such significant intelligence would surely lead to promotions and wealth. Keep them there. I shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing this news, Nico Robin hurriedly made her way to the palace. Does this jewelry suit me, Commander Rollo? This attire is quite exquisite. Indeed, Alabasta is far more prosperous than Rotown. Certainly, it is much more vibrant than Kokoshia Village, Rollo remarked as he strolled alongside Nami, Dasky, and others. Nami and Dasky behaved like two excited young girls, eager to explore every shop. Rollo lamented, I cannot take them shopping again next time. After wandering for quite a while, the sky gradually darkened, and most vendors on the streets began to close their stalls. Rollo sensed that the moment was ripe. He intentionally led Nami and Dasky into a secluded alleyway, sparsely populated. The opportunity has arrived. Sure enough, shortly after entering the alley, they were suddenly surrounded by hundreds of men in uniform, wielding weapons. What do they intend to do? No matter upon seeing such a sudden emergence of individuals, Nami and Dasky remained remarkably composed. After all, they had witnessed Rollo's prowess, having even bested the likes of Hawkeye. These mere lackeys posed no threat whatsoever. Quite unperturbed, aren't you? A sultry voice resonated from the shadows, tinged with a hint of admiration. However, you have crossed paths with individuals you ought not to have trifled with. I advise you to leave Alabasta at once, and I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Otherwise, in the next moment, the owner of the voice appeared before Rollo, Nami, and Dasky. Chapter 32. If soft approaches fail, resort to force. A direct abduction of Nico Robin. Nico Robin made her appearance before Rollo and his companions, adorned with a butterfly mask that accentuated her already statuesque form, enhancing her alluring presence. This disguise served the dual purpose of concealing her identity. The members of Baroque Works were oblivious to their leader's true appearance, a clever tactic indeed. Oh, what do you propose instead? Rollo interjected, his tone laced with provocation. Otherwise, it won't be merely about what I intend, but rather the wrath of those I represent, who would not hesitate to enact severe retribution upon you. Robin's voice carried an air of menace, serving as a warning. Yet, it was evident that she possessed a compassionate heart. She was attempting to persuade Rollo and his companions to vacate Alabasta rather than resorting to lethal measures. You are referring to the warlord Crocodile, I presume? Rollo stated bluntly, cutting to the chase. How did you come to know? A rare look of panic crossed Robin's face. in all of Alabasta. Only a handful of senior members of Baroque Works were privy to Crocodile's role as the puppet master. How could this man be aware? I merely took a wild guess. Ha ha ha. To my surprise, I hit the mark. Rollo chuckled lightly, deflecting with a casual excuse. The realization that a warlord was orchestrating the downfall of this nation ignited a sense of justice within Dasky. Was this truly a nation ensnared by pirates? Nami recalled Cocoa Village, another land under the tyrannical rule of a malevolent dragon. It all made sense now. No wonder such bizarre phenomena as 3 years without rain occurred. Pirates were indeed despicable. How detestable! At that moment, Robin comprehended that she had been outmaneuvered by the man before her. However, her composure was admirable. She swiftly regained her calm. Now that you know Crocodile is behind this, you must leave at once. If he discovers you are the source of this rain, I assure you, by tomorrow, you shall be a lifeless corpse. Such a figure is not to be trifled with. Even if you are a subordinate of the famed marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Robin wielded Crocodile's name as a threat to compel them to depart. After all, the warlords were legally recognized pirates by the world government, and the relationship between the warlords and the government rendered the Marines powerless unless the latter intervened. Truth be told, I harbor little interest in Crocodile. My true fascination lies with you, Nico Robin, Rollo declared, his gaze fixed intently upon her, each word deliberate. How do you know my name? Robin instinctively tensed, panic flashing across her face. Like Crocodile, she had operated under the alias of Miss Sunday, and no one in Alabasta should have known her true identity. Who exactly was this man? Nico Robin? Isn't she the infamous bounty criminal known as the Demon Child? If memory serves, her bounty stands at 79 million berries. Dasky covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "Are you one of CP's people? Million Elder, apprehend this group at once." As Robin felt her identity was about to be exposed, she disregarded the consequences. Years of living on the run had rendered her exceedingly vigilant. Once revealed, she had to be prepared for a complete rupture. However, as her words fell, no one surged forward. The alley was eerily silent. Robin could even hear the pounding of her own heart. What was happening? Sensing something amiss, Robin scanned her surroundings and discovered that, unbeknownst to her, all the million elders had collapsed to the ground. They were frothing at the mouth, their eyes glazed over, evidently unconscious. Was this Conqueror's Hockey? Robin had not anticipated encountering a wielder of such power here. Rest assured, I'm not affiliated with CP. I am here to invite you to join me, Nico Robin. Rollo stated plainly and without preamble. Join you? Robin echoed, incredulous. Indeed, I require your strength. Is it because I possess the ability to decipher the poneglyphs? Robin murmured. This was her singular talent. Perhaps she was the only individual in the world capable of such a feat yet. Precisely because of this unique ability, she was perpetually exploited, never finding a truly accepting organization. Deep within, Robin yearned for a place to belong, but her talent rendered that a near impossibility. No. My ship requires a massage therapist, and I know you are a true master of the art. Rollo grinned broadly, displaying a captivating smile. Robin's Hannah, Nomi powers allowed her to perform massage techniques that even Nami and Dasky could not replicate. How could such a massage therapist be allowed to slip away? And massage? Robin questioned, doubting her own ears. Of course, your Hannah, Nomi, is perfectly suited for massage. Rollo replied. To be frank, Crocodile is merely using you. Once you assist him in deciphering the poneglyphs, he will unhesitatingly eliminate you. Rollo had always spoken plainly. I am well aware of that. Robin's tone turned somber, her voice dropping. Since the age of 8, she had been a fugitive, encountering countless individuals. Did she not understand Crocodile's true intentions? The reason she worked for Crocodile was merely to catch a glimpse of the poneglyphs. Moreover, Robin had long since resolved that even if she discovered the location of Pluton, she would not divulge that information to Crocodile. In other words, while Crocodile was exploiting her, she too was utilizing him. Things are different with me. You simply need to massage me well, and I will pay you on time each month. Overtime comes with bonuses, and there are rewards for tasks completed. Additionally, I can assist you in achieving your dreams. Do you not wish to decipher the poneglyphs? Rollo continued to persuade her. Upon hearing the phrase poneglyph, Robin bit her crimson lip her body momentarily frozen in surprise. Indeed, I merely wish to interpret history. What grave transgressions have I committed? It is true, Commander Rollo is exceedingly generous. Nami patted her chest in affirmation, having earned several million berries during her time with Commander Rollo. No, I must decline your invitation. I find it impossible to trust anyone, especially you, a member of the Navy. Robin contemplated for a moment before resolutely rejecting the offer. She was unable to place her faith in anyone at this juncture. Although Crocodile was exploiting her, could this young man before her not also have ulterior motives? Very well, I understand. It seems I must resort to my old methods. Rollo sighed, contemplating a more forceful approach. If gentleness fails, then I shall resort to strength. Without further ado, he stepped before Robin, encircling her slender waist and hoisting her effortlessly onto his shoulder. "Release me. What are you doing?" Robin exclaimed in a flurry, her long, fair legs thrashing about. Meanwhile, her pride occasionally brushed against Rollo's back as she struggled fiercely. "If gentleness is futile, then you have compelled my hand." Rollo tightened his grip around Robin's delicate waist. Sensing something amiss, a blush crept onto Robin's cheeks, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 33. I shall stand only by the beautiful sister. This scene feels oddly familiar to Nami. Is this not a reenactment of her abduction by Officer Rollo? Mr. Rollo, isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, Nico Robin is a wanted criminal. Dashki expressed her concern, primarily for Rollo's sake. No matter how indulgent Vice Admiral Karp may be, he surely would not allow Rollo to associate with a fugitive. A wanted criminal? That is merely a label the world government has unjustly affixed to her, Rollo retorted. The world government, fearing that certain truths might be unearthed by the scholars of O'Hara, ordered its destruction. Do you truly believe that a group of scholars, incapable of harming a fly, could bring about the end of the world, Dashki? Rollo regarded her with a look of incredulity. Well, Dashki felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, when she first heard of this matter, she too thought the rumors were exaggerated. O'Hara was the homeland of scholars. How could a group devoid of martial prowess possibly threaten the world? Yet, as a member of the Navy, she chose to trust the world government. It now appeared that the situation was far more complicated than she had presumed. You know about my hometown, O'Hara? Upon hearing Rollo's words, Robin ceased her struggles and exclaimed in surprise. Of course, I do, and I do not believe it was the fault of your people. At its core, this incident is a result of the world government's own nefarious actions, seeking to conceal their misdeeds, Rollo articulated from the heart. Undoubtedly, the scholars of O'Hara were somewhat obstinate, but without such tenacity, O'Hara would not have earned the title of Land of Wisdom. Rollo waved his hand dismissively, continuing, while the world government has indeed committed wrongs they wish to hide, the scholars of O'Hara also conducted their research in secrecy rather than boldly displaying their findings. To think that a group of defenseless scholars could actively resist the world government would be tantamount to courting death. However, if they lacked that unwavering commitment to truth, the spirit of O'Hara would no longer exist. Do you truly believe that? Robin asked incredulously, warmth flooding her heart. It was the first time she had heard someone assert that her homeland, O'Hara, bore no blame, that it was the world government that was at fault. What was most significant was that the speaker was a member of the Navy. The last to voice such sentiments was the gentle giant, Vice Admiral Saul. Indeed, that is how I think. Do not assume that because I'm a Navy officer, I stand with the world government. I will stand only by the side of the beautiful sister, Rollo declared emphatically. Oh, wait, I will stand only by the side of true justice. A chuckle escaped Robin at his words. To express such candid thoughts was sufficient to prove that Rollo was not the villain she had imagined. He might simply be a harmless little lecher. Wait, what are you all talking about? What is this about O'Hara destroying the world and scholars? I cannot comprehend a single word. Nami, filled with curiosity, spoke up. All right, let me explain this to you. We shall ascertain whether O'Hara is guilty or if the world government is at fault. Rollo began narrating the entire saga of O'Hara to Nami, his voice steady and clear. Even Dashki listened attentively, captivated by Rollo's account. After all, The truth surrounding this matter had been shrouded by the world government, leaving Dashki in the dark about the actual events that transpired. How outrageous it was for the world government to annihilate O'Hara over such an affair. Moreover, they malignantly branded the scholars as devils intent on destroying the world. Upon concluding his tale, Nami's chest heaved with emotion, unmistakably furious. The sheer cruelty of punishing an entire family while casting blame was utterly shattering to her worldview. It dawned on her how unfortunate this sister named Nico Robin truly was. Looking at Robin, Nami's gaze softened with sympathy. She had once believed her own experiences were tragic, but now it was evident that Robin's plight was far more harrowing. Indeed, who would have imagined that the truth was so grim? The world government had gone too far in this instance. Dashki, equally indignant, spoke with tears glimmering in her eyes. Having your family slaughtered and being falsely accused of being a monster. Who could possibly accept such a fate? Rollo raised an eyebrow, observing their reactions. He could see that the three were genuinely moved, not merely performing for Robin's benefit, but sincerely believing in the injustice imposed by the world government. At this moment, it seemed as though Robin made a significant decision within her heart. All right, I previously misunderstood you. I'm willing to join you. But could you kindly set me down first, sir? Robin smiled gently, her tone softening considerably. What prompted this sudden change of heart? Rollo, somewhat reluctant, lowered Robin from his shoulder. Did you not just compliment my beauty? Your kind words touched me, compelling me to join you. Besides, your offer is quite tempting. Weekends off, comprehensive benefits, and a salary of $1 million a month. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. A subtle smile graced Robin's lips. With her experiences, she had discerned that Rollo was no villain, which allowed her to lower her guard and decide to ally with him. As for the weekends and the princely salary, Robin scarcely cared for those details. Her words were merely a reflection of a girl's shyness. Rollo understood this well. Sometimes, it was essential to offer a girl an easy way out. For instance, if one invited a girl directly to their home, she would likely refuse. Yet, if one claimed to be unwell and asked her to bring medicine, she would gladly oblige. In his 2 lifetimes, Rollo had certainly grasped this simple truth. However, with Robin, Nami, and Dashki, 3 stunning beauties, each earning a monthly salary of $1 million, along with bonuses and the benefits of social insurance, Rollo suddenly felt the weight of the pressures of being a boss. The combined salaries of these 3, in addition to other expenses, were nearing the interest on his monthly debts. If this continued, he would soon find himself in dire straits, and it appeared he needed to seek opportunities for profit. Thus, they hastily decided to depart from Alabasta. If Crocodile discovered his betrayal, he would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. Having resolved to join Rollo, Robin felt compelled to consider the implications for him and the others. As the only one capable of deciphering the true history, her sudden departure would surely not go unpunished by Crocodile. The most prudent course of action was to leave Alabasta swiftly. Even if Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords, he would likely refrain from confronting the marine hero, Garp. Do not fret about Crocodile, Robin, Nami chimed in with a light laugh. Indeed, Robin, Mr. Rollo is the beloved grandson of Admiral Garp, Dashki added with a smile. The beloved grandson of Admiral Garp? Robin gazed at Rollo, her expression one of astonishment. Observing Robin's surprise, Dashki felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, portraying someone in a favorable light was still a form of flattery. Moreover, Mr. Rollo is not just Admiral Garp's grandson. He is also the man who defeated Hawkeye. Strictly speaking, the world's strongest swordsman is now Mr. Rollo, Dashki continued, keenly observing Robin's reaction. Chapter 34. The sky may fall, yet I shall bear it. Fear not. The world's greatest swordsman? Defeating Hawkeye? Indeed, Robin did not disappoint Dashki. Upon hearing Dashki's words, Robin gasped in astonishment, covering her crimson lips, her starry eyes shimmering with shock. Her exquisitely graceful figure trembled slightly, the already alluring curves becoming even more striking. Mr. Rollo, so young, has actually defeated Hawkeye? Hawkeye is the world's foremost swordsman. After all, although both he and Crocodile are warlords of the sea, it is evident that they are not on the same level. Hawkeye is a formidable warrior capable of conversing casually with the four emperors, while Crocodile has lost confidence after being defeated by Whitebeard, relying on external forces like the power of Pluton. The true standings of the two are as disparate as the heavens from the earth. Moreover, Mr. Rollo is a devil fruit user, possessing the extraordinary ability to instantly alter the weather of an entire nation. Dasky continued to elaborate. Robin nodded, her heart once again shaken. The capacity to develop a fruit to the extent of changing a nation's weather is a strength reserved for those of the Marine Admiral caliber. The Yellow Monkey, Akainu, and Akiji all possess such formidable powers to reshape the terrain. Yet, Mr. Rollo, at such a young age, has managed to harness his abilities to a level akin to that of an admiral. This truly exceeds Robin's imagination. Wow! Robin couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Sister Robin, isn't Mr. Rollo impressive? So you needn't worry at all. We have no reason to fear Crocodile. Observing Robin's astonished reaction, Dasky puffed out her chest proudly. Being associated with such a remarkable superior certainly brings her a sense of glory. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Robin's gaze towards Rollo transformed entirely. After all, Rollo is exceptionally handsome, with an air of nobility that gives the impression of a dashing playboy upon their first meeting. However, upon learning that Rollo is the one who has defeated Hawkeye, Robin felt as if a radiant aura surrounded him. For a woman like Robin, mere good looks are insufficient to captivate her. It is the combination of charm and strength that is utterly irresistible. So, do you find me even more charming now? Rollo teased, gazing at Robin. Indeed, you are quite enchanting, Robin readily admitted. Women are naturally drawn to strength. It is an instinct embedded in their genes. And Robin is no exception. Unbeknownst to them, the day had grown late. After a long day of shopping, she felt exhausted. Let's return quickly. I am yearning for sleep. At this moment, Nami also stretched, accentuating her stunning figure. Nami's suggestion was met with agreement from Dasky and Robin. The four prepared to return to the palace together. Throughout the journey, Rollo contemplated how to earn money. After all, sustaining 3 beautiful women necessitates a substantial amount of funds. Despite possessing 50 billion berries, with an annual interest of 25 million, he knew he could not afford to squander his wealth. Moreover, Rollo is well aware that his ambitions extend far beyond these 3 enchanting beauties. Countless individuals await his conquest ahead. When the time comes, 50 billion will undoubtedly prove insufficient. To remain vigilant in times of peace is the true path. As a naval officer, yet to officially enlist, Rollo possesses little in the way of allowances. Even upon formal enlistment, the naval compensation would scarcely suffice to cover Rollo's extravagant expenses. Regarding underworld dealings, those are all situated in the New World, and Rollo would find it too late to enter the fray. Given Rollo's current circumstances, the only viable means of earning money is to capture a few high-bounty pirates. At that moment of deep contemplation, a notification chimed. Ding, mission issued. Mission details. Defeat the warlord Crocodile. Reward 10 billion berries. Just then, the system issued a quest. Truly, it is a system that resonates with his thoughts, delivering precisely what he desires. Upon seeing the reward of 10 billion berries, Rollo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sum, if deposited within the system, would yield an annual interest of 5 billion. That translates to nearly 40 million berries in monthly interest. And coupled with the previous 20 million, he would have a total of 60 million berries. This would be more than sufficient to indulge these 3 captivating ladies. Let us not return just yet. We should seek out Crocodile first, Rollo declared, halting in his tracks to address the 3 women. Why the sudden desire to confront Crocodile? Nami, Robin, and Dasky were taken aback by Rollo's suggestion. Of course, to deal with him. I find him quite displeasing at the moment, Rollo casually offered as his rationale. What a peculiar reason, Commander Rollo, Nami remarked, her lips slightly parted, bemused by her superior's unusual thought process, especially since he had never interacted with Crocodile before. I can comprehend Mr. Rollo's sentiments. He must be driven by a sense of justice, Dasky stated calmly, adjusting her glasses with a serious expression. As a principled naval officer, Dasky also harbors disdain for Crocodile, who has wreaked havoc upon a nation for far too long. It is likely that Mr. Rollo shares her perspective. However, Crocodile's status as a warlord, recognized by the world government, complicates matters. Without evidence, we, as the Navy, cannot apprehend him. If the young master finds him intolerable, we should gather evidence to present to the world government, thus enabling a lawful capture. Dasky analyzed the situation for Rollo. Dasky, do you truly believe the world government is a paragon of virtue? I assure you, even with evidence, the world government would remain inactive. Rollo dismissed her suggestion with a wave of his hand. As a time traveler, he is all too familiar with the true nature of the world government. Moreover, the five elders have historically been at odds with the Alabasta royal family. 800 years ago, the Alabasta royal family was one of the 20 monarchs, yet they refused to settle in the Holy Land, opting instead to remain in their own kingdom. In the eyes of the five elders and the celestial dragons, the royal family of Alabasta is deemed traitorous. Crocodile is intent on ruthlessly dealing with this group of betrayers. So what shall we do? Das Bones, momentarily at a loss, was unsure of how to proceed. Let us simply capture them. What is there to fear? Even if the sky were to fall, I shall bear it, declared Rorinoa with a boldness that exuded masculine valor. After all, Crocodile is but a mere adversary. He himself is the world's foremost swordsman. Would the Navy truly risk enmity with him over Crocodile? It is utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, Rorinoa is the beloved grandson of Garp. Even if the Navy were to lay blame upon him, with his current prowess, Rorinoa could easily carve his own path and become a pirate. Ultimately, he stands to lose nothing. His strength is his greatest assurance. The 100 billion berries are undoubtedly his to earn. Not even the arrival of Jesus could impede him. Chapter 35. So soon. Embrace me, and I shall guide you across, declared Rollo, initiating his actions. With his left arm, he encircled Nami's slender, willow-like waist, while his right hand grasped the delicate form of Dasky. As Rollo held her close, Dasky's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, radiating a charming allure. Meanwhile, Robin found herself comfortably perched upon Rollo's back, as her familiarity with the surroundings made it convenient for her to lean close and guide him along the path. What an exquisite experience! Rollo felt the gentle softness of their forms against his arm and back, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. This was indeed the pinnacle of life's pleasures. Hold on tight, I am about to take flight. Should you fall, it is not my concern, Rollo teased lightly. His words sent a ripple of anxiety through Nami and Dasky, whose faces nestled against Rollo's sturdy chest, scarcely daring to breathe, their expressions utterly adorable. Robin, too, tightly wrapped her arms around Rollo's neck, beads of perspiration adorning her exquisite visage, evoking a sense of tender vulnerability. My aim has been achieved. Sensing Nami, Dasky, and Robin clinging even closer, Rollo could not suppress a triumphant smile. With a whoosh, Rollo ascended into the air. This was the remarkable ability of the Lunaria tribe. He possessed invisible wings. Though unseen, they allowed him to soar. Wow! Dasky exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder as they took to the skies for the first time in her life. The sensation of gliding above the ground, gazing down at the diminutive figures and structures below, was utterly enchanting. While Robin could also fly, her powers did not permit her to ascend too high or too swiftly. Nami, however, remained composed, having experienced such flights before. In less than 10 minutes, Rollo traversed from the capital to the Rain base, the stronghold of Crocodile. Is this the Rain Dinner Casino? He inquired, following Robin's direction as they landed at the entrance. Indeed, I shall call Crocodile forth. Robin nodded and produced her transponder snail. However, before she could dial, Rollo bellowed, Crocodile, come out. Such audacity. Could one truly summon someone in such a manner? Rollo's directness astonished Robin, Dasky, and Nami alike. Yet, his bold proclamation did not elicit a response from Crocodile. Instead, it summoned a horde of Baroque Works members. Who is this brash individual? How dare he call out our boss's name? They murmured, their displeasure palpable. Most likely, just another reckless gambler who has lost too much in this casino. Let's teach this little brat a lesson. The cadre of Baroque works advanced towards Rollo and his companions with menacing intent. Miss All Sunday, what does that mean? At that moment, a figure appeared before Rollo and the others. It was Mr. a senior operative of the Baroque works, a user of the swift/fruit, known as Das Bones. Is it not obvious? I have severed ties with Baroque works. My collaboration with Crocodile ends here, Robin remarked coldly. Oh, if that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Mr. One replied, his face betraying no shock as he immediately initiated an attack. Rollo, be careful. This guy possesses the swift/fruit ability, Robin cautioned Rollo. A swordsman, you say? Miss All Sunday, you must understand that swordsmen hold no significance for me, Mr. One sneered as he observed Rollo draw a seemingly unremarkable katana. First, I will eliminate this man and the two women. As for you, the boss insists that you alone can interpret the historical text, so I must spare your life. Mr. One had already mapped out his next moves in his mind. He unleashed the power of the swift/fruit, transforming his hands into blades as he lunged at Rollo. What a pathetic creature, Rollo scoffed, barely glancing at Mr. One before striking with his sword. With a swift motion, Mr. One collapsed to the ground. How can this be? Before hitting the ground, Mr. One's eyes widened in disbelief. How can his swordsmanship be so ferocious? My ironclad body cannot withstand it. Blood gushed from Mr. One's form, and in an instant, he lost consciousness and fell to the earth. A clean and decisive kill. Unbelievable. So swift. Robin was equally astonished that Mr. One had been defeated by Rollo in a single encounter. What can I say? He truly is the man who has bested my hawk, she mused. Who has fast? Robin? Have you ever tried? Rollo retorted, slightly displeased at Robin's remark about her own speed. At Rollo's teasing, Robin's face flushed. You little rascal, making advances in front of so many people. All of you, hurry and summon Crocodile. Otherwise, you will be next. After dispatching Mr. One, Rollo addressed the cadre of Baroque works behind him. Just as he finished speaking, a mini sandstorm suddenly surged before them. The swirling vortex of sand coalesced into the shape of a person. Crocodile materialized before the crowd. Here comes Crocodile, Rollo noted. The moment Robin laid eyes on Crocodile, beads of sweat appeared on her brow. Though she had heard of Rollo's triumph over Mihawk, she had yet to witness his true power. Conversely, she had directly experienced Crocodile's strength, which made her involuntarily tense. How useless, Mr. One, Crocodile mocked as he surveyed the fallen Mr. One, then turned his gaze toward Rollo and his companions. You brats, who are you? Crocodile inquired. We are the Navy. Crocodile, the atrocities you have committed against this nation are utterly unforgivable. We are here to arrest you. The justice-driven Dasky spoke first. The Navy? Arrest me? Ha 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 ha. Are you out of your minds? I am one of the 7 warlords. Why do you have to apprehend me? Or rather, do you possess the capability? Crocodile laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. What is so amusing? You are merely pirates. Rollo, witnessing Crocodile's arrogant laughter, felt a surge of displeasure. A band of pirates, audaciously defiant before the Navy, it was utterly outrageous. In a flash, Rollo vanished from sight, only to reappear before Crocodile. Dragon's Descent, 10 slaps. Rollo sheathed his famed blade, the shining Maru, and raised his palm to strike Crocodile across the face. Oomph. What use is speed? I am a user of the Logia type. Crocodile scoffed disdainfully. Before he could finish his sentence, slap. Rollo's palm landed squarely on Crocodile's face, sending him hurtling backward. Chapter 36. Crocodile's Loss of Confidence. Crocodile, having been forcefully sent flying, awkwardly regained his footing. His right cheek, struck by Rollo, swelled to an alarming size, resembling the aftermath of a wasp sting. The sight of Crocodile's inflated cheek elicited laughter from Nami, Dasky, and Robin, who could not contain their amusement. You were so arrogant just moments ago. Now you understand the consequences. How painful. Are you truly a user of hockey? Crocodile remarked, casting a sidelong glance at his swollen cheek, feeling the sharp sting. As a user of a Logia-type ability, he had not experienced such sensations for quite some time. Hey, don't casually alter my abilities. This is not ordinary hockey, but flowing Sakura hockey. Rollo chuckled, exuding an air of superiority. flowing Sakura haki. Upon hearing this term, Crocodile's body momentarily froze. Though he had been thoroughly defeated by Whitebeard, his prowess diminished significantly. He was once a formidable force in the New World. He was well aware that flowing Sakura haki was an advanced application of armament haki. The fact that this young man had mastered such a high-level technique was astonishing. Upon hearing the exchange between Crocodile and Rollo, Robin and Dasky also visibly reacted. As a Navy officer and a pirate respectively, they were well acquainted with the existence of flowing Sakura haki, a form more sophisticated than ordinary armament haki. However, they had yet to awaken even the basic form, let alone flowing Sakura haki. The disparity in talent made them envious of Rollo's remarkable abilities. This revelation further reshaped their perception of Rollo's strength. While Nami did not fully grasp the significance of flowing Sakura haki, she felt reassured as Rollo confidently faced his opponent, content to play the role of a cheerleader. "You little brat, do you know what it means to strike a warlord?" Crocodile refrained from attacking, instead invoking the name of the 7 warlords. The power Rollo had displayed was enough to leave even Crocodile astounded. 7 warlords? I'm more like the 8 warlords. Enough chit-chat. Just stand there and take it. Rollo replied nonchalantly, delivering a rapid dragon palm strike that caused Crocodile's left cheek to swell equally. Now it's symmetrical, Rollo thought to himself, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction with his obsessive tendencies. "You insufferable brat. It seems I'm gonna show you a thing or two." Enraged by his now swollen visage, Crocodile unleashed the powers of the sand fruit. Sandstorm. He conjured a small sandstorm from his hand, which rapidly grew in size, capable of demolishing an entire building. "Rollo, be careful. Getting hit would be disastrous," Robin warned anxiously. "Just what I needed," Rollo responded, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Since acquiring the innate abilities of the Lunaria race, I have yet to test my resilience to physical blows. This race possesses remarkable vitality, capable of thriving under the harshest of natural conditions. Their resistance to damage is truly exceptional. In the world of pirates, the physical prowess of the iron balloon ranks first. Thus, the Lunaria's physical abilities should rightfully claim the second position. I wonder if Crocodile can truly challenge my physical form." With a confident stride, Rollo boldly walked into the sandstorm conjured by Crocodile without employing any haki. Has this fellow lost his senses to approach the storm so nonchalantly? Crocodile was equally perplexed by Rollo's audacity, acutely aware that he had not coated himself in haki. Is this fool out his mind? Upon witnessing this, Dasky felt a pang of anxiety. Her curvaceous form subtly quivered with concern. Although she had witnessed Rollo's victory over Hawkeye, he had not wielded his sword in that battle. Would he truly emerge unscathed by entering the fray without haki? Robin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Rollo's unconventional approach to combat was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. It was her first experience seeing someone so brazenly enter an enemy's attack. Rollo will be fine, Nami thought confidently. After all, she had followed him the longest, albeit just a few days more than Dasky. Nami understood that Rollo never undertakes actions without certainty. His choices undoubtedly held purpose. As anticipated, shortly after Rollo stepped into the sandstorm, it dissipated. Miraculously, Rollo emerged from the eye of the storm unscathed. Not even a speck of dust upon his garments. What on earth is happening? Crocodile was taken aback by this spectacle. Did he truly withstand my sandstorm with sheer physicality? Rollo's physique is astonishing. Robin covered her mouth in awe, her body trembling with excitement. Dasky mirrored Robin's reaction, both marveling at Rollo's prowess. The cheerleader Nami leaped high in celebration of Rollo's triumph. "Are you merely tickling me, Crocodile?" Rollo taunted, challenging Crocodile to unleash his full strength, seemingly inviting punishment. The previous sandstorm felt like mere tickling. Rollo sought to test the limits of his damage tolerance. "You scoundrel!" Crocodile was incensed by Rollo's flippant demeanor. He summoned a sandstorm tenfold in size and ferocity compared to the last. The colossal whirlwind threatened to obliterate everything in its path, spinning with incredible velocity. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of oppression, yet Rollo strolled into the sandstorm with an air of nonchalance. as if he were meandering through his own living room. The tempest roared for several minutes before dissipating once more. Upon observing Rollo, ensconced at the epicenter of the storm, one could see that he remained entirely unscathed, his garments devoid of even a speck of dust. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Had my abilities truly deteriorated to such an extent? Crocodile stood in stunned disbelief. For the first time in his life, the proud and fiercely self-assured Crocodile found himself questioning his own strength. After being repelled by Whitebeard, he had languished in despondency for a considerable time, neglecting his training. Yet, surely, he could not have fallen to such depths. To have a mere child withstand his assault, not through the application of haki, but merely with his physical presence, left Crocodile feeling utterly devoid of confidence. Chapter 37. The predecessors are dreaded by the successors on shore. Continue, Crocodile. Rollo felt an exhilarating thrill at the astonishing resilience of his own physical strength. He could withstand the formidable attacks of the renowned warlord, a testament to the innate prowess of the Lunaria tribe. This sense of invincibility had become somewhat addictive for Rollo, prompting him to encourage Crocodile to strike again. However, this time, Crocodile did not comply. Instead, he remained stationary, wearing an expression of existential doubt. Could it be that this man had lost his confidence due to Rollo's prowess? Observing Crocodile's demeanor, Rollo speculated. "You concede? You concede? Do as you wish." "I surrender," Crocodile declared, regaining his composure and raising his hands in defeat. He had come to realize the disparity between them. Years of neglecting his training had left him at a disadvantage, while Rollo's mastery of haki had reached an impressive level. Coupled with that formidable physique, he had withstood two of Crocodile's most powerful techniques, with his haki falling short and his devil fruit abilities proving ineffective. Persisting in the fight would only result in a one-sided annihilation. It was better to concede now. Is he truly surrendering? Robin exclaimed in astonishment. The words of surrender emanating from the once mighty Crocodile felt surreal. Was this a dream? He had surrendered without Rollo even wielding a sword. Dasky was equally surprised, marveling at how Rollo had compelled a member of the warlords to yield without employing his renowned swordsmanship. Commander Rollo is magnificent. Commander Rollo is extraordinary. Nami continued to cheer enthusiastically for Rollo. "Hey, what are you saying, Crocodile? This is so unlike you. Have you forgotten? You are one of the warlords. How can you doubt your own strength? Who in these seas have you ever bowed to? Who have you ever feared? You are a true man, unafraid even of Whitebeard. Keep fighting." Rollo could not possibly let Crocodile off the hook so easily. He had yet to satiate his desire for a challenge. Thus, he encouraged his opponent to continue battling. Is he encouraging his adversary? Dasky was bewildered by Rollo's sudden display of support, her beautiful face reflecting surprise. Such heartfelt encouragement seemed a stark contrast to the sharp-tongued persona of Rollo she had known. Initially perceiving him as merely a lecherous youth, she now found him increasingly enigmatic. Robin, too, wore a bemused expression, having first thought Rollo to be an innocent flirt. It appeared that his combat style was wholly beyond her comprehension. Encouraging one's opponent to regain confidence? What kind of unconventional tactic was this? Only Nami remained steadfast, persistently chanting, "Commander Rollo, go. Commander Rollo is amazing. I acknowledge your strength. I truly will not fight anymore. Do as you wish. Whether to capture me or otherwise, it's entirely up to you." Crocodile took a deep drag from his cigar, wincing occasionally from the pain. He truly could not continue this battle. As the confrontation continued, Rollo felt his dwindling confidence be further shattered. "Are we truly not going to fight anymore?" he asked once more, recalling that Crocodile was supposed to be an immensely proud and formidable pirate. "If we are indeed finished, take me away. I no longer wish to continue." Crocodile's already fragile confidence had been thoroughly dismantled by Rollo. Witnessing such a young adversary wielding terrifying strength, Crocodile was confronted with an undeniable reality. The tides of the Yangtze River pushed the waves before it, leaving the former waves washed ashore. He realized that he was the one lying defeated on the beach. Even his ambition of becoming the pirate king had dissipated, faced with such a powerful and youthful navy. He pondered whether, by the time this young man matured, the age of great pirates would have already come to an end. There seemed little reason for him to strive any longer. Crocodile had entirely adopted a Zen-like attitude. System. Does this count as defeating Crocodile? With Crocodile's sudden capitulation, Rollo found himself inquiring within his mind. Then congratulations, host, for completing the task of defeating Crocodile. Reward, 10 billion berries. Upon hearing the system's notification, Rollo immediately noticed an increase in his account balance. Now totaling 15 billion berries, he had become a veritable millionaire. What a thrill to have gained another 10 billion berries. With such wealth, his monthly interest would amount to 60 million berries, more than enough to indulge for a while. Elated by his reward, Rollo turned his gaze to Dashki. Is this really the end of the battle? Dashki remained in a state of bewilderment. Although Crocodile's face was swollen like a pig's head, he appeared to have sustained only minor injuries. Rollo, on the other hand, emerged unscathed. Yet, the atmosphere hardly suggested that the fight was over. What are we waiting for? Let us restrain him, Rollo said with a smile. Soon, the disheartened Crocodile found himself shackled by Dashki with sea-stone handcuffs, offering no resistance whatsoever. Lying sprawled on the ground, he gazed up at the sky, lost in thought, unable to fathom how he had been so easily defeated by the warlord of the sea. It was only when Dashki secured the handcuffs that she began to grasp the reality of the situation. Despite her awareness of Rollo's strength, she had never anticipated that Crocodile would concede in such a dramatic fashion. Commander Rollo, you just terrified me. At that moment, Nami suddenly threw herself into Rollo's embrace, large tears streaming down her face, soaking his shirt. What is the matter, Nami? Rollo inquired. You rushed in a crocodile's sandstorm. It frightened me to death, Nami replied, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Although she had been cheering him on, it had merely been a facade, a pretense of strength. Nami's heart nearly faltered at the sight of Roronoa, her spirit almost lost in fear. Now that she sees Roronoa is truly unharmed, she can no longer maintain her composure. In a moment of emotional release, she leaps into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Rest assured, I will be fine. When have I ever approached a task without confidence? Roronoa gently pats Nami's delicate back, a warm current flowing through his heart. Robin, observing the embrace between Nami and Roronoa, wears a complex expression. Moments ago, she too was consumed by worry. However, Robin's disposition would never allow her to seek Roronoa's embrace with the same abandon as Nami. What's the matter? Do you desire a hug as well? Roronoa teasingly remarks, having noticed the glint in Robin's eyes. I do not wish for that. Caught off guard by Roronoa's playful revelation, Robin's cheeks flush, a rare display of shyness overtaking her. Ha ha ha. If you wish to embrace, then embrace. What is there to fear? Roronoa, showing no restraint, pulls Robin into his arms. To his surprise, she does not resist. Instead, she cautiously leans her cheek against his chest, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. With Nami in his left arm and Robin in his right, Roronoa feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. Ahem, Commander Roronoa, how shall we proceed with Crocodile? Dashki, standing nearby, speaks up, a hint of awkwardness in her tone. First, let us escort him back to the palace, where he shall confess his crimes. After that, we will decide his fate. With that, Roronoa, Nami, Dashki, and Robin escort Crocodile back to the capital. At the Alabasta Palace, Captain Karp is in the midst of a lively second round of drinks with King Cobra. Karp, Vice Admiral Karp, Mr. Roronoa has returned. A trembling soldier announces as he approaches Karp. He has returned? So he has returned. What of it? Does that rascal wish to join in for a drink? Karp downs the contents of his cup, dismissively responding. No, that is not the case. Along with Mr. Roronoa and his two aides, Miss Nami and Miss Dashki, there are two others who have returned with him. One is a woman, and the other is the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Chapter 38. Truly the grandson of Admiral Karp. Such a troublemaker. Crocodile. What is his purpose in following along? Upon hearing Crocodile's name, the gathered crowd exhibited a palpable sense of alertness. Although Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords aligned with the Navy, there exists a profound mistrust between the warlords and the Navy. What could his intentions be? Kabura and the dignitaries of Alabasta exchanged wary glances. They had long harbored suspicions that Crocodile was the architect behind this drought, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate their claims. Now, with Crocodile arriving at the palace alongside Rollo, could it be that he intended to confront them directly? To clarify, Crocodile did not return with Mr. Rollo voluntarily. Rather, he was escorted back by Mr. Rollo, as stammering Navy soldiers reported. What? Karp, who had just taken a swig of his drink, found himself spewing the old liquor upon hearing the soldiers' report. Mr. Rollo captured Crocodile? This revelation sent a shiver down his aide Bogart's spine, causing his hair to stand on end. Crocodile has been captured? Even Kabura and the ministers of Alabasta stared in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. How could a casual outing turn into the apprehension of a warlord? Karp's grandson truly possessed a knack for the bizarre. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, was escorted back by Rollo. Surely, I must not be mishearing this. Karp, suspecting a misunderstanding, sought confirmation once more. Yes, indeed, he was escorted back, complete with sea-stone handcuffs. That impudent boy. He has landed me in serious trouble. Karp slapped his forehead, his expression one of exasperation. The Navy's sudden capture of a warlord was a momentous affair. Bogart fully empathized with Admiral Karp as predicament. As a member of the Navy, why provoke a warlord? They are legally recognized pirates by the world government, aligned with the Navy in principle. To apprehend one without cause would undoubtedly incite the fury of the 5 elder statesmen of the world government. After all, the existence of the warlords was due to the Navy's insufficient strength, necessitating the aid of pirates to uphold the world government's dominion. Now that one warlord has been detained, what might the others think? If today they can arrest Crocodile without justification, will I be next? This is a matter of grave consequence that could have far-reaching repercussions. Yet, Bogart could also comprehend Rollo's motivations. The reason was simple. He is the grandson of Admiral Karp, with Karp's blood coursing through his veins. In his youth, Admiral Karp had indulged in many reckless escapades. Grandfather, I have returned. At that moment, Rollo, accompanied by Nami, Dasky, Robin, and Crocodile, made his entrance. Just in time, Rollo. Look at the mess you've created. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Upon seeing Loro, my anger surged, and I charged forward with a fist of love. Loro, sensing the impending storm, quickly dodged and raised his hands in feigned innocence, saying, Grandfather, why are you hitting me? What do you think? He was doing quite well as one of the 7 warlords. Why would you apprehend him? Karp inquired loudly. Because I have identified the true culprit behind the turmoil in Alabasta, and it is this 7 warlord Crocodile, Loro declared with righteous conviction. Are you certain? Karp was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Absolutely. Allow me to present the evidence, Loro replied, producing a plethora of incriminating materials, recordings and videos that irrefutably implicated Crocodile. These pieces of evidence have been provided to Loro by Robin, who, having collaborated with Crocodile for an extended period, prudently retained a copy for such occasions. Soon, Vice Admiral Karp, Bogart, Cobra, and others gathered to scrutinize the evidence. The proof was as solid as a rock. After viewing it, they could only utter 4 words, utterly shocking. Crocodile is attempting to usurp the nation. Mr. Loro, you are truly a great benefactor to Alabasta. Your tremendous kindness will forever be etched in my memory. The moment the evidence was presented, Cobra, the king, performed a grand royal salute to Loro. Indeed, Mr. Loro, you have bestowed upon us a chance for rebirth. Had you not intervened, Alabasta would surely have succumbed to the clutches of piracy. You are our grand hero. The noblemen and ministers of Alabasta knelt before Loro, weeping profusely. They realized that, alone, they could never challenge the formidable Crocodile. Mr. Loro has truly accomplished a remarkable deed. Dasky, witnessing this touching scene, also removed her glasses to wipe away tears. Dear grandson, it seems I have misjudged you. After reviewing the evidence, Karp sheepishly smiled at Loro. Grandfather, I went to capture a villain, and you return only to strike me. That is rather excessive. Loro seized this golden opportunity. Dear grandson, it was my error. From now on, whatever you wish to do, I shall not hinder you. Karp replied with a grin. Who would have thought that this time, my grandson would apprehend a nation-stealing villain? Had it not been for his intervention, in 6 months, Alabasta might have transformed into a pirate nation. I shall remember that. Rollo nodded, satisfied with Karp's assurance. Rest assured, henceforth, I shall not obstruct your endeavors, Karp declared emphatically. By the way, King Cobra, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you. With Karp's promise secured, Rollo was ready to set plans in motion. Mr. Rollo, you are exceedingly gracious. There is no need for negotiations. You are indeed our great hero of Alabastan. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I assure you, I shall not shy away from any task within my capability, spoke King Cobra with utmost respect. I recall that Alabastan possesses a princess named Vivi. I would like her to accompany me in joining the Navy. What do you think, King Cobra? Rollo's audacious proposal startled Cap. You rascal, just as we commenced. You're already yearning for the princess. Cap rebuked Rollo immediately upon hearing such brazen demands. Beside them, Bogart was left speechless. Truly, the grandson of Admiral Cap is an exceptional character. He certainly knows how to stir the pot. Directly asking for a princess is no small feat, surpassing even the antics of Admiral Cap in his prime. Chapter 39. Grandson, you shall not lure another princess aboard. Grandfather, did you not promise to support my endeavors without objection? Rollo feigned innocence as he gazed at Garp. Well, Garp found himself at a loss for words in response to Rollo's inquiry. Very well. It seems that your assurances are worthless. In that case, I shall embrace the life of a pirate, for being a naval officer is simply too mundane. Rollo waved his hand, resorting to his old tactics. All right. If you insist, grandfather. Garp, acknowledging his own shortcomings, ceased his attempts to dissuade Rollo. His grandson possessed tremendous potential, and it was imperative that he not be allowed to pursue a life of piracy. As for Rollo's interest in the princess, Garp felt he could only hope for the best, as long as Rollo did not resort to force. That's more like it. With his grandfather no longer opposing him, Rollo felt a sense of relief. King Cobra, what do you think of my proposal? Rollo turned to King Cobra once more, seeking his opinion. Cobra paused, his mind racing with thoughts. In truth, he was reluctant for Vivi to accompany Rollo. Logically, Cobra held a high opinion of Rollo. Upon his arrival, he had brought forth a much-needed downpour to the drought-stricken Alabasta and swiftly apprehended the notorious crocodile. The fact that Rollo had defeated a seasoned warlord of the sea indicated his formidable strength. Moreover, in the span of a single day, Rollo not only vanquished Crocodile, but also gathered substantial evidence of his crimes. This demonstrated that Rollo was not only powerful, but also possessed remarkable intellect. His appearance exuded an air of nobility befitting the perfect son-in-law envisioned by Cobra. At merely 18 years of age, Rollo's future in the Navy appeared boundless, filled with promise. Additionally, being the grandson of the naval hero Garp only enhanced Rollo's prospects. Cobra even contemplated that Rollo might possess the makings of an admiral. If Vivi were to accompany Rollo, and should their youthful spirits ignite a romantic spark, Alabasta could indeed find itself with a future admiral as a son-in-law. Such an outcome would surely be advantageous. Yet, Cobra was acutely aware that Rollo was quite the flirtatious rogue. This was evident from the company he kept, a Nami, a Dazbones, and now a new, unfamiliar woman. Cobra did not recognize Robin, due to her butterfly mask. With 3 assistants already, each a stunning beauty in their own right, one could not help but question Rollo's motives in selecting such alluring companions. As a man, Cobra understood these inclinations all too well. While he yearned to forge a connection with a future admiral, the happiness of his daughter remained paramount. These thoughts flitted through Cobra's mind in an instant, and he quickly devised an excellent excuse. Mr. Rollo is indeed a benefactor to our Alabasta, having triumphed over Crocodile at such a young age, a true hero of youth. If Vivi could accompany a genius like Mr. Rollo in the Navy, I would wholeheartedly support it. However, it is quite unfortunate that Vivi has left Alabasta for pressing matters these days. Even I am unaware of her whereabouts, lacking any means of contact. Thus I cannot ascertain when she will return. King Cobra's expression was one of discomfort as he spoke. It was evident to all that he was subtly declining Rollo's proposal, presenting a remarkably sound rationale. How could one join the Navy when they're not even present in Alabasta and cannot be reached? This reasoning earned Cobra a discreet thumbs up from Karp, who admired the king's cleverness. "Grandson, you shall not take another princess aboard." This old man, unable to agree to such a small matter after resolving such a significant dilemma. Rollo, perceptive as ever, recognized the underlying message in Cobra's words and could not help but scoff inwardly. Yet, Rollo was not a man to easily concede. While others may be unaware of Vivi's whereabouts, he, as a time traveler, certainly was not. Vivi was currently infiltrating the Baroque works under the guise of an agent to investigate the drought issues plaguing Alabasta. Robin, being the second in command of Baroque works, undoubtedly possessed Vivi's contact information. King Cobra, does that mean Princess Vivi is indeed not in Alabasta, and you cannot locate her? Rollo inquired, following Cobra's lead. Indeed, Mr. Rollo. I sincerely apologize. If Vivi were here, I am confident she would be delighted to join you in the Navy, Cobra replied, his expression tinged with regret. Thus, if she were in Alabasta, you would consent to her joining me in the Navy? Rollo discerned a flaw in Cobra's argument. Of course, Cobra responded eagerly. After all, Mr. Rollo is a great benefactor to Alabasta. Having helped resolve such a significant issue, he could not afford to be overly definitive in his refusal. Moreover, Cobra was aware that aside from himself, no one present knew that Vivi had infiltrated Baroque works as an undercover agent, not even his most trusted ministers. This matter was known only to him and Vivi, making Rollo's assumption unfounded. Vivi could not possibly be in Alabasta at that moment. Well, your words bring me comfort, Rollo nodded, feigning understanding. I apologize once more, Mr. Rollo. Cobra believed the matter had been satisfactorily resolved, displaying a satisfied smile while feeling a twinge of guilt towards Rollo. After all, the latter had rendered him such a significant favor. Yet he had resorted to excuses, an action he deemed inappropriate. However, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, Cobra felt compelled to act thus. That very evening, King Cobra hosted a grand celebratory banquet for Rollo and his companions. Everyone indulged to the point of inebriation. Early the following morning, while the world still slumbered, Rollo set out with Robin. As the second in command of the Baroque works, Robin possessed the unique ability to contact all agents, second only to their leader, Crocodile. At Rollo's behest, Robin summoned Vivi under the guise of Miss All Sunday. Unbeknownst to Vivi, Crocodile had already fallen from grace, and she was taken aback by the unexpected invitation from the second in command. Given her current standing as merely a mid-level agent, it was inconceivable for her to directly engage with someone of Miss All Sunday's stature. To Vivi, this represented a rare opportunity to connect with the upper echelons of Baroque works, perhaps even unearthing some evidence in the process. Soon, Vivi arrived at the designated location, appearing before Rollo and Robin. With her cascading blue waves styled into twin ponytails, she donned a flowing gray robe, beneath which lay a striking blue-patterned V-neck jumpsuit that accentuated her hourglass figure exquisitely. Chapter 40. Vivi Shock, a gallant young hero descends. Greetings, Vivi. I have summoned you here. Robin greeted Vivi with a smile, simultaneously comprehending why Rollo would make such a request of Cobra. Clearly, Princess Vivi was a paragon of beauty, and it was evident that this young rogue had taken a fancy to her. Vivi had never encountered Robin, as she was merely a lowly agent. However, upon recognizing the voice that was identical to that of the telephone bug, she understood that the striking individual before her was indeed Miss All Sunday. Thus, she respectfully addressed her. Hello. You must be Miss All Sunday. You have called me here for an important mission, I presume? There is no mission. My name is Robin, and please refrain from calling me Miss All Sunday, Princess Vivi. Robin smiled, appearing to be unaware that the greatest puppet master of Alabasta had already met his demise. Upon realizing that her identity had been uncovered, a sense of dread gripped Vivi. How could her true identity be revealed? Had her father and the others encountered trouble? Otherwise, how could her disguise have been compromised? What should she do next? Should she feign calmness as if nothing had occurred? Or should she make a hasty retreat? Would fleeing result in her capture? After all, this was Miss All Sunday, the second in command and undoubtedly formidable. Princess Vivi attempted to maintain her composure, yet her heart raced with anxiety, her once fair complexion now resembling that of a ghost. At that moment, Rollo stepped forward, observing Vivi's pale visage, and reassured her, "Princess Vivi, do not worry. I am with the Navy. Crocodile has been apprehended, and I am here to escort you back." "What nonsense! I'm not a princess. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Vivi resolutely denied her royal identity. How could Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, possibly be captured by the Navy? It seemed she was unable to accept this revelation. Robin discerned the underlying tension. Vivi likely remained oblivious to Crocodile's arrest, compounded by her assumption that she was testing her resolve due to Robin's status as Miss All Sunday. Very well, if that is the case, then I must apologize. Rollo understood that explanations would be futile. He gently cradled Vivi's delicate neck with one hand while the other slid beneath her porcelain thighs, lifting her in a princess carry. The sensation was quite delightful, a thought that crossed Rollo's mind. What were you doing? Princess Vivi had never experienced such intimate contact with a man, prompting her instinctual resistance. Her petite fists pounded against Rollo's chest like a playful kitten. "Do you not believe me? I shall take you to see Crocodile." With that, Rollo activated his flying abilities, causing Vivi to scream in terror. A minute later, Rollo arrived at the place where Crocodile was imprisoned, accompanied by Robin and Vivi. There, they beheld Crocodile clad in prison garb, his wrists bound by conspicuous sea-stone handcuffs, gazing listlessly at the sky as though contemplating the very essence of existence. Could it be that this notorious figure had truly been captured? Witnessing Crocodile languishing on the warship without a trace of defiance, Princess Vivi finally accepted the veracity of the earlier claims. This formidable warlord had indeed fallen into the clutches of the Navy. These documents bore the incriminating evidence of his crimes. Rollo presented the evidence of Crocodile's wrongdoing for Vivi's perusal. Upon reviewing the documents, Vivi broke into a cold sweat. It became clear that this was all part of Crocodile's grand scheme. His true aim was never to prevent rain in Alabasta, but rather to incite rebellion by orchestrating a drought, thereby seizing the opportunity to usurp the nation for himself. "How did you come by this evidence?" Vivi inquired, taking a deep breath as she examined the classified files. Her curiosity piqued. "We owe it all to this dashing young man before you," Robin replied. "He defeated Crocodile and unearthed this evidence. Had it not been for him, Alabasta would surely have faced ruin within 6 months, and the fate of the royal family would have been dire." Robin recounted the entire saga to Vivi. Wow, he utterly overwhelmed Crocodile without any chance of retaliation. Vivi gasped, covering her cherry-red lips in disbelief as her gaze shifted to Rollo. This young man had vanquished the formidable warlord Crocodile at such a tender age. Moreover, he had compiled such a comprehensive chain of evidence, all accomplished within a single day. His abilities seemed almost extraordinary, and to top it off, he possessed such striking looks. Truly, he was the epitome of perfection. It appeared that fate had not abandoned Alabasta, sending a gallant hero to alleviate their plight. As she gazed upon him, a rosy hue crept across Vivi's flawless complexion, not solely due to Rollo's heroism, but also in admiration of his formidable talents. It is in a woman's nature to be drawn to strength. "Why are you blushing, Princess Vivi?" Robin teased, having discerned her interest in Rollo. The astute Robin understood perfectly. It was only natural for a woman to be captivated by such an exceptional man, whose looks, abilities, age, and potential were beyond reproach. Feeling slightly embarrassed after being called out by Robin, Vivi hurriedly spoke, "No, it's nothing. Speaking of which, you are indeed a great benefactor of Alabasta. Without your intervention, our nation would surely have perished. In such a case, my father, along with myself and the other ministers, would have faced execution. You are not only a savior to Alabasta, but also to the Nefertari family." Vivi's gratitude was palpable, overflowing in her heartfelt expression. The facts are laid bare. Had it not been for Rollo's intervention, Crocodile would undoubtedly have succeeded in due time. Given the strength of Alabasta, it is inconceivable to confront a formidable foe of the warlord caliber head-on. Not at all. It was merely a trifling matter. Rollo waved his hand dismissively, giving the impression that he had merely performed an insignificant act. Your magnanimity is overwhelming. I am at a loss as to how I might repay such a monumental kindness. Vivi was once again captivated by Rollo's demeanor. Speaking of which, Vivi, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, I would ask of you a small favor. Rollo seized the opportunity with determination. Please do speak. Vivi nodded vigorously. After reviewing the evidence, Vivi realized that Alabasta had narrowly escaped the clutches of doom. Without this young man, Alabasta would have been entirely overrun by Crocodile, as Miss All Sunday had foretold. The royal family's fate would surely have been one of dismemberment. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the savior of both Alabasta and the royal lineage. When a savior presents a request, one cannot simply refuse. Then I shall not be polite. Join me in the Navy and serve as my assistant, Rollo declared, exhibiting a rather audacious boldness. There was no room for subtlety in his demands. Chapter 41. Is Hawkeye also a hero defeated by Rollo? Of course, my benefactor. However, I must confer with my father first. Vivi, still youthful and innocent, had readily agreed without a second thought. Her sole concern was whether her father, King Cobra, would disapprove. As being a princess, she felt it might be beneath her dignity to serve as an assistant. Rest assured, King Cobra has already given his consent. Cool me. Let me escort you to meet your father, Rollo chuckled lightly. Little Cobra, daring to play tricks on me, now that I have returned with Vivi. Let us see what you have to say. Before long, Rollo, Robin, and Vivi arrived at the Alabasta Royal Palace, where King Cobra and Karp had just risen, enjoying breakfast in the palace banquet hall. Vivi, how have you returned? Cobra was taken aback upon seeing Vivi return with Rollo, questioning if he was in a dream as he rubbed his eyes. So this is Princess Vivi? No wonder Rollo wished to have her join the Navy. Karp instantly understood Rollo's peculiar request upon seeing the princess. This little rascal has set his sights on the princess. No, it seems he is more interested in her form. Father, I know that Crocodile has been captured by Rollo. The crisis in Alabasta has finally been resolved. Vivi rushed to her father, tears streaming down her face after so long apart. Cobra appeared aged, burdened by immense pressure as the rebellion in Alabasta had begun to unfold. Without Rollo's intervention, Alabasta would have succumbed to piracy within a year. Indeed, it is all thanks to the hero Rollo. Cobra wept with relief, embracing his daughter. The long-standing stress was finally released, and the father and daughter wept together, oblivious to the onlookers. This touching scene nearly brought tears to Nami, Daz, and others as they watched. My grandson has done a great deed. Karp felt his heart swell with pride as he witnessed their emotional reunion. Once their tears subsided, Rollo seized the opportunity to interject, King Cobra, now that Princess Vivi has returned, she can join me in the Navy, correct? Karp intended to counsel him, but Rollo's glance silenced him. What could he do against this grandson, who was not only willing to join the Navy, but possessed such extraordinary talent? Karp found himself unable to contend with Rollo, yet internally, he felt a sweetness akin to honey. His grandson's accomplishments brought him immense pride. Karp, typically the one who left others at a loss in the Navy, now found the tides had turned. Recognizing the inevitability of the situation, Cobra understood he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he had just promised Rollo in front of so many people yesterday, so he could only agree, saying, Very well, Vivi, you must diligently follow Hero Rollo from now on, striving to become a formidable Navy officer. We cannot allow the likes of Crocodile to unfold in other nations. Of course, Father, I shall faithfully accompany Lord Rollo, Vivi assured the crowd, her heart brimming with joy. She had not anticipated her father to be so understanding and quick to consent. Moreover, Vivi, you must remember, once you join the Navy, romance is strictly off limits. Your focus should be on training diligently, honing your skills, protecting the innocent, and becoming a reliable naval officer. King Cobra, witnessing the irrevocable decision now made, could only reiterate his advice with earnestness. Do not let your heart be swayed by that fickle man, my daughter. Father, what are you saying? Vivi replied, utterly bewildered. What talk of romance? What was her father thinking? The nobles nearby also appeared perplexed. King Cobra is merely concerned that you might develop feelings for Mr. Rollo. Given his remarkable qualities, which indeed make him quite appealing, Robin teased, wearing a butterfly mask. Upon hearing this, two rosy hues immediately adorned Vivi's flawless complexion, and she hastily covered her face with her delicate hands, stammering, What are you talking about? That's impossible. I am joining the Navy to uphold justice. Oh, is that so? Then why is your face so flushed? Do I really look that way? Vivi's face grew even warmer. Oh dear. King Cobra, observing his daughter's bashful demeanor, understood immediately. She was smitten. However, the die had been cast. As a king, he had already made his declaration and could only swallow his words. He hoped that Rollo would refrain from seeking additional companions, as four were already sufficient. Just then, the snail phone rang. Vice Admiral Garp, it's a call from Admiral Sengoku. Bogart hastily handed the scorching phone to Garp. Knowing that Sengoku would undoubtedly be inquiring about Crocodile's capture, a conversation he dared not engage in himself. What does that old rascal want now? Garp grumbled as he picked up the snail phone, promptly connecting the call. Garp, you scoundrel. What mischief have you gotten into now? How did Crocodile end up in your hands? He is one of the 7 warlords. The moment I heard about this, Mariehua called me, demanding to know what was going on. How am I supposed to explain this to them? Sengoku's irate voice echoed throughout the entire palace, causing all to hear his outburst. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, that was not my doing. My old bones wouldn't dare to undertake such a task. It was my grandson who captured Crocodile. Garp responded, bursting into laughter at Sengoku's frustration. Upon hearing that Karp treated the matter so lightly, the voice of Sengoku on the other end of the line became increasingly irate. You scoundrel, are you attempting to shift the blame onto your grandson again? I have yet to settle the score with you regarding the incident where Hawkeye was defeated by a young swordsman in Rogue Town. This time, you shall not evade responsibility. Hawkeye was defeated? Was this connected to Vice Admiral Karp? At this revelation, Kabura, Vivi, and the noblemen of Alabasta were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. After all, who among them was unaware of the illustrious name of Hawkeye? He was renowned as the world's foremost swordsman, his fame echoing far and wide. They had indeed heard whispers of the recent incident where Hawkeye fell to a young swordsman. Could it be that this too was linked to Vice Admiral Karp? Yet, Vice Admiral Karp, known as Iron Fist, seemed to have no ties to the art of swordsmanship whatsoever. Chapter 42. Tremors among the Naval High Command. Is that really Karp's grandson? In the face of Sengoku's furious outburst, Karp remained unperturbed, proudly declaring, Hey, you stubborn old man Sengoku, didn't I tell you? It was my grandson who defeated Hawkeye. He raised his voice an octave, fearful that others might not hear him. What? Hawkeye was defeated by Rollo, the hero? He is the world's greatest swordsman, a formidable force on par with the red-haired emperor, vanquished by Mr. Rollo. The crowd present was instantly struck with shock, their hair standing on end upon hearing Karp's words. Rollo the hero defeated Hawkeye? Vivi's face flushed at this revelation, her mouth agape as if she could swallow a goose egg whole. If he could conquer Hawkeye, then defeating Crocodile would be a mere trifle. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Sengoku remained skeptical. Enough. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and the results will be forthcoming. If they differ from what you have said, I shall not spare you, Karp. Ha ha. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Karp laughed heartily and abruptly ended the call, showing Sengoku, the current fleet admiral, no courtesy whatsoever. He hung up on the fleet admiral of the Navy, the legendary hero of the Navy, truly a unique character. This grandfather-grandson duo is indeed formidable. Witnessing this spectacle, the people of Alabasta were left astounded. They had just seen someone hang up on the fleet admiral's call. The audacity of this grandfather and grandson pair was remarkably similar, utterly unrestrained. Simultaneously, Sengoku, having been abruptly cut off, shook his head and sighed, displaying an expression of despair. That rascal Karp has been like this since his youth, and there is nothing I can do about it. What can I do? Just make do. What other choice do I have? He promptly summoned the high-ranking officers of the Navy to discuss the matter of Crocodile's defeat. With Sengoku's command, all senior naval officers gathered. In a short time, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 3 admirals, Kizu, Akainu, and Akiji, along with Admiral Candidate Peach Rabbit, the middle-ranking general and chief strategist Crane, and the elite middle-ranking generals of the Navy, were all present. After all, the seven warlords are one of the three major powers. If one side encounters a problem, the balance of the entire world could be tilted. An emergency meeting commenced among the Naval High Command. About 10 minutes into the meeting, a sudden urgent knock echoed through the room. Upon receiving Sengoku's approval, a green-haired man wearing sunglasses entered. He was none other than Lieutenant Commander Branu, known as the king of meetings within the Navy. He held a document in his hand. Seeing this, Sengoku surmised the nature of the matter and proactively inquired, "So, Branu, has the investigation into the defeat of Hawkeye yielded results?" Branu responded in a serious tone, "Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the results are in. The investigators we dispatched gathered testimonies from approximately 100 witnesses who observed the defeat of Hawkeye. In conjunction with the statements from Commander Smoker of Roadtown and the naval officers, the identity of the man who vanquished Hawkeye was officially confirmed." Upon this revelation, the senior naval officers present exchanged glances, clearly intrigued by the defeat of such a formidable opponent. After all, this was the man who had bested the world's premier swordsman, implying that he was at least a formidable figure of royal caliber. Such a person undoubtedly warranted the keen attention of the naval hierarchy. Notably, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, a renowned swordswoman herself, was particularly eager to learn the identity of the man who had triumphed over Hawkeye, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. With a resounding clap, Branu placed the document he held directly onto the naval podium, ensuring that the entire conference room could clearly see its contents. The document bore a striking portrait of Rollo, accompanied by detailed information about him. According to eyewitness accounts, he appeared exceedingly youthful, estimated to be around 18 years of age, standing approximately 2-3 meters tall, with well-defined features and an exceptional demeanor, resembling a noble scion. Branu began to disclose the findings of the investigation before the high-ranking naval officers. 18 years old? So young? To have defeated Hawkeye at such a tender age? Surely he must have utilized some fruitability. I can hardly believe it. The room erupted in disbelief as the naval officers struggled to comprehend that a mere youth had bested Hawkeye. A young swordsman indeed, but this is beyond youthful. Silence, please. Sengoku signaled for calm amidst the commotion. Branu, please continue. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Branu nodded and pressed on. According to the witnesses, this individual wielded an unremarkable katana. Yet, during the confrontation with Hawkeye, he maintained a distinct advantage, executing his swordsmanship with exquisite grace, as if performing a dance, leaving Hawkeye at a loss. The battle concluded with Hawkeye sustaining injuries. Branu continued. After the fight, Hawkeye inquired about the young man's name, which is Rollo. Rollo? The name struck a chord, as it was the very name of Captain Garp's grandson. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting shock. Could it be that Garp's claims were indeed true? Was it genuinely his grandson who had defeated Hawkeye, or merely a coincidence? Indeed, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Senior Advisor Tsuru. According to Commander Smoker of Roadtown, the man who defeated Hawkeye is none other than Rear Admiral Monkey D. Rollo, Branu declared emphatically. Nanny. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Tsuru's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. So, Garp's words were indeed accurate? His grandson truly had bested Hawkeye? To have accomplished such a feat so soon after setting sail was utterly unprecedented. Oh my goodness. The New World's foremost swordsman is actually the grandson of Admiral Karp. With her crimson lips slightly parted and her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief, Peach Rabbit stood frozen in place, unable to move for quite some time. Ah, what a surprise. Another prodigious youth has emerged, even if he is the grandson of the legendary hero Karp. Achieving such feats at the tender age of 18 upon embarking on his maritime journey is certainly no small accomplishment. How frightening indeed. The fact that he is the grandson of Admiral Karp implies that he is the son of that remarkable individual, does it not? Such lineage is truly formidable. The reactions among the three admirals of the Navy were varied. However, the most encouraging news is that this talented youth, known as Rollo, has been persuaded by Admiral Karp and is now a member of the Navy. Branu finally exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, having a man of such caliber join the Navy is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the organization. Chapter 43. Rollo's Personal Preferences. The Navy's High Command is speechless. Has Rollo actually joined the Navy? Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Tsuru were both utterly astonished. After all, they recalled how often Garp lamented to them that both of his grandsons aspired to become pirates, a source of great distress for him. Little did they expect that Rollo had now become a member of the Navy, and with such remarkable talent. Indeed, Mr. Rollo has followed in the footsteps of Vice Admiral Garp and has become a naval soldier, Brand New stated with unwavering certainty. No wonder that scoundrel Garp has been so boastful lately. It turns out he was merely showing off to me. At that moment, Sengoku grasped why Garp's tone had been so infused with pride during their recent phone conversations. Evidently, he had successfully persuaded his eldest grandson to join the Navy and had accomplished numerous earth-shattering feats. It seems that Garp was reveling in the prowess of his grandson. That old rascal hasn't changed a bit. However, Sengoku could empathize with Garp's mindset. At their advanced age, they no longer harbor grand ambitions or aspirations for monumental achievements. Their only hope lies in seeing their descendants thrive. It appears that Garp's lineage is quite impressive. His eldest grandson, at merely 18 years of age, has already triumphed over Mihawk and Crocodile, each victory a momentous event capable of shaking the world. Who could have anticipated that Garp could persuade his grandson to join the Navy? Had he chosen the path of piracy, the Navy would have been faced with a formidable adversary. Tsuru, too, wore a smile of relief. Such a prodigious talent, if turned pirate, would spell significant trouble for the Navy. Fortunately, this genius has been convinced by Garp to enlist in the Navy. It seems the Navy is on the verge of welcoming an extraordinarily gifted youth, perhaps the key to ending the age of pirates. Garp managed to persuade his grandson. He doesn't seem like the type. Sengoku recognized a blind spot. Admiral Sengoku, his subordinate, began, "I am about to report relevant information regarding this newly inducted genius youth, Rollo, and the motives behind his enlistment in the Navy." Brand New continued, his tone somewhat hesitant. After all, according to the investigative reports relayed from the front lines, this aspiring naval genius did not share the same noble intentions as others who joined the Navy, driven by the desire to eradicate pirates and uphold justice. The true purpose behind this young prodigy's enlistment was far from straightforward and, in fact, quite perplexing. Oh, the motives for joining the Navy? Upon hearing Brand New's awkward tone, Sengoku sensed that matters were not as simple as he had imagined. He had often heard Garp mention how resolute his grandsons were in their desire to become pirates. If Garp could persuade Rollo to join the Navy, it seems there were some undisclosed secrets involved. Indeed, this young genius appears to have joined the Navy for some rather unmentionable personal reasons. Brand New hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After all, Rollo's personal inclinations are rather unseemly. Brand New, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. Noticing Brand New's hesitation, Sengoku declared directly, "Ahem." "Very well, Commander Sengoku, I shall be forthright." Brand New cleared his throat. According to accounts from some naval personnel in EC Rog Town, the prodigious youth Rollo, despite his formidable talents, appears to harbor some rather peculiar preferences, such as collecting beautiful female assistants. Furthermore, all of his assistants are strikingly attractive, and Rollo insists that they don identical black silk camisoles. There are whispers that Rollo once proclaimed before numerous naval officers that his intention in joining the Navy was to captivate all the beautiful women within it. Rumor has it that Vice Admiral Karp acquiesced to this peculiar request, thereby persuading Rollo to enlist. In summary, that is the intelligence we have. After delivering this information, Brand New immediately turned to gauge the reactions of those present. I knew it. That fool Karp. How could he possibly convince Rollo with his rhetoric? Sengoku's expression darkened, and he erupted in expletives. This personal quirk is utterly absurd. The most concerning part is that Karp, that rascal, actually agreed to it. Is he intending to turn the entire Navy into his harem? What will the other sailors think? This is truly a headache. Vice Admiral Tsuru also looked bewildered. Who would have thought, initially believing the Navy had gained another prodigious youth, only to discover this rather ludicrous personal inclination? Is indeed hard to accept. Yet, this young man's talent is so formidable. If we obstruct him, what if he decides to leave the Navy? In this age of great piracy, the Navy's strength is already stretched thin, reliant even on the power of the 7 warlords of the sea for balance. Having finally welcomed a seemingly promising genius capable of ending the era of great pirates, if he were to turn against the Navy, would it not be a grave loss? However, if this peculiar preference were to manifest, it could indeed destabilize the morale within the Navy. After all, most sailors join the Navy with dreams of justice. A libertine, such as him intruding, would inevitably incite dissatisfaction among the ranks. Striking a balance between these two factions will undoubtedly test the leadership's acumen. It seems troublesome matters lie ahead. Peach Rabbit. You haven't been ensnared by him, have you? I hear that Vice Admiral Karp's grandson is particularly handsome. Upon hearing this, the Naval Headquarters candidate, General Chabwa, cast a worried glance at the lovely woman beside him, another candidate general, Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit shot Chabwa a fierce glare, completely ignoring him. Peach Rabbit glanced at me. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? Chabwa immediately embarked on a delightful reverie. Ah, how amusing. Vice Admiral Karp's grandson. Oh, this peculiar inclination indeed reveals a genuine character. The reactions of Admirals Akiji and Kizuru, however, were rather subdued. After all, one of these two individuals is nonchalantly indifferent, detached from matters that do not concern him, dismissing it as a mere affair of the monkey family, while insisting it should not impede his work. The other is exceedingly lethargic, utterly disinterested in such matters, and incapable of addressing them. Only Admiral Akainu, who possesses an unwavering sense of absolute justice, reacted with fervor to this situation. With a resounding clap on the table, Akainu rose to his feet, his tone brimming with intensity as he exclaimed, "This is outrageous. How can this be tolerated? Are we to be treated as mere private chambers? Such behavior is intolerable." As he spoke, Akainu fixed his piercing gaze upon Admiral Sengoku, stating, "Admiral Sengoku, should Vice Admiral Garp and that law return to Naval Headquarters, I implore you to assign Law to my unit. I shall subject him to a regimen of hellish training, and I will not allow this insidious influence to permeate our naval camp." Chapter 44. Creating a demonic monarch as a warship? Akainu's words were uttered with unwavering conviction, garnering the attention and respect of many present. After all, Rorinoa was the beloved grandson of the legendary hero Garp, possessing remarkable talent. Did he not fear that tormenting Garp's own grandson would bring trouble upon him? Sengoku, a shrewd individual, quickly discerned the potential backlash. This was a precarious endeavor that could easily offend. On one hand, Rorinoa was Garp's flesh and blood, and the Navy's ranks would undoubtedly extend Garp some measure of courtesy, making it difficult to speak against him. On the other hand, Rorinoa's extraordinary potential made him an even more formidable challenge. Thus, all the burdens of offending others were deftly transferred to Akainu, allowing Sengoku the luxury of a lighter conscience. Sengoku promptly applauded, expressing his support for Akainu. "Excellent. Truly splendid. Sakazuki, your determination has my full backing. As soon as Garp returns, I will assign Rorinoa to your squad. You must discipline him thoroughly and rid him of that misguided spirit." After uttering these words, Sengoku felt a twinge of uncertainty and added, "However, Sakazuki, do not be overly severe. After all, he is not only Garp's grandson, but also possesses rare strength and talent. We would not want to drive him away from the Navy and into a life of crime." Upon hearing this, Akainu smiled slightly, confidence radiating from him. "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, with your unwavering support, I shall ensure this young rascal comprehends the essence of what it means to be a true Marine. I have already devised a plan to realign Rorinoa's wayward tendencies. Just wait and see, young rascal." Achu 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 achu. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, Garp, Rorinoa, Nami, Vivi, Robin, Cobra, Bogart, and others were gathered in the palace dining hall, relishing their lunch. However, Garp and Rorinoa had been persistently sneezing since moments ago. "Which scoundrel is speaking ill of me behind my back? It must be that old coot Sengoku." Garp mused, fully aware that Sengoku was undoubtedly muttering about him again. For how else could he be sneezing so uncontrollably? "Which lovely lady is missing me?" Rorinoa, silently pondered, bemused by his incessant sneezing. It must be some beautiful maiden yearning for me. Having obtained everything he desired in Alabasta, he felt there was little reason to linger. Countless enchanting maidens awaited him beyond. Oh, not to mention the vast expanse of stars and seas beckoning him to conquer. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Roronoa swiftly devoured a lunch fit for 100, then turned to Garp and said, "Grandfather, the matters in Alabasta have been resolved. Let us set forth without delay." Upon hearing this, Garp, surprisingly in agreement with Roronoa's suggestion, replied, "Good grandson, that is precisely my intention. We must hasten back to Navy headquarters." With that, Garp opened his mouth wide, consuming his 100-person portion with remarkable speed. The sheer appetite of this grandfather-grandson duo was, indeed, a sight to behold. The onlookers in Alabasta were left in a state of astonishment. "King Cobra, I express my gratitude for your hospitality over these past few days. We must now return to the naval headquarters." After the meal, Captain Karp gathered the troops to bid farewell to Cobra. However, Cobra fervently tried to persuade them to stay, as the departure of his daughter might mean a long separation. Nevertheless, Karp was resolute in his decision to leave, and Cobra, unable to protest further, watched as the Doghead warship set sail once more after lunch. Within a few days, the Doghead warship arrived at a new destination, the Water 7. It was at this moment that the mission was promptly issued. Ding, mission issued. Mission content. Land at Water 7. Reward. Supermechanical manufacturing machine. A supermechanical manufacturing machine? According to the system's description, this is an enhanced version of a gadget from the world of Doryman, thus earning its title. As the name suggests, this extraordinary machine is capable of producing large-scale machinery, including warships and aircraft carriers. The operation of the supermechanical manufacturing machine is remarkably straightforward. One simply needs to input the design blueprints and materials, and the machine will autonomously generate the desired creation according to the specifications provided. Furthermore, like other gadgets, only Rollo is permitted to use this device. Others must possess Rollo's authorization, which can be revoked at any time. How intriguing. Could this mean the advent of one's own warship? A satisfied smile graced Rollo's lips at the prospect of such a reward. With 4 female assistants by his side, the foreseeable future promised even more. It was indeed time for him to acquire a personal warship, a sanctuary of his own. After all, engaging in certain activities aboard another's vessel could be rather inconvenient. Wouldn't you agree? How fortuitous that this opportunity has presented itself. What thrilled Rollo even more was the fact that this was Water 7. Let us not forget that Water 7 possesses the blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton. If he could construct Pluton and utilize it as his own warship, imagine the spectacle of obliterating an island with a single cannon shot. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Rollo could hardly contain his excitement and promptly approached Karp, exclaiming, "Grandfather, let us explore Water 7. I have heard tales of its remarkable sights." Indeed, Water 7 boasts unique attractions, most notably that the entire city is engulfed by a tsunami once every year, a truly magnificent phenomenon. However, Rollo was not particularly interested in the sights. His primary focus remained on the reward. After all, the ancient weapon Pluton could serve as his personal warship, a notion both exhilarating and impressive. Upon hearing this, Karp, somewhat displeased, pinched his nose and remarked that if they continued to stop at every island, it would take an eternity to return to the naval headquarters. Thus, he suggested, "Rollo, let's postpone this visit for another time. We should prioritize our return to the naval headquarters." Determined, Rollo pouted slightly at Karp's reluctance and resolved to disembark on his own. Seizing the opportunity while Karp took a nap, Rollo called upon Nami, Robin, Dasky, and Vivi to join him. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take off." The 4 of them gazed at Rollo in bewilderment. Take off? To where? Observing their confusion, Rollo broke into a mischievous grin, then opened his arms wide, effortlessly embracing Nami, Robin, Dasky, and Vivi all at once, and ascended into the sky. With a swish, swish, the innate ability of the Lunaria tribe enabled Rollo to vanish from the battleship in the blink of an eye, becoming a mere speck in the distance. "Vice Admiral Karp, it's bad news. Mr. Rollo has flown away." Bogart exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in shock as he hurried to inform Karp. That damn grandson. He truly knows how to keep this old man on edge. Karp erupted, his anger awakening him immediately upon receiving the report, cursing vehemently. Yet despite his ire, Karp instructed the battleship to head straight for Water 7 to land. That troublesome grandson truly never allows him a moment of peace. Chapter 45. Let the secretary handle it. Within mere minutes, Rollo, accompanied by Nami, Robin, and others, boldly made their entrance into Water 7. Who were those individuals? Did they come flying in? Such unfamiliar faces. To his astonishment, he was cradling 4 stunning beauties in his arms. Truly, this lad is the object of envy. Indeed, if I could be in the company of such 4 lovely ladies, it would be worth my very life. Rollo's arrival immediately stirred a small commotion, for his entrance was anything but ordinary. Descending from the heavens with 4 enchanting women, he certainly captured a multitude of gazes. However, as a handsome figure, Rollo had long grown accustomed to the envious stares, choosing to disregard them entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Arrival in Water 7. Reward acquired, Super Mechanical Fabricator. In no time, Rollo received a system notification, announcing the successful acquisition of his reward. Excellent. Rollo perused the details of the reward item and its instructions within the system's interface. To his satisfaction, it confirmed his expectations. By simply placing the requisite materials and design blueprints into the Super Mechanical Fabricator, it would commence the creation of machinery identical to the provided designs. He wondered if inserting the blueprint for the Pluton would yield a vessel of that nature. If so, that would be truly remarkable. A single shot from such an ancient weapon could obliterate an island. Just the thought of sailing aboard such a warship was exhilarating. The individual's flying ability appeared quite extraordinary. Unlike the moonwalk of the Navy's 6 styles, it seemed he could soar directly through the air. Was he perhaps a devil fruit user? My instincts suggest that this person is not to be underestimated and warrants close attention. Meanwhile, upon their arrival in Water 7, Rollo, Robin, Nami, and the others caught the watchful eyes of CP9. As elite operatives of the world government, CP9 meticulously monitored every unfamiliar face appearing in Water 7. Individuals like Rollo, who arrived not through conventional means at the port, but rather descended from the sky, drew even greater scrutiny, especially with his peculiar flying ability, which starkly differed from the moonwalk, confirming that he was not employing physical techniques, but rather exhibited the powers of a devil fruit user. Who knows if such a person is also in search of the Pluton? Thus, CP9 focused their attention on Rollo. Before long, the agents covertly observing Rollo and his companions were taken aback, for they had stumbled upon a long-lost fugitive, the child of the devil, Nico Robin, the sole survivor of O'Hara, and a wanted criminal of significant interest to the world government. The reason? Naturally, it lies in Nico Robin's unparalleled ability to decipher the true history. Despite her bounty being a mere 79 million berries, her importance far exceeds that amount. One might even need to add a 0 to accurately reflect her value. To encounter her here is indeed a twist of fate. Rob Lucci, what shall we do now? The members of CP9 simultaneously turned to their leader, Rob Lucci. In the absence of a superior officer, the others were bound to follow his command. Of course, we will capture him directly, Rob Lucci declared with certainty. Should we not inform Commander Spandam? Khalifa hesitated beside him. Khalifa, go and tell him. We must follow Nico Robin and ensure he does not escape. Soon, the group left Khalifa behind, continuing to trail after the 5 members of Rollo's team. Why are there rats everywhere? Such bothersome creatures. The surveillance of CP9 did not elude Rollo's keen observation, enhanced by his observation hockey. To him, these CP9 operatives resembled rats scurrying through the sewers, engaged in furtive and unscrupulous activities, which Rollo found utterly distasteful. However, there was one exception among them, the sole woman of CP9, the alluring Agent Khalifa. Dressed in fishnet stockings and a professional office outfit, who could resist her charm? More importantly, Rollo needed a competent secretary. As the saying goes, when there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's none, the secretary remains idle. With Khalifa's professional capabilities, she was undoubtedly Rollo's ideal choice for the position. A secretary differs from an assistant. The former aids Rollo in both personal and official matters, while the latter focuses solely on private affairs. Although Rollo currently held the rank of an ordinary naval officer, who knows what the future holds? Thus, securing a secretary in advance was indeed prudent. At that moment, Rollo felt a soft body pressing against him. It was Robin. "Rollo, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us," Robin whispered as she leaned closer. Ever since arriving on the island, a sense of unease had enveloped her. Years of evasion had honed her acute alertness. Although she had yet to awaken her observation haki, she could not shake the feeling of being observed. "I know who it is. Do not worry. I will handle it," Rollo assured, grasping Robin's delicate hand and leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Robin nodded, her previously anxious heart settling into tranquility. With this man by her side, she felt secure. With that, Rollo deliberately led Nami, Robin, Daz Bones, and Vivi toward the secluded area. They soon arrived at a deserted alleyway. "What are we doing in a place like this, Commander Rollo?" Nami inquired curiously, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Did Commander Rollo have a penchant for such remote alleys? She recalled a similar experience in Alabasta, where he had brought her and Daz Bones to a secluded spot, only for a throng of people to emerge. Would history repeat itself? "Wait, the person we are expecting will arrive shortly," Rollo replied nonchalantly. His observation haki sensed several presences rapidly approaching. "Waiting? Who are we waiting for?" "Mr. Rollo, do you have friends on this island?" Daz Bones asked, looking perplexed. Before she could finish her sentence, several figures suddenly appeared before the five of them. The four individuals are Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and Gabra. "Who are you?" Startled by their sudden appearance, Vivi immediately inquired. "They're CP9, a clandestine intelligence agency directly affiliated with the world government, and they have presumably come for me," Robin explained to Vivi, her tone betraying no hint of panic. "Humph. Nico, Robin, you remain remarkably composed. This time, I shall not allow your escape. Capture Nico, Robin." With that, Rob Lucci issued his command, and the remaining three individuals swiftly prepared to take action. Chapter 46. The most powerful naval genius in 800 years. "Wait, are you members of CP9? Just as a few were about to take action, Dashiki stepped in front of Robin, blocking several CP9 members. "Humph. Since you are aware, it's best not to meddle. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to unleash a massacre." Rob Lucci snorted coldly, sizing up Dashiki. He noted that while she possessed some presence, it was pitifully weak. Even the most feeble among them, Khalifa, was far superior to this woman. According to Rob Lucci's usual temperament, anyone daring to obstruct him would not escape unscathed, ordinarily. Dashiki would already be a corpse. However, he now felt a sense of caution regarding Rollo. An instinct warned him to avoid conflict with that man. "I am a naval officer, and regarding Nico, Robin, I believe you and CP9 have misunderstood. Her hometown did not intend to overthrow the world. They merely sought to interpret history. If you grant me a moment, I can enlighten you on the matter." Since hearing Rollo's account of O'Hara, Dashiki understood that this situation was fundamentally a mistake of the world government, and pursuing Robin would only compound that error. "The Navy? Are the Navy merely a collection of naive fools? Since you are aware of O'Hara, you should know that those scholars defied the world government, committing an unforgivable crime. Their annihilation was well-deserved." Upon hearing Dashiki declare her allegiance, Rob Lucci let out a cold laugh. "Since you are with the Navy, you should not hinder us. Otherwise, I shall arrest you for harboring criminals." Kaku, standing beside him, spoke with righteous indignation. "Your indiscriminate arrests are a disgrace to justice." Dashiki trembled with rage at CP9's words. She was horrified that the CP, under the world government, upheld such values. Justice? The world government is the epitome of justice in this world. How repugnant. Perhaps we should just eliminate this foolish female officer along with her. Gabra also felt the urge to kill rising within him. Indeed, that is the intent, Rob Lucci coldly stated. It had been a long while since he had taken a life, and his hands itched for action. "Dashiki, cannot you see? These individuals are loyal hounds of the world government. Advising them against capturing Robin is akin to urging a dog not to eat feces. At that moment, Rollo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Nami, Vivi, and Robin stifled their laughter, bursting into smiles. What a fitting analogy. How dare you insult us? The four members of CP9 glared at Rollo, their fury palpable. Insult you? I was merely praising you. Who could be more loyal to the world government than you? Rollo chuckled lightly. I find some truth in what he says. Upon hearing this, Kaku nodded in agreement. Kaku, do not be deceived by him. While we remain loyal, we shall never be demeaned. Rob Lucci wore an expression of profound irritation. How could one be so foolish? Is he truly insulting us? It was only after Rob Lucci's admonition that Kaku grasped the gravity of the insult. He was indeed being called a fool. This was an egregious affront. Let's not waste any more time. We must capture Nico Robin first, Rob Lucci commanded decisively. At that moment, the four of them stirred with anticipation. Who dares? Rorinoa stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority. He exuded a formidable aura that sent shivers down the spines of the four led by Rob Lucci. This man resembled a ravenous beast. Truly, Rorinoa was remarkable. Witnessing this, Robin couldn't help but smile. A mere glance from her was enough to intimidate Rob Lucci, the prodigy of CP9, renowned for 8 centuries. Compared to Rorinoa, even an 800-year genius seemed insignificant. Commander Rorinoa is splendid. Nami cheered him on, and Vivi joined the chorus of encouragement. You are Rorinoa? Upon hearing that name, Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and Gabra appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Rob Lucci scrutinized Rorinoa closely, standing around 2 meters tall, strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. He bore a seemingly ordinary katana at his waist, accompanied by several elegantly dressed female aides. It could not be mistaken. He was indeed the naval prodigy who had recently vanquished Hawkeye and Crocodile. Rorinoa, is it true that you know of me? Rorinoa inquired, amused by the startled expressions of CP9. Of course. Your name has spread across the world government and the naval headquarters. Tales of your exploits are thunderous. Kaku responded, somewhat incredulously. Oh, what do they say? Rorinoa asked with interest. At just 18, you defeated Hawkeye, captured Crocodile, and saved Alabasta. It is said that you are the strongest naval genius in 800 years. Perhaps you will herald the end of the next age of pirates. Rob Lucci murmured, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone. After all, Rob Lucci was heralded as CP9's greatest genius for 8 centuries, and now another contender had emerged to overshadow him. Surprised, Rorinoa remarked, I did not realize I had gained such fame. It seems my extraordinary presence cannot be concealed. My commander Rorinoa is indeed formidable. The strongest genius in 800 years? Marvelous. Nami, Daji, Vivi, and Robin also wore expressions of astonishment. The title of the most formidable genius in the Navy over the past 8 centuries carries far more weight than that of the so-called strongest genius of CP9 from the same period. After all, how many individuals comprise CP9 in total? Can the entire roster of CP9 over 8 centuries amount to even 5,000? In stark contrast, the Navy is an entirely different entity. Presently, its ranks swell to over 1 million. When one considers the historical context of the Navy over 8 centuries, the count of its personnel must reach into the tens of millions. Moreover, let us not overlook the illustrious history of the Navy, as there have certainly been several hundred admirals and fleet admirals throughout this extensive period. To single out one outstanding genius from this vast pool of several hundred underscores the significant prestige associated with such a title. Chapter 47. Do you really dare to strike? After a moment of astonishment, Rob Lucci quickly regained his composure. He had suddenly uncovered a staggering secret. Why would naval prodigy like Rorinoa engage with a notorious criminal such as Nico Robin? It is crucial to note that Nico Robin is indeed a wanted fugitive, with a bounty of 79 million, but her significance far exceeds 790 million. Moreover, from the recent observations, it was evident that Nico Robin and Rorinoa were holding hands, indicating a remarkably intimate relationship. Coupled with another rumor that this naval genius had a peculiar penchant for collecting female assistants. Could it be that he had taken Nico Robin, the demon child, as his personal aide? It appeared that their relationship was anything but ordinary, and it was highly probable that something had transpired between them. With this thought, Rob Lucci devised a plan. Having seized this leverage, he intended to exploit it. Thus, he spoke in a low tone. I never anticipated that someone like you would associate with a wanted criminal such as Nico Robin. Given your status as a naval genius, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply hand over Nico Robin to me, and I shall keep this secret well guarded. However, should the world government become aware of this matter, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Roronoa raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you threatening me? Rob Lucci emphasized his words. This is not a threat. It is a notification. You cannot possibly believe that being a naval genius grants you the privilege to treat a wanted criminal as your assistant. Furthermore, Nico Robin is no ordinary fugitive. She possesses the ability to decipher the poneglyphs, harboring the potential to overturn the world. Roronoa nodded, appearing to have an epiphany. So that is the case. It seems you must keep this secret well. Believing that Roronoa had acquiesced, Rob Lucci smiled with satisfaction. You are wise. Now hand over Nico Robin. Boss, you truly have a way with words, remarked Bruno, Kaku, and Gabra, all gazing at Rob Lucci with admiration. To think that the strongest naval genius in 8 centuries could capture the demon child, truly exemplifying the might of CP9. However, Rob Lucci, unbeknownst to him, was about to learn a lesson. Just then, Roronoa spoke again. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? Only the dead can keep secrets. As soon as the words left his lips, Roronoa's aura surged dramatically, resembling an arrow released from its bow, as he charged towards the 4 members of CP9. Si style secret technique, Haksheza. Roronoa's speed was astonishing, as he unleashed a 6-style technique aimed directly at Bruno. Before the latter could even react, one of the CP9 members, Bruno, was struck by Roronoa's move, his eyes glazing over as he lost consciousness, succumbing to the attack instantly. You dare to strike, to kill a CP9 member. If the world government discovers this, you are done for. The remaining members, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra, were left in stunned silence. They never anticipated that Rollo would dare to strike them down with such ferocity. His audacity is truly astounding. If he eliminates all of you, who would be left to know? Erasing all evidence is not that your CP excels at, Rollo remarked nonchalantly, casually wiping the blood from his hands. Initially, Rollo had no intention of causing them harm, but these fools sought their own demise. They had the audacity to threaten him with the notion of keeping secrets, just as Rollo had articulated. He had no faith in the living to safeguard secrets. Only the dead could ensure his complete assurance. Infuriating. Immediately relay this information to the higher-ups. Rob Lucci understood that once the mask was torn off, there would be no turning back. So he swiftly reported the matter to his superiors. Meanwhile, Kaku hurriedly picked up the Den Mushi, preparing to notify the higher echelons. However, Rollo, having awakened the foresight of observation hockey, had already discerned all their movements. Wishing to inform the world government? Not a chance. Whoosh. In an instant, Rollo appeared before Kaku, who even retrieved the Den Mushi, and with a single strike, he was swiftly dispatched. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably as Kaku collapsed to the ground, lifeless. DD dead? Kaku. With 2 members falling before their eyes, Rob Lucci and Gabra were momentarily stunned. Everything transpired so rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye. Damn it, it seems I have underestimated you. Rob Lucci, now confronting reality, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of regret. The so-called strongest genius of the Navy, with an 800-year legacy, had just attempted to threaten his opponent, clearly misjudging both himself and his adversary. However, it was too late for regrets. This information must be disseminated. With this in mind, Rob Lucci decisively declared, Gabra, you must leave. I will hold him off and ensure this message reaches the higher-ups. As he spoke, Rob Lucci activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into a leopard. Hold me off? You truly dare to say that, Rob Lucci? Rollo replied coolly, stepping closer to him. Armament hockey, flowing cherry blossom. With immense force, his fist struck Rob Lucci's abdomen. Iron block. Seeing this, Rob Lucci employed the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 styles. Even with iron block, Rob Lucci felt as if the world was spinning, his internal organs seemingly displaced, leaving him doubled over in pain. The fist imbued with armament hockey in the first half of the Grand Line was sufficient to obliterate gods and demons alike. Crack! Another swift chop struck Rob Lucci's neck, causing him to black out. "I'll finish you off later." Observing Rob, Lucci momentarily incapacitated. Rollo shifted his focus and swiftly knocked Gabra to the ground as well. Finger pistol. For good measure, Rollo delivered a final strike to Gabra's heart, ensuring his demise before feeling at ease. In an instant, Rollo stood before Rob Lucci once more, delivering a precise strike to his heart, creating a gaping wound. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, taking less than a minute. Gabra barely had time to reach for his phone. Was it truly over so swiftly? Dasky delicately covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. As a member of the Navy, she understood the significance of the CP-9 designation. It represented a clandestine organization of elite secret agents, second only to the formidable CP-0. Even the legendary genius Rob Lucci, renowned as the strongest in 8 centuries, proved to be so easily vanquished before Mr. Rollo. Chapter 48. The Invincible Warship Pluto. "Are they all dead?" Vivi inquired, her lovely lips slightly parted, her beautiful face suffused with astonishment. The shock of such violence was indeed substantial for a princess nurtured in a sheltered environment. However, for those like Nami and Robin, who had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of life from an early age, such scenes were mere trifles. As a naval officer, Dashki had encountered similar situations numerous times. They must be deceased, their hearts pierced, observing the fallen CP-9 agents, each with gaping wounds where their hearts once resided. Nami chuckled lightly. "Commander Rollo is always so swift," she remarked. "I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." Robin was equally surprised that Rollo would go to such lengths for her sake. After all, this was CP-9, the elite agents of the world government, and Rollo had executed them without hesitation. Was her safety truly of such paramount importance to him? "What are you saying, Robin? You're my personal assistant. Anyone who dares to offend my assistant meets a similar fate," Rollo replied, his tone nonchalant, as if slaying a few CP-9 agents was as simple as dispatching chickens. Yet, what if the world government were to discover this? Robin felt a wave of anxiety. If they were to learn of it, even Rollo, the grandson of a naval hero, would face repercussions. They've all been silenced. How would the world government know? "Are you planning to report me?" Rollo teased, glancing at Robin. The 4 of them quickly shook their heads, affirming that such a notion was utterly implausible. "Then that settles it. Relax. If the sky falls, I shall bear the burden. No one shall dare to bully my people," Rollo declared with an air of flamboyance, flashing a charming, sunlit smile. Upon hearing this, coupled with Rollo's noble demeanor, Robin felt her heart flutter as if struck by a tender force, sweetness blooming within her. This was the first time someone had acted so selflessly for her. She had never imagined such a thing could happen in her life. It seemed that, as Saul had once said, there were indeed individuals in this world who would cherish and protect her. Robin felt as though she had truly found someone worthy of a lifetime of devotion. "Robin, why is your face so flushed? You look like a monkey's rear," Nami exclaimed, noticing something amiss with Robin. Her cheeks were rosy, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. "Huh, really?" Robin instinctively touched her face upon Nami's remark. Oh my, how hot. What was happening to her? How could she be so uncharacteristically flustered? And no, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about some unforgettable moments. Robin quickly denied, striving to regain her composure. "Oh good, I thought you might be running a fever," Nami said, patting her chest in relief. "By the way, how should we handle these bodies? It would be troublesome if they were discovered." Dashki, as a naval officer, quickly identified the most pressing concern. "Isn't it simple? Just toss them into the sea to feed the fish." Rollo chuckled lightly. Well, all right," Dashki replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Rollo's ideas were truly beyond what an ordinary person could grasp. Subsequently, Rollo prepared to dispose of the 4 corpses by the seaside. With the ability of observation hockey, He skillfully evaded all prying eyes, swiftly carrying the bodies to the shore. At that moment, a task was issued by the system. Ding, task issued. Task content. Lure Spandam out. Task reward. Material for creating historical texts. What does this reward mean, system? Rollo was taken aback upon seeing the task reward. The phrase material for creating historical texts seemed rather nonsensical to him. Soon, the system responded, to clarify for the host. This is merely material for creating historical texts, which possesses the unique quality of being indestructible even after tens of thousands or even millions of years. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Rollo felt a surge of excitement. Indestructible? Indeed, historical texts did possess such a quality. Otherwise, given the nature of the world government, they would have long since devised a way to obliterate any historical text that posed a threat to their rule. Could it be that if he were to use this material to construct the Pluto, he would acquire an indestructible battleship? My goodness, how exhilarating. This is simply incredible. All right, I must complete this task. Rollo rubbed his hands together, his face alight with enthusiasm. He even began to envision himself commanding the nearly invincible Pluto, wreaking havoc across the seas. However, the task required him to lure Spandam, the chief of CP9, out. As a high-ranking official of the world government, how could he possibly achieve that? Rollo pondered intently. Could he perhaps use his identity as a naval genius to draw him out? No, that wouldn't do. If that led back to CP9, it would spell trouble. He needed to devise a discreet method without revealing his identity. But what could he do? As Rollo scanned his surroundings, his eyes landed on the corpses of Rob Lucci and the others. Surely, they must have connections to Spandam Snail. Without delay, Rollo began to search their bodies, and indeed, he soon uncovered a specialized communication snail within Rob Lucci's corpse. This was a direct line for CP9 operatives, capable only of one-to-one contact. It meant that this snail could only call Spandam, and conversely, Spandam must have a snail meant solely for contacting Rob Lucci. With his phone, he could surely lure Spandam out. A sly smile spread across Rollo's face as he conceived a perfectly crafted plan. Not only would he fulfill the task, but he could also frame Rob Lucci and the others. However, he couldn't just dispose of Rob Lucci's body yet. Hello, Rob Lucci. Has Nico Robin been captured? The call was swiftly connected, and Spandam's lewd voice was unmistakable on the other end. Captain, we have made significant progress on our mission. One that is infinitely more crucial than apprehending Nico Robin. Rollo attempted to imitate Rob Lucci's voice. However, due to the secure line of the transponder snail, Spandam harbored no suspicions whatsoever. He failed to detect any hint of deception and instead grew increasingly excited. Rob Lucci, are you implying that there has been advancement in acquiring the Pluton blueprints? Indeed, it is the Pluton blueprints. We have secured them. This mission is complete, and the blueprints are now in our possession. Rollo continued in agreement. Is that true? Ha ha ha. That is simply marvelous. On the other end of the line, Spandam leaped in exuberance. Should this mission be successfully executed, it would constitute a monumental achievement for the world government. Possessing the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton, with the power to obliterate the world, such an accomplishment would surely elevate Spandam by 3 ranks. You must come directly to Judicial Island. I will host a celebratory banquet to welcome you. After reveling in his excitement for a while, Spandam resumed, Captain Spandam, given the gravity of this matter, I would prefer that you personally visit Water 7, so we can hand over the Pluton blueprints to you directly. It is much safer this way. Rollo's tone was exceedingly cautious. On the other end, the simple-minded Spandam remained entirely devoid of doubt. Very well, very well. I will immediately board the fastest ship and arrive today. Await my arrival. Chapter 49. Rollo stealthily goes on a date with Robin. Upon witnessing Spandam's eager compliance, Rollo promptly declared, Commander Spandam, let us meet at Bruno's bar tonight at 8 o'clock sharp. It is imperative that you come alone. The fewer people involved, the better. Spandam, hearing this, harbored no suspicions. After all, the design of the Pluto was of utmost importance, and it was indeed wise to limit the number of attendees. Moreover, this was Rob Lucci's dedicated snail phone. Only Rob Lucci could utilize it. Without a second thought, Spandam agreed. You're correct, Lucci. I shall set off immediately. With a decisive click, Spandam hung up the phone and boarded a warship. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Rollo made his way to Bruno's bar. He flipped the sign hanging on the wooden door from open to close, signaling that the bar would not be open for business today. Subsequently, Rollo ventured out to purchase several black cloaks, sufficient to conceal an entire person, along with a few animal masks to obscure their faces. This evening, he intended to deliver a grand surprise to Spandam. After completing these preparations, Rollo found Nami, Dasky, Vivi, and Robin. "Commander Rollo, where have you been for so long?" Nami inquired, her curiosity piqued like a little kitten. "Oh, it's nothing. I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I cannot take you all out to play. Once this evening passes, we shall indulge ourselves, and I shall treat you all lavishly," Rollo proclaimed, akin to a magnate promising his four assistants a delightful treat. With a personal fortune of 15 billion and a monthly interest income of 60 million, such expenditures were but trifles. Really? How splendid! The excitement was palpable among Nami, Vivi, and Dasky upon hearing of such benefits. Even Robin's lovely eyes sparkled with anticipation. "However, you must behave tonight and refrain from going anywhere," Rollo said, affectionately patting the heads of Nami, Vivi, Robin, and Dasky. All four nodded obediently, appearing as docile as kittens. Soon after, Rollo escorted the four to the most opulent hotel in Water 7, securing a presidential suite. Having settled them in, the time approached 8 o'clock, and Rollo prepared to head to Bruno's bar to meet Spandam. Just before leaving, he suddenly turned to Robin and asked, "By the way, Robin, would you care to join me?" Robin was momentarily taken aback, then, somewhat flattered, nodded in agreement. "Of course I would." "Commander Rollo is biased," Nami exclaimed with a hint of melancholy. "You said you had matters to attend to tonight, yet you invite Sister Robin and leave us behind." Upon witnessing Rollo's invitation to Robin, Dasky added with a tinge of jealousy, "Indeed, it seems Mr. Rollo wishes to have a clandestine rendezvous with Robin, using an excuse to send us away." After all, Mr. Rollo had promised to attend to matters, yet he suddenly summoned Robin without bringing them along, clearly revealing his ulterior motives. Indeed, it seems rather biased. Vivi stuck out her tongue playfully, quite endearingly. Upon hearing this, Robin remained silent, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Could it be that Rollo had called her alone for an actual date? She realized she was utterly unprepared for such an event. "What are you all thinking? I am merely attending to serious business, not a date. If I desired a rendezvous, would I need to sneak away from you all?" Observing Nami, Dasky, and Vivi brimming with jealousy, Rollo found himself in a state of amused exasperation. This time, he was genuinely off to attend to important affairs. He certainly did not wish for anything to go awry, as it concerned his warship. Furthermore, Rollo's sudden decision to take Robin along was due to the fact that he was to meet Spandam. Years ago, it was Spandane, Spandam's father, who led the annihilation of O'Hara. Spandane had even personally taken the life of Robin's mother. However, Spandane was now deceased, and his son Spandam had assumed the position of CP9's chief. It is only just that the son pays for the father's debts. Moreover, Rollo felt that it would be less conspicuous if he brought someone along. Thus, he hastily decided to take Robin with him. Nevertheless, Rollo's explanation was rather feeble and failed to satisfy Nami, Dasky, and Vivi. All right. I assure you it is absolutely not a date. There are indeed very significant matters at hand. I treat you all equally, and there will be no favoritism. If there were to be a date, it would be with all four of you together." Saying this, Rollo suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Nami's rosy cheek. He then proceeded to do the same with Dasky and Vivi. "Are you satisfied now?" Rollo waved his hand. The three women nodded in agreement, visibly pleased. With that settled, Rollo set off with Robin. Rollo, did you forget something?" As they stepped outside, Robin looked at him with a playful smile. "Forgot what?" Rollo asked, somewhat bewildered. "You just claimed to treat us all equally and without bias. Yet you seem to have completely forgotten about that." Robin pointed to her cheek, feigning a look of grievance. Ha, all right." Rollo quickly understood her meaning and leaned in to kiss her. Only then did Robin smile contentedly. Soon after, Rollo and Robin arrived at Bruno's bar. "Put this on. We are about to meet someone," Rollo said, producing a black cloak and an animal mask he had purchased earlier. "Oh, Who are we meeting that requires us to wear these? Though curious, Robin adeptly donned the black cloak and masked herself. I am here to meet someone. The chief of CP9, Spandam, son of Spandane. Rollo also put on the black cloak and mask. The son of Spandane? Upon the mention of Spandam, a profound change overtook Robin's gaze, and her body began to tremble ever so slightly. Memories from the past surged forth in her mind. It was not long ago that Robin witnessed her mother being ruthlessly slain by Spandam. The pain of that recollection was excruciating, far too painful. Rest assured, you will be free to exact whatever vengeance you desire upon Spandam, but it must be done in the name of CP9, Rorinoa gently reassured Robin, caressing her delicate back. This was Rorinoa's scheme, to lure Spandam out under the pretense of Rob Lucci's name, and then to unleash a brutal assault upon him in the name of CP9. In Spandam's eyes, it would appear that Rob Lucci and his associates had betrayed the world government. Consequently, the downfall of CP9 would remain shrouded in obscurity, evading any scrutiny. Chapter 50. Seizing the Design of the Underworld King. Lolo's plan was nothing short of impeccable. After all, who could have imagined that Rob Lucci was already deceased? Operating under the guise of a dead man and framing him for nefarious deeds, Lolo felt like a genius. So, does that mean I can do anything? Robin inquired, having grasped Lolo's scheme. Indeed, but do not kill him, for we need him alive to serve as a witness to CP9's betrayal, Lolo replied with a light chuckle. Understood, Robin said, a sinister smile creeping across her face, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Soon, the hour of 8 arrived, and Spandam prepared to make his rendezvous. As the commander of CP9, he was well acquainted with Bruno's bar and navigated his way there effortlessly. Lucci, Kaku, is it just the two of you? Where are Khalifa and Bruno? Spandam questioned, mistaking the two figures before him, clad in animal masks and black cloaks, for Lucci and Kaku. After all, Robin's towering height of around 1.9 meters was similar to Kaku's, while Bruno was considerably taller, leading Spandam to this assumption. Never mind, that is of little consequence. Hand over the design of the Underworld King. Once I obtain it, I shall ascend 3 ranks. I could even achieve eternal fame as a great hero of the world government. Spandam exclaimed, his imagination already painting a vivid picture of his impending rise to power. After all, this was the design of the Underworld King. Perhaps he might even be received by the Gorosei. However, before Spandam could revel in his excitement for long. The next moment, with a swift motion, Lolo and Robin each brandished a long whip and struck fiercely at Spandam. What do you intend to do? Have you lost your minds? Spandam stammered, still trying to comprehend the situation as the whip descended upon him, causing him to wail in agony. Are you attempting to rebel? Lucci, Kaku. Spandam was taken aback by the sudden onslaught. Scum like you do not deserve to be our CP9 commander. To be honest, I've long held a disdain for you, Spandam. Watch me as I make it my mission to end you today, Lolo declared, producing a mimicry snail that imitated Rob Lucci's voice, an item he had pilfered from CP9, common among agents. Rob Lucci, are you defying the world government? Spandam cried out, rolling on the ground in pain. Yes, I can no longer endure such a pointless task. I will end you, you worthless trash. Lolo intensified the pressure, while Robin struck with even greater fervor. With each lash, gruesome wounds marred Spandam's body. Spandam's screams echoed through the bar, yet no one came to his aid. The two continued their relentless assault for over an hour, leaving not a single unblemished patch of skin on Spandam before finally ceasing their strikes. You wretched members of CP9, I must report this matter to the world government. You are doomed. Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, Spandam still found the audacity to threaten. It seems you still possess some courage to make such bold claims. I shall ensure your demise today. Observing Spandam's stubborn bravado, Rorinoa continued to strike him. Seeing Rorinoa resume his assault, Robin too joined the fray. Cease. I beg you, I was wrong. Spandam pleaded. Then kneel and proclaim thrice. I was wrong, Grandpa Rob Lucci, and I shall cease, Rorinoa retorted with a smirk. Very well. Spandam hastily knelt, banging his head against the ground while shouting, Grandpa Rob Lucci, I was wrong. Grandpa Rob Lucci, I was wrong. Grandpa Rob Lucci, I was wrong. After uttering this, Roronoa paused his whip, yet Robin continued her onslaught. Do we not agree to stop? Rob Lucci, you are a man of no honor. Spandam bellowed in anger. I have ceased, but your grandpa Kaku has not yet heard your pleas for mercy. Has he? Roronoa chuckled, covering his mouth. All right, Grandpa Kaku, I was wrong. Grandpa Kaku, I was wrong. Grandpa Kaku, I was wrong. Spandam groaned, pleading to Robin. The satisfaction in Robin's heart was overwhelming. How delightful. This fiend truly deserves a beating. Moments later, Spandam succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. He has fainted so easily. He truly is fragile. Roronoa mused, relieved that Spandam was still breathing, indicating his state was merely temporary. Well, it seems we have accomplished what we set out to do. It is time for us to depart. Roronoa concluded, preparing to leave Bruno's bar. Thank you, Roronoa. Tonight was truly exhilarating, Robin expressed gratefully, grasping his hand as they exited the establishment. For many years, Spandam had been her inner demon. However, witnessing the humiliation of Spandam's son today had lifted that burden from her soul. After all, the injuries Spandam sustained would leave him crippled, even if he were to recover. Living on would surely be more tormenting than death itself. It was the least I could do. If you wish to repay me, do so by working diligently and giving me a good massage, Roronoa replied with a light-hearted smile. Is a mere massage all you desire? With Nami and the others absent, we are alone. Do you not wish to engage in other activities? Robin said with a playful smile, her beauty illuminated by the moonlight, captivating him entirely. Having finally found an opportunity to be alone with Roronoa, Robin was determined not to squander it, for she was quite certain that she had found a man worthy of a lifetime of devotion. With Robin's insinuation, Roronoa undoubtedly understood her intent. Such a stunning beauty's insinuation could hardly leave Luo unaffected. After all, he was not as composed as Lu Xiaohui. However, the moment was not yet ripe for such pursuits, for Luo had far more pressing matters at hand. Let us not forget that he now bore the identity of CP9 agent Rob Lucci. With this guise, he could act with impunity, for any repercussions would fall upon Rob Lucci. What could be more pressing, you may ask? Naturally, it was the blueprint for the Pluton. Luo was acutely aware of Ace Buggy and Frankie's dispositions. They held the Pluton design in higher regard than their own lives. If he were to request it outright, they would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, his public persona as a Navy officer rendered any overt attempts to seize it rather dubious. Yet, circumstances had shifted. He was now Rob Lucci, the very traitor to the world government. This provided him with the perfect opportunity to boldly procure the Pluton blueprint. Indeed, he considered himself quite the little genius. Chapter 51. The Design of the Underworld King. Rollo donned a black cloak and an animal mask, accompanying Robin to Frankie's abode. As a time traveler, Rollo was aware that the design of the Underworld King was not in the possession of Icebegu, to protect it from the covetous eyes of the world government. Icebegu had entrusted the design to his disciple, Fram. 8 years prior, Fram had been struck by the sea train and was presumed dead by all. Icebegu had cleverly concealed his identity, renaming him Frankie to remain incognito. Consequently, everyone assumed Frankie had no ties to Icebegu, and thus, the ancient weapon capable of world destruction, the design of the Underworld King, was hidden away within Frankie's grasp. Before long, Rollo and Robin arrived at Frankie's residence, where they were quickly spotted by his subordinates. Who goes there? What is your purpose? Questioned one of Frankie's men, upon seeing the two peculiar figures clad in black and adorned with animal masks. It was clear that their nocturnal attire signified nothing good. Draw your weapons. Prepare for combat. Rollo deemed it unnecessary to engage in dialogue with these individuals, opting instead to employ the Marine's 6 styles. Given his current identity as Rob Lucci, he preferred to utilize this technique to avoid suspicion. Nevertheless, Rollo exercised restraint, knowing that these were mere commoners. He would not inflict serious harm, only incapacitating them temporarily. Intruders! One of Frankie's men shouted in alarm, prompting the true Frankie to appear before Rollo. You wretched fiend, have you harmed my subordinates? He bellowed, unleashing his most powerful move. Windblast! Rollo effortlessly evaded the attack and closed the distance to Frankie, delivering a flurry of heavy punches to his abdomen, swiftly rendering him incapable of further combat. Frankie collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain and unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Rollo began a frantic search of his person. Soon enough, he discovered a plethora of blueprints concealed within Frankie's undergarments. Although Rollo could not decipher them, he instinctively recognized them as the design of the Underworld King. Anything so crucial as to be hidden in a man's trousers must be of utmost significance, nearly as vital as his very essence. Otherwise, why would it be concealed there? At last, he had acquired it. Rollo silently exulted. Who are you scoundrel? Frankie, in utter agony, demanded as he witnessed the stranger absconding with the design. You need not concern yourself with that, Rollo replied, suppressing his exhilaration, lowering his voice to mimic Rob Lucci's tone, before delivering a kick that rendered Frankie unconscious, departing the scene. Having completed his task, Rollo and Robin shed their black cloaks and animal masks, seeking a discreet location to incinerate the incriminating attire. They then returned to their hotel, standing before the door of the presidential suite. As Rollo prepared to swipe his card for entry, Robin could not help but smile softly, asking, Are we really just going to return like this? They returned, and who knows when the next opportunity will arise. Such moments of solitude between two individuals are rare, and Robin certainly did not wish to squander this splendid chance. It was time for her to turn raw rice into cooked rice. Upon hearing this, Rollo understood Robin's intent and proceeded to the front desk to secure a room, entering with Robin thereafter. After all, when such an enticing opportunity presents itself, who would refuse? A battle of the mind ensued, leading to a sleepless night. The following morning, just as dawn was breaking, Rollo and Robin checked out early and returned to the presidential suite. To their surprise, before 6 o'clock, Nami, Dasky, and Vivi had already awoken. Commander Rollo, Sister Robin, you have finally returned, Nami exclaimed, her large dark circles betraying her fatigue. Nami, why are your dark circles so pronounced? Did you not sleep at all last night? Rollo inquired, noticing her exhausted appearance. Don't even mention it. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly a young couple next door began making noise, disrupting my entire night. Nami replied, visibly irritated. I experienced the same. That couple next door was incredibly bothersome, Dasky chimed in. Indeed, the noise was unbearable, especially from that woman. She had no sense of decorum. Vivi added, equally displeased. It seemed that all three had endured a restless night. Upon hearing this, Robin instinctively covered her lips to suppress a laugh, recalling how she had let herself go entirely the previous night. After all, it was her first experience of such a nature. Rollo, noticing her reaction, gently nudged her, signaling her to temper her expression. This exchange did not go unnoticed by Nami, who curiously queried, What is going on? Robin, what are you laughing about? Are you both concealing something from us? And no, it's nothing. It seems we were fortunate to have avoided a calamity by not returning last night. Robin chuckled lightly. By the way, what were you all busy with last night? It must have been quite something to occupy you for so long, Nami asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes. What could be so troublesome that it kept you occupied all night? Dasky echoed, her intrigue growing. With Mr. Rollo's capabilities, what matter could possibly require such extensive attention? Dasky sensed something was amiss, and it certainly felt suspicious. You'll find out when you read the newspaper. It should be arriving shortly, Rollo replied with a subtle smile, attempting to deflect the questioning gazes of Dasky, Nami, and Vivi. Sure enough, at 7 o'clock, a hotel attendant promptly delivered the newspaper to their door. Breaking news. The world government's 800-year genius leads CP9 in a collective betrayal. CP9's commander is unrecognizable to his own mother, just as Rollo had predicted. The world government issued a statement regarding the betrayal of CP9, led by Rob Lucci. In light of Spandam's testimony, the world government hastily concluded that Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and Khalifa, these members of CP9, had indeed defected without conducting a thorough investigation. The bounty was promptly issued, with Rob Lucci, hailed as a prodigy of CP9 for an astonishing 800 years, seeing his reward surge beyond 200 million berries, akin to that of a supernova. What astonished Renoa was not merely the bounties on Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno, After all, the incident transpired at Bruno's bar, where Spandam mistook himself for Rob Lucci and Robin for Kaku. Yet, it was equally perplexing that Khalifa, a woman who had not made an appearance throughout, was also subjected to a bounty. However, upon reflection, it is understandable. Khalifa had trained alongside Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and the other current CP9 members in childhood, having grown up together as close as siblings. Given that the leader Rob Lucci had betrayed them, who would believe that Khalifa remained innocent? Chapter 52. The Creation of the Underworld King. Simultaneously, this news spread across the globe, causing quite a stir. CP9, the loyal hounds of the world government, had betrayed them. Who could have anticipated such a shocking defection? To think that Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and Khalifa were all undercover agents for the world government. At this very moment, in the mayor's office of Water 7, Iceberg felt a wave of dread wash over him after reading the morning paper. He had not realized how deeply these individuals had infiltrated their ranks. Had he not stumbled upon this revelation in the newspaper today, he would have remained blissfully ignorant. At Frankie S. home, he pondered whether that fellow from yesterday was indeed Rob Lucci. Rubbing his swollen face, Frankie understood who had attempted the kidnapping last night. How infuriating! The design plans for the Underworld King had been stolen. Yet on the bright side, Rob Lucci's betrayal meant that the Underworld King would not fall into the hands of the world government. But to whom would it belong instead? Frankie dared not raise the alarm. If Iceberg discovered that the design plans had been taken, he would surely meet his demise. However, since the plans were lost through his own negligence, Frankie resolved to set sail personally to retrieve them. Vice Admiral Garp, CP9 has betrayed us. Meanwhile, aboard the Doghead warship, which had already docked at Water 7, the officer Bogart promptly informed Vice Admiral Garp upon receiving the morning paper. Interesting. Even the Celestial Dragon's dogs refuse to serve those wretched Celestial Dragons? Garp remarked nonchalantly as he picked his nose. Vice Admiral, one must be cautious with such words, Bogart replied, glancing around to ensure no strangers were within earshot. If such remarks reached the ears of the world government, even Garp would face repercussions. At that moment, Sengoku's call came through. Garp, CP9 has now defected. I hear you're near Water 7, which is excellent news. I've already sent you their detailed profiles and photographs. You must immediately apprehend them. Damn Sengoku, issuing orders as soon as he calls. So presumptuous. Garp retorted angrily into the phone. Do not forget the nature of CP9. They were raised to be weapons of murder. Their betrayal poses a greater danger than that of typical pirates. Upon hearing Garp's complaints, Sengoku remained unperturbed, patiently explaining the gravity of the situation. He understood his old comrade's disposition all too well. Very well. I comprehend the seriousness of the matter. I shall comply, Garp conceded, realizing the urgency. After hanging up, Garp immediately ordered his fleet to conduct a city-wide search. In an instant, thousands of Navy personnel mobilized, prepared to turn Water 7 upside down. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of Water 7, Rorinoa sought an excuse to retreat to a private room. The reason for his seclusion was to undertake a significant endeavor, the creation of the Underworld King. Rollo retrieved the design blueprint for the Pluto and the materials necessary for crafting the historical artifact. Following the instructions meticulously, he cast both the blueprint and the manufacturing materials into the colossal super-mechanical manufacturing machine, which was as large as a naval vessel. Fortunately, it could be accommodated within the confines of the system's space, sparing Rollo the attention that such a massive machine would inevitably attract. Once the blueprint and materials were deposited, the supermechanical manufacturing machine would autonomously create the desired item without further concern from Rollo. Ding! The system detected that the host is utilizing the supermechanical manufacturing machine. Ding! Due to the complexity of the machinery being produced, the estimated manufacturing time is at least 3 days. The system promptly provided this update to Rollo. 3 days? Such swiftness is astonishing. Rollo was rather taken aback. To think that an ancient weapon like Pluto could be constructed in merely 3 days. If the craftsmen of Water 7 were tasked with such a project, it would undoubtedly require hundreds of workers and at least half a year to complete. In any case, the 3-day time frame far exceeded Rollo's expectations. Should I be concerned further? Rollo inquired of the system with a hint of unease. Rest assured, host. The supermechanical manufacturing machine will operate automatically. There is no need for worry. With the system's reassuring response, Rollo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Soon, he would possess his own magnificent battleship. Emerging from his quarters, Rollo was in remarkably high spirits, even whistling a cheerful tune. Commander Rollo, what brings you such joy? Nami, observing Rollo's exuberance, inquired with the curiosity of a playful kitten. Oh, it's nothing. Come on, we've completed our tasks, and we can enjoy ourselves here for a while. Today, all expenses are on me, the illustrious Mr. Monkey. In high spirits, Rollo proclaimed grandly, his exuberance infectious. Really? Nami's eyes sparkled with dollar signs. Dasky, Robin, Vivi, and others were equally thrilled. Shopping and having someone else foot the bill was indeed a delightful prospect. Absolutely. Rollo affirmed confidently, contemplating how much he could lavishly spend. Could he exhaust an entire month's worth of interest? With that, Rollo led Nami, Robin, Dasky, and Vivi out into the streets. What is all this commotion outside? Meanwhile, Robin noticed a significant ruckus occurring just outside the hotel. Straining to listen, it was evident that something considerable was transpiring. Who knows? Why not open the door and find out? Activating his observation hotkey, Rollo sensed no imminent danger and confidently pushed the door open. Upon stepping outside, Rollo chuckled. It turned out to be a group of Navy personnel conducting a search of the hotel. To his surprise, they were familiar faces, members of the Navy under his grandfather's command. Mr. Rollo, what a surprise to find you here. Upon spotting Rollo, the Navy officers immediately saluted him respectfully. Although Rollo is but a novice, his reputation within the Navy has already soared to great heights, defeating Mihawk, vanquishing Crocodile, and rescuing Alabasta. Each of these feats alone is sufficient to cause a stir throughout the world. Any rational individual can discern that with Rollo's remarkable achievements and immense potential, his future within the Navy is indeed boundless. Naturally, he garners immense respect as the forthcoming star of the Navy. What brings you here? Rollo inquired. Mr. Rollo, are you not aware? We are here to search for the defected CP-9. A Navy soldier informed him of the mission. Oh, CP-9 has betrayed us? Rollo feigned astonishment. Indeed. It occurred unexpectedly. We received the assignment just this morning, the soldier replied, presenting a newspaper to Rollo. Who would have thought that the stout and prominent CP-9 would turn against the world government? Rollo's acting was masterful, his expression of surprise perfectly timed. Yes, indeed. It is astonishing that such a loyal lapdog as CP-9 would betray us. We are currently in pursuit of them, the soldier lamented. What is the outcome? We have only located one CP-9 member named Khalifa, and we are currently surrounding her. As for Rob Lucci, Bruno, and Kaku, they remain unaccounted for. The Navy soldier reported to Rollo. Chapter 53. Khalifa. Has she caught the attention of a naval genius? Upon hearing that Khalifa had been located, Rollo felt a sudden jolt of excitement. Could this be the opportunity he had been waiting for? He was in need of a secretary, specifically one who was both strikingly curvaceous and exceptionally competent. The emphasis, of course, was on her capability. Khalifa, without a doubt, was the epitome of such a secretary. Oh, how is it that only one has been captured? Rollo inquired. Well, so far, she is the only one we have found. The others remain unaccounted for. A naval soldier sheepishly scratched his head. Is that so? How peculiar. I had heard that the members of CP-9 were comrades. If they were to defect, surely they would do so together. Why then, is only one person apprehended? After a moment of contemplation, Rollo devised a plausible explanation. I don't know. Perhaps her companions abandoned her, the naval soldier suggested, shaking his head. Unlikely. I have heard that the members of CP-9 were orphans raised together by the world government. Their bonds would surely be profound. If they truly intended to defect, they would not leave one behind. Rollo mused, stroking his chin as if deep in analysis. Are you implying something? The naval soldier asked cautiously. I sense there may be a misunderstanding. What if Khalifa is a person of unwavering loyalty to the world government, unwilling to follow Rob Lucci and the others in their betrayal? This matter warrants further investigation, Rollo asserted. The naval soldier nodded vigorously in agreement. Why do you think he nodded? One might wonder. It was imperative to agree. After all, this was the shining hope of the Navy. Whatever Rollo said, compliance was essential. Where's Califa now? Take me to her, Rollo stated, cutting to the chase. She is currently in confinement. If you wish to see her, I will lead you there immediately. The naval soldier, not daring to hesitate, promptly guided Rollo. Such is the advantage of brilliance. Even though Rollo was a mere recruit, his requests were met with immediate compliance from the naval soldiers, who were eager to follow his directives. Soon, Rollo arrived at the makeshift interrogation room where Califa was detained. Inside, Califa was clad in a form-fitting black dress, beneath which she wore a snug black silk garment. Her flawless, slender legs were encased in a black fishnet bodysuit, presenting an image reminiscent of a deadly covert operative. However, this formidable agent was now restricted in movement, her hands and feet shackled. Her golden hair hung in disarray, giving her an appearance akin to a character from a distinctive film, striking in its own right. At that moment, two naval soldiers were seated across from Califa, conducting the interrogation in hopes of extracting information regarding Rob Lucci and the whereabouts of the other CP9 members. How is the interrogation proceeding? Rollo asked as he entered the room. This woman refuses to divulge anything. She disclosed the whereabouts of Rob Lucci or the other CP9 members, insisting she is innocent and would never betray the world government. Two naval soldiers recognized Rollo and saluted him before handing over the interrogation report. You all may leave. I will personally handle this matter, Rollo stated. He scrutinized Califa carefully and confirmed that she was indeed the capable secretary he had been searching for. Yes, Mr. Rollo. Upon his command, the naval soldiers promptly complied. Upon hearing Rollo's name, Califa's eyes brightened. So this was the legendary naval prodigy who had defeated Mihawk, the most formidable genius in 8 centuries? Just as the rumor suggested, he was a strikingly handsome gentleman exuding an air of nobility. If he were willing, he could undoubtedly help her clear her name, to betray the world government, to assault the CP9 commander. What consequences do you think these crimes entail? As a member of CP9, you should be more aware than anyone else, Rollo said, stepping closer to Califa once the soldiers had exited. He couldn't help but note that up close. She was indeed a captivating femme fatale. Unlike Nami, Vivi, Desbones, and Robin, Califa was the epitome of a glamorous seductress. Even with her hair unkempt and handcuffed, her ensemble of black fishnet stockings was undeniably alluring. Handcuffs paired with fishnets. Who could resist such an enticing sight? I am innocent. I absolutely did not betray the world government. You must believe me. If I betrayed them, why would I still be in Water 7? Why not escape with the others? Califa implored Rollo, her face a portrait of grievance. Though unaware of the reasons behind Rob Lucci and the others' betrayal, she was certain of her own loyalty. Answer me directly. What crime have you committed? Do you understand? Rollo pressed, emphasizing his inquiry. He needed clarity about the consequences of Califa's alleged actions to formulate his next steps, as he himself was uncertain of the ramifications of such offenses. Death. Death penalty, Califa replied, her voice trembling. As a CP9 agent, she understood all too well that working within such a clandestine organization was akin to walking a tightrope. High-stakes missions often involve the utmost secrecy. Success was paramount. Failure could lead to exposure, resulting in the world government's immediate wrath and a death sentence. Rob Lucci's predecessor, Fuzz, had been imprisoned in the deep-sea prison for failing a critical escort mission. Death penalty? Then this simplifies matters, Rollo thought, his heart soaring with delight, though his expression remained impassive. Califa, you are an intelligent woman. Do you grasp why I sent those naval personnel away? Being astute, Califa quickly discerned the implication behind Rollo's words. After all, there were numerous rumors surrounding him. Beyond his extraordinary strength, having defeated Mihawk at the age of 18, it was said that this naval genius had a rather peculiar penchant. He delighted in collecting beautiful assistants. According to the tales, Rollo was accompanied by at least 3 or 4 stunning aides, each more breathtaking than the last. Did he have his eye on her? If this is indeed the case, Califa understood that this was her sole opportunity. It is well known that the world's authorities employ exceedingly cruel methods against traitors. Once this chance slips away, it may never return. Lord Rollo. I comprehend now. I can prove my innocence by any means necessary. Califa swiftly donned a captivating facade, not forgetting to sway her body, presenting her flawless curves to Rollo in an exquisitely relaxed manner. This was her only chance, and she knew she must seize it with utmost diligence. Excellent. You are a talent worthy of cultivation, exceptionally capable. Observing that Califa grasped his insinuations, Rollo nodded in satisfaction. Truly, as a former secretary, she demonstrated a remarkable ability to discern the intentions of her superiors. Chapter 54. Arrival at Naval Headquarters. Having resolved to assist Califa in clearing her name, Roronoa promptly exited the interrogation room and sought out Garp. At that moment, Garp was seated in the lounge, sipping tea and enjoying some rice crackers. Without a moment's hesitation, Roronoa addressed him directly. Grandfather, I have investigated the CP9 agent named Califa, and she appears to have no allegations of treachery against the world government. How did you ascertain that? Garp inquired curiously, munching on a rice cracker. I reviewed the case concerning Spandam's assault. He was attacked at Bruno's bar, and only 2 individuals were present, Rob Lucci and Kaku. At no point did Califa make an appearance, Roronoa explained. Is that all there is to it? Garp took a sip of his tea, raising an eyebrow. Certainly not, grandfather. Consider this. All these CP9 agents have grown up together, sharing a deep bond. If they were all to betray the world government, Rob Lucci would have no reason to abandon Califa. It can only be concluded that Califa was adamantly opposed to betraying the world government, which is why Rob Lucci and the others would forsake her. Otherwise, why would Califa remain in Water 7? The CP9 are adept in the Marine 6 styles and could easily escape using Soru. She had no reason to remain there, surrendering herself. Roronoa articulated his analysis in one breath. Upon hearing this, Garp nodded in agreement, recognizing the soundness of his grandson's reasoning. He hadn't anticipated that this young man would possess such acuity. He was indeed a promising candidate for the Navy. What do you say, grandfather? Let Califa go, Roronoa urged gently, patting Garp's back. Well, that puts me in quite a predicament, Garp replied, his expression troubled. The matter primarily concerned CP9 and the world government, and as a member of the Navy, Garp was disinclined to intervene. Grandfather, are we not the embodiment of justice? Justice should ensure that no good person suffers unjustly, nor should any villain enjoy any advantage. It is now abundantly clear that Califa has not betrayed the world government. As representatives of justice, we must exonerate her. If we fail to do so, the notion of justice within the Navy is rendered meaningless, Roronoa proclaimed resolutely, his voice filled with conviction. At these words, Garp sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with earnestness. Grandson, do you truly believe that? Absolutely, Roronoa affirmed with a vigorous nod. Very well. Ha ha ha. Since you hold such a view, I shall assist you this once. Garp laughed heartily. It was evident that his grandson was gradually being influenced by the ideals of the Navy, a sight Garp found most gratifying. His initial decision to guide him into the Navy had proven to be wise. If this trend continued, his grandson would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable and righteous naval warrior. The monkey family would have a worthy successor. With such a request from his grandson, how could Garp refuse? He promptly contacted Sengoku, vouching for Califa in the name of the heroic Navy, assuring that she posed no threat whatsoever, having invoked the name of a naval hero as a guarantee. What more could the warring state say? They could only acquiesce. Soon, Califa was exonerated. Grateful for Lord Rollo's rescue, she inquired how she might be of service. Once freed from her shackles, Califa felt as though she had narrowly escaped the grasp of death and sought out Rollo to express her gratitude. Of course, she understood that Rollo must have exerted considerable effort to save her, and she was determined not to simply utter a few words of thanks. Such matters require reciprocity. Califa was prepared. Whatever Rollo desired, she would unconditionally agree to. Excellent. I greatly value your professional abilities. Henceforth, you shall serve as my personal secretary, Rollo declared, fixing his gaze on Califa. Yes, she nodded affirmatively. Califa, do you know what the most important duty of my secretary is? Rollo was ready to provide guidance to his new assistant. It is to assist the boss in managing various documents, affairs, social engagements, and to handle daily tasks and miscellaneous duties, Khalifa confidently replied. She was well-versed in the role, having spent 5 years as an undercover secretary. No, actually, being my secretary requires just one thing. Rollo waved his hand dismissively. What is that? Khalifa inquired, her curiosity piqued. Competence. Competence. Khalifa stood there, bewildered. Hadn't she always been quite capable? Following Khalifa's release, the Navy's operations did not cease. After a full day spent searching every corner of Water 7, they found no trace of the other CP-9 members. Thus, the Navy had no choice but to report that CP-9 had fled Water 7 and their whereabouts were unknown. The next day, the Doghead warship set sail once more, continuing its journey to the naval headquarters. As the Pluton was not yet completed, Rollo brought along Nami, Dasky, Robin, Khalifa, and Vivi aboard the Doghead warship. Rollo, who is that girl? As soon as Rollo boarded, Karp's keen eyes immediately noted the addition of another female in Rollo's entourage. Bogart and the other naval soldiers quickly turned their attention as well. Indeed, Rollo's party had once again expanded with a woman. Truly, Mr. Rollo was a friend to women, finding one wherever he went. Oh, this is my newly appointed secretary, Rollo replied nonchalantly. Secretary? I feel like I've seen her before, Karp mused, trying to place her. After a few moments of contemplation, Karp finally connected the dots, exclaiming with excitement, You little rascal! This is none other than Khalifa from CP-9. Indeed, she is a very capable secretary, perfectly suited for my needs. Rollo nodded in agreement. You rascal! I put my reputation as a naval hero on the line for this. Karp finally understood why his grandson had been so adamant that day. It is not at all an infection of justice from the Navy. It is merely a case of infatuation, an insatiable desire for another S physique. This little rascal. How foolish of him to invoke the name of a naval hero as his guarantee. Should Sengoku ever learn of this, it would be utterly disgraceful. Fear not, dear grandfather. I have thoroughly investigated and can assure you that Khalifa has not betrayed the world government, Roronoa declared with a dismissive wave of his hand. Humph, you little scoundrel. At this moment, Garp could only reluctantly accept the reality that his grandson remains true to his original intentions. Nevertheless, reflecting on the multitude of surprises his grandson had brought him along their journey, striking down Mihawk, kicking Crocodile, and even saving a nation, Garp found a modicum of solace in the knowledge that, regardless of his motivations, his grandson was ultimately engaged in virtuous deeds rather than straying down a nefarious path. After this brief interlude, the Doghead warship continued its voyage. Following a day's journey, the vessel finally arrived at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 55. Are they all here to see Rollo? At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the Doghead warship gracefully entered the crescent-shaped harbor. Unlike usual, the docks were teeming with a dense crowd, starkly contrasting the vastness of the crescent square. From a distance, one could discern the throng of people on the dock, a sea of heads, blocking the harbor passage completely. Why are there so many people at the harbor? Are they here to welcome us? Nami pondered aloud from the deck, gazing at the bustling crowd, which appeared to number in the thousands. They must be here to greet Vice Admiral Garp. After all, he is a naval hero, Dasky reasoned, taking it for granted. Many joined the Navy inspired by the legendary name of Garp. In the eyes of naval soldiers, a naval hero holds a reputation even greater than that of an admiral. However, it was astonishing that such a significant crowd gathered simply for a return visit. The esteem Garp held within the military was evidently immense. Bogart, Garp said, also expressed his confusion. It's strange. We haven't seen this many people for our returns before. Why the sudden influx today? Indeed, the harbor was unusually crowded. As the Doghead warship glided through the Crescent Bay and entered the harbor, the scene on the dock became clearer. What they saw left them utterly astonished. Is that Admiral Sengoku? One exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it was the man himself, personally present to welcome Vice Admiral Garp. The sailors quickly recognized, amidst the throng, the distinctive figure of Sengoku with his signature twisted beard and frog-eyed glasses, accompanied by a pet sheep. The very pinnacle of the Navy, But it was not just Admiral Sengoku. Was that not Admiral Sakazuki as well? My goodness, it seemed Admiral Kazan was also present at the harbor. And wasn't that Admiral Borsellino? The three admirals had come to greet Vice Admiral Garp. Upon spotting the three admirals behind Sengoku, the sailors on the Doghead warship exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting profound astonishment. If Admiral Sengoku had come to welcome Vice Admiral Garp, it was understandable. After all, they had been comrades for decades, sharing a bond akin to brotherhood, making such a reception quite normal, a well-known fact among the Navy. Yet, the three admirals were immensely busy individuals, tasked with numerous critical responsibilities daily. For them to take time out of their demanding schedules to welcome Vice Admiral Garp was indeed perplexing. After all this time, Vice Admiral Garp's return to the East Blue was merely a routine trip, devoid of any earth-shattering events or significant pirate captures. Was it really necessary for such a plethora of high-ranking Navy officials to be present for his welcome? Could it be due to the capture of Crocodile? That seems implausible, as Crocodile is merely a member of the Warlords of the Sea, his status hardly warranting such attention. For a gathering of this magnitude, one would expect the apprehension of a pirate of Emperor caliber to justify it. In addition to the three admirals, Vice Admirals Momonosuke and Tashigi were also present, along with the esteemed Chief of Staff, Admiral Tsuru. Were they all here to greet Vice Admiral Garp? As the naval ship drew closer to the port, the figures on the dock became increasingly distinct. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, along with Admirals Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji, were in attendance. The two Vice Admirals, Momonosuke and Tashigi, and Chief of Staff Tsuru, along with numerous elite Marine officers, had all gathered. It was safe to say that nearly all of the Navy's high command had assembled. This left the soldiers aboard the dog-headed warship utterly perplexed. Was something monumental occurring at Navy headquarters? The presence of so many high-ranking officials was unprecedented. Indeed, the stature of the Navy's hero was truly deserving of such acclaim. Robin, donning a butterfly mask, was equally astonished upon witnessing the scene at the port. It was merely a return to Navy headquarters, and yet so many senior officials had come to greet him. It was simply astonishing. Yes, the collective arrival of such prominent figures was nothing short of incredible. Khalifa tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear, equally taken aback. Even as a former member of CP9, she had never encountered so many high-ranking Navy officials. In comparison to these distinguished figures from Navy headquarters, CP9 seemed but insignificant insects. These were individuals one could only read about in newspapers. Vivi covered her lips in shock, equally stunned. What prompted such a grand reception for Sengoku? Garp was surprised to see so many people gathered as well. He had merely returned from a routine voyage, so why such a commotion at the port? Soon enough, the dog-headed warship reached the dock, and Garp led Bogart and the others off the ship. Sengoku, why had you gathered so many people? It was merely a typical return from a voyage. Why the fanfare? Upon disembarking, Garp approached Sengoku directly, speaking in his usual boisterous manner. Well, it wasn't my doing. Ever since word spread of your return today, they all spontaneously made their way to the port. Sengoku grasped Garp's hand, a smile gracing his face. It was inevitable. Upon hearing Garp's arrival at Navy headquarters, these high-ranking officials could not resist showing up. As for the reason, it was certainly not just to welcome Garp. Oh, what's going on? Is there something happening in the Navy? Garp inquired curiously. What else could it be? It's undoubtedly because of your grandson. With that, Sengoku glanced around, searching for the figure of Luffy, but to no avail. My grandson? Cap stood in astonishment. Were these individuals truly here to see my eldest grandson? Beside him, Bogart was equally taken aback. It turned out that such a multitude of high-ranking officials had come to this port solely to witness the prowess of Mr. Rollo. Evidently, Mr. Rollo's reputation within the Navy had already become remarkably illustrious, drawing even the three admirals and the marshal to pay their respects in person. Where's your grandson? Sengoku inquired, craning his neck to gaze upon the warship, having not yet spotted Rollo. Indeed, the reason for the significant presence of high-ranking officials at the port today was none other than Rollo. Everyone was eager to behold the brilliance of this naval prodigy who had triumphed over Hawkeye upon his very first voyage. Soon, Rollo descended from the warship, surrounded by his 5 personal assistants, Das Bones, Vivi, Nami, Robin, and Khalifa. The moment Rollo made his appearance, the naval personnel at the port stretched their necks and widened their eyes, scrutinizing the individual hailed as the most formidable genius in the Navy's 8th century history. Chapter 56. Is he being targeted by Akainu right from the start? Could he be the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? He bears no resemblance to Garp at all. He is extraordinarily handsome. Indeed, as rumored, he possesses an elegance akin to that of a noble gentleman. He is the legendary young swordsman who triumphed over Dracul Mihawk, the New World's foremost swordsman. It is said that he also saved Alabasta and captured Crocodile. Truly impressive. Rumors suggest he has mastered the observation hockey that allows him to foresee the future, as well as the armament hockey. My heavens, he's only 18 years old, and he has already developed such formidable abilities? As a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, I have yet to cultivate the armament hockey and the future-seeing observation hockey after all these years. The younger generation indeed surpasses the older. However, he is as notorious as the rumors suggested, with 5 beautiful assistants. How can he manage with so many? Is his body able to withstand it? Young men should be resilient, I suppose. The moment Rollo made his appearance, he instantly sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. The Navy personnel's eyes were fixed upon Rollo, chattering incessantly. After all, he embodies numerous legends. Be it his romantic escapades, striking looks, or extraordinary prowess, his lineage, such a concentration of focus on a single individual is bound to ignite fervent conversations among the Navy. Ah, just as rumored, he is indeed a playboy. Oomph. I shall not allow such frivolity to permeate the Navy. Oh, so this is the young swordsman who defeated Mihawk. How terrifying indeed. Even the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters scrutinized Rollo closely, each displaying a distinct reaction. No wonder he is hailed as the swordsman who vanquished the world's greatest swordsman. The sword intent radiating from him is as unfathomable as a torrential flood. Tautu stood before Vice Admiral Crane, her beautiful eyes fixated on Rollo, and upon sensing the overwhelming sword intent emanating from him, she could not help but praise him. Captain Rollo, everyone is discussing you. You are truly remarkable, Nami remarked, noticing that upon Rollo's arrival, the crowd's fervent discussions were entirely centered on him. I thought everyone had come for Vice Admiral Garp, but it turns out they are here for our Rollo. Dasky expressed her surprise, pondering whether Rollo had already eclipsed Vice Admiral Garp in stature. To follow such a commander, I feel quite honored, she mused. Indeed, Rollo, you are exceptional, Robin said with a gentle smile, her lips pursed. Yes, yes. Rollo the hero is undoubtedly a figure of great renown within the Navy, Vivi exclaimed, her face glowing with admiration. Even the 3 admirals could not help but cast glances in his direction. He truly is the most formidable genius the Navy has seen in 8 centuries. How enchanting, Khalifa remarked dreamily, her gaze toward Rollo now tinged with admiration. In comparison, Rob Lucci, the so-called strongest genius of CP9, appears to be nothing more than a mere chicken next to a phoenix, utterly incomparable. Bogart, standing beside Garp, was equally astonished. It turns out that these individuals were not present to welcome Vice Admiral Karp, but rather to catch a glimpse of Mr. Rollo's charisma, which is quite impressive. At this moment, Rollo remained silent, acutely aware of the malevolent gaze penetrating the crowd. Activating his observation hockey, he pinpointed the source of that unfriendly scrutiny. Upon raising his eyes, he discovered, to his astonishment, that it was none other than Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki. The intensity of that glare seemed as if he wished to devour Rollo whole. Had he inadvertently provoked him? Why was he fixated on him upon arrival? Regardless, if he dared to challenge him, Rollo would retaliate with overwhelming force. Rollo, come over and greet your grandpa, Sengoku, Karp exclaimed as he spotted Rollo leisurely descending from the warship, simultaneously casting him a knowing glance. Karp was all too familiar with the nature of his grandson. Given Rollo's temperament, it was inevitable that he would stir up trouble within the Navy, with the upper echelons of the Navy gathered. Karp's actions served to highlight Rollo's influential connections. Should Rollo find himself in trouble in the future, it would be prudent for others to show leniency. Rollo, understanding his grandfather's intentions, approached Sengoku to offer his greetings. "Good day, Grandpa Sengoku. Ah, is this our esteemed grandson? No wonder he has triumphed over Hawkeye. His demeanor is truly extraordinary," Sengoku acknowledged, bestowing Rollo with recognition that instantly conveyed to those around him the high regard in which he held his grandson. The senior naval officers present comprehended the significance of Sengoku's words. Many elite admirals within the Navy envied Rollo. To receive the attention of the fleet admiral upon arrival promised a prosperous career for this naval prodigy. "By the way, grandson, are these young ladies accompanying you here for the Navy as well?" Sengoku inquired knowingly, glancing at the 5 beautiful women by Rollo's side. As a renowned strategist, this was Sengoku's subtle test, probing Rollo's depth and character. After all, despite Rollo's exceptional talent, he was still merely a naval recruit, and it would be somewhat inappropriate to claim these ladies as his assistants in front of such high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, Akainu's gaze remained fixed on Rollo, eager to witness whether the grandson of this naval hero would dare to make such an admission before so many high-ranking officers. Rollo, however, was well aware of the underlying implications. As a transmigrator, his composure was as resolute as a fortress. He was unfazed by such trivial matters. Thus, with a bold demeanor, he replied nonchalantly, "These ladies are my personal assistants, specifically tasked with managing my private affairs." "Is there an issue with that, Grandpa Sengoku?" "Ahem. You are still a naval recruit. How could you have so many affairs to attend to? Moreover, it is somewhat irregular for a recruit to have aides. Heed your Grandpa Sengoku's advice. Focus on your duties in the Navy, and once you attain the rank of officer, I will personally assign you a few assistants." To my astonishment, Rollo, despite his tender years, possesses a remarkably resilient psychological fortitude. Sengoku immediately adopted a benevolent demeanor, embodying the caring spirit of an elder as he spoke earnestly. "Ah, I was just about to discuss this matter with you, Grandfather Sengoku." Rollo continued, "Look at me. My grandfather is a naval hero, and you are his dear friend, not to mention a naval marshal. Given such a commendable relationship, why not simply promote me to the rank of Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral? Why complicate matters unnecessarily? We are all part of the same family, after all." Rollo's audacity was astonishing, his confidence as formidable as the walls of a fortress. Upon uttering these words, the attendees were left astounded by Rollo's brazen attitude. Goodness, he treats the Navy as if it were his own household, even if one were inclined to seek favors. There is no need to broadcast it in front of so many witnesses. Chapter 57. Is Akainu seeking a one-on-one duel? Everyone was taken aback by Rollo's audacious proclamation. To attempt to take shortcuts in front of so many witnesses? His audacity was simply unparalleled. "Ahem, my dear grandson, what are you saying? Although Garp is a hero of the Navy, and I hold the rank of Admiral, if you wish to ascend the ranks, it must be through the capture of pirates to accrue military merit. How can one resort to backdoor dealings? Our Navy is renowned for its fairness, and we absolutely cannot entertain such notions." Sengoku cleared his throat and spoke with righteous indignation, while internally marveling at the resemblance between Garp's grandson and Garp himself, both possessing a penchant for dramatic statements. "This young rascal seems formidable. I must tread cautiously." "Oh, is that so, Grandfather Sengoku? Does capturing Crocodile count as military merit? After all, I did save an entire nation." Rollo blinked and smiled, asserting that military merit was indeed within his grasp. Capturing Crocodile must surely qualify as a significant achievement, as it involved rescuing the world government member state of Alabasta. Well, saving the million citizens of Alabasta from peril certainly constitutes a grand accomplishment, Sengoku conceded, cornered by the undeniable facts. After all, this was common knowledge, and in front of so many high-ranking Navy officials, Sengoku could not deny it. His dignity was far too fragile compared to Rollo's boldness. "Is this achievement sufficient for a promotion?" Rollo inquired with curiosity. Capturing Crocodile should warrant a direct promotion to Navy Lieutenant Commander," Sengoku mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, arriving at a conclusion. The rationale behind promoting Rollo to Lieutenant Commander lies in Navy regulations, which stipulate that only officers of at least the rank of commander are eligible to appoint aides. And even commanders may only have one aide. Sengoku could not allow Rollo to undermine the established order. Otherwise, everyone would come to believe that the Navy was rife with nepotism. What do you think, my dear grandson Rollo? As your grandfather and admiral, I believe this is quite generous. After all, others would need to toil for at least a decade to achieve the rank of Navy Lieutenant Commander. Sengoku offered a benevolent smile. Lieutenant Commander? Can that rank appoint an aide? Rollo questioned once more. Of course not, but upon reaching the rank of Navy Commander, you would be allowed to appoint an aide. With your prodigious talent, you could easily ascend to commander within a year, at which point you would be entitled to an aide. Sengoku replied with another cheerful smile. No, this rank is too trivial, Grandfather Sengoku. Is there a method to directly rise to Navy Vice Admiral or even Admiral candidate? Perhaps I could challenge a Navy Vice Admiral or Admiral candidate to a duel, and if I win, I would take their position. This would effectively silence any dissenting voices. Don't you think, Grandfather Sengoku? Rollo shook his head, unimpressed by Sengoku's proposal, and put forth his own suggestion. Challenging someone to a duel and usurping their position would undoubtedly be the swiftest route. Rollo was confident in his own abilities. Among the current vice admirals of the Navy, apart from his grandfather, it seems that none could truly rival him. In truth, Rollo was acutely aware that the Navy must adhere to specific regulations. The reasoning behind this is quite straightforward. Following the Marineford War in the original narrative, Admiral Akiji departed the Navy after being defeated by Kainu. Subsequently, both Sengoku and Garp retreated from active duty, resulting in a significant depletion of the Navy's top-tier combat power. Consequently, the Navy initiated a grand recruitment campaign, hastily enlisting 2 new admirals. These newly appointed admirals possessed no prior military accolades and had never even served in the Navy. They ascended to the rank of admiral purely based on their formidable strength. An admiral holds a position of immense authority, second only to the fleet admiral. Therefore, such a title is not bestowed lightly. A mere vice admiral pales in comparison to an admiral. Thus, Rollo understood that the Navy undoubtedly had such regulations in place. Rollo's declaration instantly stirred commotion among the assembled naval personnel. No one anticipated that he would openly challenge a vice admiral or even an admiral candidate. Such audacity was unprecedented. Yet, those present recognized that Rollo indeed possessed the capability to contend for the rank of vice admiral or even admiral candidate, as he had triumphed over Mihawk, a notorious pirate on par with the 4 emperors. With Mihawk's defeat at Rollo's hands, who among the vice admirals could possibly match him in single combat? Aside from Garp? Sengoku appeared troubled. Rollo had caught him off guard. There indeed existed a protocol within the Navy. As long as one's strength was evident, promotion would naturally follow. Excluding individuals like Garp, who declined promotions, most naval positions aligned with 1's capabilities. It would be farcical to appoint a potential admiral to the rank of rear admiral. What if they inadvertently drove others away? Given Rollo's showcase talents, a vice admiral position seemed well within his grasp, perhaps even beneath his potential. Even an admiral candidate role would likely suit him. However, Rollo's personal preferences were somewhat unseemly. A high-ranking naval officer parading around with several beauties would certainly evoke discontent among the common folk. Thus, Sengoku preferred to see Rollo undergo more training, allowing his sense of justice to mature fully before assigning him a significant position. At that moment, beside him, Momoko was eager to make her move. After all, Rollo was the current world's foremost swordsman. With an opportunity to challenge the world's greatest swordsman before her, she certainly felt compelled to seize it. However, before Momoko could voice her intentions, a deep voice resonated from the crowd. "Oof, what an arrogant little brat. It seems I must teach you a lesson." A tall man clad in a crimson suit stepped forward from the throng, his voice tinged with barely concealed anger. Everyone gazed in astonishment, their mouths agape, tongues protruding, nearly having their eyes bulge out. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Admiral Sakazuki, known by the moniker Akainu, one of the 3 current admirals of the Navy. The unexpected emergence of Akainu left the assembled Navy personnel utterly bewildered. Admiral Sakazuki, does he intend to give Roronoa a lesson? My goodness, this is utterly terrifying. Roronoa has truly provoked Admiral Sakazuki's ire. The Navy personnel, upon witnessing Akainu's slightly angered demeanor, immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. All sailors are well aware that Admiral Akainu upholds an unwavering belief in absolute justice, embodying the essence of a steadfast warrior. Consequently, he harbors a profound disdain for Roronoa's mannerisms. It is evident that Roronoa's earlier remarks have incited Admiral Sakazuki's wrath, prompting him to step forward. Chapter 58. The Wings of Death, the Dragon Clan talent of Materio. Ah, Sakazuki, are you serious? Witnessing Sakazuki stepping forward voluntarily, Akiji appeared equally astonished. It was unexpected that Sakazuki would take the initiative. His demeanor suggested he was eager to challenge Roronoa, perhaps to impart a lesson. Oh, Sakazuki, do you realize that he is the beloved grandson of the legendary Marine, Garp? You truly are quite brave. Are you not afraid of the trouble that Vice Admiral Garp might bring upon you if you harm him? Kizura chimed in, half teasing, half serious. To contemplate a one-on-one duel with the grandson of the esteemed hero Garp is audacious, indeed. Should you injure him, surely Garp would seek retribution from you? I cannot allow this brat to tarnish the reputation of the Marines. Defeating Mihawk is one thing, but I must teach this young fool just how vast the world really is. Sakazuki declared with righteous fervor, his fists transforming into magma with his excitement. Observing Sakazuki in this state, Akiji and Kizuru understood that he was resolute and thus decided against further persuasion. Sakazuki, what are you planning? Unexpectedly, Akainu stepped forward, prompting Garp to adopt a serious demeanor. He had painstakingly persuaded his grandson to join the Marines. What if Akainu were to injure him? Before Garp could voice his concerns, Sengoku swiftly pulled him aside, exchanging a knowing glance. Having been comrades for many years, Garp instantly grasped Sengoku's intent. So, you and Akainu had conspired in advance, did you? As soon as my grandson arrives at Marine headquarters, you intend to assert dominance without consulting me? Garp's expression soured at that moment. Rest assured, Garp, Sakazuki will not resort to excessive force. He merely intends to temper Roronoa's rebellious spirit. You would not want Roronoa to persist in his youthful arrogance and recklessness, would you? Sengoku whispered soothingly in Garp's ear. Regardless of your intentions, you must not compel my grandson to abandon the Marines. It took considerable effort to recruit him. Sengoku, should he withdraw from the Marines, I will hold you accountable. Garp replied, somewhat displeased. Have no worry, Garp. I hold Roronoa in high regard, and I am well aware of the situation. Sengoku continued to reassure him. With the conversation reaching this point, Garp, despite his discontent, felt it inappropriate to intervene further. Throughout their journey, it was evident that his grandson had grown rather arrogant. Indeed, it was time for him to experience the discipline of the Marines, learning the profound truth that there are always greater powers beyond. Meanwhile, the sight of Roronoa being scrutinized by the Marine Admiral Akainu filled Nami, Daisuke, and Robin, the five flower girls, with immense anxiety. While Mihawk was undeniably formidable, Akainu might surpass him in strength. Furthermore, he had consumed the magma fruit, possessing destructive capabilities that eclipsed mere swordsmanship. Anyone struck directly by Akainu was either doomed to death or ruin. At that moment, Roronoa stood silently, rooted in place, for just moments ago. The system had issued another task. Ding, task issued. The task at hand involves provocatively challenging Akainu and accepting his request for a duel. The reward is the Deathwing, Nefarian's Dragonkin talent. What, one may wonder, is this talent? Upon seeing the reward, Rollo inquired within his mind to the system. The system patiently explained that Deathwing, Nefarian, the legendary king of the Black Dragons, possesses extraordinary physical prowess and an uncanny resistance to magma. Oh, resistant to magma? What a fortuitous coincidence. Rollo mused inwardly, a grin spreading across his face upon learning of this talent. Akainu's abilities are renowned as some of the most formidable in the pirate world. A direct hit from him could spell doom or devastation even for the mightiest of the four emperors. This talent, it seemed, was serendipitously advantageous. The system truly manifested what Rollo desired. At that moment, while Rollo engaged in this internal dialogue, he appeared as though he were frozen in place, speechless and seemingly paralyzed by fear in the eyes of the onlooking navy. Observing this, Akainu sneered, "What's the matter? Have you been struck dumb? Afraid to accept the challenge? Very well, from this day forth, you shall join my ranks for special training, and I will show you what true hell is." Given Rollo's apparent reluctance, Akainu seized the opportunity to bring Rollo under his command, intending to strip away his nonchalant demeanor. However, having concluded his mental exchange with the system, Rollo caught the tail end of Akainu's taunts. Given Rollo's nature, could he possibly endure such provocation? He retorted with scorn, "You, Red Dog, possess quite the audacity to speak to this genius in such a manner." After all, the task at hand was to provocatively challenge Akainu and accept his duel. How could Rollo let this opportunity slip by? His words ignited the atmosphere, sending shockwaves through the crowd. "Red Dog." Rollo dared to address Akainu with such a derisive title? The onlooking navy was awestruck, eyes bulging and mouths agape in disbelief. Initially, they thought Rollo was simply stunned, but now it seemed he might have lost his sanity. To refer to Akainu in such a derogatory manner was an act only a madman would dare undertake. Indeed, even a lunatic might shy away from such an affront. Had Rollo truly gone mad? Karp's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing his grandson's audacious words. His grandson was known for his boldness, yet Karp never anticipated Rollo would be so brazen. "Rollo, you truly have the nerve to speak like that," Sengoku remarked, his body trembling slightly in disbelief. "Goodness, let us hope he doesn't actually provoke Akainu into a lethal rage. How will I explain that to Karp? How dare you? You insolent brat. Do you truly wish to challenge me?" Akainu roared, taken aback by Rollo's audacity. "Yes, I shall fight," Rollo declared boldly. "Watch as I knock you to the ground, leaving you searching for your teeth, or else I do not bear the name Manchi," Rollo proclaimed with an air of arrogance. His words elicited a collective breakdown of expressions among the navy. How audacious to claim he would leave Admiral Akainu in such a state. This young man was truly soaring to the heights of arrogance. "Rollo, are you truly confident in this?" they questioned. Indeed, after all, he is Admiral Akainu. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Observing Rollo's reckless behavior, Nami, Robin, and Dazuki, the 5 illustrious flowers, hastily offered their counsel. "Rest assured, I excel at dealing with dogs." In response to the 5 flowers' advice, Rollo once again delivered a boastful proclamation, seemingly inviting misfortune upon himself. Chapter 59, Akainu versus Rollo. Has Rollo truly lost his mind? My heavens, this is disastrous. Admiral Akainu is about to unleash his fury. I fear there will be no resolution today. Faced with Rollo's arrogant taunts, the Navy personnel were utterly stunned. His audacity knows no bounds, provoking Akainu time and again, as if inviting punishment. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you." Upon hearing these words, Akainu was thoroughly incensed, magma beginning to bubble forth from his body, teetering on the brink of losing control. As a vice admiral of the Navy, who among them would dare speak to Akainu in such a manner? That would be a sure invitation to demise. Observing this scene, the surrounding Navy personnel hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Akainu. Should they be inadvertently caught in the crossfire of his magma, it would be an unjust fate indeed. You are hardly worthy of teaching me. I shall be the one to instruct you." Rollo continued his reckless provocations. "Very well. Let's find a suitable place for a proper duel." Akainu was seething with rage, itching to deliver a devastating blow to Rollo. However, reason ultimately prevailed over fury. Given the dense crowd, a single punch would undoubtedly harm others. Thus, Akainu resolved to locate an appropriate venue to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Surveying his surroundings, Akainu discovered an excellent location, the Crescent Bay Plaza at Navy headquarters. It was vast enough to accommodate over 100,000 Navy personnel, making it a perfect battleground. "How about this plaza, Rollo?" Akainu inquired. "That suits me perfectly." Rollo eagerly accepted the challenge. The two parties agreed to meet 1 hour later at the Crescent Bay Plaza of Marineford for their battle. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task of provocatively challenging Akainu and agreeing to his duel request. You have received the reward, Death's Wing, Netherreal Dragon Clan talent. As Rollo completed the task, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Soon, an overwhelming surge of power flooded into his body, intensely invigorating him. Every cell within him was undergoing a frenzied evolution, the sensation permeating every corner of his being. Moments later, Rollo felt his strength, speed, and stamina multiply several times over. Even his physical resilience had increased exponentially, as if he possessed boundless energy. Is this the racial talent of the Black Dragon King? It is astonishingly formidable, surpassing even that of the Lunaria clan. Meanwhile, the news quickly spread. Have you heard? The so-called strongest genius of the Navy, who defeated Hawkeye, Rollo, is actually challenging Admiral Akainu. What? Is it truly that thrilling? Where is it taking place? At the Crescent Bay Plaza. Soon, the word of the impending battle between Admiral Akainu and Navy genius Rollo swept through all of Marineford. In a flash, tens of thousands of Navy personnel rushed to the Crescent Bay Plaza, eager to witness the clash. Who wouldn't want to see the strongest genius of the Navy, who defeated Hawkeye, take on Akainu? Kapu and Sengoku arrived early at Crescent Bay Square, which was already teeming with an immense crowd, as nearly all the Navy personnel from the headquarters had gathered. Witnessing such a grand spectacle, Kapu realized that the situation had become unavoidable. He sighed and cast a worried glance at Sengoku. Sengoku, what shall we do now? What if my grandson is truly harmed by Akainu? That scoundrel is reckless. With all the taunts Roronoa has thrown at him, there is a real possibility he might inflict serious injury on my grandson. Despite Kapu's frequent busyness and his lack of direct instruction for Roronoa and Luffy, he held both grandsons dear in his heart, regarding them as of utmost importance. Rest assured, Kopu, should matters escalate, I shall intervene without hesitation. Furthermore, you've seen it. Your eldest grandson is overconfident. Experiencing a setback at the hands of our own is far preferable to facing defeat by pirates. Sengoku had long since devised a strategy. Very well, it is settled. Should the situation become dire, I shall act immediately. Kapu nodded in agreement with Sengoku's assessment. He hoped that this battle would help Roronoa recognize his shortcomings, a thought that lingered in his mind. Soon, the appointed time arrived, and both Akainu and Roronoa made their way to Crescent Bay Square. The expansive plaza, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, felt eerily spacious with only Roronoa and Akainu present, while the naval spectators remained at the periphery. The two faced each other from a distance, their tension escalating palpably. If you lose, you shall dismiss all your aides and start from the ground up. Prior to the battle, Akainu could not resist placing a wager. "Ha, your confidence suggests you believe you can defeat me?" Roronoa retorted with a smirk. "If I lose, you may do as you please from then on, and I shall not utter a single word." Akainu replied with a dismissive snort, agreeing with nonchalance. Losing? Such a thought never crossed his mind. After all, Akainu had every reason to be confident. The three admirals of the Navy headquarters represented the pinnacle of the world government as military might, sharing equal rank and status. Yet, subtle differences in their strengths existed. Though minimal, in the realm of top-tier warriors, even the slightest variance could determine the outcome of a battle. Undoubtedly, Akainu stood as the strongest among the current three admirals. All right, Roronoa nodded, satisfied with the wager. This battle would serve to silence all the voices of the Navy. With a roar, Akainu's battle intent surged to its zenith, and in the next instant, his right hand transformed into molten magma as he hurled a punch towards Roronoa. The terrifyingly high temperature of the magma surged towards Roronoa's face. Just in time, Roronoa remarked with a cold snort. Having recently acquired the talents of the King of Black Dragons, he was eager to test the true strength of this ability. Whoosh! Confronted by Akainu's formidable magma fist, Roronoa displayed no fear, enveloping his right fist in haki and meeting the onslaught head-on. The ground shook as their fists collided, resulting in a stalemate where neither could overpower the other. Remarkably, he managed to deflect the magma punch of the Admiral, a force capable of incinerating even flames. This serves as a testament to Rorinoa's mastery of haki, having reached an unparalleled level. Without such prowess, it would have been impossible to withstand such a molten blow. Witnessing this spectacle, the Navy personnel began to comment, recognizing that even some elite vice admirals within the naval headquarters might struggle to endure Akainu's magma punch. It is no wonder Rorinoa exudes such confidence, for this single blow substantiates his audacious claim to superiority. Chapter 60. The Admiral of the Navy? Merely so. To withstand my punch, you possess a modicum of genuine skill. Yet what of this punch? Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Akainu snorted coldly, unleashing a ferocious assault once more. It could be said that the previous magma punch was merely a preliminary test of Rollo's capabilities. Upon realizing that Rollo's haki could endure his magma fist, Akainu prepared to enter a serious mode. After all, that last strike was merely an ordinary magma fist. Now, it had transformed into a more formidable version. Its power was undoubtedly several times greater than that of a regular magma punch. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Boiling magma surged forth from Akainu's hand, morphing in midair into a fearsome giant hound with a gaping maw. Even the Navy personnel stationed at the outskirts of the plaza could feel the searing heat emanating from the magma from afar. This strike could easily obliterate a warship in an instant. Admiral Sakazuki was dead serious. I have personally witnessed Admiral Akainu employ this move to annihilate a notorious pirate with a bounty of 700 million on the spot. My heavens, can Rollo withstand this attack? Everyone held their breath. Nami, Dasky, Robin, Khalifa, and Vivi trembled, their breaths quickening in anxiety. After all, this was magma. Should one fail to withstand it, the consequence would be either death or grievous injury. Transforming into a dog is still not magma. Watch as this genius ruthlessly beats the magma pup. Rollo showed no hesitation, executing a swift step directly towards the giant hound of magma. Remarkably, he did not intend to evade. He charged straight into Admiral Akainu's attack. My goodness, how reckless. Is he serious? The crowd was taken aback as Rollo boldly advanced into the magma. Such confidence. Haki hardening. As he was about to collide with the magma giant fist, Rollo once again enveloped his own fist with haki, striking fiercely at the canine tooth Red Lotus. Boom! Crash! Crash! First came the dull sound of collision, followed by the cacophony of shattering. Rollo's punch sent sparks flying, scattering magma everywhere. And the colossal fist lost its momentum in an instant, reduced to mere ashes. He actually blocked it again. My heavens, how formidable is his haki? How could he withstand this? Moreover, he appeared so at ease. The crowd was once again filled with astonishment. Admiral Akainu's serious strike had been thwarted. Most importantly, Rollo seemed remarkably relaxed after repelling the Admiral's earnest punch. You, indeed, possess a certain talent. Akainu was slightly taken aback upon witnessing this. He could withstand this, and to do so head-on, without evasion. This kid's haki was far sturdier than he had imagined. It seems that despite his flamboyant demeanor, this young man's talent is undeniable. He truly deserves the title of the strongest genius in the Navy. It seems your magma is not as formidable as I expected. It merely tickles me. Is this the extent of a Marine Admiral's prowess? By such logic, I could easily ascend to the rank of Admiral myself. Rollo, with his head held high, spoke with an air of arrogance. This battle was witnessed by nearly all the Marines of headquarters. How could he refrain from boasting? Moreover, Rollo needed this confrontation to declare to the entire Navy that possessing strength allows one to act with impunity. After all, he had committed no crime, merely sought a few assistants. If they are to interfere with such trivial matters, they might genuinely believe this genius could be easily manipulated. Here we go again. Another provocation directed at Admiral Akainu. How brazen. To think he considers the Marine admirals to be so insignificant. The tens of thousands of Marines present were left utterly astonished by Rollo's words. How boastful. Yet, observing Rollo's carefree demeanor, it appeared he bore no fear of Admiral Akainu's magma abilities. It feels as though I'm being caught in the crossfire without even participating. Another admiring voice. That of Admiral Akiji, echoed his thoughts. Ah, how audacious to mock Sakazuki face to face. The grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, truly a remarkable individual. Admiral Kizaru commented with an amused smirk. As fellow admirals, they were well aware of Akainu's formidable strength. To withstand that strike and counter it successfully was indeed a testament to Garp's grandson's terrifying talent. Huh, youngster, do not become too complacent. Just because I grant you a reprieve does not mean you possess great capability. Akainu was incensed by Rollo's brazen taunts. To be ridiculed in front of tens of thousands? If he refrained from retaliating, how could he continue to uphold his status as an admiral? His prior restraint had been merely out of respect for the hero, Garp. He had not unleashed his full power. After all, even Akainu, despite his absolute justice, understood the necessity of sparing Rollo's life. It was evident that this impudent boy could not be afforded even a sliver of daylight. Otherwise, he would surely soar to great heights. Behold, great fire! Akainu was now entirely earnest, entering full power mode. He unleashed a tremendous burst of flame. In the previous war, Akainu had utilized this very technique to melt an ice mountain while simultaneously obliterating numerous pirate ships. It could be considered one of Akainu's most formidable moves. Before the eyes of all, Akainu's entire right arm transformed into searing magma, bubbling and swelling with ferocity. Within mere seconds, the volume of magma had grown to that of a warship. Admiral Akainu was fully committed to this assault. Would this be excessive? My heavens, has Admiral Akainu truly unleashed his full wrath? Witnessing this scene, many Marines felt a tightening in their chests. They had seen the devastating power of this great fire technique. It was capable of annihilating a massive forest, enough to alter the very landscape. Has Sakazuki truly gone all out? Karp, who was watching the situation unfold, was becoming increasingly anxious, even preparing to launch himself forward to intervene. He wondered if that punch would harm his beloved grandson. Patience, Karp. Observe the circumstances. Should anything truly arise, we shall take action, Sengoku urged, hastily restraining Karp. Indeed, Luffy's earlier words were rather audacious, which left Sengoku somewhat displeased. It was imperative that this young man endure some hardship to temper his arrogance. In the next moment, a rumbling sound echoed, gurgle, gurgle. Let this be a lesson to you, brat. Akainu bellowed, sweeping his right arm with great force. With a thunderous crash, a colossal fist of molten lava, measuring several hundred meters in diameter and surpassing the size of a warship, surged forth. In the face of such a titanic blow, even Luffy, towering at 2-3 meters, appeared diminutive and insignificant. Chapter 61. This lava could serve as my bathing water. Boom! Boom! The colossal magma fist, reminiscent of a battleship, surged toward Rollo, exuding an aura potent enough to obliterate the entirety of Crescent Bay Square. The onlooking Navy personnel could feel the searing gusts of heat even from nearly 1,000 meters away. One can only imagine the immense pressure and scorching intensity Rollo must be enduring at the heart of this tumult. Commander Rollo, surely, you won't come to harm? Nami gasped, covering her lips with her hand, her eyes filled with apprehension. The other four beauties shared her sentiment, their discomfort palpable from the oppressive heat at this distance. It was unfathomable to consider the strain Rollo faced at the epicenter of the battlefield. With a tremendous crash, the magma fist engulfed Rollo entirely. The bubbling magma emitted sounds akin to a creature devouring its meal, erupting in bursts. Rollo had been completely consumed. It was a dire situation. One could wager that he would either perish or be left severely incapacitated. Indeed, the might of Admiral Akainu's fiery assault was no jest. It could incinerate an entire forest. What folly possessed him to provoke the Admiral in the first place? To challenge Akainu to a duel was beyond reckless for a mere naval recruit. The gathered Navy understood the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Rollo's fate. The outcome of this battle was unequivocally decided. To be engulfed by such a terrifying force of magma was inconceivable without dire consequences. Surviving this ordeal would be a testament to his extraordinary luck. Regrettably, despite Rollo's exceptional talent, he had been too audacious, provoking Admiral Akainu without regard. It was a tragic loss for this gifted young man, who had yet to fully showcase his abilities before his wings were clipped mid-flight. Grandson, Karp could not contain himself, rising from his seat, aghast as the magma consumed his beloved grandson. This was intolerable. Akainu had escalated matters beyond reason. Sengoku, standing nearby, could not hide his concern. Akainu, a lesson would suffice. Must you truly go so far? He thought, hoping fervently for Rollo's survival, for Karp would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Akainu should the worst come to pass. Just as everyone assumed the battle had reached its conclusion, an unexpected sound emanated from the fiery chaos. A warm bath makes for a delightful mood. This temperature is rather pleasant. Not bad at all. The voice conveyed the impression of someone cheerfully singing while bathing. Was this merely an illusion? The Navy personnel exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their own senses. Yet the sound resonated distinctly, leaving no room for doubt. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as the eruption of flames reached its zenith, bursting forth with an overwhelming force. With a thunderous roar, molten lava transformed into dozens of volcanic projectiles, splattering across the Crescent Bay Plaza in a breathtaking spectacle. Fortunately, at this moment, only Admiral Akainu and Roronoa were present. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. As the fiery explosion erupted, the onlookers finally discerned the astonishing scene before them. Roronoa lay back on the molten lava with his arms crossed behind his head, nonchalantly crossing his legs, seemingly at ease. Humming a cheerful tune, it was as if he were not surrounded by lava, but rather basking in pleasantly warm water. Was this man truly bathing in Admiral Akainu's lava? My goodness, look at Roronoa. He emerged completely unscathed. To what extraordinary level has his haki been cultivated? The naval officers present gaped in disbelief, their eyes bulging in terror, as if they had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. No, the spectacle before them was surely more terrifying than any apparition. Someone was indeed using Akainu's lava as if it were mere hot water. This could not simply be attributed to haki, no matter how potent haki may be. It could not transform lava into a medium for bathing. Haki could only withstand lava, but Roronoa's ability to bathe in it could only be attributed to a physical strength that surpassed human limits, likely more formidable than that of any Zoan-type awakened being. At that moment, the observing Momonosuke could no longer contain herself, her beautiful eyes reflecting sheer incredulity. Initially believing Roronoa, who had defeated Mihawk at the tender age of 18, had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, she was astounded to discover that his physical prowess had also transcended the boundaries of humanity. This was simply beyond the capabilities of any human. Ah, how utterly unexpected. Roronoa has achieved this level of prowess. The once indifferent Admiral Akiji now spoke with gravity, his gaze fixed intently on Roronoa. Who would have thought he could withstand Sakazuki's full-force strike? As a fellow admiral, Akiji understood the sheer destructive power of Akainu. To completely disregard Akainu's lava demonstrated that Roronoa's physical strength and haki had reached an awe-inspiring realm. To possess such fearsome abilities at such a young age, he was undoubtedly a prodigious genius. Oh, how terrifying! What a true monstrosity! The eyes of Admiral Kazu, concealed behind his sunglasses, mirrored the astonishment of Akiji, his tone now serious. As a fellow admiral, Kizaru shared the same thoughts. This individual's talent was undoubtedly the most formidable the Navy had seen in 8 centuries. Most alarming of all was that he was merely 18 years old. Who could fathom how powerful he would become? How could this be possible? Even Sengoku stood dumbfounded. This young lad was actually using Akainu's lava for bathing? Such an absurdity was beyond even Sengoku's experience. Ha, truly worthy of being my grandson. Karp's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, his once anxious demeanor now radiant with joy, his eyebrows seemingly soaring to the heavens. In this fierce battle, tens of thousands of naval personnel from the headquarters have arrived, and the grandchild has truly brought pride to himself. At this moment, Akainu stood frozen, questioning his own perception. That recent strike was executed without any restraint, It was a full-force attack. Old man Akainu, why are you just standing there? Don't be dazed, continue. For I am in the throes of exhilaration. At this point, Rollo mockingly remarked, reveling in his audacity. You know, the Deathwing. Neorice's dragon lineage ability is indeed quite effective. Akainu's magma had no effect on him whatsoever. Rollo merely felt a slight warmth. He even had an inkling that, should he refrain from using haki, he could withstand Akainu's magma solely through the innate resistance granted by this ability, relying purely on his physical prowess to counter the magma. Chapter 62. Face the Hellhound. Summoning the king of the underworld, Rollo sensed with an uncanny intuition that he could withstand the molten fury of Akainu using nothing but his physical form. You despicable little brat. Akainu, astounded and incensed, trembled with rage. His astonishment stemmed from witnessing Rollo using his own magma for a bath. Even the so-called strongest creature in the world, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, would dare not indulge in such audacity. Just how formidable was this boy's physical prowess? Could it be that his strength surpassed even that of Kaido, the Azure Dragon? As for Akainu's fury, it was undoubtedly provoked by Rollo's taunts. Akainu, a man deeply concerned with his reputation, had become an admiral 2 years hence, often flaunting his status. To be humiliated was akin to enduring the utmost disgrace. What is the matter, old man Akainu? Are you not going to fight? Have you conceded? Rollo teased, observing Akainu's body quaking slightly. Very well, if you shout 3 times in front of everyone, Rollo Grandpa, I was wrong, I shall spare you. You insolent little brat. How arrogant you are. Akainu retorted, his body trembling with indignation. Would he truly be compelled to utter Rollo Grandpa? Such a thought was preposterous. It would make him the great-grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Channeling his fury into strength, Akainu focused his mind, steadied his breath, and unleashed his devil fruit ability. Hellhound. With a fierce display, Akainu unleashed his most potent single-target attack, Hellhound. This very technique had once pierced the abdomen of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, and even decimated half of his skull. 2 years later, against Bartholomew Kuma, who possessed the innate physical prowess of the Bearman tribe and had undergone modifications, Akainu still managed to inflict injury upon Kuma's face with a single Hellhound strike. It could be said that Hellhound was Akainu's most formidable attack. Once unleashed, it would either result in death or devastation. Gurgle, gurgle, as Akainu's right arm transformed into searing, molten magma. He launched it forth without any preliminary effort. With a crash, an entire magma arm hurtled towards Rollo at blinding speed. The size of this Hellhound attack was smaller than any previous assault by Akainu. Yet, despite its diminutive appearance, it concealed astonishing explosive power and remarkable speed, making it exceptionally lethal. I told you, old man Akainu, your magma is far too feeble. It's merely suitable for a bath. Rollo scoffed, choosing not to envelop himself in haki, and charged directly towards the Hellhound. Smack! The Hellhound collided forcefully with Rollo's face, sending molten rocks splattering and sparks flying. Yet, once again, Rollo's handsome visage emerged unscathed, without a single scar. How could this be? He had taken the full brunt of the attack on his face and remained utterly unharmed. Absolutely ineffective. My heavens, Admiral Akainu's Hellhound is his strongest single-target attack. Moreover, I cannot shake the feeling that Brother Rollo did not employ the armament haki just now. Rather, he withstood the onslaught with sheer physical strength. Indeed, I too sensed it. To what terrifying degree has his physical prowess ascended? The naval officers present were so petrified that their hair stood on end. It was utterly fearsome and astonishing to receive Admiral Akainu's most formidable single-target attack with his face, without any defensive application of armament haki. Even the so-called strongest creature, Kaido, cannot possibly possess such physical resilience. Could it be that Brother Rollo's physique surpasses even Kaido's dreadfulness? What on earth? Is it truly that exaggerated? At this very moment, even the Admiral Akiji, a fellow naval officer, could not conceal his astonishment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. After all, To take a hit from the Hellhound without any armament haki is a demonstration of physical strength that far exceeds Akiji's imagination. He could easily surmise that if Akainu's magma could not inflict harm, then his own ice would surely be utterly ineffective. Oh my, how terrifying! The grandson of the heroic Garp, the tone of Kizaru, was shifted from mockery to genuine awe. Would his lasers even breach Rollo's defenses? Observing Akainu's fate, Kizaru felt little confidence. The innate talent displayed by this naval rookie had completely transcended their imaginative limits. My heavens, Garp, what has your grandson been nourished on? At this moment, even the fleet Admiral Sengoku, who has weathered countless tempests, was left dumbfounded. His braided mustache seemed to flutter in astonishment. Sengoku, after all, was a living relic who had witnessed the tumultuous eras of Rocks, Roger, and the current age of pirates, with decades of combat against pirates. What storms had Sengoku not encountered? Yet, he had never witnessed a spectacle like this. Ha! Truly, he is one of the monkey family. Do you see it, Sengoku? This is my grandson. Impressive, isn't it? Garp laughed heartily, his boisterous mirth resonating throughout the Crescent Bay Square. Oh, grandson, how do you consistently surpass your grandfather's imagination? You truly bring me honor. I never expected that aside from swordsmanship, Mr. Rollo possesses such formidable physical strength as well. Dasky, one of the 5 flowers, remarked dreamily. The most destructive of the Navy's admirals is utterly helpless against Mr. Rollo. Is he even human? The strongest genius of the Navy in 800 years is astonishingly powerful. Califa's lips parted slightly, her beautiful visage awash with disbelief. What a terrifying commander have I followed. The expressions of the other 3, Nami, Robin, and Vivi, were equally filled with astonishment. Hee, old Akainu, have you exhausted all your techniques? It's my turn to strike now. At this moment, Rollo bellowed at the dazed Akainu. It was time for him to counterattack. Just at that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Rollo's mind. The Hades battleship had been completed and was ready for deployment. With that in mind, he could indeed test the might of the Hades battleship against Akainu. It was said in legends that a single shot could obliterate an island. Could it possibly take down an admiral in one blow? The anticipation was exhilarating. With that thought, Rollo prepared to summon the Hades battleship from the system's space. Suddenly, whoosh, a figure materialized swiftly in Crescent Bay Square, perfectly positioned between Rollo and Akainu. Who is this? The Navy personnel were taken aback. Who would dare intrude upon a battle of such imperial caliber? Have they lost their senses? Chapter 63. Power allows one to act at will. As the crowd gazed in astonishment, they were met with the imposing figure of Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. What could this old fellow be plotting? Was he here to tip the scales? The moment he laid eyes on Sengoku, Rollo activated his observation haki, immediately discerning the purpose of Sengoku's unexpected appearance in Crescent Bay Square. At that moment, Sengoku wore a beaming smile, brandishing a den mushi in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare that the outcome of this battle has been decided. Rollo is the victor, Sengoku announced boldly to the gathered crowd. His resonant voice echoed throughout the Navy headquarters. Is this how it ends? Rollo has emerged victorious? Am I dreaming? Upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation, the Navy personnel were left utterly bewildered. How sudden? Yet, they soon came to terms with it. The truth was evident. Admiral Akainu had been utterly helpless against Rollo, who could withstand Akainu's magma even without utilizing haki. The victor was indeed clear. Nevertheless, the spectators felt a lingering dissatisfaction. After all, the battle had barely lasted half an hour. It was far too brief. A clash between such formidable beings as Admiral Akainu and Rollo deserved to span at least 3 days and nights to truly satisfy the onlookers. Indeed, having witnessed this confrontation, every member of the Navy, from the highest ranks to the lowest, had tacitly accepted that Rollo was a genuine Emperor-level powerhouse. Many even subconsciously believed that Rollo might surpass the Emperor level in strength. After all, his physical prowess had reached inhuman levels, eclipsing that of certain awakened Zoan fruit users. At this moment, Admiral Akainu's face was one of bitterness. After all, He had lost face before so many witnesses and was eager to reclaim his dignity. Akainu, enough. Sengoku shot him a stern glance. The reason for Sengoku's sudden declaration of victory was twofold. He recognized that the battle had indeed reached its conclusion and that prolonging it would serve no purpose and only harm their camaraderie. Moreover, it was to protect Akainu. Yes, to safeguard his pride. After all, losing face in front of so many Navy personnel could lead Akainu to doubt his own strength. Unlike the laid-back Akiji and the idle Kizu, Akainu was the most diligent among the admirals. Sengoku did not wish for any issues to arise with Akainu. After all, who else would capture so many pirates? Relying on the two lazy ones was simply unrealistic. Thus, Sengoku chose to intervene and declare the battle's outcome. In his eyes, the fight could conclude here, and he had also grasped Rollo's extraordinary talent. The strongest naval genius in 800 years, truly a fitting title. One could even argue that this designation should not be confined to the Navy alone. Sengoku had never encountered such formidable talent, even among pirates. Having comprehended Rollo's extraordinary talent and prowess, the objective of this confrontation has been achieved. Sengoku is now aware of the subsequent actions he must undertake. Such a prodigy requires merely a handful of aides, and it is not his place to intervene. Furthermore, Rollo has demonstrated his capabilities before the entire Navy, instilling a sense of respect that will likely deter any future disparagement within its ranks. As the goal has been accomplished, prolonging this battle seems unnecessary. Akainu has also grasped the sincere intentions of Admiral Sengoku and has ceased his contention. Although reluctant to admit it, Akainu must concede that Rollo, this young lad, possesses an undeniably formidable talent. Receiving a blow from Akainu without sustaining any injury, and that too without the use of haki. Who in the world could achieve such a feat? Even the pirate king, Roger, would not dare to face his own attacks without employing haki. It is evident that Roger could not accomplish this. Thus, despite Akainu's reluctance, he must acknowledge this truth. However, this remains merely the one-sided perspective of Sengoku and Akainu. To strike and then attempt to flee, Rollo will not simply acquiesce. At that moment, Rollo interjected, "Grandpa Sengoku, you are being quite unfair. I have yet to make a single move in this battle, and you declare the outcome already? This is blatant favoritism. Dear Rollo, you have convincingly showcased your strength. The outcome is already quite apparent." Sengoku responded, surprised by Rollo's tenacity. He had publicly declared Akainu's defeat before so many Navy personnel. Was that not sufficient? Providing a Marine admiral as a stepping stone clearly indicated his regard for Rollo. Is this not favoritism? I have been on the receiving end of blows the entire time, and just as I was about to retaliate, you announced the result. Rollo expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently. Is that what you call being hit? You appear entirely unscathed. Your clothes are spotless. Sengoku replied with a chuckle. After this battle, I have decided to directly appoint you as a candidate for the rank of admiral. How does that position sound? Sengoku continued, hoping that the offer would quell Rollo's grievances. An immediate promotion to admiral candidate? My goodness, how extraordinary. Indeed. However, I firmly believe that Rollo's strength is more than adequate for the role of admiral candidate. Others chimed in. Yes, I even sense he could ascend directly to the rank of admiral. If there were a vacancy in the admiral roster, he might have already achieved it. The Marines, upon hearing Sengoku's words, were filled with envy. To be appointed as an admiral candidate upon arrival. Such rapid ascension is unprecedented. Although this promotion was extraordinary, no one within the Navy dared to express discontent. This cannot stand. I must retaliate. Admiral Sengoku, if you do not permit me, I shall resign from the Navy. Faced with Sengoku's overt favoritism, Rollo's temper flared. His address shifted from the affectionate Grandpa Sengoku to the formal Admiral Sengoku, clearly reflecting his displeasure. Akainu had struck him repeatedly, yet forbade him from retaliating. It must be noted that Akainu had exerted his full strength, unleashing his most powerful attacks. The reason Rollo remains unscathed is due to the extraordinary gift bestowed upon him by the King of the Black Dragons. Otherwise, he would likely be grievously injured by now. If one is not permitted to retaliate, what good is the Navy? In the face of Rollo's threat, Sengoku now bears a troubled expression. He never anticipated that this young man would prove to be so formidable. Had Rollo just arrived at Navy headquarters, Sengoku would have scoffed at such a threat. I am not your dear grandfather, Garp. Do you think you can intimidate the esteemed fleet admiral with such tactics? Not a chance. However, Rollo's innate talent has now been fully revealed before Sengoku. The admiral is acutely aware that this 18-year-old possesses an unparalleled gift, nearly unmatched in the world. A prodigy of this caliber, should he choose the path of piracy instead of serving in the Navy, would undoubtedly pose an immense challenge, perhaps even more troublesome than Rox or Roger. Chapter 64. Summoning the Dark King. Ultimately, in the face of Rollo's menacing threat, Sengoku hesitated for a moment before conceding, acquiescing to Rollo's demands. There was no alternative. Strength grants one the liberty to act as they please. Even the fleet admiral, confronted with Rollo's formidable prowess and unfathomable talent, was compelled to yield. Sengoku departed from Crescent Bay Square, returning to the side of Garp. The battle continued unabated. As the conflict raged on, the onlooking Navy personnel became increasingly exhilarated. Such a grand clash was meant to persist for maximum enjoyment. Next, it was my turn to strike. Old Dog Akainu. A charming smile graced Rollo's lips as he summoned the fully constructed battleship, the Dark King, from the depths of the system's space. Boom! A colossal warship abruptly manifested in the Navy headquarters Crescent Bay Square, startling the gathered crowd. Where did this warship come from? How could it have materialized in Crescent Bay Square? It felt extraordinarily formidable. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this immense warship, the Navy personnel widened their eyes in astonishment. At first glance, this vessel was markedly distinct from an ordinary warship. The initial impression was one of sheer size. Immense. This single warship nearly occupied the entirety of Crescent Bay Square. It is worth noting that the Navy headquarters Crescent Bay Square is a vast expanse, capable of accommodating 100,000 sailors. This underscores the extraordinary dimensions of the warship. It likely required the combined size of dozens of conventional warships to equal this one. The sole explanation for such a gargantuan vessel's sudden emergence in Crescent Bay Square was the power of a devil fruit. After all, it was inconceivable for human strength alone to transport such a massive warship instantaneously. Moreover, the design of his battleship was remarkably unique. The artillery installations were equally colossal, matching the ship's grandeur. The 3 secondary gun turrets on each side of the vessel were several times larger than those on a typical warship. More alarming was the enormous turret at the bow, towering like an elephant's trunk. An estimation suggested that the main turret size was at least dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary warship's artillery. Even the barrel was disproportionately long, exceeding that of a standard warship by several times, measuring over 100 meters in length. The power of the shells fired from such a turret was unfathomable. Karp, is this the power of your grandson's devil fruit? Sengoku's mouth involuntarily fell agape as he beheld the warship. He recalled Karp mentioning that Rollo was indeed a devil fruit user. It was true that Rollo had claimed to possess a devil fruit ability. It was supposed to be related to weather phenomena. Karp's expression mirrored confusion. His eldest grandson had once stated in Alabasta that he too was an ability user. But the power he exhibited then caused rain to fall across the entire nation, seemingly linked to meteorological elements. How could he suddenly summon a warship? The undeniable truth stands before us. The sudden emergence of such a colossal battleship can only be elucidated by the powers of a devil fruit. Once again, the rain falls, and with it, a summons for the battleship. Truly, the abilities of this grandchild are quite peculiar. Such a massive vessel. Karp, do you realize the implications of this? Sengoku's eyes gleam with excitement. The sheer size of this battleship nearly envelopes Crescent Bay Square. This signifies that it could potentially transport a staggering 100,000 Navy personnel, 100,000 sailors, equivalent to the entirety of the Marine headquarters forces. What does a ship capable of accommodating 100,000 naval soldiers imply? It signifies an astronomical enhancement in the Navy's mobility. It is worth noting that an ordinary warship can only carry a few hundred to 1,000 individuals at most. To mobilize 100,000 sailors would necessitate at least 100 ships. The complications of coordinating such a fleet are manifold. Having a single vessel is far more advantageous. Furthermore, deploying 100 ships scattered across the sea makes them vulnerable to being picked off one by one, leading to catastrophic losses. Now, with just one ship in action, if this vessel is manned by a powerful admiral, any losses incurred upon encountering the enemy can be minimized. It can be said that such a gargantuan ship, if utilized by the Navy, will be a boon with no drawbacks. Sengoku even contemplates that if this immense battleship could be harnessed, the Navy would have the opportunity to alter the balance of power in the world. They could directly advance into the New World and challenge the Four Emperors. Are you also a wielder of powers? Summoning a mere battleship, albeit large, is nothing extraordinary. Akainu anticipated that Rorinoa would unleash some formidable technique, only to be met with merely a battleship. Though this vessel is enormous, to a nature-type user like Akainu, its threat is virtually negligible, no matter how grand a ship. What use is it if it cannot strike a nature-type user? Be reduced to ashes. With a cold snarl, Akainu transformed both fists into surging magma. The molten rock bubbled and churned, reminiscent of the footsteps of a harbinger of doom. Meteor volcano. In the next instant, Akainu pointed his fist skyward, and his magma-infused arms began to launch enormous molten fists towards the heavens. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of magma fists were propelled into the sky. This technique represents Akainu's most potent area of effect offensive. In terms of singular power, Meteor Volcano may not surpass Dog of Darkness, yet in terms of widespread destructive capacity, it far exceeds it by hundreds of times. As these searing magma projectiles are launched into the air, they descend rapidly like small meteors. Each magma fist possesses the potential to annihilate an entire battleship. The manifestation of Akainu's Meteor Volcano is upon us. Is he truly intent on obliterating this battleship? The Navy personnel gasped in awe. With every eruption of Akainu's Meteor Volcano, everything in its wake is destined for destruction. Soon, the meteor-like volcanic boulders propelled into the sky by Akainu began to succumb to the relentless pull of gravity, plummeting at breakneck speed. The clouds were suddenly filled with hundreds of massive stones enveloped in torrents of molten lava. From the ground, these magma-laden boulders descended like a multitude of meteors, spiraling downwards with frenzied intensity. Hundreds of these colossal stones cascaded down, their target unmistakably the gigantic warship that nearly filled the entirety of Crescent Bay Square. Boom! Boom! The rapidly descending magma boulders struck the massive warship like a torrential downpour. With each impact, a tremendous explosion reverberated, threatening to rupture eardrums, while the searing lava erupted outward, forming formidable fireballs of explosive force. Chapter 65. The Doubtful Life of Akainu. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of meteor volcanoes relentlessly rained down upon every corner of that colossal warship. The deck, the gun turrets, the cabins, the masts. Each inch of the naval vessel was subjected to the relentless bombardment of dozens of meteor volcanoes. Each strike resulted in violent explosions, with molten lava erupting, flames leaping, and dense smoke billowing forth, soon enveloping the entire Crescent Bay Square. Cough, cough, cough. The gathered Navy personnel couldn't help but cough in unison, the acrid smoke from the raging flames choking the battlefield. Boom! Boom! The bombardment continued without let-up. After 10 minutes, the torrential onslaught of molten lava finally ceased. As the smoke filled the air, it created an impenetrable fog, rendering visibility nearly impossible. All that could be heard were the deafening sounds of explosions. Cough, cough. What's the situation? Cough, cough. It's completely unclear. Despite being nearly choked by the thick smoke, the naval officers couldn't resist peering towards Crescent Bay Square. They all yearned to discern the outcome of the fierce bombardment. Suddenly, a gust of sea wind swept through, dispersing the smoke and allowing the onlookers to see what had transpired. As the scene came into view, their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Admiral Akainu's assault had seemingly no effect. Am I seeing this correctly? There's not a scratch on the ship. What on earth is going on? What is this vessel made of? The gathered Navy personnel clutched their heads in disbelief. This was an overwhelmingly powerful attack capable of obliterating an enormous city in an instant. The repeated bombardment of hundreds of meteor volcanoes should have been insurmountable, even for something as hard as steel. Even the finest shipbuilding material in the world, atom wood, couldn't withstand such a prolonged assault of molten bombardment. Just how resilient is this warship? Alas, it's astonishing that it emerged from a Kainu-S bombardment completely unscathed. What manner of ship is this? Akiji stood in stunned silence. Is this warship summoned by Roronoa with a devil fruit equally as formidable? It was beyond his expectations. The events of the day had indeed shattered Akiji's worldview. Oh my, what a monstrous warship this is. Kizaru's expression mirrored his astonishment. As the highest commander of the Navy's scientific division, Kizaru was equally curious about how a ship could withstand magma without faltering. Surely, Dr. Vegapunk had not mastered such technology. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Sengoku trembled with excitement, his hands shaking, to think that even a Kainu-S meteor volcanoes could not shatter it. This warship is far sturdier than those at Navy headquarters. Sengoku's face radiated joy. If the Navy truly possesses such a vessel, they might genuinely consider engaging the four emperors. How infuriating! To find oneself in such a predicament is utterly absurd. Akainu, panting slightly, gazed at the warship before him, unscathed and pristine, sinking into a whirlpool of self-doubt. When did his magma fail to even dent a mere ship? Surely, even if it were crafted from sea prism stone, it should at least have left a few significant impacts. The components, such as the deck and mast, certainly could not have been forged from that material. Yet, even the most vulnerable parts of the ship remained utterly unyielding, prompting Akainu to question his very existence. He began to wonder if he had slipped into slumber, entrapped in a nightmarish vision. How infuriating! Meteor volcano. In the next instant, unwilling to accept the harsh reality before him, Akainu unleashed another meteor volcano. This time, he bombarded for over half an hour. Thousands of meteor volcano projectiles rained down from the heavens, inciting an uproar of explosions. It seemed as if the entire Crescent Bay Plaza was to be razed to the ground, with a relentless barrage shaking Marineford as though an earthquake had struck. Boom! Boom! After a half-hour onslaught, the bombardment finally ceased. The warship remained entirely unscathed. At that moment, every onlooker among the Marines stood in stunned silence, grappling with the notion that they might be dreaming. The magma fruit, renowned for its devastating power, could not even rattle a single vessel. This was nothing short of absurdity. Yet, the undeniable truth lay vividly before their eyes. Ha ha! Old Akainu, shall you not try again? Observing Akainu, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide as saucers, wearing an expression of existential despair, Law could not suppress a chuckle. This was a warship constructed from the very materials of historical significance. Not even a legendary weapon could obliterate it. At this moment, Akainu offered no retort to Law's words. He stood motionless, his thoughts a mystery to all. Ah, at last it is my turn. Ha ha, watch this. Sensing Akainu's momentary paralysis, Law seized the opportunity and commenced his assault, crafted by a super-mechanical manufacturing machine. The ship of the underworld was in perfect sync with Law's intentions. In other words, Law possessed exclusive control over this warship, able to manipulate it through sheer thought. Whir! Creak! Soon, the cylindrical cannon at the bow of the underworld began to rotate. Despite the immense size of the vessel, its movements were remarkably swift. After all, this was the underworld, one of the three ancient weapons, wielding the power to annihilate worlds. Whir! Creak! The cannon swiftly aimed at Akainu, charging with formidable energy. At that moment, a radiant beam reminiscent of a laser erupted from the cannon's muzzle. However, unlike the yellow laser of Kizaru, this light was a mesmerizing white, interspersed with a hint of purple reminiscent of lightning. A most perilous sensation. Witnessing this brilliance, the formidable figures present were struck with trepidation. Kuzan, Kizaru, as well as Sengoku and Garp, inexplicably felt a surge of trepidation. For reasons unknown, the cannon instilled a profound sense of unease. Even these top-tier powerhouses experienced the unsettling sensation of being preyed upon by a ferocious beast. Zzzz at this moment. The cannon continued to accumulate energy. According to the system's explanation, the longer this warship charged, the greater its power would become. If the charging exceeded 1 minute, its might would reach its zenith. Of course, this warship could also fire projectiles instantaneously, but the force would pale in comparison to that achieved after a minute of charging. Under normal circumstances, facing an admiral-level powerhouse like a Kainu, a 1-minute charge would likely have allowed the opponent to escape. Yet, the situation was different now. Akainu seemed ensnared in a state of self-doubt akin to that of crocodile, standing vacantly in place, utterly unaware of the impending events. Seizing such an opportunity, Law was determined to amass his power to its fullest potential. Chapter 66 is Akainu dead? The power of the cannon continued to accumulate, the muzzle glowing ever brighter, and the piercing sound of the sonic boom grew increasingly deafening, as if it were about to rupture eardrums. The minute-long charging time for unleashing maximum power had arrived. Old Akainu behold the cannon. With a mere thought, Roronoa Zoro commanded the cannon of the Hades battleship to fire instantaneously. As for the consequences, even Roronoa himself was uncertain. Legends spoke of the ancient weapon, Hades, capable of annihilating an island with a single shot. Roronoa eagerly anticipated the outcome of this shot. Boom! Boom! It was as if the very heavens and earth trembled in response. A deafening explosion erupted suddenly, followed by a violent shudder that coursed through the entire Hades battleship. As the ship quaked, the Crescent Bay Plaza also shook. The buildings of the Navy headquarters trembled in unison. What is happening? Feeling the force akin to a near magnitude 10 earthquake, the naval personnel exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting a shared astonishment. Boom! Boom! As an unprecedented explosion reverberated through the Navy headquarters, the main cannon of the Hades battleship unleashed its projectile. The cannon fired not ordinary shells, but laser-like beams. Boom! The laser erupted forth, engulfing Akainu's figure within its diameter of several kilometers. The entirety of Crescent Bay Plaza was instantly bathed in a brilliance many times brighter than illumination flares, enough to blind the onlookers. In an instant, everyone, driven by instinct, tightly shut their eyes. Zzz. Zzz. The air was filled with the harrowing sound of sonic booms, as the earth seemed to tremble beneath them. The surrounding sounds were deafening, the ground roared incessantly. Yet in the face of such peril, no one dared to open their eyes. Under this blinding light, opening one's eyes could lead to immediate blindness. This inability to see, coupled with the thunderous noise, felt as though everyone was trapped on a vast battlefield, rendered blind. And the terror within surged exponentially. What has transpired? How much longer will this cacophony and radiance persist? I feel as though I might lose my sanity. The Navy personnel were gripped by an unprecedented unease, akin to a claustrophobic individual confined within a cave barely large enough for one. The discomfort was nearly unbearable. Zzz. Zzz. At last, after 10 minutes of relentless noise, silence enveloped the area. In this moment of stillness, the naval personnel hesitated to open their eyes. Silence, a deathly silence. This quietude lasted several minutes, until some courageous souls mustered the courage to be the first to peek. What is that in the sky? Is there a cloud vortex? Was it the recent bombardment that caused this? The first sight that greeted the naval personnel, who had just opened their eyes, was the enormous cloud hole in the sky. This cloud hole was nearly as vast as an entire island. It was termed a hole because the clouds had evidently been manipulated. Typically, the clouds above the naval headquarters would accumulate from all directions, coalescing into vast expanses of cloud cover. However, the shapes of these naturally formed clouds would generally be quite irregular. Yet, the edges of the clouds above the naval headquarters were remarkably smooth, flat, and formed a closed circle. Such a flawless, rounded formation in the clouds is impossible under normal circumstances, indicating that some force had influenced their shape. The answer was evident. This cloud hole had to be the result of an extraordinarily immense force, thus creating such a colossal visual phenomenon. The only entity capable of achieving this was the massive cannon fire from the warship moments ago. Could a single cannon blast truly create a cloud hole nearly the size of an island? Does this not imply that the power of this cannonade could encompass an entire island? My goodness! Some of the Navy could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Which pirate could withstand cannon fire capable of covering an entire island? Of course, the reason this cannon could pierce the sky was that Roronoa had adjusted the firing angle to aim skyward. After all, it would be disastrous if the naval headquarters were obliterated, drawing the attention of the world government. Thus, firing upwards was the safest option. Regardless, the range of the cannonade was vast enough that even shots aimed at the sky could still strike Akainu. Speaking of which, where was Admiral Akainu? After a moment of astonishment, the crowd finally reacted. The shock of the cloud hole had been overwhelming, creating an impression of a gaping void in the heavens. Once their awe subsided, the Navy personnel began to ponder Akainu's condition. He should be all right? Soon, they spotted Akainu's figure, followed by another wave of gasps. Admiral Akainu. He can't be dead, can he? At that moment, Akainu appeared utterly wretched. His naval cloak was tattered beyond recognition, with the word justice reduced to a mere fragment of the character. Beneath the shredded cloak, a wine-red suit, reminiscent of molten lava, was now drenched in blood. Soaked through, Akainu lay face down on the ground, his back to the sky, blood splattering everywhere as if it were of no cost. The amount of blood Akainu was losing at that moment was likely double that of Zoro's in the fearsome triangular sail incident. At first glance, he seemed lifeless, sprawled on the ground without a movement. Even his breathing was faint. This. At this moment, Vice Admiral Garp's eyes widened in shock. His mouth agape, as if he could swallow an elephant whole. His own grandson had reduced Akainu to this state. In such a condition, even Akainu's own mother would scarcely recognize him. When did my grandson become so formidable? This is simply astonishing. What? Sakazuki has lost? And so miserably? The turmoil within Akiji's heart is akin to a tempest. Just how immense was the power of that last strike to nearly bring Akainu to death's door? Akiji finds it utterly inconceivable. After all, at the level of an admiral, physical prowess, haki, martial arts, stamina, and bodily strength all reach an unparalleled zenith. Akiji could never have imagined that a fully healthy Akainu could be defeated in a single blow. A single blow indeed. Oh, how terrifying. The force of that strike surpasses anything crafted by Vegapunk. The astonished Kizaru could barely articulate his shock. What are you standing there for? Medics, hurry and provide aid. Upon witnessing this, Sengoku was too astounded to hesitate, immediately calling for the rescue team to administer urgent care. If Akainu were to perish here, the Navy would suffer a catastrophic loss. Soon, the medics began to lift Akainu onto a stretcher, urgently transporting him for treatment. Chapter 67. The youngest general in history. Admiral Sakazuki, please do not succumb to slumber. Should you drift into unconsciousness, it would mean, please, you must hold on. After hoisting Akainu onto a stretcher, several seasoned members of the Navy's medical team, relying solely on their keen instincts, swiftly assessed the grave condition of the admiral. He was teetering on the brink of death. Were it not for the faintest signs of life still emanating from Sakazuki, the medical personnel would have almost declared him beyond saving. Thus, they urgently called out to him, imploring him to muster his willpower and resist the pull of sleep, for to succumb would signify true demise. Soon, the medical team transported Akainu to a well-equipped naval hospital. Following a rapid preliminary examination, the medical staff was left astounded. Admiral Akainu's ribs were nearly all fractured, and his internal organs were in a state of severe hemorrhaging. In other words, he bore no unscathed part upon his entire body. It is indeed remarkable that someone of Akainu's extraordinary constitution could still possess a flicker of breath. An ordinary individual would have perished many times over under such dire injuries. Yet, even with a breath remaining, it was premature to speak of preserving his life. The foremost task was to staunch the bleeding. Even if he survived, he would require at least 6 months of recuperation to fully recover. In summary, the Navy must prepare for a forthcoming period with only 2 admirals, contingent upon Akainu's survival. Otherwise, the duration of this vacancy might extend considerably. Meanwhile, after Akainu was carried away, at this very moment at the Navy headquarters, in Crescent Bay Square, everyone gazed in disbelief at the unscathed Roronoa. This individual, having withstood numerous of Akainu's formidable attacks, emerged not only unscathed but also managed to dispatch the admiral in a single blow. This was against an Akainu in peak condition, brimming with vitality. One strike, and he was vanquished. The significance of such a swift defeat. Who could truly comprehend it? Even the likes of Kaido or Whitebeard could never achieve such a feat. Not to mention vanquishing Admiral Akainu. Roronoa had withstood countless magma-based assaults without scratch. Could Whitebeard or Kaido boast such resilience? Through this battle, Roronoa had undeniably etched his name into the annals of the Navy headquarters, firmly establishing his reputation as the strongest genius of the Navy in 800 years, a title that reverberated through the ranks of the naval personnel. Soon, the news spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the branch navies. Have you heard? Admiral Akainu was defeated by a newcomer. What? Are you jesting? Admiral Akainu could never be bested. This is no jest. The news from the Navy headquarters has gone viral. In a fleeting moment, the first half of the Grand Line, encompassing the G5 and G1 branches in the New World, along with the naval divisions across the seas, reverberated with the illustrious name of Rollo. Even the undercover Agent Virgo caught wind of this revelation and promptly relayed the news to Don Quixote Doflamingo. As for the incident involving Rollo's female assistants, it was dismissed without further ado. After all, what significance do a few female aides hold for a young man who, at the tender age of 18, could outmatch Admiral Akainu? As long as his primary duties were not hindered, it was of little consequence. The following day, under the auspices of Sengoku, Rollo was appointed as the youngest candidate for the rank of admiral in naval history, a mere 18 years and half a month old. It is noteworthy that most naval personnel at this age are either just enlisting or have yet to do so. The current trio of admirals, with the youngest among them, Akiji, having joined the Navy at the age of 19, and Akainu at 23, while the eldest, Kazu, only entered the Navy at 26. By the time they ascended to the position of admiral candidate, they were well past their 30s, with many exceeding the age of 35. To achieve the status of admiral candidate at the age of 18 is unprecedented in the 8th century history of the Navy. Not only is Rollo the youngest admiral candidate, but he has also ascended at an unparalleled pace. This naval rookie, who entered the Navy headquarters on his first day, found himself elevated to the position of admiral candidate by the very next day. In just a single day, Rollo became a figure of admiration for the majority of the Navy. Such a record has never been seen in the past 8 centuries, nor is it likely to be surpassed in the next 800 years. Moreover, Rollo's candidacy is the first in line. Should a vacancy arise in the admiral ranks, he would instantly assume the position, thus becoming a true admiral of the naval headquarters. In truth, Rollo possesses the capability to fulfill the role of an admiral. Yet he harbors some reluctance regarding the title. After all, the position of admiral is not easily attained. As the ostensible supreme combat force of the world government, the admirals bear the weighty responsibilities of eradicating pirates, safeguarding civilians, and protecting certain allied nations. However, there is an even graver duty. The admirals are obliged to serve directly under the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons were to face any affront in the world, the admirals must mobilize to shield them. Rollo's own grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, has long refrained from accepting the rank of admiral for this very reason, remaining in the position of vice admiral for nearly 40 years. If his grandfather is unwilling, would Rollo be any more inclined to protect those worthless celestial dragons? Absolutely not. Of course, the position of admiral must be occupied when the time comes, but that time is not now. When Rollo's strength is sufficient to defy the world government's orders, it will be then that he will claim the title of admiral or even fleet admiral. Vice Admiral Rollo is magnificent. Vice Admiral Rollo is magnificent. After being conferred the title of Vice Admiral and Admiral Candidate by Sengoku, Rollo found himself warmly greeted by enthusiastic naval personnel at every corner of the headquarters. After the intense battle with Admiral Akainu, the Navy headquarters came to a profound realization. This was no mere scion of nobility, but a genuinely prodigious naval talent. The position of Vice Admiral was not merely a result of the influence of Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It was earned through the undeniable prowess of Rollo. Such strength naturally commands respect. Even fellow Vice Admirals, such as Vice Admiral Squirrel, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, and Vice Admiral Doberman, greeted Rollo with deference, undeterred by his youth. After all, the fate of Admiral Akainu was a cautionary tale for all. Now that Rollo had ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral, he recognized the need to uphold the stature that accompanies such a position. Upon surveying the Navy headquarters, he identified a significant shortcoming. His retinue was far too scant. Other vice admirals were accompanied by at least several hundred subordinates, and this was merely among the elite. They were leagues away from the rank of admiral. At present, Rollo had only 5 assistants, each strikingly beautiful, yet this hardly befitted his status as a vice admiral and a foremost candidate for admiral. This would not do. He needed to swiftly bolster his ranks. Moreover, they could not be just any recruits. They must be of extraordinary beauty. Chapter 68. The Abduction of the Empress? Now that I have ascended to the position of Vice Admiral and am a candidate for Admiral, my authority must have significantly increased. With this newfound power, Rollo is contemplating reaching out to someone. As a Vice Admiral, my standing and influence are likely second only to Sengoku, alongside esteemed figures such as my grandfather Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Soon, Rollo returned to his office. Each Vice Admiral has a private office, and Rollo, being the foremost candidate for Admiral, enjoys a particularly grand space. Outside his office, there is even a suite where 5 female assistants each have their own workstations, a rarity among Vice Admirals. After all, no other Vice Admiral boasts as many assistants as Rollo. "Khalifa, please come to my office," Rollo called as he settled in. "Yes, Lord Rollo, what is your command?" The sound of high heels clicking on the floor heralded the arrival of a striking figure into Rollo's office. Today, Khalifa donned a red, form-fitting dress that accentuated her already alluring curves. The hem of the dress artfully concealed the upper thighs, revealing her long, fair legs in all their glory. Rollo thought to himself, what a captivating enchantress she is. "Lord Rollo, did you summon me to admire my legs?" Khalifa asked, noticing Rollo's prolonged silence as he gazed at her elegant limbs. "Of course not." "Oh wait, that's not right." Rollo quickly took a sip of water to compose himself before stating with seriousness, "Khalifa, please assist me in contacting a Navy officer named Tina. Inform her that it is Vice Admiral Rollo, the strongest genius of the past 800 years and a candidate for Admiral, who wishes to meet her at the Navy headquarters." Rollo mentioned Tina's name. After all, among the few notable beauties in the Navy, Tina stood out as one of the most remarkable. A female officer? Khalifa smirked, her red lips curling into a smile. The name Tina certainly sounds feminine. True to her professional background as a secretary, Khalifa swiftly arranged the contact. Colonel Tina agreed to the meeting, but is currently on an external mission and will take some time to arrive at the Navy headquarters. Upon completing her task, Khalifa returned to Rollo with an air of professionalism. "What? And could you also reach out to Toru and I?" Rollo pondered which other renowned beauties in the Navy might be available and continued giving instructions. Khalifa soon returned with an update. Both Vice Admiral Toru and Colonel Ein are currently engaged in external missions as well and will likely require some time to return. "What? Is there no one in the Navy?" Rollo exclaimed, his expression one of resignation. "So, they're all on missions, it seems." "Vice Admiral Rollo, is there anyone else you would like me to contact?" Khalifa inquired with a playful smile. "No, that will suffice." Rollo shook his head, noting the absence of noteworthy beauties within the Navy. He held little regard for the other ordinary women. "Come here and give me a massage," Rollo commanded. Since he could not find any new faces, he decided to indulge in the services of the familiar. Khalifa nodded and approached Rollo, commencing a massage that was impressively professional. Prior to beginning, Khalifa sensibly locked the door, ensuring that their activities remained concealed from prying eyes outside. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, and Khalifa emerged from Rollo's office. Her complexion flushed. As she scanned her surroundings for onlookers, she took a moment to tidy her slightly disheveled attire and hair. Clearly, the massage had been quite intense. Just as Khalifa exited the office, Rollo's phone began to ring. Recognizing the distinct design of the device, he understood it was a call from Admiral Sengoku. "Rollo, my grandson. If you have the time, do come to the meeting." Sengoku's familiar voice resonated through the receiver. "What meeting?" Rollo inquired. "Did you not defeat Crocodile? We are convening to discuss the new candidates for the Warlords of the Sea, and as a key participant, your presence is requested," Sengoku explained. "Oh, the Warlords meeting? Who will be attending?" Rollo's interest piqued at the mention of the meeting. He was currently in need of new crew members, and among the warlords was the world-renowned beauty, Boa Hancock. If he could recruit her, it would certainly elevate his status as a candidate for the position of admiral in the Navy. "Well, it's hard to say. I suspect only Bartholomew Kuma will attend," Sengoku replied, somewhat awkwardly. "Why are you asking me about this?" Upon learning that the Empress would not be present, Rollo hastily prepared to decline, as his interests lay solely in beautiful women, not in the warlords. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding, task issued. Ding, task details 1. Refuse to attend the meeting, reward. A paramecia type, devil fruit. Ding, task details 2. Attend the meeting willingly. Reward. A logia type, devil fruit. Ding, task details 3. Indignantly criticize the warlords for disregarding the Navy by not attending. And kidnap a warlord to bring to the Navy headquarters for the meeting. Reward. A mythical Zoan-type devil fruit." The prospect of kidnapping a warlord to attend the Navy headquarters ignited Rollo's enthusiasm. The system truly understood his desires. As for the mythical Zoan fruit, well, the type of fruit mattered little. What was crucial was that he now had a legitimate reason to kidnap a warlord. Thus, Rollo quickly changed his tune. "Admiral Sengoku, how can these warlords be so arrogant, showing up with only one person for a Navy meeting? This is simply outrageous." "Rollo, my grandson, what has prompted this sudden change in your demeanor?" Sengoku queried, perplexed by Rollo's swift shift in attitude. "Admiral Sengoku, I must ask, has it always been the case that only one warlord attends these meetings?" Rollo spoke into the phone bug. "Indeed, it is primarily Bartholomew Kuma who visits regularly, and occasionally Don Quixote da Flamingo may make an appearance. Others seldom come by." Sengoku's tone remained calm, for this was quite normal. These warlords of the sea are utterly outrageous. They have the audacity to collaborate with us, the Marines, yet they dare to overstep their bounds. It is a blatant disrespect towards the Navy. At this rate, what will become of our honor?" Rollo's voice resonated with a fervent sense of justice. Hearing Rollo staunchly defend the integrity of the Marines brought a sense of solace to Sengoku. The future of the Navy seemed secure. Chapter 69. A bold infiltration of Amazon Lily. Upon hearing Rollo's fervent defense of the Navy, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. However, the matters concerning the 7 warlords were not for the Navy to decide, but rather dictated by those in higher authority. Thus, Sengoku solemnly remarked, "My dear grandson, there is no need to be so enraged. They are merely a band of rogues from the vast ocean, and their lawlessness is quite expected." No sooner had Sengoku spoken than Rollo's voice grew more impassioned. "That is not acceptable, Grandpa Sengoku. It is precisely because the Navy adheres too rigidly to its principles that the 7 warlords believe we are easy to manipulate, which emboldens them. Now that I am a candidate for the rank of admiral, it is my duty to uphold the dignity and honor of the Navy. We are the sovereigns of the sea. We cannot allow pirates to trample over us." With that declaration, before Sengoku could respond, Rollo abruptly terminated the call, leaving Sengoku bewildered. How had the conversation shifted to the Navy's dignity and honor? The 7 warlords had always been a rogue faction. Yet Rollo's evident sense of justice regarding the Navy's reputation was quite surprising to Sengoku. Simultaneously, Rollo, having hung up, promptly exited his office and sought out Khalifa, requesting her assistance in obtaining a permanent log pose for Amazon Lily. Although the warlords typically did not cooperate with Navy operations, the Navy still possessed such navigational tools. "Khalifa, being the consummate secretary, swiftly handled this minor task, for the entire Navy headquarters was well aware of her status as the personal secretary to Rear Admiral Rollo. Who would dare to challenge her? Just consider the current state of Akainu, still unconscious in the ICU. After acquiring the log pose, Rollo took flight from Crescent Bay Square. Possessing the innate talent of the Lunario race, Rollo flew at remarkable speed, further enhanced by the draconic abilities of his death wings, Neolisa, which also granted him the power of flight, allowing for a synergistic effect. Hence, Rollo's velocity could only be described as supersonic. This time, Rollo chose not to bring any aids, opting instead for a solo endeavor. After all, abducting the pirate Empress Boa Hancock was no trivial task. Furthermore, the women of Amazon Lily were all formidable, each possessing haki, so Rollo intended to engage swiftly and decisively. Amazon Lily lay within a calm zone, surrounded entirely by massive sea kings, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary vessels to approach. However, for Rollo, who could soar through the skies, those colossal sea creatures posed no threat. Guided by the permanent log pose, Rollo flew for approximately 2 hours before he beheld the isolated Amazon Lily, suspended in the calm. As he soared through the air, Rollo activated his observation haki. In an instant, he perceived a multitude of presences emanating from the island. There she was. He quickly pinpointed Boa Hancock's location. After all, on this island, there was only one individual whose aura could stand out so distinctly from the rest, and that could only be the Empress herself. With a thunderous rush, Rollo descended from the sky, lowering his altitude as he began his dive towards the ground. Throughout the entire process, Rollo maintained his observation haki, keenly attuned to the powerful aura nearby. Soon, he arrived before a resplendent palace, elaborately adorned and constructed with exquisite materials. It was evident that the pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, resided within its opulent confines. Moreover, Rollo could sense the vigilant presence of numerous guards surrounding the area, steadfast in their duty. Ding mission issued. Mission details. Task 1. Depart from Amazon Lily. Reward. 30 immunity to rule-type devil fruit abilities. Task 2. Notify the guards of Amazon Lily before an audience. Reward. 50 immunity to rule-type devil fruit abilities. Task 3. Forcefully breach the location of the Pirate Empress. Reward. 100 immunity to rule-type devil fruit abilities. What do these rewards signify, system? Rollo inquired, puzzled upon seeing the 3 task rewards. Response to host. Immunity to rule-type devil fruit abilities indicates the capacity to resist the effects of such powers. For instance, the petrification ability of the Mero Mero no Mi, the toy transformation of the Hobi Hobi no Mi, and the reversal effect of the Redarudo no Mi. All rule-type fruits can be negated. A 100 immunity means complete resistance to all effects of rule-type devil fruits, while 50 signifies immunity to only half of their capabilities, and so forth, the system elucidated. Ah, I see. Rollo nodded with a smile. What a fortunate coincidence this is. Though Rollo understood that these rule-type devil fruits would still prove ineffective against those with formidable haki, he was confident in the strength of his own Busashoka haki. Nevertheless, with such an immunity at his disposal, it would be foolish to pass it up. Why even hesitate? Of course, he would choose to force his way in. Rollo resolved to complete Task 3 without a second thought. Even without the system's prompt, he would have opted for a brazen intrusion. After all, he was not here to negotiate, but to abduct. Was there any need for discussion when it came to such matters? With this thought in mind, Rollo strode boldly to the entrance of the Empress's palace. A man? Intruder. Upon sighting Rollo's figure, several female soldiers of the Kuja pirates immediately drew their bows, preparing to shoot. In Amazon Lily, where no men existed, the sudden appearance of one could only signify an invasion. Buzz Rollo, disinterested in idle chatter, unleashed his conqueror's haki, sending all surrounding guards sprawling to the ground, their eyes glazed over. If he was to force his way in, he would do so with overwhelming might. An intruder. Quickly, stop him. We must not allow him to enter. The commotion startled the nearby crowd. Before long, the second in command of the Kuja pirates, the green-haired serpent woman Sandisonia, and the rotund third in command, Marigold, appeared before Rollo. Is it a Navy soldier? What business does the Navy have here? Do you not realize this is the domain of the Pirate Empress, one of the 7 warlords? Regardless of his affiliation, any intrusion into the sacred grounds of Amazon Lily warranted immediate capture. Upon seeing the newcomers, the 2 sisters were momentarily taken aback, but they swiftly prepared to take action. In a flash, Rollo had no intention of engaging with them, deeming it a waste of time. Such remarkable speed. The sisters barely registered his presence before he vanished from sight. Without hesitation, they hurried to the location of the Empress, the bathroom. Indeed, the Empress was currently indulging in a bath. With a soft creak, the door swung open, and Rollo stepped into the bathing chamber first. A haze of steam enveloped the air, fragrant and intoxicating, obscuring visibility, yet one could still catch a glimpse of something long, white, and substantial gliding past. Timing is indeed everything. Rollo made his way toward that elongated, white form. Chapter 70. The world's most beautiful woman. How reluctant it is. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Forcefully invade Amazon Lily. You have received the task reward. 100 immunity to the powers of the rule-type devil fruit. As Rollo stepped into the bathroom, the system's notification echoed in his ears, granting him his reward. He instantly felt a surge of inexplicable power coursing through his body, undoubtedly the ability of resistance and immunity. A foreign presence lingered in the air. Who could it be? Almost simultaneously, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, sensed the intrusion of an unfamiliar aura. Upon confirming that this presence was certainly not that of her 2 younger sisters, a trace of frost appeared on her exquisitely delicate face. While indulging in her fragrant bath, she would not allow anyone, not even the citizens of Amazon Lily, to intrude upon her sanctuary. The reason was simple. Her body concealed a secret that must never be revealed to others. How infuriating it was that this occurred at such a moment. Grinding her silver teeth, Hancock's mind raced. Under normal circumstances, she would have swiftly dispatched the intruder with a kick. Yet, being unclothed at the moment complicated matters, especially the need to conceal the mark of the celestial dragon, a brand seared into her skin as a slave. Should anyone lay eyes upon that mark, her painful past would be laid bare. This was Hancock's Achilles heel, a forbidden area that no one must ever touch. With thoughts racing through her mind, Hancock resolved to first don her clothing before confronting the intruder. With a splash, her porcelain body rose swiftly from the bathtub filled with petals, moving with remarkable speed toward the rack holding her garments. Just as her fair hand grasped a fresh piece of clothing, a voice rang out near her ear. "I have found you, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock." Rollo swiftly approached Hancock, seizing her delicate hand that held the clothing, leaving him with an unobstructed view of her beauty. "Damn you, Valman!" Hancock exclaimed, enraged at being seen in such a vulnerable state. The humiliation was unbearable. The most pressing concern, however, was whether he had seen the mark of the celestial dragon. With a swift thought, Hancock activated her powers, determined to petrify him. Regardless of whether he had seen it or not, she would assume he had. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself momentarily stunned. The man before her showed no signs of being petrified. Was he truly unaffected by her beauty? A chill ran through Hancock's heart. It was the first time she encountered a man who could resist her allure. With a flash of inspiration, she disregarded her state of undress. Her long legs traced an elegant arc through the air and in the steamy room. The ethereal vision of her beauty was momentarily obscured before her legs shot toward Rollo's chest. What exquisite legs! Rollo let out a sigh of admiration as he firmly grasped the delicate, snow-white ankle of Hancock with his extraordinary strength and imposing demeanor. In the next instant, a metallic snap echoed through the air as he deftly secured the sea-prism stone handcuffs around Boa Hancock's ankle. The moment the cuffs clicked into place, Hancock felt an immediate drain of her strength, her body weakening as if all vitality had been siphoned away, nearly causing her to collapse. Observing this, Rollo swiftly caught Hancock's flawless form, akin to a masterpiece, in his embrace. A wave of intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, and the ethereal softness of her skin compelled him to acknowledge her as truly the world's most beautiful woman. This sensation surpassed even that of Robin and Khalifa. As steam obscured her vision, Hancock finally discerned that her captor wore the Navy's Justice cloak, and the insignia on his shoulder indicated he was a rear admiral. Upon closer inspection, his handsome features complemented a demeanor reminiscent of a nobleman, and he appeared remarkably youthful. Such a young rear admiral was indeed a rarity. Why would a Navy admiral intrude here? Does he intend to breach our agreement? Despite being weakened by the sea prism stone, Hancock questioned him with a tone of indignation. The audacity of his intrusion ignited her fury. It was you who first violated the agreement with the Navy. The Navy summoned you, the 7 warlords, for a meeting, and as one of the 7 warlords, your absence is unacceptable. As a candidate for the Admiralty, I cannot simply overlook this, Rollo replied with a light chuckle. The revelation that he was an admiral candidate startled Hancock. How could someone so young attain such a position? However, she realized that the hands of this admiral candidate were rather unscrupulous. She longed to resist, but the restraints rendered her utterly powerless, leaving her at Rollo's mercy. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, suggesting a dispute had arisen. This is a restricted area. Lady Hancock is bathing and cannot be disturbed. The voices belonged to the members of the Kuja pirates, desperately attempting to rush in to protect Hancock. Yet, they were staunchly blocked by the sisters Sandersonia and Marigold. The rationale was simple. They could not allow the citizens to witness Hancock's vulnerable state. Furthermore, the sisters had complete faith in Hancock's ability to handle the intruder alone. Nevertheless, their arguments failed to deter the anxious warriors, and the situation was on the verge of collapse. Frustrated, Hancock attempted to rise and don her garments. But with Rollo holding her in a princess carry and the sea prism stone binding her, she could muster no strength. Oh, you're still concerned about getting dressed at this moment? Is it that you wish to hide that mark? Rollo queried, noting Hancock's gaze fixated on her clothing. Feigning ignorance. You truly saw that mark. Hancock's heart felt as though it had been pricked by needles at his insinuation. As the pirate empress, Boa Hancock appears to be capricious and domineering. However, this facade merely serves as a fragile armor concealing her vulnerabilities. Deep within, she harbors a profound sense of inferiority stemming from her past as a slave. So what if it is known? After all, she was once enslaved, not her fault, but rather the fault of the despicable celestial dragons. Roronoa Zoro, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked while swiftly assisting Hancock in dressing. One cannot help but feel a twinge of reluctance. Upon hearing his words, Hancock felt an inexplicable warmth surge within her. This man, having seen her mark, did not regard her with disdain. Chapter 71, A New Mission, to slay the celestial dragons? Do you, truly, believe that? Hancock's tone softened considerably. After all, in her perspective, being a slave to the celestial dragons was an immense disgrace. Even though she is now revered as the pirate empress and hailed as one of the world's 3 greatest beauties, the scars left by her past as a slave still cast a long shadow over her. To her astonishment, the man before her, upon seeing the emblematic mark of slavery, the hoof of the celestial dragon, not only did not express disdain but uttered words she had never heard before. In that moment, Hancock viewed Roronoa through the lens of a devoted admirer. Of course, it goes without saying that the celestial dragons are scum. This truth is widely recognized. As Roronoa assisted Hancock in donning her attire, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Upon hearing his words, an unusual glimmer appeared in Hancock's star-like eyes. Although this man belonged to the Navy, he did not seem to be a mere sycophant of the world government and the celestial dragons. His bold declaration, calling the celestial dragons trash in her presence, was a testament to his true sentiments. At that moment, the guards finally broke through the sisters' defenses and entered the bathroom. Buzz Roronoa unleashed his conqueror's haki, instantly overwhelming the incoming female guards, sending them crashing to the ground. Just like my concubine, Hancock was taken aback by the display. No wonder he could ascend to the rank of rear admiral and candidate for admiral at such a young age. We must leave. Roronoa cradled Hancock in a princess carry and activated his flight ability, soaring through the roof. As long as he brought Hancock to the Navy headquarters, his mission would be successfully accomplished. As he took off, preparing to transport Hancock to Marineford, The transponder snail rang again. Upon checking, he found it was Sengoku calling. Roronoa, where are you right now? As soon as he answered the call, Roronoa heard Sengoku's urgent voice. Grandson? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Hancock, who lay weakly in Roronoa's arms, displayed a look of surprise on her fair visage. So, he is the grandson of Fleet Admiral Sengoku? It was no wonder he had awakened Conqueror's Haki at such a young age and was a candidate for Admiral. What is so urgent, Grandpa Sengoku? Roronoa inquired curiously as he took the call. What else could it be? Something has happened to the celestial dragons. Sengoku quickly relayed the situation to Roronoa. Upon hearing the name of the celestial dragons, Roronoa felt the delicate figure in his arm stiffen. It seemed Hancock bore a significant psychological scar regarding the celestial dragons. Roronoa, it is imperative that you go at once. After all, they're the world's nobility. If we do not deploy a strong admiral-level force, the Navy will lose face before the celestial dragons. As Sengoku spoke, he detailed the unfolding events to Roronoa. Initially, Sengoku had been presiding over a meeting regarding Crocodile when he suddenly received a distress call. Once upon a time, a noble from a world of celestial dragons was affronted along the Grand Line, necessitating the presence of a formidable admiral to rectify the situation. However, fate had it that both Akiji and Kizuru were currently engaged in missions elsewhere. The only one unencumbered by duties was Akainu, who lay in the ICU, his consciousness not yet fully restored. As for Sengoku, being the fleet admiral, he was required to remain at the headquarters, unable to depart from the naval base at will. Thus, Sengoku recalled the existence of Roronoa. After all, had it not been for Roronoa, a nearly incapacitating Akainu, such a peculiar circumstance would not have arisen. Now, as the foremost candidate for admiral, Sengoku naturally hoped that Roronoa would assist the celestial dragons in their plight. More importantly, Sengoku wished to present Roronoa favorably before the world government and the celestial dragons. In Sengoku's eyes, Roronoa represented the future hope of the Navy. Thus, providing him with opportunities to shine would undoubtedly smooth his path in the future. After all, at such a young age, he was already a candidate for admiral, and it was certain that he would eventually ascend to that esteemed position. Yet, to advance further and aspire to the role of fleet admiral, the approval of the Gorosei and the upper echelons of the world government was imperative. Cultivating a favorable reputation would undoubtedly yield benefits. However, when confronted with the celestial dragon's predicament, Roronoa was resolute in his intention to decline Sengoku's request. While others might willingly play the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, Roronoa was not inclined to do so. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, often flirting with women, he was indeed an exceptional individual who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. In his youth, he was even honored as a model student, an outstanding successor who excelled in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Regarding the celestial dragons, the scum of society, the disgrace of humanity, Roronoa would not go so far as to say he loathed them to the core, but he certainly held them in deep contempt. To participate in their affairs would mean he would truly become one of their lackeys. Moreover, with Hancock currently by his side, how could he assist the celestial dragons, while simultaneously seeking to win her over to his crew? Just as Roronoa was preparing to refuse Sengoku's request, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding mission released. Ding mission content 1. Decline Sengoku's request. Mission reward. 100 years of lifespan. Ding mission content 2. Accept Sengoku's request to rescue the celestial dragons. Mission reward. 50 years of lifespan. Ding mission content 3. Accept Sengoku's request. Feigning to rescue the celestial dragons, while secretly eliminating them. Mission reward. Infinite lifespan. Eternal youth. Oh, upon seeing this mission reward, Roronoa found himself stifling the words of refusal that had just begun to form. Infinite lifespan and eternal youth? Such rewards were undeniably extravagant. One must understand that immortality is a dream pursued by countless souls. Even in the world of pirates, there exists one who has attained everlasting life. The king of the world. He acquired the ability of immortality through the ultimate surgery performed by a paramecia user, albeit at the cost of the practitioner's life. With this newfound eternal life, Im wielded his infinite existence to dominate the national treasure of Mariehua, ultimately becoming the king of the world. The surgical fruit has earned the title of the ultimate fruit due to its extraordinary abilities, commanding a staggering price of 5 billion berries on the black market, surpassing even the bounties on the heads of the 4 emperors. This valuation dates back many years, and, considering inflation, it is likely to have doubled by now. However, despite the alluring rewards, the mission's requirements are exceedingly demanding, necessitating the assassination of a celestial dragon. Killing a celestial dragon is no trifling matter. Even a slight affront to these world nobles prompts the dispatch of a marine admiral. Should one succeed in such an act, it is feared that the world government would pursue the perpetrator to the ends of the earth. If word were to leak out, even someone as esteemed as a naval prodigy and the grandson of the hero would undoubtedly face repercussions. Nonetheless, given that the mission has been issued, it is entirely in character for law to accept it. After all, the temptation of immortality is immense. Opportunities like this must not be squandered, for they may never arise again. Chapter 72. The deceit of a man's words. Opportunities must be seized when they arise. The greater the risk, the higher the potential reward. In light of this, Sengoku, you just mentioned that something has occurred with the celestial dragons? Where's their location? Rollo inquired with urgency. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must not be missed. His tone, filled with anxious concern for the celestial dragon's safety, echoed his desire to rescue them. Such fervor caused Hancock, cradled in his arms, to pause in disbelief. Just moments ago, this man had derided the celestial dragons as worthless and contemptible. How could he now be so eager to offer them salvation? Indeed, a man's words can be deceiving. Whether they be vice admirals or admirals-in-waiting, they were mere lapdogs to the celestial dragons. Reflecting on this, the sparkle in Hancock's eyes dimmed. She had thought she had discovered a man unlike any other, only to find herself sorely disappointed. What was she truly expecting from a man? Meanwhile, Rollo remained oblivious to Hancock's tumultuous thoughts, his mind solely focused on obtaining the reward. The location of the celestial dragons is without hesitation. Sengoku provided Rollo with the address. Upon receiving it, Rollo promptly altered his course, heading straight for the celestial dragon's whereabouts. The address Sengoku provided was peculiar. It was neither an island nor a city, but rather situated along the trade winds. With Rollo's flying capabilities, he could reach it in approximately an hour. With a surge of energy, Rollo soared through the skies and, in less than an hour, beheld a magnificent luxury cruise ship. From a distance, he could see the emblem of the celestial dragons and a flag bearing the insignia of the world government. The presence of these two flags made it abundantly clear that the world's aristocracy, the celestial dragons, were aboard that vessel. Curiously, there was no other ship in sight. Who could have dared to offend the celestial dragons? Surely, it could not be their subordinates rebelling against them. That was inconceivable. Those individuals had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the world government. They would willingly sacrifice themselves without hesitation. How could they possibly turn against the celestial dragons? Rollo, however, dismissed such ponderings, resolving to board the ship and uncover the truth. With determination, he spread his wings and swiftly descended onto the deck of the vessel. To his surprise, the celestial dragons themselves were not present. Only their sycophants lingered nearby. The arrival of naval reinforcements? Upon witnessing Rollo's descent, some armored guards and men in black suits on the deck displayed expressions of delight. Yet, they soon realized that it was neither Akainu nor Akiji, nor Kizuru who had come. Even the admirals had not been dispatched. Was the Navy truly treating them with such disdain? However, upon seeing Rollo's unfamiliar visage, the expressions of those present soured. How dare the Navy attempt to deceive the celestial dragons, failing to send a proper admiral? Their audacity was becoming increasingly brazen. You mere sycophants, do you presume to speak here? Where's the enemy? Rollo unleashed a formidable aura, casting a malevolent gaze upon those who had just spoken. Once he clarified the situation, he intended to eliminate all of them. After all, he had come with the singular purpose of exterminating the celestial dragons. And leaving any of them alive would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Moreover, These individuals were mere lackeys of the celestial dragons. Rollo felt no moral qualms about slaying them, viewing his actions as a righteous endeavor to rid society of its scourge. The pressure emanating from Rollo startled everyone present. Although he appeared youthful, his presence was akin to that of a Navy admiral, compelling the lackeys to refrain from any reckless behavior. There are no adversaries here. Summoning the Navy is merely a means to assist in capturing a colossal sea king. Follow me. At that moment, a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses began to lead Rollo toward the rear of the cruise ship. Upon arriving at the stern, Rollo beheld a celestial dragon donned in an astronaut suit, with a rotund face and a physique reminiscent of a stout figure. This celestial dragon was currently directing nearly 100 fully armed guards, clad in armor and wielding firearms as well as bows and arrows, in their futile attempt to capture a gigantic sea king. "We must capture this creature. I want it as a pet," the celestial dragon exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly. It turned out that the celestial dragon had developed a sudden fascination with large sea kings, prompting him to sail to this windless zone in hopes of ensnaring one as a pet. Yet, the guards he had brought were utterly inept, as over 100 of them struggled to subdue a single massive sea king. To be fair, this creature was indeed formidable, measuring well over 1,000 meters in length, only slightly smaller than the gigantic sea kings summoned by Princess Shirahoshi. Their failure was somewhat understandable. Due to this ludicrous predicament, the celestial dragon falsely claimed he had been offended, requesting the Navy to dispatch an admiral to leverage their strength in capturing the colossal sea king. How amusing! This development significantly simplified Rollo's task. Initially, he had pondered how to discreetly eliminate the celestial dragon without arousing suspicion. After all, if it occurred in a town with numerous witnesses, would he truly resort to silencing every person, including innocent civilians? Such actions would betray his identity and values. However, the scene before him now appeared to be the perfect setting for murder. Isolated and far removed from civilization, there were no islands within dozens of nautical miles. Moreover, the windless zone teemed with large sea kings, and without the Navy's technological prowess, ordinary vessels dared not traverse these waters, alleviating concerns about potential witnesses. Furthermore, the adversary was merely a colossal sea king that couldn't articulate human speech. Rollo could easily eliminate everyone aboard the ship and attribute the blame to this creature. Once all were dead, he could weave any narrative he desired. "Lord Kislanifemin, the Navy reinforcements have arrived," a man in a black suit soon reported to the celestial dragon. "Oh, quickly, summon him here." The celestial dragon, with an air of arrogance, commanded imperiously, casting his gaze towards the scene. To his astonishment, upon laying eyes on Rollo, his expression transformed instantaneously into one of infatuation, as if his heart were aflame with desire. However, it was not merely Rollo who captivated him. It was the bashful Hancock nestled in his arms that truly ensnared his attention. Presently, Hancock, shackled by sea prism stone, appeared utterly helpless and languid, exuding an alluring charm that was almost ethereal. "Your Excellency, Lord Kislanifemin, what troubles you?" inquired the man in the black suit, bemused by the celestial dragon's unusual demeanor. "The woman in the arms of that Navy officer. She is exquisite," the celestial dragon declared dreamily, his eyes filled with hearts. "Oh, that is the pirate empress, Boa Hancock," the man in black clarified. "Regardless of her identity, I demand that the Navy deliver her to me. I have no interest in sea kings. I desire this woman. I shall take her back and indulge in her entirely," the celestial dragon asserted with a commanding tone, subsequently revealing a lewd grin. Chapter 73. Confronting the celestial dragons, the celestial dragon, with his greasy, pancake-like visage, contorted his features into an expression that was grotesquely lascivious. This night, he was determined to indulge in the woman before him, ensuring she experienced the terror of the world's elite, the loathsome celestial dragon. At that moment, Hancock, still rendered powerless by the sea prism stone, caught sight of the dragon's repugnant gaze. Instantly, memories of her harrowing past at the Holy Land flooded her mind, causing her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably, her lips paling in fear. It was a disaster, shackled by the sea prism stone, devoid of any capacity to resist. She now stood before the celestial dragon. Was she not merely a lamb led to slaughter? Was she destined to become a slave to the celestial dragons once more? Such agony was a fate she could not bear to endure again. If faced with that torment again, she would prefer to die on the spot. Do you hear that, Navy? His Excellency Kuzlerinifman demands the surrender of the Pirate Empress. Once the task is accomplished, a generous reward awaits. The tone of the black-suited lackey was laced with an unyielding command. Having become accustomed to serving the celestial dragons, one could unconsciously develop the delusion of equality with their master. At this moment, Hancock clung tightly to Rollo, curling into a small, vulnerable ball, embodying the essence of a frightened woman, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. Please, I beg you, kill me. I cannot bear to face that hell again. Hancock instinctively grasped Rollo's shirt. Her usual haughty demeanor evaporated, replaced by a tone that was almost pleading. Her posture reduced to one of utter humility. If she were to be enslaved at the Holy Land again, she would rather meet her end. What nonsense are you spouting, Hancock? Rollo's face broke into an irresistibly charming smile. Please, do not hand me over to the celestial dragons. Hancock's voice trembled, bordering on a plea. Who said I would hand you over to the celestial dragons? Then you. Upon hearing that Rollo had no intention of delivering her to the celestial dragons, Hancock's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Hey, Navy, what are you whispering about? Hand over the pirate empress quickly. His Excellency Kuzlerinifman is growing impatient. The lackey in black urged, seeing that Rollo showed no sign of surrendering the pirate empress. What does this Navy mean? Hurry up and deliver that woman, you scoundrel. The celestial dragon's face mirrored his growing impatience. How dare a mere Navy officer disregard his orders? Ignoring the rabble, Rollo gently set Hancock down, wiping away the tears from her eyes. You stay right here and wait for me to handle this. Rollo spoke softly. Will you truly not hand me over to the celestial dragons? Hancock's tone was almost pleading, her fear palpable. Rest assured, I shall present you with a splendid show. Just watch. Rollo chuckled as he steadied Hancock. With her formidable strength, even while adorned with hockey ceiling stones, she retained the ability to stand. To everyone's surprise, Hancock nodded obediently at that moment. The audacious Navy dared to disregard my commands. If that is the case, then they shall meet their demise. At that instant, the celestial dragon, growing increasingly impatient, brandished a lavishly decorated spear encrusted with diamonds, aiming it menacingly at Rollo. To the celestial dragons, the Navy was merely a pack of hounds. If the hounds refuse to obey, they are to be slain without hesitation. With a swift pull of the trigger, the dragon unleashed a bullet that sped towards Rollo's forehead. Worthless scum, seeking death, Rollo allowed the bullet to strike his flesh, fixing a gaze filled with murderous intent upon the celestial dragon. Suddenly, a surge of conqueror's haki erupted forth, rendering the dragon completely paralyzed with fear, trembling in place, even expelling a stream of snot. Rollo chose not to render him unconscious. That would be too merciful for such a despicable creature. Instead, he opted for intimidation, ensuring the dragon remained in a state of shock without losing consciousness. Mastery of Conqueror's haki was essential for this feat. How dare you, Navy, lay hands on a celestial dragon? The nearby figure in a black suit was equally stunned. An assault on a celestial dragon by the Navy was an affront to the very heavens. Hancock's beautiful eyes mirrored her shock. The Navy dared to strike at a celestial dragon? First, I must dispose of these lackeys. For Rollo, eliminating the celestial dragon would be a trivial task, a mere flick of the fingers. However, before dealing with the dragon, he needed to clear the ship of any potential witnesses. Otherwise, news of the incident could spread, causing complications. With another surge of Conqueror's haki, a colossal wave of power swept through the cruise ship like a tornado, obliterating everything in its path. In the next moment, the sound of bodies collapsing echoed as all the figures in black suits and armored guards fell to the ground, save for a few who managed to remain standing. Hurry! Quickly notify the fleet admiral. There are Navy personnel attempting to harm a celestial dragon. The remaining lackeys instinctively sought to alert their superiors. After all, Those assigned to protect the celestial dragons were no mere soldiers. They were at least of vice admiral caliber. Just a few of you? Rollo barked coldly, activating the advanced shave technique to instantly appear before them. Boom! With a single punch, he pierced through one, causing the man's heart to erupt from his chest. Despicable. A spear. Another attempted to retaliate, yet against Rollo, it was akin to striking stone with an egg. Boom! Another blow struck, penetrating yet another's chest. Damnable Navy! You excel at moonwalk. Swiftly carry Lord Kislanifman away. I shall handle the aftermath here. Having swiftly dispatched two of them, only two lackeys remained. One of the lackeys addressed another, proclaiming his readiness to sacrifice his life for the celestial dragon. However, this lackey overestimated his own significance. Who was he to serve as a rearguard? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rollo's figure appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. The technique known as Iron Block shattered Jade. Without hesitation, the lackey activated Iron Block to enhance his physical resilience. Alas, before Rollo's most ordinary fist, the lackey's defense crumbled like a mere biscuit, utterly defenseless. With a resounding thud, Rollo's fist struck the lackey's head, causing it to spin a full 720 degrees before it fell to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the lackey's expression remained wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. How infuriating! The last remaining lackey, realizing his impending defeat, attempted to flee using the moonwalk technique. But Rollo, with remarkable swiftness, pursued him, delivering a fatal blow from behind. Thus, the final lackey met his end on the spot. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 10 seconds, emphasizing an extraordinary swiftness. Chapter 74. Hancock. Is such a remarkable man really in existence? After all was said and done, the only ones left standing at the scene were Rollo, the frightened celestial dragon, and Hancock, shackled by sea stone. The Navy. Do you wish to die? At that very moment, the celestial dragon trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in terror, producing a clattering sound. Even in his ignorance, he could perceive that he had provoked a formidable adversary today. However, despite realizing that his life was in danger, the celestial dragon found himself paralyzed with fear, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to escape. Hancock, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation, gazed at the man before her in disbelief. How could he dare to strike against a celestial dragon? Was he not a member of the Navy? Could it be that all this was for her sake? Before she could gather her thoughts, Rollo approached her, crouching down to release the sea stone cuffs binding her ankles. Hancock, you are not afraid of the celestial dragon, are you? Here is your opportunity to eliminate him yourself. Rollo flashed a warm smile that, combined with his strikingly handsome features and noble demeanor, left Hancock utterly captivated. Such a remarkable man truly exists in this world. Could it be that I'm truly allowed to do this? A blush crept across Hancock's flawless visage, as the scene before her felt like a surreal dream. The turn of events unfolding far too swiftly. Initially believing the man before her to be merely a lackey of the celestial dragons, she was astonished to discover that he had directly confronted one and was encouraging her to deal the final blow. Of course, you may do as you wish, treating these despicable creatures as they deserve, releasing your pent-up hatred, Rollo reassured her, his laughter light and soothing. Upon hearing this, Hancock gently nodded and began to stride toward the celestial dragon, her starry eyes brimming with vengeance. The celestial dragon was already so terrified that he had soiled himself, a pungent odor permeating the air. Yet, if she were to kill him, would it not implicate Rollo, the grandson of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a Marine admiral? Just as Hancock resolved to strike, she suddenly turned to Rollo, expressing her newfound concern for his safety. Rest assured, if you remain silent, who would ever know? Would you dare to report me? Rollo replied with a confident smile. Hancock felt as if this smile shone like the radiant sun, piercing through to her very heart. I would never, she stammered, her left hand touching her face, her demeanor shy and demure, before turning once more to face the celestial dragon. The shy expression was instantly replaced by a frigid glare. Celestial dragon, prepare to meet your demise. Hancock shouted fiercely, raising her jade-like leg high. and with the sharp tip of her stiletto heel, she delivered a powerful kick directly to the groin of the celestial dragon. This strike was infused with Hancock's formidable haki. A sound reminiscent of shattering jade echoed, causing Rollo to feel a tightening in his own groin, empathizing with the pain. It must surely be excruciating. A woman's wrath, when unleashed, is indeed terrifying. The scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberated through the still sky of the calm belt. Regrettably, for hundreds of nautical miles around, there was no one to witness. Only the sea kings below wandered restlessly. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks for kicks. Countless blows later, the groin of the celestial dragon was already stained with blood, yet Hancock showed no signs of satiation. Time seemed to stretch until the celestial dragon's eyes glazed over, his voice extinguished, prompting Hancock to finally cease her assault. Was he dead? Hancock's tone was notably indifferent, gazing upon the lifeless form of the celestial dragon, whose features were grotesquely contorted, a testament to the immense suffering he endured. Hancock felt as though the shadows that had loomed over her heart for years were dissipated by a gentle spring breeze. These so-called world nobles were nothing more than mortal beings, not deities as they fancied themselves. A knife would draw forth crimson blood. They too would feel pain, and ultimately, they would cease to breathe. Of course, all of this was due to one person, Lord Rollo. It was because of him that she had the opportunity to vent her fury upon the celestial dragons. After completing her cathartic endeavor, Hancock turned to Rollo once more, her face flushed, seemingly lost in a reverie. Lord Rollo, would you consider marrying me? Hancock, embodying the essence of a bashful maiden, boldly proposed to Rollo. Such was Hancock. On the surface, she was the aloof and stunningly beautiful pirate empress. Yet once her heart was stirred, she transformed into the ultimate devotee. Had she succeeded? Observing Hancock's entranced expression, Rollo realized he had triumphed. Hancock had already succumbed to his influence. However, when it came to marriage, Rollo hesitated. While Hancock was indeed beautiful, the world was replete with enchanting blooms. Why should he tether himself to a single tree? Rollo would not engage in such a disadvantageous transaction. Marriage was off the table, yet having Hancock by his side, unwaveringly devoted, was an enticing prospect. Wasn't he that, in essence, a form of marriage? Upon hearing that she could remain by Rollo's side at all times, Hancock's face turned crimson, feeling as if she were the happiest woman in the world. Now, there are still matters to attend to, Rollo stated, preparing to wrap things up. First, he released the Sea King ensnared in a massive fishing net. Then he soared into the sky with Hancock. Soon, the colossal Sea King, in a fit of rage, devoured the vast cruise ship of the celestial dragon hull. Now, the evidence of their transgression was utterly obliterated. Having resolved the matter, Rollo expressed dissatisfaction as he gazed upon the scene. He then took out his communicator and dialed Sengoku. Grandfather Sengoku, I have arrived, but I do not see the celestial dragons. Rollo inquired with great curiosity. That cannot be. The celestial dragons should be at the location I provided you, Sengoku replied. Perplexed. That is impossible. I have certainly not seen any celestial dragons, Rollo asserted with unwavering confidence. How could that be? Sengoku responded, equally astonished. It is inconceivable. My reports indicated that they were indeed at that location. Please verify the information before relaying it to me. I shall hang up now, Rollo concluded, disconnecting the call. The more one speaks, the more errors they may incur. Let them conduct their investigation at their own pace. By the time the truth emerges, the celestial dragons and their subordinates will have long since become the excrement of colossal sea kings. After completing this task, Rollo was left with but one final duty, to escort the Empress back to the Navy headquarters for a meeting. Chapter 75. Has the pirate Empress become Rear Admiral Rollo's assistant? Ding detection of the celestial dragon's demise. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 3, Elimination of the Celestial Dragon. Rewards are being dispensed. Ding congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. Eternal life and ageless beauty. Soon, the system's notification resonated, and in the next moment, Rollo distinctly sensed peculiar transformations occurring within his body. It felt as though every cell was undergoing a metamorphosis, pulsating with vitality, seemingly inexhaustible, and forever vibrant. Is this the sensation of immortality? Rollo's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Simultaneously, Rollo soared through the skies with Hancock, who clung tightly to his waist, her body pressed against him, her delicate face resting against his robust chest. With a bashful demeanor, she inquired, "So, Master Rollo, where are we headed now?" "Let's return to the Navy headquarters." "Are you not a warlord of the sea?" "The Navy is currently convening, and it would be prudent for you to attend," Rollo replied, casting a glance at Hancock's stunning visage, his handsome smile illuminating his features. Though Hancock had irrevocably devoted herself to him, Rollo still had a mission involving a devil fruit. It was a mythical zoan type, and he was determined not to let it slip away. "The Navy headquarters? I shall go, as long as I can stay by Master Rollo's side. I am willing to go anywhere," Hancock responded without hesitation. If the members of the Kuja pirates were present, their eyes would likely bulge in disbelief. Although she typically detested the Navy and held little regard for the title of warlord, for Rollo, Hancock was prepared to do anything, even visit the very Navy headquarters she loathed the most. "For Master Rollo, I would do anything." This is the legendary notion of marriage. Hancock's face flushed crimson as she leaned against Rollo's chest, lost in a whirlwind of fervent fantasies. Whoosh whoosh, after a considerable passage of time, Rollo guided Hancock back to the Navy headquarters, landing at Crescent Bay Square. He then proceeded towards the Navy conference room with Hancock in tow. "Good day, Rear Admiral Rollo." Is that woman beside Rear Admiral Rollo the Pirate Empress? How can this be? The Pirate Empress has graced the Navy headquarters? Boya Hancock, the Pirate Empress, was notorious for her disdain for men. Along their path, numerous Navy personnel greeted Rollo, and upon spotting the Empress, a considerable stir ensued. After all, who had not heard of the illustrious Pirate Empress? She was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world. It was said that anyone who beheld her beauty would be captivated, and some might even turn to stone. Moreover, Hancock had been a warlord of the sea for some time, yet she had never set foot in the Navy headquarters. Each time a Navy vice admiral was dispatched to invite her, they returned with their tails between their legs, thoroughly chastised. Is today a day of wonders? The Pirate Empress has arrived at the Navy headquarters, and alongside Rear Admiral Rollo. Furthermore, it appeared that the Empress was utterly obedient to Rollo. What could possibly be the meaning of this? Is it still that infamous Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, who harbors a profound disdain for men? Allow me to introduce her. Henceforth, Hancock shall serve as my assistant. Rollo, unreserved in his announcement, sought to make it known, considering Hancock would be by his side for the foreseeable future. It's better to clarify things early, so everyone is mentally prepared. What? The Pirate Empress has become the assistant to Rear Admiral Rollo? My heavens! How is that even possible? The naval officers present were nearly aghast, their eyes wide and tongues hanging in disbelief. Assistant? A virtuous partner? Does that not imply a wife? Could it be? This is the legendary marriage. Hancock's face flushed with excitement, nearly swooning from happiness. This. Observing Hancock's bashful demeanor, the naval officers soon grasped the truth. The Pirate Empress has likely already succumbed to Rear Admiral Rollo's charms. My word, he has captured the heart of the Pirate Empress. He truly is a remarkable man. How fortunate he is. The naval officers silently raised their thumbs in admiration for Rollo. Before long, Rollo escorted Hancock to the conference room. As Sengoku had indicated, only Bartholomew Kuma from the Seven Warlords attended the meeting, with none of the others present. Aside from Kuma, only naval personnel were present. Admiral Sengoku, Chief of Staff Tsuru, Rear Admiral Garp, and two other nondescript officers. Admiral Sengoku, what news do you have regarding the celestial dragons? Upon seeing Sengoku, Rollo hastily feigned concern. The phone line over there is down. We're unsure of the situation. The world government has dispatched personnel to investigate, so it's currently not our concern. Sengoku harbored no suspicion towards Rollo. After all, he had just become aware of the truth. No one had dared offend the celestial dragons. Rather, they sought to capture a giant sea creature as a pet, prompting the Admiral's deployment. It was a blatant disregard for the Navy's autonomy, treating them as mere servants. Even with the celestial dragons missing, Sengoku was disinclined to intervene. The world government, recognizing their own culpability, did not blame the Navy, but instead sent CP agents for a thorough investigation. Oh, very well. I've acquired a new assistant. Since you are all in a meeting, let me introduce her, and she may as well participate in this gathering. Rollo declared as he presented Hancock. As soon as he finished speaking, Garp, with a wary expression, inquired, Rollo, which female officer have you been pursuing now? Is it Nico Robin or Tina? Or perhaps Ein? Grandfather, your intuition is commendable. I did have my sights set on them, but they're all on missions at present. So I shifted my focus, Rollo replied, giving Garp a thumbs up. Truly, he shared his grandfather's keen eye for talent. Umph, you young rascal. You're quite bold to admit it, Garp remarked, scratching his nose. Well then, this is my new assistant, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Upon finishing his words, Rollo slightly turned to the side, allowing Hancock, who stood behind him, to step into the limelight. The mere presence of the pirate Empress left the entire naval conference room in utter astonishment. What? The pirate Empress has become your assistant? Upon catching sight of Boa Hancock, Karp's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Beside him, Sengoku's jaw nearly hit the floor, his face etched with shock. Even the venerable Admiral Tsu, with her weathered visage, was unable to conceal her astonishment. The remaining members, including Bogart and two other junior admirals, gaped in amazement, their mouths agape and tongues nearly hanging out. What in the world? How did they manage to recruit the pirate Empress as an assistant? Even the usually composed Bartholomew Kuma wore an expression of surprise. Is this truly the son of Dragon, Monkey D. Rollo? How remarkable! He has managed to attract the pirate Empress as his aide. Chapter 76. Mythical Beasts and the God of Elements. I have the honor of meeting Grandfather Sengoku. As Hancock appeared, she immediately bowed gracefully to Sengoku, expressing her respect. After all, Grand Marshal Sengoku is the grandfather of Rollo. If I were to marry Rollo, would that not mean that Grand Marshal Sengoku would become my grandfather? One must show proper etiquette towards one's grandfather, and I cannot afford to be as disrespectful as I once was. Why is the pirate Empress being so courteous to me? Sengoku was also taken aback, finding it rather peculiar. As the fleet admiral, he had interacted with the pirate Empress on several occasions, always insisting that she fulfill her duties as one of the 7 warlords. Each time, she had exhibited palpable disdain, even going so far as to hang up the phone on him without a shred of courtesy, offering him no respect as a fleet admiral. Why this sudden display of politeness? Calling him grandfather so affectionately? What is happening here? Hancock, you are mistaken. Sengoku is not my grandfather. It is Garp who holds that title, Rollo interjected, accurately guessing that Hancock had mistakenly regarded Sengoku as her own grandfather. My apologies, Lord Rollo. Hancock immediately froze, quickly apologizing to Rollo. It turned out that the fleet admiral was not Rollo's grandfather. It was the marine hero who held that distinction. In an instant, Hancock's demeanor shifted dramatically. The once respectful beauty transformed into a visage of frost directed at Sengoku, as if she were an entirely different person. Simultaneously, she turned halfway towards Garp, and her icy facade was replaced with warmth as she respectfully stated, I have the honor of meeting Grandfather Garp. What on earth is happening? Garp was equally astonished. Why was the pirate Empress treating him with such courtesy and calling him grandfather? How embarrassing. Upon witnessing this, Sengoku suddenly understood. Hancock had mistaken him for Rollo's biological grandfather, which explained her unusual politeness towards him. This young lad, Rollo, possesses quite a talent. He has managed to tame the pirate Empress Hancock so effectively. Nearby, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Bogart, and Bartholomew Kuma also began to grasp the situation. The pirate Empress seemed to obey Rollo as if she were a devoted maid, which was utterly bizarre. She, who so despised the Navy and men, was surprisingly obedient. What kind of magic has Rollo employed to enchant the pirate Empress so thoroughly? Regardless of the methods Rollo employed, Sengoku felt a deep sense of satisfaction. If he could keep the pirate Empress compliant, it would facilitate her cooperation with Navy missions. It is worth noting that this woman is extraordinarily powerful. Had she not ascended to the position of warlord at such an early age, her bounty would certainly exceed a mere 81 million berries. With her prowess, her bounty would reasonably be at least 5 billion berries. In conclusion, Rollo's ability to win her over has indeed contributed positively to the Navy's efforts. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task and receiving the reward, mythical Zoan fruit. Meanwhile, Rollo was alerted by the system's prompt. Soon, he beheld within the system's space a devil fruit adorned with spiral patterns. What kind of fruit is this? Rollo silently inquired of the system, reporting to the host. This is an animal type, mythical Zoan, elemental god fruit. The elemental god? Rollo was intrigued, having never encountered such a fruit before. As the name suggests, the elemental god is a deity that commands elemental powers, capable of mastering the forces of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. The specific abilities of the fruit would require the host's own development, as the system provided a rather comprehensive explanation. The notion of an elemental god sounded quite promising. After hearing the system's elucidation, Rollo nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. While he could comprehend the mastery of the 5 fundamental elements, wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, the ability to wield both light and darkness seemed overwhelmingly formidable. This fruit could be regarded as a superior amalgamation of natural type abilities, augmented by the characteristics of the animal type, enhancing the user's physical strength, speed, resilience, and recovery. Rollo even speculated that this fruit might surpass even Nika in power. Subsequently, Rollo found an excuse to exit the conference room, and, upon reaching a secluded area, he took out the devil fruit and consumed it in one bite. How unpleasant. Just as rumored, the taste of the devil fruit was akin to that of excrement, and Rollo nearly gagged. However, considering the formidable abilities it promised, he swallowed it nonetheless. In that instant, Rollo felt his body undergoing a tumultuous transformation. It was as if every cell within him was fervently metamorphosing, infused with an entirely new power. At times, he felt a searing heat akin to fire. At others, a volatility reminiscent of thunder, as this energy coursed through him. It took several minutes for Rollo to gradually acclimate to this sensation. Once he adjusted, he comprehended that with but a mere thought, he could unleash an extraordinarily potent elemental force from his body. Moreover, due to the nature of a mythical Zoan, it seemed his physical attributes had significantly enhanced as well. His strength and endurance had both increased. After regaining his composure, Rollo returned to the conference room. At this moment, Sengoku was emphasizing the significance of Crocodile's capture and inviting suggestions for a new candidate to be selected as one of the 7 warlords. There was but a single criterion: the ability to intimidate ordinary pirates, regardless of whether one was solitary and seemingly weak like Mihawk. Possessing sufficient strength to rival that of a singular emperor was paramount. Alternatively, akin to the character Buggy from the original work, one may possess a seemingly modest prowess, yet bear titles such as former crew member of the Roger Pirates and sworn brother of the Yonko red-haired Shanks, thus earning the right to be considered for the position of Warlord of the Sea. Based on this criterion, a nomination swiftly emerged, that of Edward Weevil, known as the Second Whitebeard, endowed with formidable strength reminiscent of the young Whitebeard. Additionally, there are notorious pirates whose bounties exceed 500 million. At this moment, Rollo found himself stifling yawns, for he held no interest in the warlords of the sea. They were merely a gathering of men, devoid of intrigue. Just then, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding, task released. Ding, task details. Task 1. Abstain from participating in the meeting and listen quietly. Reward: Conqueror's Haki, entanglement. Task 2. Actively participate in the meeting and propose a candidate for Warlord of the Sea. Reward: Conqueror's Haki, observation kill. Task 3. Actively engage in the meeting, directly propose the abolition of the Warlord system, and advocate for its implementation. Reward: Conqueror's Haki, entanglement. Conqueror's Haki, observation kill. Chapter 77. Abolishing the 7 Warlords. Upon seeing the 3 tasks, Rollo's face lit up with astonishment. Here it comes again. Moreover, The rewards this time are exceedingly remarkable. The Conqueror's Haki, Infusion. This ability is wielded only by the most elite warriors in the world. Mastering the infusion of Conqueror's Haki signifies a true entry into the realm of the Emperor-level combatants. In the battle between Kaido and Luffy, under the tutelage of his mentor, Luffy learned to harness the infusion of Conqueror's Haki, and Kaido was momentarily haunted by the visages of 5 supreme warriors. They were none other than Roger, Rox, Kazuki Oden, Shanks, and Whitebeard, each a masterful user of this extraordinary technique. This clearly underscores the immense value of the infusion of Conqueror's Haki. Next, we have the Conqueror's Haki, Observation Kill. Just as one can attain the ability to foresee the future through the utmost refinement of Observation Haki, the Observation Kill is a pinnacle manifestation achievable only through the ultimate mastery of Conqueror's Haki. The effect of Observation Kill allows one to precisely control their aura, rendering the opponent's Observation Haki ineffectual in detecting one's presence, thus nullifying their ability to predict subsequent actions. These two abilities are hallmarks of the most formidable warriors. Lacking them would render prolonged battles against those monstrous foes nearly impossible on the high seas. Of course, given Rollo's current prowess, he could still contend with Emperor-level fighters even without these abilities, but it is always prudent to have more skills at one's disposal. Acquiring these abilities would undoubtedly provide a more secure approach in dealing with the admirals and emperors. With such exceptional rewards presenting themselves, it would be unwise to forfeit them without a fight. However, obtaining these two abilities is not a simple task. One must complete Task 3 to acquire both at once. This entails proposing the abolition of the 7 warlords, which is a full 2.5 years ahead of the original narrative. 2.5 years is a significant span, ample enough for a mere school-team warrior to ascend to the status of an idol. It is vital to recognize that the 7 warlord system is not solely dictated by the Navy. The world government holds the ultimate authority. In the original narrative, the reason the world government agreed to abolish the 7 warlord system was due to Vegapunk's development of a new breed of pacifist, the Seraphim. The presence of the Seraphim effectively filled the power void left by the warlords. Now, at this juncture, persuading the world government to consent to the abolition of the 7 warlords is no easy feat yet. Rollo reconsidered. He is a member of the Navy, not a mere lackey of the world government. Why should he seek their approval to abolish the 7 warlords? He could simply eliminate them all himself. Rising to his feet, Rollo declared earnestly, "Esteemed colleagues, why must we deliberate over a candidate for the 7 warlords? Such a grotesque system should not exist. It ought to be abolished forthwith." His impassioned words immediately left those present astounded. Observing their reactions, Rollo continued, "Ultimately, the 7 warlords are nothing more than a band of lawless pirates, somewhat powerful, yet not overwhelmingly so, who frequently defy and betray the Navy. What justification remains for the existence of such a system? Some of the 7 warlords have even gone so far as to usurp entire nations, deposing their rightful kings, which has led to widespread discontent among the populace. The Navy, unfortunately, is unable to intervene and can only allow these rogue elements to act with impunity. Had it not been for my brilliance in thwarting Crocodile's nefarious schemes, Alabasta might very well have descended into a nation of pirates. If the 7 warlord system continues to develop unchecked, it would undeniably tarnish the Navy's reputation. We are the harbingers of justice. How can we possibly conspire with pirates? Wouldn't you agree, Admiral Sengoku?" Rollo's words were imbued with fervor and eloquence, leading others to believe he was entirely devoted to justice, the Navy, and the welfare of the people. The meeting room fell into an astounded silence, captivated by Rollo's bold declarations about abolishing the 7 warlords. For a moment, no one knew how to respond. Ultimately, it was Karp who shattered the stillness first. "Grandson, I never knew you had such awareness. I truly underestimated you," he exclaimed, his face alight with surprise at his grandson's astute insights, which were decidedly beyond those of an 18-year-old. In truth, Karp had long harbored discontent towards the 7 warlords, but felt powerless to act as a mere vice-admiral. Rollo's willingness to bring it up signified that he was indeed a worthy member of the Navy. A competent Navy officer would never tolerate cooperation with pirates. Sengoku nodded slightly in agreement with Rollo. After all, he was the one responsible for issuing commands to the 7 warlords, only to have them rebuff time and again, leaving him, the fleet admiral, in a most embarrassing position. Moreover, the warlords frequently accepted benefits without delivering results, further complicating the Navy's efforts to command these pirates. However, as fleet admiral, Sengoku knew he could not let emotions dictate his decisions and had to consider the broader implications. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "But, Rollo, our Navy lacks the strength to contend with so many pirates. We still require the power of the 7 warlords to balance the world's dynamics. Now is not the time to abolish the 7 warlords." This was indeed a candid acknowledgement from Sengoku. Since Roger ushered in the era of great pirates, their numbers have surged exponentially, with prodigious talents emerging, leaving the Navy stretched thin. Thus, the 7 warlord system was conceived to leverage pirate power against other pirates. However, the crux of the issue lies not in the Navy's inability to handle the lesser pirates, but rather in their insufficient capacity to confront the 4 emperors. The influence and might of the 4 emperors in the New World are formidable. While a singular emperor does not pose a significant threat to the Navy, a coalition of 2 can create overwhelming challenges. Hence, the Navy requires the strength of the 7 warlords to counterbalance the 4 emperors. Admiral Sengoku, that is merely old news. I've joined the Navy now. Our strength is more than sufficient, Rollo declared confidently, sensing that Sengoku had not outright dismissed his proposal, indicating that there was indeed potential for change. The mere mention of the 7 warlords evokes a sense of confidence in Rollo, who boldly asserts his superiority. Even the mightiest among them, Dracul Mihawk, has fallen before Rollo's prowess. As for the other warlords, they pale in comparison to both Rollo and Mihawk. Truly, Rollo commands respect. Hancock gazes at him with admiration, utterly captivated by his self-assurance. The others present do not voice dissent against Rollo's audacious claims, as they have all witnessed his victory over Admiral Akainu firsthand. His bravado, therefore, seems justified. However, it is likely that the world government may not share this sentiment. Sengoku appears to be in a quandary. The abolition of the warlord system would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. Despite his position as fleet admiral, the weight of such a decision is a heavy burden to bear. Chapter 78, The Most Powerful Beast, the Power of the Elemental God. Sengoku harbored reservations about the outright abolition of the 7 warlords of the sea system. His primary concern was the certainty that the world government would not acquiesce to such a change. Although he wielded absolute authority as a marshal within the Navy, his rank held little weight in the eyes of the world government, where even CP0 could overshadow a Marine admiral. Grandpa Sengoku, if you trust me, I will take charge of this matter. I will provide the world government with an irrefutable reason to comply, Rollo boldly declared, discerning Sengoku's hesitation. Isn't it merely the abolition of the 7 warlords system? While it may seem formidable to Sengoku, for Rollo, a time traveler, it is exceedingly simple. All that is required is to expose the misdeeds perpetrated by the 7 warlords to the world, particularly under Don Quixote da Flamingo's dominion in Dressrosa, where an illusion of peace and prosperity veils a regime that ruthlessly suppresses dissent. Those who dared to resist Doflamingo within Dressrosa were transformed into mere playthings by the power of his subordinate, Sugar, and thus forgotten by society. Thus, while Dressrosa appears to be a paradise where all support Doflamingo, it is merely a fade of tranquility. Once the truth is unveiled to the world, monarchs across the globe will fear that their own nations might become the next Dressrosa. This fear will inevitably galvanize several allied nations to oppose the 7 warlord system. At that juncture, the world government will be compelled to heed the will of the people and abolish the system. Should the world government persist in its obstinacy, disregarding the majority of monarchs' opposition to continue enforcing the 7 warlord system, the Revolutionary Army will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to intervene. Under the pressure from the Revolutionary Army, even if the world government wishes to uphold the 7 warlords, it will find itself unable to do so. Are you certain, Rollo? This is an event that could significantly impact the world. Mishandling it could disrupt the balance of power, Sengoku replied, his skepticism evident. Rest assured, Grandpa Sengoku. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences alone, Rollo assured him confidently, patting his chest. The mere notion of the 7 warlords posed no challenge for Rollo, for it was a matter he could easily grasp and manipulate. Very well, proceed with your plan, Rollo. Should you require any support from the Navy, do not hesitate to inform me. Sengoku decided after a moment of contemplation, choosing to place his faith in Rollo once more. After all, this young man had consistently achieved the unexpected, be it defeating Mihawk, overpowering Akainu, or even compelling the pirate empress to submit, all of which had surpassed Sengoku's expectations. One could not predict Rollo's actions through conventional reasoning, leading Sengoku to take a bold gamble on his trust in him. No need for anything else. I merely require a live broadcast, Snail, Rollo said after a moment's thought. The Navy possessed the capability for worldwide broadcasts, as evidenced by the Marineford War. Rollo needed to showcase the tragedy of Dressrosa to the world to effectively dismantle the 7 warlord system. Without delay, Sengoku dispatched technical personnel to provide Rollo with a live broadcast, Snail. The utilization of the live broadcast phone worm is remarkably straightforward. Merely pressing the activation button signifies successful operation. Once initiated, it can connect to colossal screens worldwide for live streaming, representing one of the Navy's cutting-edge technologies. When do you intend to advance this matter? Sengoku inquired after handing the live broadcast phone worm to Roronoa. Now, Roronoa chuckled lightly. Indeed, swift resolution is characteristic of Roronoa's style. By revealing the truth of Dressrosa to the world at an unprecedented speed, the reaction from global authorities would be rendered ineffective. Isn't this a bit hasty? Sengoku felt a twinge of concern. Nothing has been adequately prepared yet. However, before Sengoku could finish his thought, Roronoa departed immediately, taking the Empress Hancock along with him. There was no need for a warship. Nami, Vivi, and Das Bones were not brought along, as Nami and Robin's current strength was insufficient. Having Hancock was deemed sufficient. With a vigorous thrust, Roronoa activated his flight abilities, soaring away from the Navy headquarters. While Hancock nestled contentedly in his embrace, her expression radiating happiness. With Roronoa's flight capabilities, they arrived at Dressrosa in approximately 2 hours. Upon arrival, Roronoa instantly sensed that he was being surveilled. He recognized that it was the ability of a high-ranking officer under Don Quixote da Flamingo, codenamed Violet. The true identity of Violet is none other than Princess Violetta of Dressrosa, the daughter of the former King Riku. To prevent her family from being annihilated, Violetta had no choice but to serve Doflamingo in exchange for temporary reprieve. Yet, her heart yearned to overthrow Doflamingo's rule, and she had been continually seeking such an opportunity. This individual could serve as an excellent witness, a valuable asset to be cultivated. As this thought crossed Roronoa's mind, he swiftly activated his devil fruit powers, harnessing the abilities of the elemental god. Crackling sounds filled the air as faint lightning surrounded him. Coupled with the electric waves in the atmosphere, Roronoa unleashed his observation haki. In an instant, the entirety of Dressrosa fell under the veil of his heightened perception. This technique was inspired by Enel. With the synergy of observation haki and electric waves, Roronoa significantly expanded its range. His observation haki even acquired the capability of eavesdropping, allowing him to discern the conversations of anyone within Dressrosa. Utilizing this formidable observation haki, Roronoa quickly pinpointed Violetta's location. At that moment, she was concealed within a tavern, employing the abilities of the stare fruit to monitor him. Her power granted her the ability to see within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. A truly formidable divine auxiliary ability. Suddenly, a beam of light shimmered in the skies above Dressrosa and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Roronoa had teleported from above Dressrosa to stand before Violetta. His speed rivaled that of Admiral Kizuru. After all, Roronoa was harnessing the power of the elemental god, specifically the element of light. Unbeknownst to many, the experience can be startling. This marks the inaugural use of Rollo's fruit abilities. It must be said that the capabilities of this mythical Zoan fruit are remarkably potent. It encompasses nearly all the characteristics of natural-type users, while also benefiting from the enhanced physicality afforded by the animal-type mythical beasts, truly a divine fruit. It may even surpass the prowess of his brother Luffy's Nika fruit abilities, rightfully earning the title of the strongest mythical Zoan. Such swiftness. Upon witnessing Rollo appear before her in the blink of an eye, Violet was instantly taken aback. How could this individual traverse such a great distance in an instant? Chapter 79. The World Goes Live commence. You must be the subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Violet. Upon seeing the frightened Violet, Rollo revealed a charming and radiant smile. Violet, after glancing at Rollo's handsome visage, regained some composure. However, upon further examination of his attire, military garb adorned with the insignia of a vice admiral, she pondered. Could such youth belong to a vice admiral? Is there truly such a person in the Navy? No, that can't be right. She recalled Doflamingo mentioning at a cadre meeting that an extraordinary individual had emerged within the Navy. Young, a vice admiral, and strikingly handsome, exuding an aristocratic aura. At that moment, Violet felt as if she had been electrified, her graceful form trembling slightly. These attributes combined perfectly matched the individual Doflamingo had referred to in their recent meeting. You're the Navy's newly appointed admiral candidate, Rollo, who defeated Admiral Akainu. Violet's eyes widened in astonishment, curiosity evident in her tone. Indeed, he is the man who has recently captured the spotlight in the Navy, often hailed as the most formidable naval genius in 8 centuries. Rollo. Upon hearing this, Hancock, standing beside Rollo, was equally taken aback. So, Master Rollo has indeed vanquished Akainu, truly deserving of admiration. Oh, you are aware of my title? Rollo raised an eyebrow and smiled. The Navy had not made a grand announcement regarding his appointment as admiral candidate, the primary reason being his victory over Admiral Akainu. The Navy chose to maintain Akainu's dignity and pride by keeping this information under wraps. Only those within the Navy were privy to such knowledge. The fact that Violet knew of his victory over Akainu implied only one possibility. It seems that Virgo, the undercover agent, has informed you. Rollo quickly deduced. Only Virgo, the Navy's infiltrator, would divulge such intelligence to the Don Quixote family as cadre. How? How did you know? Violet was astonished. He even knows that Virgo is an undercover agent, but isn't he only 18? When Virgo became an undercover agent, Rollo was likely only 6 or 7 years old. How I came to know is of no concern to you. What matters is that I am aware of your true identity. You are the rightful daughter of the former king of Dressrosa, Riku. You have infiltrated Doflamingo's cadre, biding your time for an opportunity to overthrow him. Haven to you, Violet. Rollo wasted no time in exposing Violet's identity. Upon hearing this, Violet's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, her delicate form frozen in place. This newly appointed admiral candidate. So young. How does he know everything? However, Violet remained distrustful of the Navy. After all, Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea, a partner of the Navy. This could very well be a ruse orchestrated by Doflamingo and the Navy together, designed to test her allegiance. She must not reveal her true intentions. Having come to terms with these thoughts, Violetta shook her head and swiftly denied. Indeed, I am the daughter of the former king of the Libero, but I harbor no intentions of overthrowing Doflamingo's reign. You are mistaken. Rollo completely understood Violetta's denial. This family had been under Doflamingo's dominion for many years. Having witnessed his formidable tactics, leaving them with deep psychological scars that rendered them distrustful of the Navy, Rollo laughed heartily and declared, "Ha ha ha, I knew you would say that. Thus, I offer you a chance, an opportunity to utilize my devil fruit abilities on me. Your power allows you to glimpse into the hearts of others, does it not? You may give it a try." Upon hearing this, Violetta's eyes brightened, and she nodded. Since he had extended such an offer, it would be unwise for her to let this opportunity slip away. With that, she activated her devil fruit ability, forming an OK sign with her hands and placing it before her eyes. A visible, pale light emanated from her gesture, and she immediately glimpsed Rollo's true thoughts. It was indeed true. Dressrosa had hope. After peering into Rollo's genuine intentions, Violetta felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. The Navy before her truly aimed to rescue Dressrosa. It felt surreal, almost like a dream, this unexpected joy flooding her senses. How is it? Do you believe me now? Rollo noted the shift in her demeanor and smiled faintly. However, Rollo, why have you suddenly chosen to rescue Dressrosa? Isn't Doflamingo one of the 7 warlords? The Navy is not supposed to act against a warlord, is it? If you recklessly confront a warlord, you too could face repercussions, Violetta said, her confusion evident. What? Do you feel guilty? If so, after we finish this, you could become my assistant, and that would make my risk in saving Dressrosa worthwhile. Rollo replied with a light chuckle, seizing every opportunity to charm her. After all, Violetta was a stunning beauty, her figure undeniably alluring. Most importantly, her dancing was unparalleled, her grace captivating. Imagine her dancing aboard the ship, adding to the festivities. How delightful that would be if Rollo truly managed to save Dressrosa from peril. Not only would he have her as an assistant, but she would willingly serve him in any capacity. Violetta nodded, already prepared for what lay ahead. As long as someone could rescue Dressrosa, she was willing to do anything, even to sacrifice herself. Very well. Excellent in that case. I need you to assist me with something. Rollo nodded in satisfaction, then produced a live broadcasting snail from his pocket and handed it to Violetta. This is a live broadcasting snail. Pressing the switch will transmit live to the entire world. To dismantle Doflamingo's regime, we must unveil the dark truths of Dressrosa before the world. And this task falls to you, Rollo explained to Violetta. Upon hearing this, Violetta's body trembled slightly. No wonder this naval genius would take action against the 7 warlords. It seems he has devised the most exquisite countermeasure. By unveiling the nefarious deeds of the 7 warlords to the world, even if he were to confront Don Quixote, Doflamingo, the world government would find it difficult to cast blame upon him. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest naval genius in 8 centuries. His prowess is matched only by his remarkable intellect. Violetta, taking the live snail phone from Rollo, gazed at him with a newfound admiration. So, when shall we commence our operation, Admiral Rollo? She inquired eagerly upon receiving the live snail phone. Now, Rollo replied succinctly. So soon? No sooner had she uttered these words than Violetta pressed the switch of the live snail phone. In the next moment, the signal was activated. Easy. Within a mere few minutes, the live broadcast appeared across various locations. The Sabati Archipelago, Alabasta, the Gaia Islands, Fishman Island, Wano Country, Cake Island, and beyond. Not limited to the New World and the Grand Line. Even towns from every corner of the seas were unified in displaying the live footage. Chapter 80. The Naval Prodigy. The world is watching. What on earth is happening? Why has the screen suddenly come to life? What is going on? In an instant, the unexpected live broadcast left the global populace in a state of bewilderment. Simultaneously, the naval headquarters also received the same transmission. Has it begun? Roronoa, Sengoku, Garp, and others were equally taken aback upon witnessing the live footage. How could it be so quick? They have arrived at Dressrosa already? But what is Roronoa planning to do? Even the Holy Land of Mariewa could not escape this phenomenon and receive the same visuals. This is the land of love and passion, Dressrosa. Is this the nation of that traitorous little brat from the Don Quixote family? The 5 elders, comprising the finance warlord, agriculture warlord, legal warlord, science and defense warlord, and environmental warlord, were equally perplexed after viewing the footage from Dressrosa. What is the meaning of this? Why is there a live broadcast from Dressrosa? What on earth has transpired? The entire world was engulfed in confusion, as the suddenness of the broadcast was overwhelming. Just when the world was grappling with the unfolding mystery, suddenly, a strikingly handsome face emerged on the screen. So handsome. In an instant, women across the globe found themselves captivated by this exquisite visage. Is that Vice Admiral Roronoa? How did he suddenly appear in the live broadcast? The likes of Tina and other members of the Navy were also engrossed in the broadcast. their faces filled with questions upon seeing Roronoa's countenance. Roronoa? Is he the one who defeated Akainu, that little brat? The youngest candidate for admiral. What could he possibly be up to? The elders immediately recognized Roronoa, for his recent notoriety within both the world government and the navy had eclipsed even the four emperors. Who could have anticipated that a fledgling naval officer would come so close to vanquishing Akainu? Is that the newly appointed candidate for admiral? Such a young lad. Meanwhile, in the New World, on Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin and her numerous offspring also beheld the live footage of Roronoa. Hey, father, that is my brother. Look, that is my brother. In the New World, on the island of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace noticed the broadcast and hurriedly introduced Roronoa to Whitebeard, Marco, and the others. This is my little brother, that Luffy's older brother, and already a candidate for admiral at such a young age. The red-haired pirates were also keenly following the live broadcast. Boss Kaido, the so-called genius of 8 centuries, has made an appearance in Dressrosa. Simultaneously, on Onigashima in Wano country, the foremost of the 3 disasters, the notorious pirate Ashura, whose bounty exceeds 1 billion, immediately reported the live footage to the strongest creature, Kaido. After all, Dressrosa boasts a crucial ally, Doflamingo. The naval genius made a sudden appearance, broadcasting live to the entire world, and within the depths of Zoro's heart lingered an ominous premonition. Umph, so handsome, quite infuriating, remarked Queen with a hint of envy. It was said that this young lad had vanquished Akainu. Intriguing indeed. What could his purpose be in Dressrosa? Kaido intoned gravely, his voice resonant and steady like celestial music. He was deeply intrigued by the rumors surrounding Luffy, a youth capable of defeating Akainu. One wondered if he could bring forth his own demise. At this moment, many prominent figures were filled with curiosity regarding the sudden live broadcast by this young naval prodigy. The next moment, Luffy addressed the live snail, stating slowly, "The warlords of the sea are no longer necessary." His opening words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the world in stunned silence. Did this fellow intend to abolish the warlords? But why broadcast it live from Dressrosa? What exactly did this naval youth aspire to achieve? How daring of him to proclaim the abolition of the warlords before the eyes of the world. Where was Sengoku? Contact Sengoku immediately and inquire about this matter. The elders, upon hearing this, wore expressions of displeasure and promptly dispatched someone to confront Admiral Sengoku. Following that, all eyes widened in anticipation, ready to witness the dark underbelly of Dressrosa beneath the facade of love and peace, and to uncover the true deeds of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo in this nation. After merely 2 succinct statements, Luffy commenced his actions. 1,000 words could not rival the bloody truth. Simply revealing the reality to the world sufficed. The crux lay in capturing Sugar, the pivotal figure. Once Sugar was apprehended, those transformed into toys would naturally regain their freedom, and the truth would emerge. Soon, under Violetta's guidance, Luffy and his companions advanced directly into the palace. No entry for the uninvited. Upon reaching the palace gates, several guards immediately obstructed their path. "Step aside, you ugly man. Do not impede my path to Lord Luffy." Without Luffy needing to intervene, Hancock, seeing someone dare to block their way, erupted in fury, her stunning figure appearing on the live broadcast. The world was astonished. The Pirate Empress was present. She was with the Navy. Before the populace could comprehend the situation, Hancock sprang into action. With a swift perfume femur, she dispatched the guards with ease. "Lord Luffy, I have dealt with them all. Please proceed without concern for any further obstruction." After accomplishing this, Hancock blushed and turned to Luffy, wearing a look that sought praise. "You've truly outdone yourself, Hancock. Having you as an aide is a true blessing." Rollo, of course, understood the implications and began to lavish praise upon Hancock. "Ah, Lord Rollo, I'm most grateful to you. Could this be the legendary marriage?" Hancock blushed deeply, succumbing to a daydream of sorts. What was happening? Hancock had become an aide to the Navy Admiral? Was this truly the same pirate empress who despised men and the Navy? Good heavens, how enviable. Everyone was astonished by the relationship between Hancock and Rollo. It was evident to even the simplest observer, witnessing Hancock's flustered demeanor whenever she spoke to Rollo. that the pirate empress had already succumbed to Rollo's charm. Meanwhile, after dispatching the guards, Rollo, along with Violet and Hancock, ventured into the forbidden grounds of the palace. Chapter 81. The Frost of Aokiji and the Light of Kizaru. Upon entering the royal palace, several prominent members of the Don Quixote family made their appearance. Buffalo, Jorah, Mach-Vice, Lao-Ji, and Gladius. These 5 individuals constituted the core of the Don Quixote family. "The despicable Violet has indeed betrayed the young master," exclaimed Lao-Ji, filled with indignation. "I have long warned that the former king's daughter was unreliable," Jorah interjected with a tone laced with hostility. "How vile to choose this moment to invade, when the young master is absent." "That contemptible vice-admiral," Mach-Vice declared, his voice steeped in resentment. They had all witnessed the live broadcast and were acutely aware of the imminent actions of Roronoa. "I have already informed the young master. He will return shortly. We must hold our ground here," Gladius stated with a huff, prompting the cadre to move forward in unison. Boom! The members of the Don Quixote family sprang into action. The first to engage was Mach-Vice, a paramecia-type user of the ton-press fruit, capable of inflating his weight to unprecedented levels, reaching up to 10,000 tons. Hell's 10,000 tons, base. Mach-Vice leaped into the air, floating momentarily before locking onto Roronoa and plummeting downwards with immense force. Be cautious. They're all core members of the Don Quixote family. This is Mach-Vice, a user of the ton-press ability, capable of increasing his weight. Violet urgently warned. "Just in time for me to test my own fruit's abilities," Roronoa remarked, a captivating smile gracing his lips as he observed the cadre charging towards him. "If I were to eliminate them with a single blow, it would be rather dull. I have yet to truly engage in combat since acquiring my powers. This group will serve as an excellent practice." With that, Roronoa extended his right fist, unleashing an instantaneous wave of frigid air. Crack, 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 crack. The chilling sound of frost echoed in everyone's ears. Before Mach-Vice could complete his descent, he was transformed into a solid ice sphere in midair. Bang! The next moment, he crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater. This was the formidable power of the elemental god. The 5 fundamental elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth could be conjured and unleashed. For instance, water that had frozen and become ice was indeed a manifestation of elemental power. Witnessing this spectacle, numerous powerful onlookers who were watching the broadcast were left in utter disbelief. "What is this? A freezing ability? Isn't that the power of Aokiji?" They murmured. Since when did Roronoa acquire such powers? Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were equally baffled. What is happening? Is there someone else in this world who possesses freezing abilities? Aokiji, currently on duty outside, was also watching the broadcast, his expression one of astonishment upon seeing Roronoa freeze his opponent. Isn't Roronoa's ability to summon warships? How can he freeze his enemies? Even the 5 elders of the Holy Land were left perplexed. Having heard rumors of Roronoa's immense physical prowess and his ability to summon colossal battleships. Yet, it appears that he is akin to the formidable Admiral Aokiji, capable of unleashing an overwhelming chill that can freeze his adversaries. How infuriating! Is he a user of natural-type abilities? In any case, we must delay the return of the young master. Witnessing Mahabai's being dispatched in an instant, the second officer, Gladiolus, also made his move. His entire body began to swell, transforming into a round, balloon-like shape. This technique is primarily defensive. Should the balloon form of Gladiolus be struck, it would detonate. Enemies caught within the blast radius would be obliterated, while millions of explosive filaments would erupt in succession. Major Rollo, be cautious. Do not attack recklessly. If we strike in this state, we will all perish, Violet cautioned, fully aware of Gladiolus's capabilities. Once you attack me, in this confined space, none of you will escape. Gladiolus spoke with an air of smugness, although he stood before a candidate for admiral. The confined space of the palace's forbidden zone would surely render the enemy incapable of withstanding the repercussions of his explosion. Thus, he resolved to hold them off until the young master returned. Very well then, allow me to show you something intriguing. Rollo, undeterred by the impending attack, believed that even should he withstand all the explosions, he would emerge unscathed. Hancock, being one of the 7 warlords, would likely not fear the blasts either. However, Violet's fate was uncertain. She was the only dancer aboard his ship, and he relied on her for future entertainment. If the explosion ensued, she would undoubtedly bear the brunt. With this thought, Rollo smirked, radiating a dazzling light akin to the 8-foot mirror of Kizaru. In an instant, Rollo vanished from his original position, only to reappear in an open area of Dressrosa. Accompanying him was the balloon form Gladiolus. What is happening? Gladiolus was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had been transported so far in an instant. Rollo sneered, delivering a crushing kick that burst Gladiolus' balloon form. The explosion resounded throughout Dressrosa. After the detonation, Rollo remained unscathed, while Gladiolus was rendered unconscious by Rollo's Conqueror's hockey-infused kick. Subsequently, Rollo brought the dazed Gladiolus back to the palace's forbidden zone, where he unceremoniously tossed him to the ground like a lifeless dog. What transpired? How had Gladiolus been defeated? What had just occurred? The members of the Don Quixote family stood in utter confusion. From their vantage point, a blinding light had flashed, prompting them instinctively to shield their eyes. Once the brilliance subsided and they lowered their hands, they were met with the sight of Gladiolus, already incapacitated. Could it be that he had eliminated Gladiolus from a distance? As the echoes of the earlier explosion reverberated, Lao Ji broke into a cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, he traversed such a vast distance, dispatching Gladius before returning to his original position. What astonishing speed must this be? Could it be that his velocity approaches that of Admiral Kizaru? Meanwhile, the esteemed figures of the Navy, who were watching the live broadcast, wore expressions of utter astonishment. Is this not the light-speed movement of that fellow Kizaru? How could Rollo also harness such a technique? Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared incredulity in their eyes. Oh, to think your speed rivals that of an old man like me. Major Rollo, how terrifying you are. Simultaneously, Kizaru, stationed elsewhere, was also tuned into the live stream. Upon witnessing Rollo executing his most proficient technique, Kizaru's lecherous countenance displayed an array of fascinating emotions. While it was one thing to wield Akiji's freezing abilities, how could he possibly possess a speed akin to his own? This was simply inconceivable. Chapter 82. Are the 4 emperors also present? What kind of ability does this fellow possess? How is it that he possesses both the speed of Kizaru and the freezing powers of Akiji? At this very moment, the prominent figures watching the live broadcast, including Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, as well as the 5 elders, wore expressions of disbelief. It is astonishing for one individual to wield both Kizaru's speed and Akiji's freezing abilities. Setting aside the question of how he can possess 2 distinct Logia-type powers, it is a fact that there are no other fruits in this world that exhibit the same powers as ice and light. How has he managed to not only possess identical abilities, but also wield 2 powers simultaneously? While these eminent figures pondered this conundrum, Law made his move. Ultimate secret technique of the land-walking fist. Combat guard fist. La OG bellowed, unleashing his most formidable technique. This technique harnesses youthful strength, and in an instant, La OG's physique expanded several-fold, his muscles bulging, and even his hair turned black. Let us give that move a try. Thunderclap. With that, Law extended his right hand, pointing a finger skyward. The next moment, a fierce bolt of lightning descended, engulfing La OG, leaving him charred and unconscious. He can even manipulate lightning? This means he is capable of wielding at least 3 elemental powers: freezing, light, and lightning. Is there truly a devil fruit in this world that grants such abilities? The prominent figures were once again astounded by Law's displayed powers. The existence of 2 elemental Logia powers had already left them dumbfounded. The introduction of a third made them question their very existence. Wind Slash. With swift motions, Law unleashed several more elemental abilities, specifically wind and fire. He transformed the wind into razor-sharp blades, leaving the subordinate Barafro bloodied, as if he'd been slashed by a knife. Meanwhile, the fire element incinerated the last subordinate, Jorah, leaving her as nothing but charred remains. Can he truly harness both wind and fire? This means he can command at least 5 elemental powers. The distinguished observers watching the live broadcast were once again shaken to their core by Law's extraordinary feats. What manner of monster is this? In such a short span, he has dispatched all 5 of the high-ranking officers. Violet's beautiful face was equally filled with astonishment. She knew Law was formidable, but she had not anticipated he would be this powerful, dispatching the 5 officers in mere moments. Lord Law, the secret to Doflamingo's rule over Dressrosa lies within the palace. He has an officer named Sugar, who transforms all those who oppose Doflamingo into toys, Violet informed Law. Sugar is the key to Doflamingo's peaceful dominion. Is it above us? Then let us proceed. Capturing Sugar was originally part of Law's plan. Rollo gazed up at the lofty heights of the kingdom, one arm encircling Hancock's waist while the other embraced Violet's, and soared into the air. At that moment, a piercing voice reverberated from the walls, laced with palpable fury. It was the voice of the highest-ranking officer, Spade Officer Pika. Violet's expression shifted in alarm. Had the highest officer arrived so swiftly? Pika's fruit ability flourished in Dressrosa, allowing him to traverse through the very rocks. Thus, he was the first to receive the news and the fastest of the senior officers to arrive. However, upon reaching the scene, Pika was taken aback. What was happening? Had 5 officers succumbed in less than half a minute? Surely, not even against a vice admiral could they fall so swiftly. In the next instant, Pika unleashed his fruit ability, and a colossal arm emerged from the palace walls. Aimed at Rollo. Crack! Crack! Rollo exuded an icy aura, freezing Pika's rocky fist midair. Damn it! If that is the case, I shall buy some time. Pika realized he stood no chance against his opponent, yet he could utilize his fruit ability to delay him. Consequently, he conjured a gigantic stone giant to divert Rollo's attention, while he concealed himself among the rocks. Boom! Rollo obliterated the boulder-sized stone giant with a single punch, yet Pika remained hidden. Observing this, Rollo activated his observation haki. Pika's fruit ability was exceedingly insidious, allowing him to continually conceal his true form within the palace's stonework. However, under Rollo's observation haki combined with his lightning abilities, Pika had nowhere to hide. Thinking of escaping? Rollo scoffed, noticing Pika preparing for another assault. Rollo decided against fleeing and instead charged directly at a wall. Armament haki, flowing cherry blossom. Without hesitation, Rollo struck the wall with a powerful punch. A thunderous crash ensued as the wall crumbled, debris cascading down. In the wake of this destruction, a figure emerged before the onlookers. Pika, disoriented and unconscious from a single blow. So swift? Violet was equally astonished that the highest officer Pika had been vanquished in an instant. Pika was a user of the stone fruit, adept at concealing himself amidst Dressrosa's landscape. It seemed the Navy's 800-year prodigy was indeed worthy of his reputation. Pika had been eliminated so easily. Just then, another figure appeared, another high-ranking officer, the Clover Officer Toripole. Originally, he intended to accompany Pika in obstructing Rollo and the others, but upon his arrival, he was left dumbfounded. Pika had been so swiftly located and obliterated with a single punch. What the? How could it be that he was dispatched so quickly? To what extent has this fellow honed his observation haki? Before Toripole could fully comprehend the situation, a figure suddenly materialized beside him. Startled, he gasped in shock. Toripole was so frightened that he couldn't help but let out a stream of mucus. With a thunderous punch, Roronoa knocked Toripole unconscious. Such a minor character was no match for Roronoa's strength. One punch to incapacitate a high-ranking officer? Violet covered her crimson lips, astonished that events had unfolded so smoothly. After vanquishing the Queen and the King, Roronoa finally brought Hancock and Violet to the location of Sugar. Upon encountering Sugar, Roronoa wasted no time in unleashing his Conqueror's haki, sending her crashing to the ground. Once Sugar was rendered unconscious, those transformed into toys would revert to their original forms. Now, it was merely a matter of showcasing this spectacle to the world. Let us proceed to the underground factory. Roronoa was aware that the individuals turned into toys had been confined in the underground factory by Don Quixote Doflamingo, so he promptly led Hancock and Violet towards their destination. Before long, the trio arrived near the underground factory. What on earth is happening? Why are these toys reverting back to humans? A towering man, adorned with 2 horns and ivory decorations, bellowed in fury, forcing those who had contemplated escape back into the factory. Upon seeing him, Roronoa couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this the formidable Jack, a high-ranking officer of the Yonko? Who would have thought he was present in Dressrosa? Could it be that he was summoned by Doflamingo as an ally? Chapter 83. The Subordinates of the 4 Emperors? What are the 4 Emperors themselves? With the formidable Captain Jack of the Beast Pirates, the brother of the Calamity, a man with a bounty of 1,900,000,000. Who would have anticipated his appearance in Dressrosa? Could he be an ally summoned by Don Quixote Doflamingo? Infuriating is that the Calamity Jack, a member of the Beast Pirates, after finally regaining his human form, he is now confronted by such a monstrous presence. No, I must reclaim my freedom. Those who transform from toys into humans recognize Jack, aware that he is a high-ranking officer of one of the 4 Emperors, the Beast Pirates. Yet, having just acquired their humanity, their yearning for freedom was unprecedentedly intense. Thus, disregarding Jack's warnings, they prepared to burst through the factory doors to embrace their liberty. How dare you ignore my counsel and seek your demise? Jack would not indulge these toys. He swiftly activated his devil fruit powers. In an instant, his form expanded, transforming him into a colossal mammoth. With a powerful swing of his trunk, Jack repelled all those attempting to escape the factory, some succumbing to the overwhelming force and dying on the spot. Meanwhile, outside the factory, who are you? This is a restricted area. No trespassers allowed. Just then, several beings with human upper bodies and animal lower bodies, armed and alert, discovered Roronoa and his companions. As they were unfamiliar faces, the creatures intended to drive Roronoa and the others away. It was evident that these individuals were those who had consumed the Smile Devil fruit, a flawed imitation with only a 10 success rate. Failure would result in becoming a mere laughingstock without acquiring the abilities of an animal-type devil fruit. Even in success, side effects would ensue, rendering them unable to seamlessly shift between human and beast forms, appearing instead as hybrid creatures. Do not obstruct our path. Roronoa, unyielding, unleashed a surge of icy energy, freezing the entire group in place. How infuriating. Boss Jack, someone has attacked us. The commotion from Roronoa immediately alarmed other members of the Beast Pirates. What? Who dares to lay a hand on us, the Beast Pirates? I shall see who this audacious fool is. Jack, seething with anger, had come today to negotiate with Doflamingo regarding the devil fruits, preparing to collect his goods when these toys unexpectedly transformed into humans, complicating matters immensely. Just as he managed to control the situation, another crisis erupted outside. To dare challenge the Beast Pirates, they must learn the true might of the 4 Emperors' crew. You lot, secure the factory gates and compel them to hand over the goods. Anyone attempting to flee the factory shall face death. With this, Jack ordered several high-ranking officers to guard the entrance and stepped out of the factory himself. Upon emerging, he spotted Roronoa, Hancock, and the others. The Pirate Empress? And the Marines? What intriguing combination. Jack was momentarily taken aback, but soon spoke without hesitation. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to lay a hand on a member of the Beast Pirates will meet only one fate: death. Unbeknownst to Jack, who had not been watching the live broadcast, he was oblivious to the intentions of Roronoa and his companions. All he knew was that this group had audaciously attacked members of the Beast Pirates, and as a prominent figure, he felt compelled to respond. Boss Jack, that Navy officer appears to be a recent candidate for Admiral, a naval genius. One of Jack's subordinates recognized Roronoa and cautioned him. Candidate for Admiral? Naval genius? What does that have to do with me? Jack retorted indignantly. Do you think I care who he is? I am a prominent figure of the Beast Pirates. Anyone who dares to attack my crew must perish. With displeasure etched on his face, Jack prepared to strike. At that moment, another figure descended from the sky. The newcomer stood about 3 meters tall, clad in an extravagant pink flamingo coat, wearing flamboyant and snug-fitting trousers, and sporting distinctive sunglasses. It was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known by the moniker Heavenly Demon. What a surprise! Doflamingo's expression shifted from anger to joy upon witnessing the scene. He had been away on business and rushed back upon hearing of the commotion, only to find that his subordinates had been entirely annihilated in mere minutes, with Sugar even rendered unconscious. This infuriated Doflamingo and made him acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. After all, this was a live broadcast around the world. If the details were revealed, even the world government would be unable to protect him. However, today happened to be the day the Beast Pirates were there to collect the Smile Devil fruits, and one of their prominent figures, Jack, was present. Doflamingo, you wretched man. You arrived just in time. Those toys have turned into humans. Hurry and tidy up the factory. I will handle this. If you delay the delivery, you will be finished. Jack reproached Doflamingo without reservation upon seeing him. Well then, I leave this to you, Doflamingo replied with a forced smile, despite Jack's admonishment. He had faith that Jack could handle Roronoa, knowing that without the command of an admiral, the navy was prohibited from engaging the four emperors. Thus, he believed this farce would soon come to an end. Ivory charge. Jack transformed into the ancient form of a mammoth, charging aggressively towards Roronoa and Hancock. What a brute! Roronoa regarded the oncoming Jack with calm composure, while Violet's delicate face reflected alarm. After all, such a massive figure charging towards them could spell disaster. Just as Jack was about to collide with Roronoa and his companions, Roronoa elegantly extended his right hand, deftly seizing Jack's prized ivory, valued at 900 million. In an instant, a shoulder throw sent the colossal mammoth crashing to the ground, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Jack's figure tumbled into the abyss, silencing any further movement. You actually dared to strike at the subordinates of the four emperors. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was initially poised to enter the factory, turned upon hearing the thunderous crash. The sight that greeted him was startling. This individual truly had the audacity to confront the subordinates of the four emperors. You are doomed, naval prodigy. Without the command of an admiral, the navy is forbidden to engage with the four emperors. You are as good as dead, Doflamingo exclaimed, pointing at Law with a wicked glee. The subordinates of the four emperors? What of it? Even if the emperor himself were to arrive. Law chuckled lightly, dismissing Doflamingo's words with disdain. Chapter 84, Kaido's Arrival. How dare this fellow lay hands on the members of the Beast Pirates, and to speak so arrogantly? Kaido, shall we pay him a visit and teach this brat a lesson? The prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, Jack and Queen, watched the live broadcast with displeasure after witnessing Jack's defeat. The navy is truly insufferable. While it may be one thing to act against Don Quixote Doflamingo, to dare challenge the Beast Pirates is utterly disrespectful to the four emperors. Indeed, such audacity is remarkable. Yet let's observe how the situation unfolds. Kaido, upon hearing Roronoa's words, felt a twinge of irritation, particularly at the phrase, "What if the four emperors themselves arrive?" It offered no respect to him, the strongest creature in the world. However, Kaido waved his hand, dismissing Queen and Jack's eagerness. He is a cautious individual, wishing to ascertain the true capabilities of this so-called naval genius from 800 years past. Roronoa certainly speaks boldly. This is a worldwide broadcast. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru also felt a stir of unease upon hearing Roronoa's declaration. It seems a clash between the Navy and the four emperors is imminent. Nevertheless, Roronoa's involvement has indeed sparked Sengoku's ambition to advance into the New World. That insufferable scoundrel. In the next moment, Jack emerged from the deep pit, shaking his head, though Roronoa's previous blow had rendered him unconscious. His formidable Zoan-type devil fruit vitality had restored his consciousness. He can still stand? Is this the vitality of an awakened Zoan? Roronoa was slightly surprised to see Jack rise again. The resilience of the Zoan type is indeed remarkable. In light of this, Roronoa smiled faintly, then transformed into a photon, instantly appearing at an altitude of several thousand meters over Dressrosa. Following this, Roronoa bent his right leg, preparing for a strike, and with a whoosh, he surged toward Jack at near light speed. This strike possessed enough power to incapacitate the future Nika Luffy with a single kick. Whoosh! Jack had no time to react before Roronoa's kick struck him. Traveling at near light speed, Infused with Roronoa's immensely powerful haki, Jack was propelled out of Dressrosa. Blood sprayed through the air as Jack's massive frame plummeted into the sea. With a single blow, he had utterly vanquished the prominent figure of the Beast Pirates. Is this the strength of the Navy's 800-year genius? That is a high-ranking officer of the Beast Pirates. This scene left the entire world astounded. After all, only within the Navy are Roronoa's feats known. The majority of the world remains unaware of his accomplishments. Yet today, witnessing Roronoa's ability to obliterate a top officer of the Beast Pirates has provided the global populace with a clear understanding of his strength. The prowess of this candidate for the rank of admiral in the Navy is already comparable to that of a full admiral, and he is still so young, far from reaching his peak. If one truly reaches the pinnacle, it is likely to surpass even the Marine admirals. That insufferable brat. How dare he kick Jack into the sea? Kaido, let's make our way to Dressrosa. Indeed, otherwise, the Beast Pirates would lose all face before the world, wouldn't we? Witnessing this scene, both Jean and Queen clenched their fists. After all, this was broadcast live to the entire world. Roronoa was audaciously attacking the highest-ranking officers of the Beast Pirates, which was a blatant disregard for their power. If this were to go unchecked, how could the Beast Pirates maintain their dignity in the future? What use would you serve? Can you take down Jack in an instant? Kaido glanced at Jean and Queen, his voice steady and resonant like a great bell. This Kaido's words serve as a reminder to Queen and Jean that the strength of this Marine Admiral candidate was not to be underestimated. Although they were stronger than Jack, they could not easily eliminate him. Only those of the highest caliber could accomplish such a feat, and not just any ordinary top-tier individual. Confronting such a powerful foe, they would merely be delivering themselves as offerings. However, if they allowed this to continue unchecked, would not the reputation of the Beast Pirates plummet? In that case, I shall personally meet this Admiral candidate. It is also an opportunity to diminish the morale of the Marines. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido resolved to set off for Dressrosa himself. After all, for pirates, reputation is of utmost importance. If this were not broadcast to the world, he might have been able to endure it, but the world witnessed Roronoa's disdainful attitude towards Jack. This he could not tolerate. Kaido, you are going personally? Seeing this, Jean and Queen felt reassured. With Kaido himself heading out, there would surely be no issues. With that thought, Kaido's form began to swell dramatically, his limbs transforming into elongated dragon claws, his entire body expanding to several thousand meters in length, spiraling in the sky, transforming into a magnificent and imposing azure dragon. Roar! With a thunderous cry, Kaido soared into the heavens, heading straight for Dressrosa at such speed that in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the skies above Onigashima. Concurrently, after dispatching Jack, Roronoa was not idle, naturally setting his sights on Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, tell me, how do you wish to meet your end? Roronoa said with a light chuckle as he looked at Doflamingo. Damn Marine Doflamingo gritted his teeth, unable to believe the audacity of this newly appointed admiral candidate. To challenge the Yonko and dismantle the warlords of the sea. It was an ambition that even the fleet admiral would dare to consider. Perhaps it is unnecessary for me to engage with you after a moment's reflection. Doflamingo, surprisingly, began to waver. There was little choice. After all, the opponent's strength was formidable. Having defeated Mihawk, overpowered Akainu, and even eliminated Jack in a mere instant. If he were to engage in battle, he would likely meet a similar fate. Doflamingo was a shrewd individual. Weighing the pros and cons, he quickly reached a conclusion. To withdraw after being beaten is no different from exiting unscathed. Why endure unnecessary suffering? Contemplating this, Doflamingo departed with a sardonic smile. Is he truly afraid to strike? Witnessing this scene, Violet covered her crimson lips, her face etched with disbelief. For so many years, Doflamingo had exhibited an arrogant and domineering demeanor, a reality Violet, as a cadre, was well aware of. Yet now, he had retreated in fear, fleeing without daring to act. This left Violet feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. Not only Violet, but the entire world was also astounded by Doflamingo's behavior. The infamous Heavenly Yaksha, a key player in the underworld, who had once shown such bravado, now fled in abject terror without even attempting to resist. Chapter 85. Conqueror's Haki Entwined. Conqueror's Haki Observation Kill. Could it be? They were actually frightened away? Am I mistaken? The illustrious Ten Yasha dared not even resist? Is this the deterrent power of the Navy's prodigy? The global populace was equally astounded by this spectacle. The once invincible warlord of the sea was indeed intimidated by a youthful genius of the Navy. Upon witnessing Doflamingo's retreat, Law did not pursue him. After all, his paramount objective was to unveil the truth of Dressrosa to the world, rather than merely to deliver a thrashing to Doflamingo. With his departure, Law turned his attention to more pressing matters. He infiltrated the underground factory and effortlessly eliminated all members and officers of the Beast Pirates. You are all free. Go forth and reveal the truth to the world. Subsequently, Law liberated all the individuals within the factory. Finally free to breathe fresh air at last. My heavens, this is marvelous. I am no longer under Doflamingo's dominion. It is infuriating. I've been turned into a toy by Doflamingo for nearly a decade. The moment the people burst forth, they stood in the sunlight, arms outstretched, embracing the hard-won freedom. How could I have forgotten my wife? How could I have forgotten my sister? It turns out I had been kept in the dark all along. That despicable Doflamingo turned my father into a toy. Soon, those who regained their memories awakened to their loved ones. In no time, people were embracing in the sunlight, weeping and recounting the atrocities committed by Doflamingo over the years. This scene was broadcasted live to the entire world. The so-called land of love and peace was all a fabrication. Indeed, it is no wonder there were so many toys. They were all transformed by Doflamingo. I had suspected that a pirate-ruled nation could not thrive without deception, and it is indeed all an illusion. That wretched warlord. Had I not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would have thought Doflamingo was a benevolent ruler. At this moment, the global populace began to comprehend the peculiarities of Dressrosa. For instance, every night, everyone was compelled to sleep, fearing that the toys would revert to being humans, thereby reminding them of Doflamingo's tyrannical rule. Indeed, a pirate remains a pirate, even if collaborating with a world government and masquerading as a so-called legitimate pirate. Their nature cannot be altered. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the world. That detestable Navy prodigy unveiled such truths to the entire globe. The meticulously crafted facade of peace had crumbled. Who issued such orders? Was it Sengoku? Or did this Navy genius act independently? In any case, the world shall never know tranquility again. This scene reached the 5 elders in the Holy Land through the live broadcast. Upon witnessing the release of the toys, the 5 elders understood that the warlords had become notoriously infamous. Previously, the schemes of Crocodile to seize Alabasta were thwarted, and now the flourishing dreams of Dressrosa under Doflamingo's rule have been shattered by the Navy. Henceforth, the 7 warlords of the sea will find themselves in a position where they are universally reviled, even with the world government's legal amnesty for pirates. Certain nations will regard the 7 warlords as genuine pirates rather than allies of the world government. Beep congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task, proposing the abolition of the 7 warlords and its implementation. Beep congratulations, host, on acquiring Conqueror's Haki, Constriction. Beep congratulations, host, on obtaining Conqueror's Haki, Observation Kill. Simultaneously, Roronoa felt the system's notifications resonate within his mind. It was evident that after broadcasting everything in Dressrosa, the institution of the 7 warlords had become a mere shadow of its former self. Even if the world government sought candidates for the warlords anew, the kings of the world would perceive them as foes. Thus, the abolition of the 7 warlord system was effectively achieved. At this moment, Roronoa felt a tremendous force surge within him. His Conqueror's Haki seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap in an instant. He could distinctly sense his ability to perfectly control his own aura, achieving a state of silence. Is this the observation kill of Conqueror's Haki? Experiencing this wondrous power, a smile graced Roronoa's lips. He had indeed grown considerably stronger. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared by Roronoa's side. I, former King Riku, thank the hero of the Navy for your timely rescue. Had it not been for you, Who knows how many more years the people of this kingdom would have been deceived. King Riku approached Roronoa, his eyes filled with tears, and performed a royal bow. Young genius of the navy, Roronoa, I am eternally grateful for your tremendous kindness. Without you, I cannot fathom how long it would have taken to restore this body. It is because of your salvation that I have personally avenged my fallen comrade, Diamante. Alongside King Riku stood Kairos, who also bowed deeply before Roronoa, tears welling in his eyes. After all, without Roronoa, he could not ascertain how much longer he would have to wait to exact his vengeance. Scarlet, you can now rest in peace. Kairos gazed skyward, as if he could see the smile of his beloved wife, allowing tears to flow freely. Father and brother-in-law. Upon seeing her family, Violet was moved to tears as well. Thanks to Lord Roronoa, she could once again behold her dearly missed family. From now on, she vowed to serve Lord Roronoa diligently to repay such immense kindness. It turns out you were the one to defeat the diamond, Roronoa remarked with a smile at Kairos. His curiosity piqued as to why the Spade and club commanders had appeared, yet Diamante had not. It was revealed that he had indeed been vanquished by Kairos. Father, grandfather, and aunt. At this very moment, the scantily clad Rebecca made her appearance. Upon seeing Li Ku Wang, Cyrus, and Violet, tears streamed down her cheeks. Rebecca! The trio turned to her, their faces alight with astonishment. In an instant, the four embraced tightly, reveling in a familial reunion that had eluded them for a decade. All of this was thanks to Lord Rollo. After embracing Rebecca, Violet hastened to explain, I understand now, Annie. I witnessed it through the live broadcast. This is the hero, Lord Rollo, who is saving our country. With admiration shining in her eyes, Rebecca turned her gaze towards Rollo and earnestly said, Lord Rollo, I have a request. May I join you in the Navy to uphold justice and protect the people? Chapter 86. The Arrival of Kaido, A World in Shock. Rebecca. Upon hearing Rebecca's words, both Cavendish and King Riku were momentarily taken aback. They had initially considered Rebecca as a candidate for the throne, especially now that Doflamingo had fallen, leaving the royal position vacant. King Riku was too old, and Cavendish hailed from a criminal background. Thus, Rebecca seemed the most suitable choice. Yet, to their surprise, she expressed a desire to join the Navy. However, upon reflection, pursuing a naval career was indeed a commendable option. After all, had it not been for the current naval presence, it might have taken much longer for Dressrosa to see the light of day again. If you are willing, you are most welcome, said Roronoa, assessing Rebecca's alluring appearance. Such beauty was undoubtedly a welcome addition. He was astonished to find that, with Violet as a sister-in-law, he was unexpectedly gifted with a niece as well, a delightful surprise. Really? That is wonderful, Rebecca exclaimed, thrilled by Roronoa's approval. Having witnessed his righteous actions throughout the live broadcast, she was deeply inspired by him. She, too, dreamed of one day becoming a great hero capable of saving a nation from peril. Roronoa, although I know this may not be the most appropriate request, I still wish to ask you for something, Cavendish said after a moment of contemplation. What is it? Roronoa inquired. If Rebecca wishes to join the Navy, I hope you can personally guide her and keep her by your side, rather than entrusting her to others. Cavendish hesitated, not finishing his sentence, aware that expressing the remaining thoughts could have adverse implications. From his perspective, Dressrosa had languished under Doflamingo's oppressive rule for years, while the Navy had remained indifferent. It was only when Roronoa intervened that Dressrosa found its liberation. Moreover, Roronoa had acted alone, without the accompaniment of other naval officers, suggesting that this was indeed a personal decision on his part. This demonstrated that Roronoa was unlike other naval officers. He was a true hero of justice, bold enough to take the initiative. Only by allowing Rebecca to follow such a genuine hero of the people could Cavendish, as a father, rest assured. Do not worry, Cavendish. I would be reluctant to hand her over to anyone else, Roronoa replied with a gentle smile, giving his consent. Upon witnessing this, Cavendish performed a deep royal bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Roronoa. Your kindness and grace will forever be etched in my memory. Rebecca cheered in delight. This scene evoked a sense of helplessness in Sengoku and Garp, who were watching the live broadcast far away in Mariewa. This is bad. Yet another young girl has fallen into Roronoa's clutches. They lamented, aware that they were powerless to intervene from such a distance. Well, the matters of Dressrosa have been resolved, and it is time for me to depart, Roronoa announced as he prepared to leave with Hancock, Rebecca, and Violet. After all, the mission had been accomplished, and remaining in Dressrosa served little purpose. Roronoa, are you leaving so soon? We have yet to properly entertain you. Upon hearing that Rollo was about to depart, King Liku and Cyrus hurriedly extended their warmest hospitality. The citizens of Dressrosa quickly joined in, for without Rollo, they would still be ensnared in the web of deception spun by Don Quixote da Flamingo. Are you the so-called strongest genius of the Navy in 8 centuries? At that moment, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed in the sky. Following this, a resonant voice echoed, as if descending from the heavens, imparting a divine presence. What? What is that? My goodness, is that a blue dragon? How could such a majestic creature appear here? As the immense shadow was felt, the citizens of Dressrosa stood frozen in astonishment, as though they had encountered a specter. Even a pirate Empress Hancock was taken aback. Who would have thought such a significant figure would personally arrive in Dressrosa? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the man known as the strongest creature in the world, the Emperor Kaido of the Beasts. At this moment, Kaido had transformed into a gigantic azure dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long, soaring above Dressrosa, his piercing gaze fixed upon Rollo. It was this very individual who had publicly beaten his top subordinate, Jack, before the world. He had also uttered brazen words about the 4 emperors. If I do not come and show him a lesson, the reputation of the beast pirates across the world would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Could it be the 4 Emperor Kaido? Kaido has actually ventured to Dressrosa. What could be his purpose? The sight of Kaido's arrival in Dressrosa was swiftly conveyed to the entire world via the live broadcast of the transponder snails. In an instant, people across the globe gasped in astonishment. The 4 Emperor Kaido has personally descended upon Dressrosa. This truly signifies that trouble is brewing anew. What could this fellow possibly be scheming? Kaido remains as impulsive as ever, just like in times past. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin erupted into laughter upon witnessing Kaido's arrival. With her understanding of Kaido, she certainly grasped the reason for his presence in Dressrosa. Mother, do you know why Kaido has come to Dressrosa? Inquired Kakuri, the first among the 3 sweet commanders and the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates. It is simply because Rollo publicly thrashed Jack and then made audacious remarks. Following this, a spectacle is bound to unfold. Kaido is set to face the Navy's prodigy. Quickly prepare some delightful snacks for me. I wish to witness this grand spectacle. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, her voice echoing throughout Tato land. Kaido has indeed appeared in Dressrosa. Simultaneously, aboard the Moby Dick, the crew was equally astonished, particularly Ace, for Rollo was his brother. Father, I must make a trip to Dressrosa. Otherwise, Luffy will be in peril, Ace urgently declared to Whitebeard, preparing to leap onto the ship for immediate departure. Ace, what purpose would that serve? Confronting Kaido would be futile. Marco interjected, restraining Ace and offering counsel. What am I to do then? I cannot merely stand by and watch my brother face danger. Ace's tone was laced with desperation. Ace, there is unlikely to be any grave consequence. Your brother is currently a candidate for admiral. The Navy cannot afford to overlook a prospective admiral confronting Kaido, especially considering his youth. Reinforcements will undoubtedly be dispatched. Whitebeard calmly assessed the situation. Just as Whitebeard had surmised, at that very moment, within the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the high-ranking officials were thrown into disarray upon witnessing Kaido's arrival. Chapter 87. Slapping Kaido before the whole world. What? Kaido has actually appeared in Dressrosa? Is he here for Don Quixote da Flamingo? Upon seeing Kaido, even Garp wore a rare expression of solemnity instead of his usual playful demeanor. His beloved grandson is currently in Dressrosa, and alone at that. If a formidable pirate like Kaido sets his sights on him, it could spell danger. It seems unlikely that his visit is for Doflamingo. If that were the case, he would have come with him. Most likely, Kaido was enraged by Roronoa Zoro's earlier beating of Jack. The destruction of one of the 4 Emperor's top executives in front of the world could not go unnoticed. Sengoku collected his thoughts, stroking his beard as he utilized his strategic prowess to analyze the situation earnestly. Sengoku was indeed correct. Kaido had probably come for Zoro. It appears that Zoro's earlier remarks provoked the Emperor. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Navy's chief strategist, concurred with Sengoku's assessment. Damn it, if that's the case. I cannot remain idle any longer. My precious grandson must not come to harm. Garp, filled with anxiety, wasted no time and burst through the window of the Admiral's office, using his moonwalk technique to hastily depart towards Dressrosa. Garp hasn't changed a bit. He remains as impulsive as ever in the face of adversity. Watching Garp break through the window, Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed in resignation. It is understandable that Garp was anxious. After all, Kaido had personally arrived, something no one had anticipated. However, since matters have escalated to this point, we cannot simply sit back and wait. Zoro is a promising talent. We cannot allow him to be in danger. Immediate contact should be made with the nearest Navy officers of the rank of Rear Admiral or higher, instructing them to head to Dressrosa for support. Yellow Monkey, Akiji, Peach Rabbit, and Chabwa, whoever is closest, must be dispatched to assist. Sengoku quickly devised a strategy. Zoro's current display of power, skills, potential, and talent undoubtedly marks him as a future leader of the Navy. We cannot allow such a promising recruit to perish at such a young age. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, at the moment Kaido descended, Zoro lifted his gaze towards the massive figure in the sky, a peculiar glint illuminating his eyes. Kaido, I never expected you to come. Is it for Doflamingo? Zoro asked calmly, his voice steady, clearly unfazed by Kaido's overwhelming presence. Rather, he appeared remarkably composed. He had just recently acquired the Conqueror's Haki. Rapping and Conqueror's Haki. Observation kill. He had yet to find a suitable target to unleash it upon. And now the Emperor himself had come. Was this not a case of fortune favoring the prepared? You remain remarkably calm, little Navy brat, Kaido remarked, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that the boy would be frightened by his sudden appearance, but instead, Zoro maintained his composure. It seems I must take this seriously. The audacious little Marine. Did you not just proclaim that it matters little if the 4 Emperors themselves arrive? Allow me to enlighten you on the terror of the 4 Emperors. Without uttering a word, Kaido opened his gaping maw, intent on ensuring the world comprehends the price of inciting the wrath of a 4 Emperor. In the next instant, a colossal fireball erupted from Kaido's mouth. The tail of the flame extended several kilometers, presenting a spectacle reminiscent of a grand fireworks display. Such a massive inferno could easily obliterate an entire town. Should it descend upon a large nation like Dressrosa, countless lives would surely be lost. We are doomed. If this fireball strikes, we shall all perish. Witnessing this scene, the people of Dressrosa trembled in fear. Even the formidable gladiator, Gyrus, who had achieved 3,000 consecutive victories in the arena, felt as insignificant as an ant before the overwhelming presence of Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. How fortuitous! Gazing at the approaching, menacing fireball, Roronoa raised his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion, exhibiting a calmness that was almost eerie. Ice fall. At that moment, Roronoa leapt high into the air, unleashing an expanse of icy breath that rivaled that of Admiral Akiji. In an instant, the cold extinguished the flames completely, and a vast expanse of icebergs materialized in the sky above Dressrosa. You little brat. You possess some skill. Kaido grunted in surprise, never expecting his fire breath to be so easily countered. He effortlessly thwarted Kaido. The populace of the world was left in awe of Roronoa's displayed power. After all, it appeared so effortless, so simple. The ability to manifest such a vast area of ice in an instant was nearly reminiscent of another Marine admiral, Akiji. We are saved. The citizens of Dressrosa exclaimed with tears glistening in their eyes, having nearly resigned themselves to death. Once again, they were rescued by Roronoa. Violetta and Rebecca, too, sighed in relief, patting their chests with lingering anxiety. We must leave this place. We cannot burden Roronoa any longer. Gyrus promptly stepped forward to assist in evacuating the populace. Their presence here would only hinder, for their adversary was the strongest creature in the world. Ice Spirit. Meanwhile, Roronoa did not cease his assault, leaping high once more to confront Kaido in the sky. A strand of ice emanated from Roronoa's palm, swiftly piercing toward the soaring dragon. In the blink of an eye, Kaido's colossal dragon form, nearly a kilometer in length, was transformed into an elongated ice sculpture, suspended in the air. As Kaido became encased in ice, Roronoa's system chimed once more. Ding, mission issued. Task 1. Ignore Kaido and depart from Dressrosa. Reward. Quintupled strength. Task 2. Engage in battle with Kaido. Reward. Multiplication technique. Size can increase by 30 times. Task 3. Publicly humiliate Kaido with a brutal beating, delivering a degrading slap that swells his face. Reward. Enhanced version of Momotaro's rice balls. Oh, an enhanced version of Momotaro's rice balls? Upon seeing the rewards presented by the system, Roronoa's interest was instantly piqued. He recalled that this particular delicacy could completely tame animals upon consumption, rendering them exceedingly obedient to their feeder, although it had little effect on humans. Yet, this was an enhanced version. Could it possibly be utilized against Zoan-type Devil Fruit users? Chapter 88. Taming Kaido? What is the specific effect of the enhanced version of the Momotaro Rice Ball? Rollo was exceedingly curious about the capabilities of this upgraded delicacy. Given that it is an enhanced version, it surely possesses more formidable effects than the ordinary Momotaro Rice Ball to warrant such a title. Host. The Momotaro Rice Ball allows animals to submit to the feeder, while the enhanced version can compel beings with animal traits to submit as well, such as those possessing Zoan-type abilities. The system promptly responded. Can Zoan-type users also be tamed? Rollo asked in disbelief, seeking confirmation. Indeed, the system affirmed. Upon receiving this confirmation, Rollo felt a surge of excitement, his fists tightening with anticipation. He could hardly believe it. He could actually tame Zoan fruit users? This meant that even a creature as formidable as Kaido could potentially be subdued. The thought of having Kaido as his pet was undeniably thrilling. While Rollo had a particular interest in beautiful women, the prospect of having a dragon mount was appealing as well. Moreover, today, he had publicly abolished the warlords of the sea, effectively delivering a resounding slap to the face of the world government and the Gorosei, a statement that echoed loudly across the globe. Given the Gorosei's controlling nature, they would certainly view him as a thorn in their side, and might very well conspire against him. If he could tame Kaido, possessing such a trump card would bolster his confidence greatly should he ever find himself at odds with the world government again. With this in mind, Rollo understood precisely which task he needed to undertake, Task 3. However, completing Task 3 would not be a simple feat after all. It involved Kaido. He would first need to deliver a brutal beating, followed by a humiliating slap, conditions that were not easily met. The previous version of Rollo would have struggled to achieve this. Kaido's tough hide and resilient physique meant that ordinary haki could not breach his defenses. Only advanced conqueror's haki would suffice. Yet even with advanced haki, breaking through Kaido's defenses and inflicting damage was a monumental challenge. The king of the underworld warship could indeed deliver a thorough thrashing to Kaido, but the 1-minute charging time was far too lengthy. Against a powerhouse like Kaido, a minute was simply unmanageable. However, Rollo was no longer the same as before. He now possessed the ability of Conqueror's Haki, Binding. This capability was sufficient to breach Kaido's formidable defenses. With this thought in mind, Rollo gazed at Kaido, who was encased in ice, and leaped into action, prepared to unleash a taste of Conqueror's Haki, Binding. Meanwhile, Kaido, utilizing his Haki, shattered the icy prison with ease and freed himself. Brat, you thought you could freeze me? Not even close. Take this. As Rollo charged towards him, Kaido snorted disdainfully, instantly transforming back into his human form mid-air. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Kaido unexpectedly produced a spiked club from seemingly nowhere and swung it directly at Rollo, who was charging towards him, reminiscent of a baseball bat swing. The club crackled with an electric aura, shimmering with flashes of lightning. Not actual lightning, but a manifestation of overwhelming might. The force of the blow was astonishing, contributing to a remarkably iconic scene in One Piece. It was this very strike that rendered Luffy unconscious, marking the transformation of Luffy into the Pirate King. Faced with such a formidable assault, Rollo had no option to evade. After all, this was a live broadcast to the entire world. Dodging would imply fear, a most embarrassing display. With a smirk, Rollo unsheathed his renowned sword, the Shining Maru, enveloping it in an electric element and boldly meeting Kaido's spiked club head-on. The clash of their weapons erupted with a deafening sonic boom, threatening to rupture eardrums. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from their confrontation high in the sky, akin to the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, leveling everything in its path. The explosive winds battered the ground with such ferocity that buildings were uprooted. This was merely the residual force transmitted from hundreds of meters above. The sheer impact at the epicenter of their duel was beyond imagination. The two warriors continued their fierce struggle, the Shining Maru and the spiked club colliding with violent intensity, producing successive waves of sonic explosions. Neither was willing to yield an inch, and the surrounding air pressure surged violently, reminiscent of a powerful typhoon. Remarkably, Rollo was able to hold his own against the formidable Kaido. Gyrus, hiding below, was left speechless. Had that devastating blow struck him, he would surely have met his demise. To think that someone could stand against Kaido. This naval prodigy was indeed extraordinary. Ace, your brother is impressively powerful. Simultaneously, notable figures worldwide, Charlotte Linlin, red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, and their respective crews, were left in awe. This kid, his strength is astonishing. Kaido's eyes widened as he gazed at Rollo. Could there truly be someone capable of matching him in strength? Yet this young lad could not be more than a teenager. Where did he derive such power? Unbeknownst to Kaido, Rollo was currently endowed with the innate talents of the Lunaria tribe, the dragon heritage of Deathwing Nasurio, and the elemental god of the Phantom Bee species, all enhancing his strength. When it came to power, Rollo had never feared anyone. With this realization, a fierce glint ignited in Kaido's eyes. Initially, he had intended to knock Rollo unconscious with a single blow, publicly declaring the consequences of provoking one of the four emperors. However, with Rollo successfully parrying that strike, it meant he would face humiliation once again. With this in mind, Kaido prepared to unleash his full might. With a resounding crash, Kaido transformed into his hybrid form. In this state, he adeptly balanced speed, strength, and a myriad of offensive capabilities, unlike his beast form, which significantly diminished his velocity. This form was exceptionally suited for combat at full strength. Daibutsu, Raime Bagua. Kaido enveloped his kanabo with the color of Conqueror's haki, as purple lightning danced around the weapon like a soaring dragon, erupting with a cacophony of thunderous sound. It exuded an aura reminiscent of a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Kaido shifted his grip from one hand to both, firmly clutching the kanabo. He then swung it powerfully through the air, gathering momentum before delivering a fierce blow towards Luffy. Chapter 89. Conqueror's Color. Entanglement? I could do that too. Kaido unleashed a formidable strike towards Luffy, his overwhelming Conqueror's haki surging forth like a tempestuous purple lightning, continuously emanating from his kanabo. The sound of explosive energy reverberated, delivering a dual assault on both sight and sound. Was Kaido truly intent on slaying Luffy? Observing Kaido's display of Conqueror's color, even Shanks, one of the four emperors and a notorious pirate in the New World, was taken aback. To think he would resort to such lethal force. This was no mere sparring. This was a serious threat to the grandson of the naval hero Garp. Was Kaido deliberately courting enmity with the Marine headquarters? Interesting, chuckled Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, as she indulged in a 2-meter-high cream cake. If the Marines engage in a fierce battle with Kaido, then we could simply watch from the sidelines, reaping the benefits. Whitebeard, too, was momentarily stunned. P.S. Even using Conqueror's color. Entanglement? It seems this situation is dire. Luffy, Ace exclaimed. Anxiety etched across his face as he watched the live broadcast. Meanwhile, on the Marine side, figures such as Akiji, Kizaru, and Sengoku were equally astonished. Kaido was truly unleashing his full might. At this moment, Hancock, the Empress of Dressrosa, wore a look of deep concern. Even she could not intervene against such a formidable move from Kaido. Yet, in the live broadcast, Luffy stood undaunted before the imposing figure of Kaido, exuding an eerie calmness. His expression was devoid of fear, tranquil as a still lake. Conqueror-esque color. Entanglement? What coincidence, I can do that too, Luffy remarked, fixing his gaze upon Kaido. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of golden Conqueror-esque haki radiated from Luffy's being, swirling around him like ethereal energy. This rare golden haki coalesced and spiraled toward his renowned blade, shining round. With a crackling sound, Luffy entwined his Conqueror-esque haki around his weapon, unleashing a dazzling burst of golden lightning. The golden luminescence intertwined with Kaido's purple lightning, creating a divine spectacle as if two celestial beings had descended. The mere sight was suffocating, akin to the weight of mountains pressing down. In the next moment, both warriors swung their weapons, initiating their attacks. The air crackled with a terrifying impact, radiating outward from their epicenter. Remarkably, their weapons did not make physical contact. Instead, they hovered in the air, poised for the inevitable clash. In the interstices of the weapon, a visibly pulsating energy sphere trembles incessantly, reminiscent of a core poised to erupt, imbued with chaotic and unstable energy. Within this palpable orb of energy lies a terrifying power capable of annihilating an entire island. What is happening? What manner of combat is this? The weapon has not even made contact. How is this possible? The populace around the world gazed in astonishment, for they had never witnessed a true clash of imperial might. Only those who have mastered the Conqueror's haki could perceive the underlying intricacies. This fellow Rollo, has he truly mastered the Conqueror's haki? How astonishing that he managed to withstand it. It is utterly inconceivable to have grasped the Conqueror's haki at such a young age. Red-haired Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard were all profoundly shaken by this spectacle. Rollo has. The Conqueror's haki is a skill possessed by only a select few formidable warriors in the world. Truly, he is a naval genius, having even acquired this ability. Sengoku, Tsuru, and the other naval personnel, along with the stationed admirals Akiji, Kizuru, and Momonosuke, were equally astounded. Just how formidable is this individual? He has even learned the Conqueror's haki? When he fought Akainu, he did not employ the Conqueror's haki, did he? How is it that merely a few days later, it has surfaced? Could it be that he did not exert his full strength during his encounter with Akainu? A terrifying thought began to take root in the minds of the Navy. As the two engaged in a fierce contest in the air, Rollo astonishingly managed to suppress Kaido. After all, Rollo had now mastered the Conqueror's haki and observation haki. This signifies that Rollo's Conqueror's haki has reached a level comparable to that of red-haired Shanks. In terms of sheer Conqueror's haki, Shanks undoubtedly surpasses Kaido. Yet, Shanks lacks the overwhelming physical prowess. As a mere mortal, he is not on par with Kaido, who possesses the innate abilities of the Oni race and has consumed a mythical Zoan fruit. However, Rollo, endowed with two talents and the enhancement of a mythical Zoan fruit, is not lacking in strength when compared to Kaido. With Conqueror's haki and power not inferior to Kaido's, it is indeed strange that Rollo could not subdue Kaido. You little brat, have you truly mastered the Conqueror's haki? And to such a degree of proficiency. Feeling the immense pressure transmitted through the Kanabo, Kaido's expression mirrored his astonishment. The pressure was so intense that his muscles felt as though they might explode. This young one not only mastered the Conqueror's haki, but has done so with remarkable finesse. Even the Conqueror's haki that he himself commands does not match the proficiency of Rollo's. In a fleeting moment, Kaido perceived the silhouettes of several individuals materializing behind Rollo. These figures were the strongest adversaries Kaido had ever faced. Rocks, red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, Kazuki Oden, and the Pirate King, Roger. The fierce confrontation between the two parties persisted for several minutes, during which Kaido could no longer withstand the immense pressure exerted by Roronoa. He was forcefully struck from the heavens down to the ground. A thunderous roar echoed as Kaido created a colossal, seemingly bottomless pit in the very earth of Dressrosa. Fortunately, the local populace had already evacuated. Otherwise, this incident would undoubtedly have resulted in numerous casualties. Could it be that Kaido, this formidable figure, was being suppressed? My heavens, what is happening? Is it truly possible for someone to dominate Kaido in a one-on-one battle? Am I hallucinating? This scene left the entire world in disbelief, with citizens clutching their heads in astonishment. In the realm of one-on-one combat, Kaido was universally acknowledged as the strongest. This was an undeniable truth in the hearts of people worldwide. Yet now Kaido was being subdued in a direct confrontation, given his tough exterior and resilience. Surely he would not perish. Roronoa gazed into the depths of the pit, feeling a sense of unease. His task remained unfulfilled, and he fervently hoped that no calamity would befall Kaido.